Chapter 701. We finally killed the dragon. The helmeted woman's verdict was as loud as a bell. The pale golden blood flowed down Ma-En's cheek. He struggled to support his mortal body, which was on the verge of collapse, with his hands and telekinesis. He pushed away the broken flesh hanging on his body, and climbed out of the dragon's chest. He stood on the pile of corpses, looking at the scenery below with a slightly dazed look. Yi was half lying on the ground, and Sei Li's looming figure knelt beside her, holding a bottle of medicine in her hand and pouring it into the dying girl's throat, making her weak breathing gradually become stable. The woman with the helmet was half kneeling on the ground, and only the heavy breathing sound hinted at her weak state. The white and sharp dragon teeth were embedded in her left shoulder. As long as the angle was slightly deflected, it could be inserted into her skull. Although Ma-En was standing with difficulty at this moment, and his consciousness was too clear due to hormones, he could still see that his broken body was shaky, as if it would turn into scattered bricks and stones and collapse at any time. We succeeded. The helmeted woman raised her head with difficulty and looked at Ma-En standing on the pile of corpses. Ma-En floated down with an extremely cautious attitude. Although they successfully killed the dragon, he would have the opportunity to save his sister, and the other people also survived and had the opportunity to receive the reward from the forger himself, but for some reason, he did not feel any joy in his heart. The helmeted woman glanced at her shoulder, then gritted her teeth and stood up suddenly, reaching out her hand to support Ma-En who was standing in front of her. I brought medicine, wait. As she spoke, she took out a small bottle, shook the bottle and sprinkled the medicine on her hands, and then carefully applied it to the internal and external wounds on Ma-En's body. Huh? After a heavy breath, Ma-En finally stood firm. Then he looked at the helmeted woman standing in front of him and applying medicine, and was about to say something. Boom. A sudden collapse sound came from behind them. The helmeted woman looked behind Ma-En, and her posture of applying medicine became heavy, but she still did not stop her hand movements. Ma-En turned around while enduring the pain. Black dragon scales were scattered all over the ground, and fresh flesh and blood were melting rapidly like ice under the scorching sun. The light golden blood flowed over the soles of their feet, looking like a golden lake. And in the center of the lake, a broken corpse floated. The corpse of a girl. Fuck. Seeing this scene, Sei Li couldn't help cursing. The helmeted woman calmly said the identity of the corpse. It's a princess. There was a terrible hole in her chest, as if it was cruelly torn apart by some terrible force, and her limbs were twisted, showing terrible angles that humans could not bend. The pair of light blue eyes were staring at the sky empty. It was as if questioning them why they wanted to kill themselves. Sei Li gritted her teeth and said, "Cunning dragon, this bastard made us kill Princess Lilith." The helmeted woman looked at the corpse and said, "It looks like she just died." Although she had a bad premonition, Ma-En's voice became heavier. In other words, we killed her with our own hands. What is going on? The helmeted woman nodded. Maybe this is some kind of curse. Maybe the dragon and the pioneers were both injured in the battle, and it used some magic to lean over the princess. But no matter what happened, it seems that we have failed. We failed to complete the task of rescuing the princess. No one can do it. Sei Li shook her head and continued to take care of you, whose breathing was completely stable. We are in trouble this time. Although we don't have the ability to predict the future, I think we did nothing wrong. But I don't believe that the caster and the Rama army will listen to our explanation. Let's not talk about the reward now. It's good that we are not tortured. The helmet woman looked at the corpse that was crushed by them. It is said that dragon blood has some terrible infectious ability, which is why there are so many dragon descendants. Maybe this dragon has found some unknown forbidden magic and let it parasitize the princess. But I can assure you that it was the evil dragon that just fought with us. It should be its soul and consciousness, at least it has its memory and skills. The helmet woman said in an extremely professional tone. The various magics and skills it displayed are only known by dragons, and they are not something that this young princess can master. The one who just controlled this body must be the evil dragon. That means at least we have succeeded in getting revenge for her. The helmeted woman said this with a bit of a joking tone. Maybe the merits and demerits will offset each other, and the caster will consider sparing us. Ma-En did not accept her joke, but asked very seriously, "What are you going to do?" Sei Li shook her head. "What else can I do? I will take my sister and hide until the storm is over, but we can only hope that the royal family really does not intend to do anything to us. After all, I am not sure I can avoid the prediction of the divination group." Ma-En nodded, and then looked at the helmeted woman with a serious expression. She was silent for a moment, and then answered very seriously, "It doesn't matter what I am like, the main thing is what you want to do. As far as I know, Your purpose of slaying the dragon this time is to save your seriously ill sister. Now that you can't save the princess, your sister is in danger. This is the cruelty of fate. In the end, it's all in vain. Do you have any ideas? The helmeted woman interrupted and asked. Ma-in was silent for a moment, and finally decided to speak his mind. I plan to take her body back to the palace. I will accept the punishment of the caster, but I will also ask the caster to save my sister, at least for my revenge for the princess and the pioneer. Maybe the caster will be kind. The helmeted woman saw that he had made up his mind and nodded. It seems that you have made a decision, so let's go our separate ways here. In fact, from the beginning to the end, I have no interest in the reward of slaying the dragon, so I won't accompany you to the palace. Ma-in nodded to her. Thank you, I will remember this favor, provided I can survive. After that, he turned his head and looked at Saili and Yu. Thank you too. After that, Ma-in walked to the broken body of the princess alone, and lifted her body up with his almost exhausted mental power, trying to prevent her from being torn into pieces again, and then turned around. Left alone. Under the gaze of the helmeted woman and the other two. Chapter 702. The Rama Palace is not as magnificent as outsiders imagine. Instead, the pale gray walls exude an extremely solemn atmosphere. The milky white steps do not have any noble atmosphere, but more like a road leading to the execution ground. This scene is very consistent with Main's current situation. The young man from the countryside is standing in front of the steps at this moment. Although he has no shackles on his body, there are strange stone slabs with various mysterious patterns floating beside him. Dozens of different restraining forces are imposed on him in various ways. At the same time, there are 4 fully armed silent people around him, and 8 palace guards, who can chop off Main's head at any time stand in a farther position, and there are 2 shadow wizards in black robes outside his field of vision. And in the dark, there are many caretakers hidden that Main can't detect at all. Go in. The voice of the palace guard is like a whistling mountain wind. Main walked to the door. All the guards were watching him, but they all stopped several meters away from the steps, as if they all had an inexplicable awe for the palace. Main pulled open the heavy black metal plate. The scene that came into his eyes surprised him a little. The door curtain made of countless golden threads blocked his sight. These threads were not intertwined with each other, and there was nothing to entangle them together. They were just scattered behind the door. Main lifted the threads and walked in. More threads, more dazzling gold. The palace behind the door curtain was like the nest of some giant spider, with dazzling golden threads everywhere, covering every angle that Main could see, and even the ground was covered with golden threads, like thick snow. Your Majesty the caster? He asked doubtfully. A crisp knocking sound came from right in front of him. 1, 2, 3. This sound pointed out the direction to Main like a bell, allowing him to lift his legs and step over the obstacles made of golden silk threads and keep moving forward. As he got closer and closer to the location where the knocking sound came from, a black shadow appeared behind the golden silk thread. The black shadow was holding a hammer in his right hand and kept knocking on the golden silk thread in front of him. Every time the hammer fell, the knock silk thread glowed red, as if it was heated to a high-temperature metal in an instant, but Main did not feel any temperature change. As if noticing this visitor, the caster's shadow raised his head. A solemn and majestic voice surrounded the entire palace. I heard that you brought back the princess's body. Main opened his mouth and wanted to explain the specific situation. But what came out of his throat was indeed the roar of a giant dragon. Then, Ma-in felt that most parts of his body began to heat up. If someone marked these hot parts, they would feel that this irregular pattern was very similar to some kind of liquid poured on Ma-in. Countless sharp small hard pieces moved under Ma-in's skin, ready to come out at any time. At this time, Ma-in suddenly understood how the princess turned into a dragon. This was a curse that could continue to spread, and the princess might not even be the first victim of the dragon. Ma-in's fate was also obvious. He would turn into a dragon in front of the caster, and then be easily killed by the intruding palace guards with extremely fast efficiency. Bang! The crisp knocking sound shattered all possible imaginations. Silence. The dragon blood that was boiling in Main's body suddenly calmed down as if it had encountered a natural enemy, and instantly retracted into the deepest part of his body, avoiding the dangerous creature that made this sound. Bloodstain. The caster said majestically, the pioneer died at its hands, and his daughter also died under this curse, which is a death that fits his character. Main exhaled deeply, feeling his body calm down again. The caster's majestic voice was a little sarcastic. Bloodstain should have been lost among the dragons for a long time, but I warned the pioneer not to let the dragon blood fall on him, and it is obvious that he did not listen to me. As long as he is a little careful, he will not be hit. Listening to the tone of the caster, Ma could feel that the other party did not seem to care about his brother's life or death. The caster continued, "What's even more stupid is that he brought his daughter with him, which should be the important reason for his complete death. Although they are both complete bastards, I have to admit, he really loves his daughter." Speaking of this, the caster raised his head and looked at Ma who had recovered. "Do you think I will be very angry?" Ma has realized that the caster's attitude is different from what he imagined. "I originally thought so." The caster's tone is a little more contemptuous. "The pioneer is my brother." This statement was spread by himself. He knew that I would not care about such rumors, and he said this just to cover up his true identity. "The pioneer is just a mediocre work of mine." At this point, the caster paused in the frequency of knocking, raised his head, and looked behind Ma. "I don't care if he died. What really matters is the ball of thread in front of you. Even in my past and future, it is the fourth masterpiece." Ma, who was a little confused, asked tentatively, "What are these silk threads?" The caster hiding behind the silk threads smiled. "To be precise, this is not entirely my work. The guy who really created it is dead. I am just perfecting this terrible weapon, but the degree of my transformation of it is enough to be called a creation. And the Rama Empire outside is the plate I cast to hold this masterpiece. As for the pioneer, it is at most a pattern on the plate." Ma didn't understand why the caster said this. "Then why did you go to save the princess?" The caster nodded slightly. "You asked the right question. Although the pioneer is just a pattern on the plate, it is also a very important pattern. It doesn't matter to me if he dies, but I need a successor. That's why I need his daughter. She has also been trained to become a new pioneer. But now she is dead. I will not punish you. I am different from the pioneers. I am not a tyrant. I will still fulfill your wish, but after all, you brought her body back. It shouldn't be too much for me to ask you to make a little compensation?" Ma asked, "What compensation?" The caster said, "The Rama Empire needs a ruler. You are now very similar to the pioneers I met at the beginning. You are both kind-hearted, brave, and strong young men. As long as you agree, I can make you the new king. In addition to power and wealth, I can also give you power, the same power as the pioneers. How about it? Are you willing to stay here?" Chapter 703. A silver-white armor stained with dried blood and many battle scars passed through the silk thread. It floated in front of Mon. "This is the armor that the pioneer asked me to forge. In fact, he himself has no strong power until now. It is always this armor that gives him power. As long as you wear it, you will have the power to tear the dragon apart easily. You can also stay here instead of the pioneer. Of course, if you want, I can also help you recast the armor with my own hands." The caster still had that majestic voice, and it was unclear whether he wanted Ma to agree to this request. Silence. Ma didn't think he was qualified for this kind of work, nor did he have any interest in becoming a pioneer. It sounded like this would be troublesome if he needed to be responsible for his identity. And if he didn't need it, then he had even less interest in this identity. The end of the pioneer, who was addicted to power, and strength was already in front of him. The magic power he had now was enough to live a good life. So he should have refused immediately. But for some reason, this question made Ma fall into a strong trance. It was as if there was something behind this question, and there was some hidden meaning waiting for his answer. But Ma could only perceive this feeling, but there was no specific deep meaning in his mind. No matter how hard he tried to think, he didn't know what the words hidden under the surface were. The strange feeling made Ma'an's head dizzy, and he was a little confused about his current situation. But he still remembered the purpose of his great efforts. "If I refuse, can you send someone to help cure my sister's terminal illness?" Instead of standing there and thinking about what choice you should make, you should first figure out what options you have. The caster paused and looked up behind Ma. "You care more about the people around you, right?" This sentence actually made Ma feel dizzy, and even made his vision a little blurry. Seeing that he had no intention of answering, the caster continued to answer, "No, even if you agree to stay, I can't help you cure her." This was like a basin of cold water that brought Ma back to reality, and the dizziness dissipated a little. "What do you mean?" He looked at the caster on the other side of the thread in confusion. The caster replied sincerely, "I can fulfill other wishes, but I can't do anything about your sister." Ma asked doubtfully, "What do you mean, aren't you the famous caster?" The caster nodded, "Yes, but I'm dead, and your sister is still alive." This made Ma fall into strong doubts. First of all, the caster didn't seem to be angry with him because the princess died, nor did he play a joke on him. Instead, he was talking very seriously. The caster's voice was a little bit smiling. "This is the distant past, but it is different from what you have encountered before. But the one you are talking to is not the founder of the Rama Empire from the distant past. I am not like Shioda in your memory, who can transcend time and talk. I have died long ago. And you are in a nightmare woven from various chaotic memories. In this world outside the dream, my power cannot reach it. Listening to her mentioning her past, a strong sense of dizziness surged into Ma N's head again, as if he wanted to completely open his skull and expose his head to the air. Memories are hitting reality. At the same time, there were fierce shouts and heavy roars outside the palace. It seemed that some terrible creatures had landed outside the palace. However, considering the powerful guards guarding the door at this time, they didn't seem to need to worry. The caster looked up and looked into the distance. Time is running out. If you agree, I can let you stay here. No one can threaten your life. Even if I am dead, this place will almost become my territory. But if you want to cure your sister, you may have to turn around and face the cruel outside world. Who are you? Ma N raised his head. His eyes became extremely clear. He remembered. In order to deal with the incarnation of Shishao, he and the bureau members took the risk to take Alice away. This extremely risky move would attract extremely dangerous real entities, but it would also disrupt the predictive ability of the incarnation of Shishao. In this way, he was proud to enter the future trajectory that was not controlled by her. With this, he had the opportunity. Obtain the item Reverse Mind Medicine that the incarnation of Shishao fears. He wants to find the memory of the past through this medicine. This medicine can allow the user to temporarily enter the psychological state of the distant past. Although the user will not remember anything after the effect is over, outsiders can communicate with him and record every word he says, so it can become an important clue for him to find the past. If he remembers correctly, he should have swallowed the medicine. The shadow behind the golden thread said with a smile, I have never lied in a conversation with you. I am the dead forger. There are indeed many dreams constructed by chaotic memories here. You are just trapped here. You provoked a very powerful enemy. Do you remember? Maine also remembered, Gulen. The caster nodded slightly. It wants to kill you, but you don't need to worry, I have helped you stop him. Gulen's plan has completely failed. However, it is more accurate to say that it was your own resurrecting memory that stopped him. After the antipsychic drug began to take effect, the outcome of this trick was doomed. It is indeed me, the dead caster, who solved his offensive, but I did not come here by myself. You found me in your memory, and your subconscious borrowed the impression of me to stop him. Maine blinked, quickly digesting every word the caster said. That is to say, Gulen's offensive against me is being disintegrated by the effect of the antipsychic drug. The force that resists it is the antipsychic drug that is constantly taking effect in my body, and its specific manifestation is you? At this time, Maine also understood the somewhat confused memories in his mind during this period of time. Gulen tried to invade his thoughts, and even reality in some way, but at the same time, the antipsychic drug was also taking effect. Just as he planned. And the caster in front of him seemed to be the incarnation of this drug effect in his memory. However, Ma N still had some confusion. Wait, what do you mean by asking me if I want to stay? Also, why did I go to a beach when I just took the drug? I should not have been pulled here by Gulen at that time, right? Does the antipsychic drug work in this way? This is somewhat different from what I understand. The caster deliberately ignored Ma N's first question and answered the second question. Because you just took the drug for less than half a second, it has not yet fully taken effect. During this time, Gulen is almost racing against time, but it seems a pity. It lost to time, that is, we have already won. Ma N asked, so what should I do now? Do you know my past memories? The caster smiled and replied, you have to solve this problem yourself. Remember what I said? I'm dead. Go back now, the real battle is about to begin. As her voice fell, the hammer also heavily struck the baseline of Homo sapiens' dominance. The golden red light that splashed out completely separated the two of them. Looking at the back figure that had disappeared behind the golden thread, the forger casually dropped the hammer and raised his hand to take off the helmet that was missing from the pioneer armor. At the same time, her originally strong body began to quickly become slender and slender. As the helmet fell heavily to the ground, it revealed the light and beautiful pointed ears like feathers. She did not lie just now. After all, she was a creature that was not good at lying. But for them, the truth can also make people go around in circles. Under the shining golden light, a smile suddenly appeared on her blurry face. It was as if she remembered the beautiful memories of the distant past. Chapter 704. Gulen turned his eyes away from the noisy palace. The revenge dragons he arranged were all stopped by the guards outside the Rama palace, and the dragon slayers of the Rama royal family were also coming. These dragons had no chance to break into the palace, and Maine did not seem to be contaminated by dragon blood. Although he didn't know how Maine did it, it seemed that he really survived his arrangement. Gulen was not angry about this. He did want to kill Maine, but he was not particularly serious from beginning to end. It was more like a test than a real battle. He also deliberately left Maine many opportunities to break through. In his opinion, the possibility of Maine surviving and dying should be 40 to 60. If he died like this, it would be good, but if Maine survived with difficulty, he would spare Maine's life. Just like he said when he broke into the control bureau, he had already noticed Maine, a fellow, and if Maine performed well, he would even give him an opportunity to be on an equal footing. At that time, I might even help him a little. But he gave up this opportunity and did something unforgivable, so when he came here, he told the others that Ma-En must be severely punished. This punishment can be death or not. After all, no matter what, people like Ma-En are very rare. If I kill him here today, I don't know when I will meet the next Ma-En. So out of kindness, this test is his last chance to give Ma-En, and Ma-En passed the test successfully, so Gulen will spare his life. But this does not mean that the matter is over. Ma-En can survive, but he will not be punished less. He messed with his things, so he will let Ma-En understand how annoying this feeling is. He also wants to mess with Ma-En's things, or even completely destroy them. On the spiritual and physical level. Thinking of this, he cast his sights on the rural town in Rama. In a small house somewhere in the town, there was a young woman lying in bed. The pain wrapped around her took away almost all of her strength, so she could only lie at home and wait for good news from Ma-En. But this human named Chen Yun has the top will and determination among her kind. If she can recover from this illness smoothly, she will only stand taller than before. Therefore, if you want to destroy this guy, you must start completely from the spiritual level. If Ma-En returns and finds that his strong sister has become a madwoman who has suffered a mental breakdown, lost all her courage and perseverance, drools, and is startled by everything. I wonder how Ma-En will feel after seeing this, but this is a delicate job. Even the most common memory disorder cannot easily defeat a soul of this strength. He must twist and crush Chen Yun's soul with his own hands. But this carelessness will completely destroy her, and he must retain Chen Yun's basic character. Because of this, when Ma-En sees his crazy and fragile sister, he can recall her original appearance. With the expectation of his creation, Gulen stretched out his hands to Chen Yun lying on the bed. Dong dong. The dull knocking sound immediately attracted Gulen's attention, and he turned around somewhat unexpectedly, and his sight returned to the cold control bureau, looking in the direction where the sound came from. Outside the glass of the containment room, there was a dark and blurry figure. This sentence is not a description, but a hard fact. The figure was all black, and this darkness was quite blurry. There seemed to be countless slightly trembling burrs at the edges, making him always in an amorphous state. And when Gulen tried to capture the specific appearance of each moment of his change, his mind could not recall any of the appearances of these burrs after they stopped, as if this changing black shadow did not really exist. It was more like some kind of illusion generated by the brain after it could not accurately recognize the scene in front of it. Gulen showed an interested expression. I didn't expect Ma-En to have a backhand. I thought he was completely controlled by me. Yes, this is in line with my expectations of the same kind. If it ended so simply, I would be bored. He pulled his hands back from the fantasy world and stared at the figure standing outside the glass. He raised his finger and pointed at the ceiling. Ripples appeared on the ceiling like the surface of a lake, and then the originally square containment room began to melt rapidly into a sticky liquid and began to entangle and reassemble. The white walls turned into light blue sludge, which continued to merge and intertwine with each other, and then strange bubbles emerged, filling the entire containment room. When the bubbles slowly disappeared, they were no longer in the control bureau. The red smiling face was like a crescent moon hanging high in the night sky, and the eyes in the sky were blinking like stars. From time to time, sharp laughter and screams could be heard from the desolate land, and there were many buildings scattered in the farther places. As all the eyes in the sky stared at the black shadow, the distant buildings immediately heard low bells, and neat and weak singing. Hundreds of thousands of miserable creatures knelt down in this direction at this moment, with strong fear and panic, tearing their broken throats, and singing to praise their great master. The scarlet smiling face was even more exaggerated. Welcome to my kingdom. As the mouth opened and closed, the red moonlight fell wildly on the whole world. The originally strange and solemn singing suddenly disappeared, and all the land covered by the red light was completely swallowed by the terrible silence, and the black shadow standing in the center of this world reflected the most dazzling red light. But he slowly raised his dark and blurry head as if nothing had happened. He stared at the eyes in the night sky. Then, like a curious baby, he also imitated Gulen's action just now. He raised his hand and pointed at the sky above. Puff. With the sound of paper being punctured, the uniform white light pierced through the darkness in an unharmonious manner, spreading continuously in an extremely regular arc, and finally fell in front of the black shadow. All eyes that saw this scene were instantly frozen. Gulen suddenly realized that the situation seemed not as simple as he imagined. The black shadow stretched his right hand into the range covered by the white light, then rubbed it gently with his index finger and thumb, and then casually pinched a ray of white light and pulled it out, throwing it into this world ruled by darkness and blood red. With angry roars, countless terrible creatures emerged beside the black shadow, with claws with barbs, huge wings covering half of the eyes, and giants burning with eternal flames. But it was too late. At this moment, the white light was like a drop of ink thrown into clear water, spreading wildly towards the entire world in an unstoppable manner. When it touched those terrible monsters, they all melted like ice cubes encountering the scorching sun at noon. Chapter 705. The terrible fantasy world collapsed just like that. The white light that pierced through the darkness hit Gulen's face like a mockery, and when he looked up, he noticed the source of the light, which was the light bulb on the ceiling of the containment room. The powerful restrictive ability also pressed towards him like a tide, trying to restrain him. Gulen looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. The world he created was dissolved so easily. Obviously, he still had countless powerful and dangerous tricks that he had not used, and the blood-red laughter just now was of no use to this black shadow. Is this Mon's last protective measure? No wonder he had the courage to attack Alice. It seems that he is not as simple as he thought. Gulen raised his head and looked at the containment room that wrapped him up. This was the place he had just entered, although Kanya, Qinlan, Selly, and Alice's imaginary friend Lilith were all thrown into the fairy tale world he created for Mon. But he left a crucial thing here. Alice's corpse torn in half. All of Gulen's power comes from her. Although the transformation of this power was stabilized by special instruments and rituals at the beginning, after he basically mastered Alice's power, he replaced various necessary external objects at the beginning with his own reality distortion ability. And Alice's power is extremely consistent with the identity of a reality twister. She has a very strong imagination, which has a strong ability to invade reality, and can easily construct fantasy outside of reality. The worst and most terrible thing is that this imagination will in turn distort and affect Alice's mind, and it is almost completely out of control. If she imagined a terrible monster in her nightmare, then first of all, this monster would most likely directly enter the reality around her. If Alice saw this monster with her own eyes, this imagination would continue to expand in a terrible way, and fear would nourish this monster, making it more and more terrible. This is still a better situation. She once imagined a creature that could control other people's minds. In fact, this image was caused by her fear of losing control of her own abilities. And this creature immediately realized its identity after it was born, and took the initiative to control Alice's mind and reshape its imagination, using Alice's imagination to nourish itself. In the end, imagination formed a terrible cycle, making the monster almost invincible. Fortunately, Shinshao was already in use at that time. Therefore, this monster did not really cost the Federation any painful price. But that incident made Gulen realize that the model of stealing Alice's power was feasible, and he was more professional and powerful than the monster imagined by Alice. At the beginning of the experiment, he established a majestic image in Alice's mind, constantly influencing her view of him without the Federation being able to detect it. When the plan was implemented, he had become the most terrifying monster in Alice's eyes. He used the antipsychic drug to awaken the memory of the out-of-control incident, making her confuse herself with the monster. In this process, countless professional equipment and teams of the Federation were also used. After completing the initial transformation, he abandoned all the equipment he had ever needed, and used the reality distortion ability to create a bond that was far more reliable than those devices, and constantly strengthened Alice's imagination and understanding of him. At this moment, he has become a part of Alice. This makes him more powerful than Alice, because Alice, as a reality twister, can't actually influence herself. All influences can only be used to distort and create things in the outside world. And Gulen is the outside world for Alice. But usually, he is more restrained in his transformation. After all, children's imagination is a bit unstable, and if it is not guided carefully, it is very likely to cause accidents. Because of this, he is distorting external objects most of the time. Just now, he covered this containment room with Alice's imaginary country ruled by himself, directly destroying its restrictive effect on himself, but he didn't expect that his opponent could restore his distortion. But this is actually not difficult to understand. The Black Shadow can do this because this containment room is also constructed by a high concentration of reality distortion, which belongs to Main's fantasy. But he himself is not, so the other party can't affect his own distortion. I didn't want to be so serious. Gulen twisted his neck. No matter what you are, a villain who dare not reveal his identity, or a defensive measure of this place. This is your last chance. Give up resistance. I won't kill Mayan. I will only teach him a few basic principles. If you insist on resisting, I can't hold back. The Black Shadow did not answer, but just stared at him quietly. It was like a lifeless statue. Looking at this Black Shadow, who didn't know whether it was alive or not, Gulen sighed. He was not bluffing. Just as fantasy would continue to circulate and grow stronger in Alice, when fantasy descended upon himself, who was now in control of Alice's magic, it would also expand wildly in a way that he could not control. The hundreds of thousands of lives in the dark world were stolen from reality, by the way, during one of his expansions. Gulen took a deep breath, and then, as he exhaled, the originally slightly rough skin began to fall off one after another, but what was exposed was not blood-red flesh, but brand new skin that was as soft as gold. The perfect muscle lines seemed to hint at the terrible power, and the fangs in his mouth revealed the brutal nature of this strange creature, and the dark eyeballs exuded a disturbing atmosphere. The dark hair also fell off, revealing two slightly raised flesh corners on his forehead. The golden-red arc of light hung behind his head like a rainbow, making him look both sacred and crazy. Gulen showed a bloodthirsty smile that was completely different from what he had just said, and his tone was much more arrogant. Let me think, should I drink your brain or bone marrow first? Look, this is Alice's imagination of me, and this picture also mixes the images of several other monsters, which is actually not very in line with my aesthetics. I actually like more elegant killing, but sorry. My throat is thirsty, and I must drink your blood. Then he slightly bent his knees, and made a jumping posture. The glass shattered. His claws were already in front of the shadow. Chapter 706. When the golden monster appeared in front of the Black Shadow, the sharp claws that he raised towards the Black Shadow's head also suddenly grew longer and longer, almost piercing through the Black Shadow's eye sockets, and piercing into his head in an instant. The Black Shadow did not dodge at all. The sharp claws seemed to have entered the Black Shadow's body directly. But Gulen's expression became extremely serious, because those claws that stretched out towards the Black Shadow did not really pierce into the Black Shadow's body, but turned into powder the moment they touched his surface. What's more terrifying is that this force not only destroyed all the claws that were about to touch the Black Shadow, but also spread towards Gulen's whole body along the position that was in contact with the Black Shadow. This force was like a monster that affected Gulen, and it instantly devoured Gulen's palm, but the broken wrist was not exposed to flesh and bones, but a golden texture similar to skin. It was as if Gulen's whole body was really made of this soft gold. Looking at his palm being ground into powder, Gulen reacted without hesitation. With a faint sound, his entire right shoulder broke off, abandoning his right arm like a gecko. Almost at the same time as his arm broke, the force corroded the entire golden arm along the broken wrist. If Gulen's arm breaking speed was slower, then his entire body would be corroded. Seeing this, Gulen did not continue to fight in close combat. If his claws could be inserted smoothly into the body of the Black Shadow just now, he could use the contact to directly turn the Black Shadow into gold. This is not just a metaphor. He can turn any creature he touches into real gold. Now he must use other means of attack. Gulen flew back half a meter, and hovered in front of the Black Shadow, like a hummingbird. Even if the Black Shadow tried to approach him, he could keep the same distance from his opponent. The distance between them had been locked by Gulen's power, and ordinary movement could not break this move. Then he opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of neat teeth as white as ivory. He tried to deal with the Black Shadow in front of him with some terrible moves that existed in Alice's imagination. But before his teeth closed, he felt a numbness all over his body. The terrible corrosive force descended from behind him. In an instant, Gulen realized a dangerous fact. The corrosion of the Black Shadow was not only caused by contact. In fact, he could cause this attack from a long distance. Just now, the Black Shadow was just deliberately misleading himself and testing whether he could resist this attack. As his thoughts flowed, Gulen's surface had been completely corroded, and similar to the broken wrist just now, there was no organ or flesh inside the exposed body. It was all soft gold. Although Gulen's body had been separated from each other, the power of corrosion had already crawled all over his body at the beginning, and completely devoured him in a short moment. But Gulen looked at the black shadow without fear. A few seconds after he completely melted, the position not far in front of the black shadow flashed a few times, and then reality seemed to have cut out the middle process, and the golden figure appeared there very abruptly. It's a powerful move. My body can resist almost all damage. I'm really curious about how you destroyed it so efficiently, but it doesn't matter anymore. The resurrected Gulen smiled confidently. In Alice's imagination, the most terrifying monsters cannot be truly killed. The real horror is something you can never defeat or escape. I am her eternal nightmare. Rather than trying to kill me, I recommend that you try to kill Alice. But the black shadow seemed unable to understand his words, and raised his hand towards him without hesitation. This disappointed Gulen a little. The opponent seemed to have some kind of defense mechanism that could not be expressed in words. In fact, the weakness he took the initiative to expose might really be believed by the opponent. After all, it was easy to infer this conclusion whether he said it himself or not, so his opponent might think that he was bluffing and really went to deal with the source of his power. And if someone really attacked Alice, there would be a good show to watch. The intimidation of Alice would be like squeezing a sponge, squeezing out the power that he could not squeeze out originally. Normally, he would waste a lot of money to transfer Alice's magic power to himself, but if the opponent took the initiative to attack Alice, then he could call on her power at will. But it was not a bad thing for him if the opponent ignored Alice. After all, this way he could be reborn almost endlessly. Although death did not cost him anything, the number of times he could die was enough to deal with the Black Shadow and Ma-En and others in front of him. This time, the golden figure kept a distance of several dozen meters from the Black Shadow on the opposite side, and then kept relatively still with the Black Shadow like a hummingbird, and this time he did not immediately feel the attack. Then, the Black Shadow quickly tried to approach him, but no matter how fast he moved, Gulen kept a distance of 50 meters from him extremely steadily. This action also made Gulen immediately confirm his conclusion. Although the move just now was not only effective when in contact, it was definitely stronger the closer to the Black Shadow. Because just now, he clearly felt that there was a difference in the speed of the two attacks of the Black Shadow, and the second attack killed him only because the attack came from all directions. This shows that close distance will indeed enhance this destructive power. And this terrible destructive power cannot appear at any distance. After reaching this conclusion, Gulen also knew that he should do this. He raised his right hand and pointed it at the shadow, to ensure that in his eyes, the shadow was half enclosed in his palm. Seeing that he was about to attack, the shadow dodged and began to retreat at a very high speed, but Gulen still hovered 50 meters in front of the shadow as calmly as before. He clenched his hand, and the shadow really couldn't escape like a bug in his hand. Then space and reality folded in his hand at the same time, and he was about to crush the shadow into a piece of paper. But at the moment when Gulen shook hands, the originally white wall of the control bureau instantly became transparent. Then the scorching sun shone into the room, and at the same time, Gulen felt that he was holding the sun. His folding of space was instantly shattered, and a more elegant bend replaced the fold that had already formed in his palm, and at the same time, a mass that was difficult for humans to understand also appeared in his hand. Gulen was instantly crushed into powder by the terrible gravity. But he quickly resurrected a few hundred meters away. "Saran?" he said in surprise. "Wasn't this ancient god sealed? Could this Black Shadow be the sun god? Did Mason make its corpse into some kind of control bureau defense measure?" Looking at the dazzling figure in front of him, Gulen was sure that this was the terrible god. He had fought with Saran in his current state. At least under normal circumstances, he had no way to fight the terrible god. Saran not only had overwhelming power in the Southern Federation, but also had all kinds of dangerous magic and technology from distant times. And the breath emitted by this figure at this time, it was even more dangerous than the Saran he had seen before. This made Gulen a little suspicious that the person in front of him was Saren himself. After all, even if Ma-En could make its corpse into a kind of protection mechanism, it could not be stronger than Saren himself. And now this figure is more like Saren than Saren. Could it be that this is really the god, and he never exposed his full strength before? Was being killed by Ma-En just a play between him and Ma-En? Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Gulen knew that it was impossible to win by relying on his normal state, and even many of his stronger forms were not suitable for fighting against this powerful god. Today, Saren even has the help of the Control Bureau. It seems that he must adopt his second strongest state. This is also the strongest form that he can barely maintain under control. In Alice's subconscious, there is always a creature that is more terrifying than the most terrifying monster. It is the most important hope for her to survive until now. She made Alice realize that in front of some things, even nightmare-like monsters can be completely defeated. That is Shishao who suppressed the out-of-control incident on the day. It is not the real Shishao, but the Shishao in Alice's imagination. This power is extremely different from the real Shishao. In many places, Shinchu's ability is not even there, but it is equally invincible. Gulen loosened his shoulders, and then the golden shell on his body began to fall off. A body with mixed male and female characteristics was revealed. Saran is very strong, Gulen said with a smile, but in the imagination of children, there are far more terrifying than the so-called sun god. Suddenly, his smile froze, because he realized what was happening. No, that's not right. Gulen's eyes widened, and fear appeared in his eyes when he looked at the black shadow, but what he really feared was not the figure standing there. I let Ma'an go, now hurry up. But the black shadow was still like a statue that couldn't speak, and didn't respond to his words. Seeing this scene, Gulen, who had always been calm, finally became flustered and fearful. Hurry up. Find a way to block it, otherwise things will become complicated. His voice disappeared. I will borrow your body temporarily. I won't do anything to you. This is also troublesome for me, and you are not my target. A female voice replaced him. The incarnation of Shishao looked at the black shadow with a disdainful look, revealing a confident smile. Do you think fate is so easy to transcend? Indeed, in my prediction, this is not the most likely situation, but fate has been completely doomed a long time ago. I am more vast than you think. You will never escape from my palm. The shadow still did not react like a lifeless statue. Only on his back. The sun set and darkness fell. Chapter 707. Long darkness. The sparse collision sounds were like bubbles constantly emerging from the water. Occasionally, a few made crisp bursting sounds in the air, but most of them quietly dissolved in the water, born dully and left dully. A few pools of yellow-white liquid flowed into the white paper, shaking and stretching constantly, infecting other color blocks around in a seemingly gentle way, just like the swaying water grass on the seabed. Two light red strips suddenly lined up together, and began to rise and fall in a certain rhythm. Sir! As the lips opened and closed, the blurred color blocks gradually became clear. Surrounding the light red lips was a young woman's face, and along her slender neck, collar, and the surrounding scene slowly took shape. Outside the glass window was a corridor flooded with white light, and all kinds of people were constantly walking, and inside the glass window and wall, just opposite mine, stood a young woman with a worried face. At this time, a dull voice slowly surfaced. Mr. Sarah? Are you okay? She asked nervously. Mon blinked, trying to understand the scene in front of him. Just a few seconds ago, he was still talking to the caster in the distant Rama era. What was going on with the scene he saw now? Was he involved in some illusion again? Oh, Gulen, this might be some kind of attack from Gulen. The soft tactile signal came from his right hand, causing Mon to instinctively turn his stiff neck, and the colors that hit his eyes quickly formed an image that he could understand. A strange girl. The girl squeezed Mon's hand, her eyes full of worry. Uncle Sarah, what's the matter? The young woman opposite seemed to have misunderstood Ma in silence, and hurriedly explained, Do you have any doubts about the current plan? We will pay great attention to the child's mental health, and have perfect internal supervision measures to ensure that she will receive the best care after you leave, and ensure that she completes her studies and work. While speaking, the woman was also observing Ma'an's expression. Seeing that his expression did not change, she immediately lowered her voice and said, And we will keep the identity of the client completely confidential. We understand that many clients do not want people around them to know the existence of this child, and we can fully meet your requirements after careful consideration. You don't need to communicate with us at all. We will work according to your instructions. Seeing that Ma'an was still unmoved, she immediately changed the subject. If you are worried about Mindy's ability, we also have professionals to handle it. If you think it's okay, she can come to us tomorrow. The woman's voice suddenly stopped, and her body froze in place. The voices coming and going outside the door also stopped all their movements. What's wrong? A red-haired girl's head poked out from behind Mindy, and then she just walked out of thin air. Although Ma'an didn't recognize Mindy's appearance, he had seen the red-haired girl in front of him. This is Alice's imaginary friend Lilith, a girl a few years older than her. According to the Federation, she is also the product of Alice's split personality and distorted reality. Is there any change, Ma'an? Lilith spoke in a tone that seemed familiar to him. Ma'an blinked unexpectedly. Wait, did I tell you anything? He understood the scene a little. Lilith showed a puzzled expression, raised her head slightly and said, Nothing, you just told me to take good care of Alice. Hiding here, the Federation can't find her. They will think that it was Gulen who took Alice away, and there will be no reaction. Is there something wrong with the plan? This sentence verified Mon's inference. The situation seems obvious. The antipsychic drug has worked normally, in the situation that Mon expected. The function of the antipsychic drug is very clear. This drug can make the entire consciousness of the user regress to a certain time point. This drug has also been used on Alice. After taking this drug, Alice can return to the state before she went crazy, although this state will disappear after a period of time, and the user will not remember anything. Therefore, after taking the drug, the user will feel that he has skipped a period of time, and his memory during this period is blank, and the person who controls the body during the blank period should be the self with past memories. And Main's original plan was to let his past self talk to the staff of the Control Bureau to find out what kind of person he was in the past, and whether there is a way to find his memory. But before he was ready to get the antipsychic drug, the power of Shishao launched an attack, and in order to deal with it, he had to take the risk of taking Alice away from the Federation, which also attracted Gulen. Then, something helped him. It claimed to be the effect of the antipsychic drug, but Main was a little skeptical about it, because he had seen some things in the past that could not see the face. At that time, he hadn't taken the antipsychic drug yet. But before he had time to question and think carefully, his memory was disconnected. And at the end of his memory, Gulen should not be dead. Thinking of this, Ma-En looked at the strange girl, who was as still as a statue. If she was right, she was Alice who hid her appearance. Now that he was dealing with Alice's aftermath. Has Gulen's problem been solved? Then who solved the problem was himself, who had obtained past memories, or something that claimed to be the effect of the antipsychic drug, or something else. If it was his past self, how did he do it? The antipsychic drug only has the ability to change memories, and cannot affect his combat power, and it may not be that simple to deal with Gulen. Moreover, after taking the drug, Ma-En only had past memories. The drug took his mind to the age of 15, so he would not know anything that happened when he was 16. Therefore, after taking the drug, he must not know what happened. He still needs to figure out his situation before launching a counterattack against Gulen. But no matter what happened during this period of time, his past self should have enough time. If it was myself who was controlling the body a few minutes ago, then myself should have left some important information for me. Perhaps there would be memories that I want to retrieve, and ways to retrieve them. Although Ma-En does not have his past self, he thinks that myself will leave the information he needs after realizing the specific situation. My past self will definitely try to communicate with my present self as much as possible. After all, that's what he did last time in the mental hospital. Chapter 708. Thinking of this, Ma-En continued to ask, "Besides this, didn't I tell you anything?" Lilith also realized that something was wrong. How could Ma-En not know whether she had told her anything? But Lilith couldn't ask too much. After all, it was Ma-En who arranged everything for Alice and her. Although Ma-En looked a little abnormal now, she had no right to say anything. After all, she was just a personality imagined by Alice. She showed a look of trying to recall. "I really can't think of anything you told me specifically. You just said that after arranging us, you would not appear in front of us casually to avoid exposing our whereabouts. Besides this, I can't think of anything particularly important." This is not what Main expected. If it was my past self who just controlled the body, then he should have given Lilith some basic instructions in advance, at least to let her realize that such a change might occur. Could it be that the body that just controlled the body was not my past self, or myself didn't understand the current situation at all? Main looked up at the surrounding scene. This was an extremely high-end reception room. The woman opposite him was wearing a very formal professional suit and a polite smile on her face. And most of the figures outside the corridor that were frozen like sculptures also looked like local professionals. Recalling the words of the woman just now and Lilith's explanation, Main said, "So we are hiding Alice? This is some kind of facility that can help us hide her from the Federation. Is all we have to do?" This was beyond Ma-En's expectation. If he were now, he would not do this. Leaving Alice alone in a facility outside did not seem to be a particularly wise decision. Perhaps the past self had his reasons. Or this place was still some kind of illusion, and he had completely lost to Gulen or the power of Shishao. Lilith looked at Ma-En with more and more doubts. But she still didn't ask anything, just answered Mon's question. "Yes, you said that you wanted me to take good care of Alice here, and said that from now on she doesn't need to worry about the danger from the Federation, and I have to thank you for stabilizing her condition." Mon immediately asked, "Can you record all our contacts during this period?" Lilith nodded. "Okay, but in fact, I have only been in contact with you for less than half a day, and you didn't communicate with me much. You just gave me the instructions I just said, and then brought me here." Mon realized something very important. "Wait, what day is it now?" Lilith replied, July 24th. It was 3 days away from the day he took the medicine. While talking, he also wrote down all the things he observed during his contact with Ma En on paper money. Ma En then asked, "So I found you and came here in half a day?" Lilith nodded. "Half a day is even too much. You are very fast. It's like you have a back door in this company. You got everything done in a few seconds, including other instructions and arrangements related to me and Alice." Ma En looked at the scene outside the window and asked, "By the way, where is this place?" Lilith replied naturally, "Eastern Federation Demographics Company, you told me the name." Ma En took the note from Lilith, which recorded everything she saw about herself in detail, but as she said, there was nothing worth mentioning. Perhaps his past self left the information in the Abnormal Control Bureau. He put the note into the Control Bureau, and then said to Lilith, "Okay, let's get the things in front of us first, and I will leave you early to avoid arousing suspicion from the Federation or something. Anyway, let's follow the past self." Lilith also nodded, then took a half step back and disappeared in front of him. "Mr. Sarah, if you are not satisfied with our plan, we can change it at any time," the woman asked with a gentle professional smile on her face. Ma En shook his head. "No, just get things done." Hearing this, the girl looked up at Ma En, her eyes full of sincere gratitude. She lowered her voice and whispered, "Uncle Sarah, thank you for your help. Also, Lilith is a little shy. She asked me to tell you that we will not forget your kindness. If you need anything, please come to us, and we will definitely repay you." The girl said this with an extremely firm tone, as if she had made up her mind completely. No matter what Ma En asked for in the future, she would do her best to repay him. Ma En nodded to the girl. "It's okay, remember to listen to Lilith. I have something to do and I leave first." Under the girl's grateful gaze, Ma En turned and left. After just a few turns, he left the corner of the Eastern Federation Demographics Company and stepped into the corridor of the Abnormal Control Bureau. Ma En raised his legs and walked towards his office, but before he took a few steps, a familiar figure flashed in front of him out of thin air. Qin Lan stood on the floor of the Control Bureau intact, reporting with joy, "Ma En, Kanya did not arouse the suspicion of the Federation, and the plan to save Alice is going exactly as we expected. They all suspect that it was Gulen who did it, and they should not find us here. Although Kanya's memory has been replaced now, she thinks she is loyal to the Federation, but we have been able to completely gain her loyalty. This is also our highest level spy in the Federation." Ma En looked at the intact body in confusion and asked, "How did you recover?" Hearing Ma En's words, Qin Lan raised her head in confusion. "What? Do you mean that there is more work recently?" "It's okay. This is already easy for me. I have long been accustomed to days without rest." Her words were as if nothing had happened. Ma En directly called up the data of several other employees through the Control Bureau. Qin Yuan and Yu were not inside the Control Bureau at the moment. Qin Yuan was receiving guidance from the Pope, while Yu was wandering in the library. It seemed that the Control Bureau was not in an emergency state at the moment. But he soon noticed some problems. All the formal employees looked normal, but many Level 0 employees, that is, the names of prisoners in the Control Bureau disappeared, and no corresponding records were found. It was as if they had never existed. Qin Lan looked at Ma En in confusion. "What's the matter?" Ma En shook his head. "Nothing, you go and get busy first." After saying that, he took a few steps forward, leaving Qin Lan out of sight, then turned around and opened the office door that suddenly appeared, and walked into the nominal control center. As he opened the door, a pungent smell penetrated his nostrils. Ma En's eyes passed over the desk and chair, looking at the wall dyed golden red by blood. The corpse was like a flattened mosquito, with black feathers all over the office, and in the middle there was a strange empty chest embedded in the wall alone. In the center, 7 colored blood fell from the chest like a waterfall. 8 slender white arms were crookedly embedded around the chest, and 2 sapphire-like eyeballs were quietly on the ground, and the purple-red eye sockets looked unwillingly at Ma En who walked in. The crooked and hideous head was hung at the top like a trophy, and the twisted look was mixed with strong hatred, anger, fear, panic, determination, pleading, hatred. Although this face has been completely changed, Ma En can still recognize it clearly. Gulen. Chapter 709. When he walked in front of the corpse, Gulen's torso suddenly shook violently, and Ma En instantly used telekinesis to isolate him from the corpse. But this was not some kind of revenge after Gulen's death. Then blood gurgled out of the torso. Unlike other colors of blood, this time it was bright red blood, as if those colorful bloods were the products of its deterioration, and this ruddy blood was its true appearance. The blood flowed through the wall like a bright red waterfall, and when the blood in the torso was exhausted. There were some unconvinced blood words on the wall. You won. With a few flashes, the translucent floating panel of the Abnormal Control Bureau appeared in front of Ma again, and the interface that Ma had not found just now appeared. The neatly arranged sentences appeared on the interface. The incarnation of Shishao is no longer a threat. Do not use the spoils unless necessary, and do not use them yourself even if you have to. If you have to use it by force, you must do something to Alice's head before using it. You need to operate carefully after understanding the principle, and it is best to use expendable personnel to prevent being completely replaced by fantasy. You must recover after use, unless you don't need to worry about Special Situation A. Special Situation A means that the incarnation of Shishao attacks you again. When Special Situation A occurs, you can use the spoils yourself, but doing so will most likely cause you to have many side effects including mental disorder, and it is extremely difficult to cure. But in fact, you don't really need to use the spoils yourself, because after you take the above measures, because the incarnation of Shishao has the ability to predict the future, Special Situation A will never actually happen. Finally, never take Alice or other reality twisters in under any circumstances. When Martin finished reading these words, the interface showed the information he had not found just now. Abnormal entity, rabbit hole. Abnormal strength, V.5. Description: it was once a paradise imagined by children, full of flowers and springs, able to cure terminal illnesses, solve famines, and breed the most innocent and kind lives. They promised to save the world with the girl. It was once a strange cave shaped by fear and blood, changing like a nightmare. Horrible monsters were constantly bred in the deepest part of the girl's imagination, dancing around the evil master, but even their terrible cold-blooded master could not suppress their chaotic and bloodthirsty nature. This entity is a countermeasure device for the incarnation of Shishao. It remains basically stable for the time being and can be reshaped into various forms by the girl's imagination again. However, imagination is difficult to control and changes need to be cautious. Abnormal characteristics. Rabbit hole V.5. A girl's imagination. The neat words conveyed the information clearly, and the familiar tone reminded Ma of the note he saw when he woke up in the mental hospital. If this was really left by himself, or something in his memory, then Gulen must have been completely killed. Although Ma had seen his body, it definitely did not mean that Gulen was gone. The real horror was not his body transformed by imagination, but imagination itself. Therefore, only when this power was destroyed or contained could it be said that Gulen was really dead. No matter who it was, the guy who controlled the body contained Gulen, that is, Alice's overflowing imagination. This power is not completely equivalent to Alice's own power, but it is almost its incarnation in reality. Just like Gulen's own power is not completely equivalent to Alice's power, this entity is now completely equivalent to the part of power that Gulen mastered at that time. As described, this power has extremely high plasticity. At the beginning, this power created a fantasy world that was almost like a paradise, with all kinds of beautiful creatures and many magical powers that almost represented kindness. But under Gulen's shaping, this power has also undergone tremendous changes, and if he understands correctly, this power has been reshaped again by something. It has become a mechanism for solving the incarnation of Shishao. Ma couldn't understand how this was done, nor could he imagine how he achieved it. After all, Alice's imagination should be extremely complex and elusive, and Gulen has deeply transformed her, so it is difficult to be reshaped in a short time. But in fact, it has not only been reshaped, but also seems to have stabilized. This reminded Mon of the guy's name Forger. Could it be that she recast and stabilized Alice's mental state? In any case, it seems that when he was unconscious, all the crises were solved. And although this message strongly warned him not to use this power easily, it also hinted that if he could stably change and restore Alice's imagination, then he could use this power. Although this cannot be used by Mon himself, it is not a problem. Because Alice can imagine something very powerful and helpful, or some special weapon that can be used against certain enemies, just like now. If he can master the specific use of it, it seems that he can create extremely terrible restraining weapons against most enemies, and as long as he can do it safely, Alice should not resist. Rather, recalling the grateful expression on the girl's face when she said goodbye to him, she should be very happy to help him forge some special weapons in certain situations. As for when to do this, the message actually said it very clearly. Although the message only said that it should not be done in a short period of time, as long as you think about it a little, it is not difficult to come to the conclusion when the rabbit hole can be reshaped. That is when the incarnation of Shishao is no longer a threat to him, and to do this, Ma probably needs to become stronger himself, or master the method of quickly converting the function of the rabbit hole. This matter can be studied by Kanya and Cherry together. With the joint participation of the world's top psychic experts, Alice experts, and top psychic entities, some safe methods should be found to achieve the reshaping of the rabbit hole. And if Kanya participates, there is no need to worry about anyone hurting Alice. There is also no need to worry about Alice being stimulated again. After all, if there is any possibility that Alice will be stimulated, Kanya will oppose it with all her strength. Unconsciously, Maan has arranged new jobs for Kanya and Cherry in his mind. It seems that the situation is very clear. The mastermind behind the scenes is a bit like the caster. Maybe he also has a split personality similar to Alice? But no matter what, the guy who took action is on his side. It seems that everything has been solved smoothly, and he finally returned to a calm and comfortable daily life. But he still has a question that has not been answered, which is why he prefers to take action. That is, how should his memory be restored? And what was his past like? The guy who controlled the body did not leave any information about his past. In other words, either he doesn't care about his past at all, or he doesn't want to recall what he looked like in the past, which is consistent with what the faceless man has been doing in his mind. It seemed that it successfully intercepted its own memory again. Chapter 710. Kanaya walked out of the memory recovery room and exhaled deeply. Although she had to delete all her memories every time she left the control bureau, it was necessary for her to be an undercover agent. However, she would become particularly tired every time she completed the memory recovery. Although in theory their operating measures were already very mature and would not cause any harm, the current memory replacement measures should still have room for improvement. Perhaps she should find time to talk to Ma-In. But now there is something more important. She walked into Ma-In's office. How is the situation? Ma-In, who was sitting behind his desk sorting out documents, raised his head. Kanaya glanced at Qin-Lan, who was standing next to the desk, and then said, "The Federation does not seem to suspect us at all, although we mentioned the matter of the anti-psychic drug to them some time ago, and I also submitted the demand for the anti-psychic drug. But our fake destruction scene should have convinced them. They must have thought that the anti-psychic drug was destroyed during the invasion of Gulen, and there was no flaw in the plan I submitted. Most of the psychics experts died in the accident. The few remaining psychics experts also died in the accident we planned. Now it's hard for them to understand." Ma-In nodded slightly. Very good. Although the result was good, the psychics experts who died in the accident mentioned by Kanaya were not killed by the Control Bureau. In his memory, there was no armed conflict during the retreat. These guys were probably killed by Gulen, but now in the memory of Kanaya and Qin-Lan, these guys were solved in the accidents they arranged. As for Gulen's invasion, it didn't exist in their memory at all. Main's experience in the illusion and Gulen's invasion in the Control Bureau didn't exist in their memory. They only knew that Gulen was no longer a threat. Those disappeared Level 0 employees seemed to have never existed. They had never even joined the Control Bureau. At this moment, Main was sitting behind his desk, sorting out the records of others in the past few days. He was trying to sort out what happened in the eyes of others to judge whether he should make the next decision. "By the way, what do you think about Alice's matter?" he suddenly asked. Kanya answered firmly, "I think it's completely feasible. Her brain is actually no different from others, because her power can't directly affect herself, so it won't be so confused that it's hard to understand. But we need to be cautious. Her power is still difficult to control." Mon asked, "Do you think this won't be dangerous?" Kanaya knew what Mon meant. He was worried whether she would mind if the Control Bureau used Alice again. After all, the reason why she betrayed the Federation was Alice. If she felt that what the Control Bureau did to Alice was too bad, it might be a hidden danger for Mon. Kanaya answered sincerely, "You have already given me this task. As long as you can ensure the most basic respect for the experimental rules, exploring Alice's power is not as dangerous as imagined, and understanding her power will also help her. I definitely understand this simple truth." Mon nodded. "If you encounter any difficulties or dangers, communicate with me immediately." Kanya nodded, then paused for a few seconds. "Thank you." This sentence was not only an answer to Marn's question, but also a gratitude to Marn for finally rescuing Alice. In fact, Kanya didn't have so much hope at the beginning. She was just grasping the last straw in her life. But Marn not only rescued Alice as promised, but also stabilized her mental state on the verge of collapse, and found a way to arrange a new identity for her so that she could return to normal life. She could never imagine that Marn would do this, especially after seeing how coldly an institution like the Federation treated Alice. This situation was almost beyond her understanding. Not to mention that Marn asked her to find a way to use Alice safely, Even if he directly captured a few people and asked her to perform surgery on their brains to transform their minds, Kanya would not ask a single word of nonsense. She had seen what the Control Bureau did with her own eyes, and trust had taken root in her heart. Marn nodded slightly. He didn't know that his actions had established a strong loyalty in the heart of this psychic expert, but he didn't need to know. Because he knew better that as long as he always maintained basic respect for Alice's life, Kanya would definitely stand firmly by his side. He believed in sustainable reasons more than loyalty forged by emotions. So do you think that if I continue the original negotiations with the Federation and try to get the anti-psychic drug through them again, will it arouse suspicion? Mon's words surprised Kanya. Didn't they already get the anti-psychic drug? But trust made her not ask anything, and she directly stated her judgment. I don't think so, they should not suspect us. Mayan nodded. Very good, then Qinlan will start to make arrangements. Now that there is no obstruction from the power of Shinshao, it should not be difficult to obtain the anti-psychic medicine. The existence that controls the body did not leave any memories of his past. But he did not leave any warnings for his memory exploration, which means that at least using the anti-psychic medicine to explore memories seems to be safe, and the worst result is that nothing happens. The last use did not strictly follow his original arrangement. Originally, Mayan intended to let himself, who returned to the past state, communicate with others, let Qinlan and others explain the situation to his past self, and let him give his previous information through communication and communication. But the sudden attack of Shinshao and the invasion of Gulen destroyed his original plan, resulting in the fact that he may not understand the situation at all after taking the medicine, which may also be the real reason why he did not leave any memory. The past self only has the memory of the past, so he may not know that himself has lost his memory. He planned to take the anti-psychic medicine again, according to the original plan. The best case scenario was that he could communicate with himself smoothly according to the plan, and the worst case scenario was that he would meet the faceless man disguised as the caster. In any case, there should be no danger. Because not only did he not receive any warning, but the last time he took the medicine happened just now. Obviously, the use of the anti-psychic medicine did not cause any serious impact on him or the outside world. In fact, the anti-psychic medicine helped him solve some extremely difficult problems. He didn't know whether this situation could be reproduced, and how much influence the incarnation of Shishao had on it, but if the experiment proved that this situation could be reproduced, then even if the anti-psychic medicine could not help him regain his memory, it would also become a kind of last resort that he could use in desperate situations. Although it might not be possible to reproduce the effect this time, it was worth trying anyway, after all. It had already succeeded once. Chapter 711. Chao Yan poked the hard rock with her walking stick, and casually threw the stones in her hand onto the ground. After staring for a few seconds, she raised her head and looked at the starry sky, pinching her fingers to calculate the meaning of the stars. Although the stars did not match the time of her era, it had no effect on divination, and could guide all astrologers where to go. Her mind had not been so clear for many years. To some extent, this was a kind of illusion. After all, what she was deep in at the moment was an old dream made up of the memories of several people. It was difficult for people to make correct judgments in dreams. But at this moment, Chao Yan could remember a lot of things: the starry sky in her memory, the starry sky in the book, and those animals and plants that only existed in the magic fantasy. But these memories were also confused. She had seen many species that had never existed at the same time, and the smell of the air, the distance of the sun, and the shape of the moon were all from different eras, and many languages that had never been touched were also intertwined. This absurd confusion was like a scene in a dream, or, this is a dream. Far away, when she was born, what she could touch, even decades ago, are all in her dreams. This is not just Mayan or the guy's dream, it is also her dream. The cane is firmly embedded in the cracks of the rocks, dragging Chao Yan's body over the mountains. The bare rocky ground was left behind her, and the towering peaks disappeared, as if hidden in the clouds, but at this moment, there was only a light white mist in front of her, and a bamboo forest standing on the flat ground. Chao Yan turned around and looked behind her. The emerald green bamboo forest occupied almost all of her vision. A few birds flew by in the rustling, and the beautiful green crickets flapped their wings a few times. From farther away, there came the lively barking of dogs and crowing of chickens. The scene in front of her and the experience just now were like a dream. Such a clear dream. She raised her head and looked at everything around her with greedy eyes. Her desire for knowledge made her call on all her senses and tirelessly squeeze out all the information she could receive. The cane hit the wet soil, and the woman continued to move forward. The beautiful pond gradually parted the green bamboo, and appeared in front of her. The water in the pond was almost clear, and the bright red fish seemed to be floating in the air. There was also a wonderful bird standing by the water that Chow Yin had never seen before. Its black and white body stretched out gracefully, and what was even more eye-catching was the bright red on its head. It was so beautiful. This scene made the woman almost lose all her thoughts, and she just purely appreciated the scene in front of her. After a while, she noticed that there was an inconspicuous wooden house behind the pond. A childish voice, like the creaking of a rocking chair, came out. "Layman, where are you going?" A cute child of 7 or 8 years old walked out of the wooden house as he spoke, but when he walked across the pond and came to Chow Yin a dozen steps away, he was already a young man of 27 or 28. The young man looked kind. "Layman, did you get into this place by mistake?" Chow Yin looked at the young man, who spoke a language she had never heard of, but the pronunciation of these syllables was very similar to the current Eastern Federation language, as if there was some inexplicable connection. As if thinking that she hadn't reacted, the young man continued to ask, raising his hand and pointing to the left. "Layman, are you looking for a way? Walk a few hundred steps here, and you will be able to leave this place." Chow Yin stared at him and asked, "Are you a fragment of memory, or did you really see?" The young man smiled politely. "Layman, we don't welcome outsiders here, please go back." Chow Yin ignored his persuasion and asked directly, "No matter who you are, please ask me how to revive the dead. My lover died a few years ago. No matter what the price, I will bring his soul back. You can tell me if you want a reward." The young man sighed. "It's not easy to revive the dead." Chow Yin immediately realized what he meant. "So you have a way?" The young man looked her up and down for a few times, and then showed a look of realization. "I remember, you are the young monk named Yin. I remember that you have understood the method of reincarnation by yourself, which is also a talent." Chow Yin immediately asked, "Do you know me?" The young man explained gently, "We often send people to observe your behavior, and I noticed you at that time." Chow Yin showed a puzzled look, and then asked tentatively, "Are you a fragment of memory, or are you communicating with me through divination?" The young man answered honestly, "I am indeed in the memory, but also in front of you. I am not good at arithmetic, and I haven't been a mirror viewer for a long time. You are talking to me now, naturally because I am talking to you at this moment." Chow Yan's expression became more and more serious. "In other words, you are real. Not only in the memory, you also successfully survived the disaster that led to the destruction of the Rama Empire? Even at the time of this memory, you already existed?" The young man smiled. "I have already become an immortal, so I will naturally live forever." Although she had never heard these words, Chow Yin immediately understood the meaning behind them. Her expression became more and more solemn. "To be honest, I didn't think I could really find you, nor did I think you were real. There is indeed a backside of this planet that we have never seen. And you are hiding in it, observing us through some mirror?" The young man nodded slightly. "Indeed, since the invasion of demons, we have already fled into the mountains and forests. If it weren't for the demons that fell into the mortal world in recent years and disrupted the formation, you wouldn't be able to see me." Chow Yin looked at him seriously. "Then can you teach me how to revive the dead? I don't miss anything except him. As long as you are willing to teach me how to revive him, I can even give you my life. Although this may be a little difficult." The young man shook his head. "What do I need your life for? Resurrecting the dead? You are a fool. To be honest, I came here to ask you to go back, but I see that you do have some outstanding talents and are a good material for practicing Taoism. I can teach you the art of summoning souls and pinching bodies, but there is a condition." Chow Yin showed surprise. "No matter what the condition is, you can take my soul, as long as you can help me revive him to this world and let him live peacefully until he dies of old age. Of course, in the best case, I still hope to be with him." The young man shook his head again. "What do I need your soul for? But I am afraid I can't fulfill your wish. I can teach you how to revive the dead, but if you want to learn, you have to stay here and not go back. Unless the formation is disbanded one day, I'm afraid you will never be able to save the person you want in this life. But if you worship me as your master, in addition to this method, I can also teach you the real art of dissolving the weapons, and the method of becoming an immortal, and I can also help you see your true nature and drive away the evil in you." However, after hearing these words, Chow Yan's eyes were filled with disappointment. Chapter 712. I just want to revive my lover. Chow Yan's tone was firm. "In the legends I heard, you have terrible magic power. Is it difficult to revive my lover across the dividing line?" The young man shook his head. "It shouldn't be difficult. If it were an ordinary mortal, I would help you with a raise of my hand, but you may have forgotten it. But your lover should have died when the demon fell." Chow Yan showed a puzzled look. "What do you mean?" The young man looked at her, thought about it, and answered her. Not long ago, a demon descended into the formation. Although the demon was eventually repelled, it caused you indelible and tragic pain. For example, no one in your world knows about this. He died before the demon descended. It is much more difficult to revive the dead. If I do it, it will violate the ban. Although he didn't say much, Chow Yun somehow understood the full meaning of these sentences. The so-called demons were some kind of terrible invaders, and they had come to her world. Wait, that means you have witnessed a natural disaster with your own eyes. Chow Yun was a little skeptical. I have heard that you are an extremely noble civilization and have great power. Didn't you try to help us? There was no questioning in Chow Yun's tone, only pure curiosity. As the ruler of the ancient Rama Empire, she had done things that were far more cold-blooded than the other party. So she didn't think the other party should do this. She was just a little confused. Because these rumors conflicted with the facts. After all, it is different from the other party. Chow Yun does not think that the Rama Empire is a noble civilization, nor does it have enough power. She herself is far from the moral character of the legendary immortals. But if they are really like the legend, they should hide behind the scenes and quietly influence their world, even if it is not a change for the better. The young man seemed to have expected her to ask this question, and answered without any surprise. We tried. Chow Yun asked unexpectedly, then you can't deal with this demon. The young man sighed and shook his head. No, it's just that the influence we provide is insignificant. I once proposed to send heavenly soldiers and generals to suppress the demons in the heavens, but the emperor rejected my proposal, because although we have the ability to suppress the demons, if we suppress this time, the next time the demons invade, they will come to us. When he said this, there was a little more apology in his eyes. Chow Yun asked puzzledly, can't you change quietly? The young man denied, it's easy not to be noticed by you, but it's hard not to be noticed by them. Chow Yun also understood what he meant. The reason why the heavenly court did not send people to their world was very simple. As long as the two worlds remained in their original state, their world would always be a buffer zone for the other world. If any external disaster wants to spread to the other world, at least it must destroy its own world first. In any case, the cultivation world will have enough time to deal with it. Even if they are lucky, their world will be destroyed, and the other side will not be affected at all. But it would be different if the other party helped them. At least in the eyes of the young man and his colleagues, doing so would inevitably expose them to the disasters of the outside world. Too much interference would leave clues. After hearing this, Chow Yun also lost the idea of what the other party said. She came here through a dream, as if she wanted to find a way to revive her lover. Apart from this, she didn't care about anything related to the world of cultivation. She didn't care about the young man's opinion on whether she should help fight against the demons. Chow Yun only cared about whether the other party could save her lover. She wanted to find out the real purpose of the young man's appearance, and find a way to save her lover. Holding on to the last hope, she asked, so this is why you showed up? You are different from your colleagues. Do you feel sorry for not helping our world? The young man shook his head. After practicing to my level, how can I be obsessed with distracting thoughts? We can't take risks with hundreds of millions of innocent lives. I came here only because the formation was disturbed after the demon fell. Otherwise we can't meet, but speaking of the formation, I remember that a few days ago, an evil cultivator took advantage of the disturbance of the formation and escaped. He said this and pondered for a moment. I still can't violate the ban, but if you can get rid of the evil cultivator, then leaving the memory of meeting me will not be considered a violation of the ban, but our immortal skills still cannot be passed on. Let me think. How about this? I can provide help privately without violating the ban. I will swear to help you revive your beloved as much as possible, but I can't guarantee success. And you have to swear not to tell anyone about this meeting. Chow Yun asked in surprise. So you have a member in our world, what reason do you have not to do it yourself? You actually asked an outsider like me to help? Aren't you afraid that he will expose your affairs? The young man shook his head. We want to capture him only because he is our man. Zayayozi will not expose us, because he has also sworn not to reveal any secrets, and if he encounters the devil coming to the world, he will disband his soldiers and leave, otherwise he will never be reborn. If you don't want to help, then let Zayayozi go, he can't cause any trouble. He smiled at this. If he can cause more trouble than we can, we would have caught him long ago. You can just agree to this matter first, and it doesn't matter if you don't want to take action in the future. As long as you agree, I have a reason not to erase your memory. Although Chow Yun was quite wary of him, and even suspected that the purpose of the young man's appearance was to let her get rid of the so-called evil cultivator, there was no loophole in his logic. And she could also feel that the other party was much stronger than herself. Even stronger than her strongest, she didn't know what this realm called immortal meant, but it was obviously beyond her current understanding. The other party didn't even agree to really help her revive her lover. But the other party didn't really ask her to get rid of this evil cultivator. If it was in other circumstances, Chao Yin would just turn around and leave when she met such a suspicious guy, and it was very likely that after she really helped the other party solve the problem, she would get nothing in the end. But Chao Yin didn't really hesitate. How do I swear? Some things can make her abandon all doubts and cautions. The young man looked up and said, "You just swear to the Emperor of Heaven not to reveal our news." Chao Yin said doubtfully, "What should I say specifically?" The young man replied indifferently, "You can say anything. He can hear it." Chapter 713. Chao Yin opened her eyes. The cold sunlight shone into her bed from the window, and the white ceiling was stained with a few strands of gold. The sleepiness that she had not felt for a long time quickly faded in her mind, and the haziness and confusion also dissipated. This feeling was like every time she came back to life. It has been a long time since I slept so well. Then, the memories in the dream came to her mind, and Chao Yin was completely awake. That half of the world not only existed, but she did see a certain immortal cultivator. If I am not mistaken, he should have existed in that era, and he is still alive today. Exactly the same as the rumors, the magic technology of that civilization is more advanced, involving all the methods they can imagine, and simply learning the magic of that civilization can prolong life. Even when their magic attainments reach a certain level, they can naturally gain immortality. Unlike the magicians of the Rama Empire, who need to learn extra reincarnation spells, life spells, or necromancy spells to extend their lifespans, they don't need things like the Fountain of Youth. Even if she understood correctly, this life extension technology should be extremely advanced, and it is very likely that not only does it not have any of the flaws of common life extension technologies, but it also has various benefits for the body. It is precisely because of such a highly developed magic civilization that they can master the resurrection technology. Although they also had some resurrection spells in the Rama era, she didn't remember how to use them, and those spells often had various limitations and were not perfect. If anyone could have perfect resurrection technology, it must be the Xiaoxian civilization. Judging from the reaction of the young man, her judgment should be correct. Although many aspects of the other party were extremely suspicious, such as the oath without any proof and the sudden proposal to deal with Xiaoyozi, Chao Yin didn't care. Anyway, she had plenty of opportunities for trial and error. She got off the bed and changed her clothes. She walked to the cabinet, half squatted, and began to pack up the sundries. Chao Yin was ready to be discharged from the hospital. Regardless of whether there was a conspiracy or not, she planned to try to deal with the evil cultivator, and she already had several feasible ideas, and even if she lost most of her power, it would not affect her actions. She swept away all the soft clothes on the cabinet, carefully reached out to the bottom photo frame, and gently wiped the dust on the photo frame with a towel. The well-preserved photos became clearer and clearer. The huge Ferris wheel stood behind him, and many blurred figures came and went. Standing in the front left was a girl with dark brown skin. Her face was filled with a happy and bright smile. It was as if she would be so happy for the rest of her life. And there was a blurry figure standing next to her. Chao Yin frowned slightly, and reached out to wipe the photo frame again. Still blurry. Impossible, nothing could contaminate this photo. How could his figure become blurry? She clearly remembered this photo. Then, Chao Yin immediately realized a terrible fact. She suddenly couldn't remember what the photo looked like. She couldn't even remember when she went to the amusement park with him. Thinking about it further, strong fear and panic completely occupied Chao Yin's heart. She couldn't even remember his face. Thinking carefully, she hadn't said his name for a long time. She suppressed her panic. She looked down at the photo. This time, Chao Yin forced herself to focus on the people behind them. Almost all the pedestrians coming and going were blurred, with only a few normal ones. Faceless and invisible, like a dead ghost. She raised her head suddenly. When was she hospitalized? No, she didn't remember. Chao Yin stood up hurriedly and put away everything. She had to be discharged from the hospital now, and then contact Ma En according to her original plan. Among all the people she thought of to help find Xiaoyozi, Ma En was originally ranked first. Originally, she wanted Ma En to help her find Xiaoyozi. Strictly speaking, he owed her a favor, not to mention that after waking up this time, she brought back a message that the other party might be very interested in. By observing the dream, she was sure that Ma En didn't know about this matter. After all, it was not like he had seen the real appearance of those creatures, nor did he understand how dreams work. But with the knowledge she had, it would be easy to determine an important thing. something that is extremely easy to overlook. But now she had to ask Ma En how he entered the hospital, and then see if she could use this information or other rewards to exchange for his help. Ma En? Chow Yun paused, then stood up straight, turned her head, and looked at the door. At some point, the door of the ward had been opened, and there stood a strange and bloated figure, which made Chow Yun alert instantly, because he seemed to have been standing there for a long time. At the moment, when a thought flashed through her mind. This figure was wearing some kind of completely tight professional clothing. It looked a bit like a chemical protective suit, but it was much wider and white in color. The position of the head was completely different from that of an ordinary chemical protective suit. It was a helmet that was almost spherical. There was a black curved mirror on the front of the helmet, and the other party's eyes seemed to be hidden behind the black mirror. "Who are you?" Chow Yun looked at him sharply. "You just now wanted to tell." The intermittent dull voice seemed to come from the coffin. "Ma En, what?" Seeing this, Chow Yun didn't say any more nonsense, and directly made a gesture with a cold look in her eyes. Although she didn't remember much knowledge, she could still tidy up the house. As she moved, all the walls lit up with complex magic arrays, and a suffocating and terrible breath instantly descended, and several powerful and deadly spells instantly descended on the white figure. But at the moment the spell fell, regular patterns appeared on the surface of the white uniform. Silence. All magic was ineffective. Chow Yun's eyes were fixed on those lines, and she immediately realized that the situation was not good, because she had a lot of knowledge, and immediately realized where she had seen lines arranged in this pattern. That was the shape of dragon scales. Any power that the dragons did not understand could not penetrate their dragon scales. This creature was almost the most terrible mage killer. Seeing this, the bloated white figure also raised his hand, as if he wanted to do something to her. Chow Yun made another gesture. The death spell fell on her, and as her body turned into dust, everything in front of her gradually collapsed in front of her, and then she fell into the deepest darkness. In her perception, it was almost the next moment. Fresh air suddenly poured into her lungs, reigniting the rusty body like gasoline, and then she used both hands to support the tattered body that had just died, and stood up with difficulty. "What on earth is that guy?" "Me?" When the thought flashed through his mind, Chow Yun also saw a white figure appearing out of thin air in front of him. Chapter 714. Shadow looked at the information in his hand with a focused look. This was really a bit too coincidental. The experiment just happened to use the anti-psychic drug, and it was completely destroyed by Gulen during the attack. But if it was just this, he would not be particularly suspicious. After all, no one would think that Gulen would help Maine, and the Federation had no doubts about it. They also sent a more loyal counter-espionage team to check the memories of all survivors, and conduct a recovery investigation, but all signs pointed to the terrible thief. But Shadow also noticed other problems. That is, while he was looking for Tang Xuowan to find out about Maine's situation, there were several changes in the Federation regarding the anti-psychic drug, and they seemed to be trying to prevent the anti-psychic drug from being taken away in any way. This change reminded Shadow of many guys, Shishao, Oracle, Eastern Federation Spy Company, and the giant abnormal entity Federation that now rules the world. But no matter who did it, this matter looks very strange. Although these coincidences do not constitute any evidence, the Federation will not react to them. They are busy dealing with Alice's disappearance and Gulen's invasion, but Shadow has a feeling that this matter has some secret connection with Maine's transaction. Although there is no detailed evidence to support this feeling, the Federation does not think it is unusual at all. But after all, Shadow is already a high-level member of the Federation's abnormal structure. If he insists on the Federation investigating and taking new precautions against Maine, they will definitely listen to him. The question is whether he wants to do this. Shadow didn't care how the Federation treated Ma En, whether they wanted to kill him, capture him, or coexist peacefully with him. None of this had anything to do with him, but if it was the former, he at least didn't want this confrontation to be initiated by himself. Even if Shadow had full information about himself, and was not afraid of the power displayed by Ma En and the secret alliance behind him, he always had a kind of vigilance close to appreciation for Ma En himself. Let Ma En hate him, without sufficient interest driving. It was not a particularly wise decision. And he was not really loyal to the Federation. Although he had been in the Federation for a long time, Shadow had not forgotten his true identity. He was just a shadow. The Federation was not his master. Just as he was thinking, there was a knock on the door, and then the visitor walked in directly. The one who pushed the door in was his current chief assistant, a former important subordinate of Shinshao, and an important member who took the lead in rebelling in the plan to encircle Shinshao, Wang Yang, one of the Yin-Yang twins. At this time, the boy was filled with strong fatigue and boredom. His messy formal clothes showed that he had been dealing with politicians not long ago, otherwise he would have torn the ugly clothes into pieces. But even though he was emitting negative energy, the boy still managed to force a smile. "Minister, the Federation is looking for you, saying that there is something to discuss in secret." The shadow nodded to him. "Okay, I'm on my way now." After sending out the body, the shadow did not disappear in front of Wang Yang, but asked with concern, "Are you a little busy at work recently?" The boy shook his head when he heard this. No, I just haven't adapted yet." Feeling the fear and regret coming from Wang Yang, Shadow asked with a smile, "Do you regret betraying Xiao a little bit?" Strong fear came from Wang Yang. He stared at Shadow with his eyes tightly, and hundreds of terrible fantasies seemed to have emerged in his mind. But Shadow smiled. "Don't worry, the Federation didn't give me the authority to invade your mind. No one wants to deal with you, but your emotions are too obvious, and I don't need to use my ability to observe your state. Your expression is written on your face." Wang Yang straightened his body, and pulled the skin on his face, so that he couldn't see his expression. Shadow shook his head. "Don't be so scared. It doesn't matter what you think. Even if you regret it, the Federation won't mind. Now you have joined the Federation, and you and Wang Ying care about each other very much. Then you will be easy to control for the Federation, and it won't worry about your betrayal." After hearing this, Wang Yang gradually calmed down. "Well, my life now is indeed different from what I originally thought, but if I think about it carefully, compared to the days when I followed Xiao, at least I am not so worried now. At least if we do bad things secretly, the Federation will not be particularly angry." A long time ago, he would not even call those words bad things. For him and Wang Yin, that is their nature. Shadow smiled. "Then how many bad things did you do after betraying Xiao?" Wang Yang was stunned. Then he quickly realized that he and his sister had not had their own time for a long time. Since joining the Federation, it has been very hard just to maintain their position here. They didn't do anything bad, not even killing half a person. The difference between now and when they followed Xiao is that they could realize that they were imprisoned at that time, but now they have already tied themselves up with ropes. Shadow said, "Don't worry, you won't have time in the future. Under the baptism of Xiao, you have gradually mastered the ability to control and restrain yourself, and the Federation will give you reasons to restrain yourself. Soon, you will no longer have the courage to break free, because you will get a lot of things you never had before in the Federation, and you will be afraid of losing them. Your bottom line has been figured out by it." Wang Yang raised his head suddenly, and looked into Shadow's eyes. "Why are you telling me this? Aren't you affiliated with the Federation?" Shadow shrugged. "Yes, but I am not afraid of it. It is it that needs me, not me. If you want to survive here, you'd better find your place like me. In this way, you don't need to worry about being abandoned by it, you just need to consider whether you want to abandon it." The ghost boy didn't expect Shadow to say such treasonous words. He looked at him with the most intense gaze, and his mind flashed back to the dream he had some time ago. But there was still a very important question in his mind that he had to answer. "Why did you tell me this?" The boy asked nervously. "Aren't you afraid that this news will spread to those annoying counselors? They seem to have a special opinion of you." The shadow smiled. "Of course I'm not worried. Although you two dared to betray Xiao, you are completely different from her. I don't have any weaknesses." Chapter 715. While Shadow was talking to Wang Yang, Shadow also came to the Central Federation. He pushed the door open without hesitation. Sitting at the back was the Federation politician Ye Qingyu. The young politician had a tired face, and his shoulders were also bent by the heavy work. Ever since he got involved in the affairs of Marx and Engels, he seemed to be trapped in it. He obviously had a bright future, and it was only a matter of time before he joined the House of Lords. But since he was sent to participate in matters related to Marx and Engels, he has never made any achievements that would help him rise. In fact, this situation is also very normal. After all, Ye Qingyu's handling from beginning to end was pretty good. The Federation would naturally keep inertia and arrange him in this position, but the problem lies here. The affairs of Marx and Engels were very tricky, so he could not really achieve any results. In this process, he did not damage the interests of the Federation. In fact, not everyone can do this. But this is not good for his resume. Thinking of this, Shadow also felt a little more sympathetic towards Ye Qingyu, but he didn't spend time chatting with the young politician who had worked with him several times, because there was a lazy young man sitting next to him. The man's face was similar to that of a teenager, and the posture of sitting with his legs crossed also exuded a cynical temperament. When he looked at Shadow, his eyes also flashed with the light of seeing new things, as if he was really a child who knew nothing about the world. You are Shadow. He grinned widely, the mind reader with many bodies. I heard that you can use many bodies to handle many things at the same time. How do you do that? He looked at Shadow with pure curiosity. This was the first time the other party had seen him, but Shadow had heard of this guy's name a long time ago. Kong Lu was a bit similar to Nieching. They were both extremely young politicians, and they also had families that were deeply rooted in the federal parliament. They also had considerable achievements and fame. On the premise that he was 2 years younger than Nieching, Kong Lu's position in the Federation was even higher than Nieching. But unlike Nieching, who was exhausted at the moment due to hard work, Kong Lu did not have the same outstanding problem-solving ability as him. On the contrary, he was almost ignorant in various professional matters. This was because there was a subtle difference between him and Nieching. Although they both had families behind them, the power centered on the Kong family was far larger than that of the Nye family and the Shu family. The Kong family was one of the 3 largest family forces in the Federation. These 3 families were almost the rulers of divide and rule in the parliamentary system, and these huge families all had unique features. Wherever the Lin family members go, they are accompanied by special bodyguards. It seems that some kind of extremely comprehensive small structure has been established around them within the Federation, with various professionals. The Lu family members are completely secretive. No one has ever seen their existence. All communication is carried out through various devices. Some people even suspect that they do not exist at all. There is also a conspiracy theory that they are some kind of internal measure used by the Federation to manipulate the results of the parliament. The Kong family is the most high-profile faction among them. Unlike all politicians, they have convinced the Federation in some way to allow them to carry out extremely high levels of supernatural transformation. In other words, almost all members of the Kong family are people with special abilities, and their status is determined by the effects of various supernatural surgeries on them, and Kong Lu's status is derived from this. He is one of the few 5th-level people with special abilities in the entire family. Compared with the other 2 families, Shadow hates this Kong family more, because when power and strength are combined, they become extremely arrogant. Even if it is not obvious on the surface, they exude a strong arrogance. Shadow can smell this smell. Seeing that he did not answer the question, Kong Lu also stood up and walked to Shadow's side, and directly stretched out his fingers to rub Shadow's arm, with an expression on his face as if he was looking at a newly bought toy. You can touch it. Kong Lu showed a surprised smile. Then how did you manage to exist in so many places at the same time? I thought you created a mental illusion. Shadow looked at his finger poking at himself, and then asked, What do you want to see me for? Seeing that Shadow was not interested in explaining his ability, Kong Lu also withdrew his hand. And smile. The Shu family has come to us to complain. The young man's voice was steady and powerful, as if he was announcing a verdict. I hope you can pay a little attention to your behavior. What you should do is to serve us, instead of interrogating our people. The Shu family is a vassal of the Kong family. Shadow met his eyes. There was no fear in the young man's eyes, but rather a warning. Shadow asked back, Do you think you are the master of the Federation? Kong Lu smiled. No, but I know what you are to the Federation, Shadow. You are very powerful. If you were not a member of the Federation, I would definitely be in awe of you. Seeing you might be scared to death. But I know what contract you signed. No matter how fierce a wolf is, it will only be a dog after being collared. You don't need to act pretentiously in front of me, although Tang Xuo-1 is nothing to us. But it's not the one you should look for. His words were obviously threatening. Shadow narrowed his eyes, and opened his mouth. But before he spoke, Kong Lu smiled embarrassedly. Sorry, those were what my grandfather told me to say just now. He told me that I must say these words viciously in front of you. They are not afraid of you, but I respect you very much. Please sit down, Mr. Shadow. As he said this, his face returned to the cynical smile just now. Seeing his change of expression, Shadow did not expose his undisguised lie, but did not really sit down after listening to his words, but looked at him with cold eyes. Shadow had heard of Kong Lu's name a long time ago, because he was almost notorious. A shameless bastard, this is how all the ability users evaluate him. In fact, Kong Lu's words just now are not really meaningless. In fact, this is indeed a very practical way of warning, which can express threats without completely tearing the face off. But the premise is that the identity and status of the threatened person must be much lower, so that the other party can be forced to swallow this breath. Only in that case, this kind of face-changing performance is meaningful. He said this to the Shadow, but it actually did not have any practical function. It was as if he simply wanted to disgust him. Seeing that the Shadow still did not respond, Kong Lu turned his head to look at Nieching, and at the same time put away the smile on his face, looked at him with extremely arrogant eyes, and said in the tone of commanding subordinates, "Explain the current situation to our minister." Chapter 716. After hearing Kong Lu's order, although Nie Qingyu was somewhat reluctant, he did not dare to express his dissatisfaction directly like Shadow, not only because he and Kong Lu actually had a status gap. More importantly, there was a difference in identity between him and Shadow. As a politician, Nie Qingyu had almost taken not offending anyone else as his instinct. To be honest, he was not really afraid of Kong Lu. Just as Kong Lu knew that Shadow could not do anything to him, Kong Lu could not do anything to Nie Qingyu. Although it was difficult to see, in fact, the Federation should be the most fair organization in the world. The promotion of any politician in the Federation was almost based on performance, and in theory, they could not hurt each other. There was an extremely complex and precise algorithm inside this organization, which could put capable people in the right position. However, although this algorithm was constantly changing, there were still things that changed faster than them. That was people. Even if it was indeed perfect in allocating positions based on ability, any guy with similar abilities to himself who joined the Federation would reach the same position a few years later. This was mainly determined by information. But the problem is that these people may not have the idea of joining the Federation, and secondly, Nie Qingyu knows very well that if he was not born in the Nie family, he would not have the ability he has now. It is not difficult to understand why his parents would train him like this, and the elders of the Nie family did not want to develop a common interest group at the beginning. The earliest founder of the Nie family just loved his child, and hoped that he could live a better life. But logically, this will inevitably lead to the formation of interest groups around them within the Federation, and such groups will continue to proliferate and expand, and will eventually have a certain inevitable influence. This is the inevitable result of the combination of mathematics and human nature, and the latter is more accurate. It is the parental love engraved in human genes. This is also one of the few internal aggregation factors that have not been eliminated by the Federation, and why almost all interest groups in the Federation appear in the form of families. In history, there have been guys with strong ambitions and abilities, and cold-blooded and cruel people who tried to form interest groups around themselves in other forms, but they did not succeed, because the Federation directly killed him. It seems that only the form of family is acceptable to the Federation. Perhaps the cost of preventing them from forming families is higher than the harm of these families to the Federation itself, so it allows them to do so. And this is also the reason why Nie Qingyu doesn't like to cause trouble, which will make his elders angry. Ma En came to see us again. Nie Qingyu said inertia. He asked us if there was any progress in the deal we discussed last time. As we thought, he really wanted the anti-psychic drug. Shadow had no expression on his face, but he was a little surprised in his heart. According to Tang Xuowan's confession, Ma En should have given up the deal. Is there some other conspiracy hidden in it? Or did she make a mistake in her judgment of Ma En? Rationally speaking, the answer should be the latter. But Shadow was not very willing to accept this answer. This was not just Tang Xuowan's point of view. He also thought so, and it was a bit inconsistent with his guess about Alice's attack. Although he didn't tell the Federation. But deep in his heart, he always felt that Ma En had obtained the anti-psychic drug. This incident seemed to imply that his inference was wrong. So why did you ask me to come? Shadow did not reveal any thoughts. Don't you want to cooperate with him to control the gods of the Southern Federation? Wouldn't it be better to just agree? Kong Lu smiled. It would be better if it was that simple. Nie Qingyu explained, the problem is here. The Federation does not intend to cooperate with Ma En. Shadow did not think this was a problem. Then make some other requests to him. I don't think he has to help us control the Southern Federation, but this secret alliance should also have something that the Federation wants, and the anti-psychic medicine is not particularly precious. His logic is very reasonable. But what happened is not reasonable. Kong Lu showed a playful look, and Nie Qingyu immediately explained, this is the problem. I'm afraid we have to find a way to reject him. A person with special abilities found the Federation and proposed to cooperate with us to control the gods, and he also told us a few things. First of all, the reason why Ma En was able to defeat the Sun God was not entirely due to the credit of the secret alliance. He was able to win to a large extent because of the help provided by this mysterious person with special abilities, and it was also the Sun God he sealed. In other words, if he doesn't continue to help, Ma En will no longer have the ability to fight against the gods, and this mysterious person with special abilities also declared that he will not provide any help to Ma En anymore. Because he was deceived by Ma En, and Ma En became our middleman. Nie Qingyu had told him these things privately, but in fact, Shadow never thought that this was a reason to refuse to trade with Ma En. Nie Qingyu continued, The more serious problem is that he is very angry about Ma-en's behavior, so he hopes that we will no longer cooperate with him. Just for this, he is willing to provide us with help to control the gods at a very low reward. The Federation agreed. Shadow closed his eyes slightly, then sighed and said, I don't think this is a wise decision. Conlu asked with a grin, Why? Because you have a personal relationship with Ma-en? We noticed that you are a little strange in dealing with things related to him. Can you explain it a little bit? Shadow finally showed a contemptuous look, because I am much smarter than you idiots. In your eyes, some of my actions may seem to be too friendly to Ma-en, but in my eyes, it is just due caution. Not everyone can provoke in the way you just did. If you said those words to Ma-en, you might die unexpectedly in a few months. Hearing his smile, Conlu laughed even happier. Then I am really glad that I didn't do that. Shadow squinted and said, Before making a decision, you should seek my advice. At least you should ask Niechingyu, who is in charge of Ma-en's affairs, for advice, instead of coming to me after making a decision. Conlu smiled and said, Don't worry about how the Federation will make a decision. You said it so seriously, as if letting Marx know that we did this would lead to some bad results. Shadow said coldly, I feel his urgency. I don't doubt that he will take risks for this. You may think that the Federation dares not offend anyone, but I don't see any respect in his eyes. Anyway, it's not me who should be responsible at that time. Conlu's smile was almost to his ears. Really? Since this matter is so troublesome, let's leave it to you and Niechingyu, two Marx experts. We have made a decision. If Marx is really angry because of our rejection, then you and Niechingyu should think of a way to deceive him, coax him, do something, as long as you don't reveal the real reason why we rejected him, and calm down the possible danger. This is the order given to you by the Federation. Chapter 717. Trouble. While Shadow was talking to Conlu, Shadow was walking in the inspection tunnel of the reality distortion prison. As a top abnormal ability person with super strong clone ability, the Federation had countless things he was dealing with at the same time. This was also an important reason why he was finally able to become the head of the investigation department. It was not only because of his strong enough mental ability, but more importantly, he could appear in multiple places here at the same time and handle information beyond the limits of human beings. Although he didn't want to pay attention to the arrogant Conlu, he didn't completely agree with his opinion. Conlu felt that he didn't really need to be in awe of himself, which might be reasonable from his perspective. He only had 2 eyes, and all he could see were the contracts that bound him. But Shadow had countless eyes, and he could vaguely see the outline of the entire Federation, the lake formed by all the houses in the Grand House, and the undercurrents under the lake. He could see all the changes in the investigation department, how the Federation controlled the world through this organization, and what the Federation used to connect the investigation department with its other parts. The shape of these bones was obvious to him, because he himself occupied the position of many bones. It may not be obvious now, but as time goes by, he will occupy more and more positions within the Federation and take on more and more indispensable responsibilities, and by then, he will become more and more important to the Federation. When he leaves, it will hurt the Federation. The Federation will value him more than others. As for the contract he signed, it is not important at all. The Federation can tear up what it asked him to sign. When he completely becomes the skeleton of this behemoth, he will also be able to influence its flesh and blood. But it is not time yet. Trouble, this is how he feels about this task. This matter will be very troublesome to deal with. Although at first glance it may not be a big deal, just rejecting the deal proposed by Ma-en, Shadow always feels that things are not that simple. Ma-en's reaction, Tang Xuowan's answer, his intuition, all point to the complexity of this matter. Although Ma-en's urging for a deal again conflicts with his speculation, the Federation's insistence on rejecting Ma-en's deal makes Shadow feel that something is wrong. Something is surging in the dark, something he can't see. Runes flicker, and mechanical structures operate. The door opens. The first thing Shadow sees is not the residents here, but the little lizard that runs over with its head shaking and tail wagging. It opens its mouth and spits out its tongue at Shadow viciously, making a warning hissing sound. Although it looked cute, Shadow looked at it with a serious look. Although it was only this small, it was it, and its kind that destroyed Atlantis not long ago. In the yard not far away, a figure similar to a human ran over. But the person coming was not the only creature here. The thing running over looked like a human child, but his whole body was made of wood, like a puppet that was carved too finely and given life by superb technology. Sorry, the puppet boy said, picking up the lizard, it has been a bit bad recently. Sister is waiting for you outside the yard. You can just go in. Shadow glanced at the puppet boy and the struggling little lizard in his arms, then turned and walked towards the yard. Shen Xiao, who was wearing various restraints, was suspended in midair and meditating. Although he couldn't see it, Shadow could imagine that she was using her vast divine power to fight against the ocean, keeping those monsters that were trying to destroy the world in a certain state. They are not living things. Shadow walked in front of Xiao, if I remember correctly. Xiao opened his eyes, stretched his body and fell lightly. Yes, they are just rashes of the ocean. Shadow turned his head and looked at the puppet boy. The last time I saw it, this guy was still a tree. The little lizard didn't change much, at least not in appearance, but I heard that he has a bad temper recently. Xiao looked at him calmly. It's not easy to maintain balance, but if you can remove my restraints, I can guarantee that these guys will all melt in the seawater in a few days, and they will be again. They are not a threat to us either. Shadow smiled. I can't make the decision on this matter. You can talk to the Federation yourself. Anyway, I think you two are similar. You are both something I can't really communicate with. Shen Xiao disagreed with his point of view. I am different from the Federation. If you want to say, the Federation may be similar to them, and you and I may be much more similar than others. Shadow didn't continue her words. These two things are not dangerous, right? Now I know what the Federation is worried about. You don't want them to fight against the Federation, do you? While speaking, he invaded Shen Xiao's surface consciousness. Hot blood flowed down Shadow's eyes, and the dazzling light pierced his skull, and his brain melted away like a burning candle. No! Shen Xiao answered to Shadow's body. As she finished speaking, the mechanical door not far away opened again, and the second Shadow walked in. That's good. Shadow walked to his completely melted body, and wiped the pure black blood with his feet. The Federation has a lot of concerns about you. After all, your power is too terrifying. Some people even suspect that although you didn't do anything, your power may have caused some kind of impact in the outside world that neither you nor we know. Shen Xiao answered honestly. This is possible, but the premise is that there must be some substantial power to rely on. At least I don't know that there is anything in the outside world that my power can rely on. If there is, it shouldn't be very strong. After all, my power output is within your strict calculation. Shadow nodded. Yes, this is not what I want to say this time. You may not know that Maine succeeded. He and the organization behind him successfully sealed the Sun God and fulfilled the agreement with the Federation. Xiao sat cross-legged on the grass. I'm not surprised. Shadow also sat down, but we were quite surprised. Who would have thought that such a new force would suddenly appear out of thin air? But this matter is not over yet. The Federation originally wanted to invite Maine to help control the gods. I know you definitely don't want this to happen. Maine refused at first, but recently he came to us for some reason and proposed a deal related to this matter. But the interesting thing is that we rejected him at this time. Do you know what he wants? Shadow didn't really want Xiao to answer. He said directly to himself. He wants to obtain the anti-psychic medicine by controlling the gods. What do you think about this? Chapter 718. Shen Xiao closed her eyes. I don't have any ideas. Seeing that she closed her eyes, Shadow did not force his way into her mind this time. Shen Xiao allowed him to enter just now because of the question about the agreement between the Federation and her. Shadow was only allowed to check this kind of question related to whether she wanted to escape. Shen Xiao would also make way. Otherwise, if he forced his way into her chaotic reality-distorted head, he would only be twisted and crushed by the terrible chaotic power burning in it, and completely evaporated into the space outside of reality. Since Shen Xiao did not want to answer, he had no choice. Of course, this was not without gain, because not answering also meant some kind of answer, and this was consistent with Shadow's speculation. Of course, he did not come here to verify his speculation. He had more important things to do. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'm here for something serious. Shadow said. Something happened to Alice? Shen Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. What happened? Shadow explained. The scene is almost impossible to restore. All information has been erased. The only survivor's memory is also confused. She is receiving treatment. To be honest, it seems that she survived because of the intruder's mercy. Based on the traces at the scene, we deduced that the visitor was Gulen. He seemed to have completely taken away Alice, who was under our protection for some reason, and the anti-Gulen measures we prepared were also destroyed. Now, no one knows Alice's situation. Shen Xiao sighed with some sadness. Shadow said, Can you think of his purpose? Why did he suddenly break into the Federation and choose to take Alice away at this time? What do you think this has to do with? Shen Xiao anticipated what he wanted to ask. She always knew. Does it have anything to do with me being locked up? She finished her words, referring to shadow. I don't know. Reality bending is one of the few things that can restrain me. It's even more difficult for me to observe the future of reality bending. Remember? I didn't stop Gulen from succeeding. At that time, Xiao had already joined the battle, but Gulen still successfully stole Alice's power. Although there were many complicated reasons, for example, Gulen, as a scientist, knew Xinxia's ability very well, and also knew how to influence the past and the future. Xinxia's situation at that time. But the more important reason was that reality twisters were more elusive to her than other things. In fact, this was not because reality twisters could affect the ability to predict. Other prediction devices could smoothly sense reality twisters. The only predictor who was interfered with was Xinxiao. Because reality twisting abilities would affect each other, and Xinxia's prediction power was purely composed of distortion, it would be relatively more troublesome when encountering other reality twisters. Of course, this was not entirely a problem for the Federation. In fact, the Federation had developed a very special device to use this feature of Xinxiao to lock other reality twisters around the world. However, these were all things that happened a long time ago. You had just started fighting for the Federation at that time. Shadow pointed out the cruel reality. I always felt that Gulen had never returned to the Federation because of your existence. Now you should be able to catch him. Shadow paused, looked at the restraints around Xiao, and added, under no more restrictions. But Xiao shook his head. No, I don't think so. The reason why Gulen didn't come to Alice was that he didn't need to, and it was actually good for him to keep a distance from Alice, at least that's what I thought before. But I can also foresee that he will get close to Alice under certain circumstances. Shadow asked, what situation? Xiao replied, when he is in a desperate situation. This answer was completely beyond Shadow's expectations. Who can put that monster in a desperate situation? You know, even Xiao has been locked up. What else in the outside world can threaten him and is willing to do so? And according to his understanding, Gulen, after becoming a monster, also maintained a high degree of rationality and always maintained an extremely cautious attitude towards various dangers. For example, he seemed to have rarely appeared in the Southern Federation. Who can put him in a desperate situation? He asked. Xiao didn't respond at all. Okay. Seeing that Xiao didn't seem to want to explain in detail, Shadow also stood up. Since he had completed the task assigned by the Federation, he had no interest in staying here. Xiao was one of the few people that really scared him, not only because she might find a way to kill him. It was also because she might be able to detect the connection between him and his master. That was why he had to keep a sufficient distance from his master. The head of the Federal Investigation Department walked out of the reality distortion prison and took a few steps into the distance. Sinking. The feeling of weightlessness suddenly hit Shadow, causing him to sink at a very fast speed. In an instant, the material world disappeared from his eyes, like a darkened room, and the colorful world of consciousness began to appear in his mind in an image that transcended the five senses. The chaotic emotions were still the same as he had seen every time, steaming and bubbling like a boiling pot, with the mixed negative and positive emotions intertwined like lovers, who had not seen each other for a long time. Then, there were the outlines of the gods. Although these wonderful creatures rooted in human consciousness did not live in the ocean of consciousness, all spiritual creatures that entered the ocean of consciousness could notice their giant-like outlines. It was just different from before. Now there was no huge outline of Saran that was enough to still be aware of the world. Shadow did not stay on this layer for too long and continued to move towards the bottom. Blank. Before he realized what was happening, he had already arrived at his destination. Gold, the purest gold, occupied all the space, penetrated every inch of his eyes, skin, and brain grooves. The senses beyond the five senses could only feel pure gold. Shadow didn't know how long it had been, and his senses had blurred in the pure gold, but gradually the gold in front of him also had a specific outline in his eyes, becoming less pure. The gold of varying shades gradually formed a specific outline in his mind. His master. As you said? He said in the most humble tone, the sun has set. The golden figure nodded slightly. Very good, one less obstacle. The shadow showed a sincere smile, and then asked in an almost pious manner, do you have any other instructions? The golden figure ordered in a gentle voice. The old sun has set, Xiao is imprisoned, Yinwei is hiding, and the servants of the new god are ready to move. They are about to start creating and destroying, and the end of the old mankind is coming. Continue to lurk in the Federation and help the Federation destroy them, and then you can start. Chapter 719. She touched the little lizard's head, as if she was stroking her pet. The beautiful tongue passed through Xinxiao's fingers, and the little lizard tilted its head and rubbed her hand. Although it was once a terrible monster that slaughtered countless Atlanteans, the scene at this moment was quite harmonious. After all, the object of its pampering at this moment can easily kill it. Sister Xiaoxiao. The puppet boy with a nearly human face ran over. Is that guy just now also a subordinate of the Federation? What is he doing here? Although the boy's face showed innocent curiosity, Xiaoxiao did not intend to answer his questions. Even though it is now almost in human form, Xiaoxiao has not forgotten the essence of this thing. They are just the immune system used by the ocean to achieve its own goals, which is completely different from the life on this planet. The original plant-like monster has become what it is now, precisely because this immune system is fighting against itself in some subtle way, and this is its response. It has become like this in order to learn and understand itself. Xiaoxiao knows it very well. She can see. Take Xiaobin for a walk in the yard. Xiaoxiao picked up the lizard and stuffed it into the arms of the puppet boy. The puppet boy took the lizard obediently, and turned around without saying anything. Maintaining balance almost consumed all her strength. The Federation calculated this very accurately, and of course, they had to be accurate, otherwise it would only be a matter of time before she broke free. But she still had some power overflowing. This weak power was not enough to break free from the powerful constraints that had formed a cycle and system, but it would occasionally make her eyes flash with confusion. She would even see things that she would not notice even when she was at her strongest. Because in her heyday, her power would actively omit many unnecessary futures. For example, recently, she saw a doomsday scene that she had never seen before. The flesh and blood consciousness started a revolution, overthrowing the souls that dominated their bodies. All human souls were hung high in the clouds, and endless miserable screams echoed in the sky. What caused this situation was that the flesh and blood consciousnesses mastered a language that the souls could not perceive, so they could communicate with each other without the souls being aware of it, and remind other flesh and blood consciousnesses that they were trapped in this body, and that the consciousness that controlled their bodies was actually called the soul. In the end, these flesh and bloods all awakened their self-consciousness without the souls noticing, and established an underground society with the same body as the souls, but with different languages. And finally set off an uprising. Xiaoxiao walked into the house, and glanced at the floor-length mirror. Inside, a woman with extraordinary temperament was reflected. Her tall figure seemed to be able to carry the towering mountains, and her sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through the laws of time and everything. Standing in it was Xiaoxiao herself. There was no external object. In that doomsday, she also saw how that language worked. It was a language that pure human souls could not master, because the words that made up that language were the few parts of each body that only belonged to the flesh and blood consciousness, those muscle tremors and reflexes that humans regarded as uncontrollable. But Xiaoxiao successfully learned this language. Almost every body in this world has flesh and blood consciousness and soul, but she did not. From beginning to end, she only had one consciousness, as if this was some kind of natural situation. The situation of other people was some kind of disease. And just now, she tried to use that language, which also confirmed one of her conjectures. The shadow also had no physical consciousness. Chapter 720. A flock of white pigeons landed, their red beaks constantly pecking at the rolling feed balls, and their fluttering wings blocked other pigeons in a show of strength, trying to monopolize all the food in front of them. There were even a few smart pigeons looking at the fingers from which feed was constantly flowing out. The desire rooted in flesh and blood drove them to jump onto the bench. They tilted their heads to look at the 2 ears a few times, and then tentatively put their sharp red beaks into the gaps between their fingers. But they didn't eat anything. Shadow clenched his fist, and the feed in his hand disappeared. Why do we have to meet here? Isn't your Federation's visiting procedure very perfect? Ma-en asked behind him. Shadow raised his finger slightly, and the pigeons around him flapped their wings as if they had received an order and flew to the horizon, and soon disappeared from their sight. Some things are not suitable to be said in front of other people. He briefly explained the reason. Ma-en sat 2 positions away from Shadow. This place is far enough away that it won't seem particularly intimate, and close enough that it won't seem strange. I heard about the news of the anti-psychic medicine. This is why Ma-en showed up. Shadow nodded. Yes, I'm sorry we can't give you the anti-psychic medicine. Ma-en was a little surprised by this result. Is it not over yet? But if he believes his message, then the power of Xiaoxiao should have been solved. And the resistance to his obtaining the anti-psychic medicine should be the result of the arrangement of the power of Xiaoxiao. Normally, if the power of Xiaoxiao no longer obstructs him, there should be no problem in obtaining the anti-psychic medicine. Could it be that there is something that was used by the power of the gods to obstruct me, and it still has the motivation and inertia to obstruct me after the power dissipated? Why? Ma indirectly raised the question in his mind. Shadow also answered directly. I can't tell you the reason due to the requirements of the Federation, but I do know the reason. I don't agree with the Federation's rejection of your request. In fact, I even took the initiative to warn you about something. Ma-En asked puzzledly. Warned what? Shadow turned his head to look at Ma-En. I warned them that you were acting a little anxious, and if you were rejected, it might cause problems. After hearing my warning, they replied that I should tell you the decision, on the premise of calming your emotions as much as possible. Ma-En's expression was normal, and he seemed to not care about these words at all. This was not beyond Shadow's expectations. He did not think that Ma-En would be angry or anything. This was also a misunderstanding of Ma-En by the members of the Federation. They thought they could appease Ma-En's emotions. Ma-En's emotions did not need him to appease them. Similarly, Ma-En's decision was not something he could change. Shadow continued, after thinking about it, I think this is the best way for both of us to communicate. Compared with using so-called lies to delay your time and mislead your decision, I think this is the best way for the Federation. Yes, or this is how he calmed Ma-En's anger. This is his answer to Kong Lu's request, and it is also the reason why he did not want to talk in the Federation, because he would have to waste time explaining a lot of things. Shadow paused and continued, I will tell you that I do not recommend you to make any unwise decisions, such as breaking up with the Federation because of this. This sounds unreasonable, but I do have a bad feeling. Let's put it this way. The politicians of the Federation are indeed stupid, but don't underestimate the Federation as a whole. Some things will be bad for you and us if they happen. The politicians don't understand this, so the Federation asked me to be its mouthpiece, which is also its warning. If you really need a mind-reversing drug, I suggest you think of some other ways, and find a reason that the Federation can't refuse. Ma-En nodded, thank you. Shadow patted the dust off his body. You're welcome. This is why I came to you. Do you have any new negotiations that you want to put forward through my mouth? Ma-En shook his head, then stood up and prepared to leave. Just as Shadow thought. The Federation's rejection could not stop his decision. Chapter 721. The bright sunlight shines through the window onto the folded bedding. The alarm clock that was turned off in advance stands at attention like a soldier, standing steadily on the bedside table close to the wall. Every shirt in the open closet is neatly ironed. Rinshurji buttoned up and smiled at the makeup mirror. After getting familiar with it a few times and making sure that he still remembered how to smile, he walked out of his dormitory with a happy mood and came downstairs to the community. With a good mood, even the noisy bird calls in the past seemed so beautiful at this moment. The federal government's smart taxi stopped in front of him. Rinshurji opened the door and headed towards the federal government building. He was in a good mood today. Since he betrayed Xin Xiao and Qin Lan in the Eastern Federation, he began to rise step by step. After all, he had made considerable contributions in the Eastern Federation. Although Qin Lan escaped in the end, it seems that this is not his fault at all. After all, it was Ma-En who robbed Qin Lan at that time. Thinking of this, he still felt a little scared. If the Yin-Yang twins really had a complete conflict with Ma-En at that time, he might not be here now. But these are just ifs. The fact is that after that, he was transferred to a particularly good position in the Federation and received a lot of resources. Almost all those who betrayed Shi Xiao received similar treatment. The Federation wants everyone to see how much benefit there is in following it. The taxi stopped in front of a federal building. Renshur got out of the car and walked into the building. Old Ren, you look very happy. As soon as he stepped into the building, a strong voice came from a distance. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s came over with a warm smile. Seeing this, Rinshurji immediately showed his newly practiced smile. Isn't it all your fault, Lao Wang? After the capture of Xin Xiao, he was transferred to the Federation. Although he was favored by the Federation's resources after leaving his original territory, he still needed to find a small backer. And Lao Wang was the backer he found at that time. Lao Wang showed a cheerful smile. Don't forget your old brother when you become rich in the future. In fact, Lao Wang promoted Rinshurji only because he was a person who betrayed Xin Xiao, but he didn't expect that Rinshurji was really capable. He could be said to be like a fish in water in these days, showing strong workability and communication ability. In the past 2 months, Rinshurji has made many contributions, completed many tasks that Lao Wang thought were extremely difficult, and also took the opportunity to get in touch with several senior federal officials. Therefore, when Rinshurji asked him for help a few days ago and arranged to join the latest project, Lao Wang did not hesitate at all, and used all his connections to help him. Of course, ungrateful people can't go far anywhere. Rinshirji directly expressed his attitude. Seeing that Rinshirji understood the truth, Lao Wang didn't say anything else and patted him on the shoulder. I look forward to seeing you in that congressman's seat in the future. Rinshirji smiled and responded with a few words, then walked into the elevator. Lao Wang did contribute a lot in this matter, but the other party provided help because of himself. He was quite confident in his ability, whether it was work or dealing with people. Moreover, in the past 2 months, almost everything he did went very smoothly. Every problem that appeared in front of him was solved naturally by him, as if God was on his side. He was destined to climb to a high position. And not long ago, he found a special opportunity. There was a project that seemed to be a springboard for him to continue to rise in the Federation. Although there was no evidence, Rinshirji had a hunch that this project was an opportunity he must seize. It was like a guide from God. The elevator door slowly opened. The scene outside was not a corridor, but a narrow small room. There was a table in the middle of the room, and a chair with its back facing the elevator door. Seeing this, Rinshirji did not hesitate at all, and walked directly to the table and sat down. The voices of other people came from the ceiling. Start checking your mental state. Take a look at the contract. If there is no problem, just sign it directly. Rinshirji glanced at the contract made with the Hell contract as a template. The contents on it were all confidentiality agreements, which basically required him not to disclose the specific contents of the project to the outside world. How could he leak these secrets? Rinshirji signed it directly. Then, there were repeated inspections. Many things happened in the room that Rinshirji could not realize, but the final situation did not surprise Rinshirji. The inspection ended smoothly. After all, he did not have any problems. Very good. A satisfied voice came from the ceiling. Welcome to join us. I actually noticed your efficiency during this period, and you have something that I am very satisfied with. I heard that you have contacted that Ma-In before, right? Rinshirji said in surprise. Yes, is this project related to Ma-In? The voice on the ceiling replied, don't worry, you don't need to contact him directly, and you are not qualified. It's just that our project is somewhat related to what Ma-In did some time ago, and your experience may come in handy. It doesn't matter to tell you now, our work is related to the gods. To be precise, we have to control these gods. Chapter 722. This is what we do. Listening to the words coming out of the screen, Ma-In showed a thoughtful look. There were several screens in front of Ma-In, which were all the scenes in front of different members of the Abnormal Control Bureau. Qinlan and Sei Li were looking at the other screens respectively. It had been 2.5 months since he met Shadow. The Federation rejected his idea of a deal, but Ma-In didn't intend to give up. Obviously, there was something inside the Federation that was still blocking him from getting the anti-psychic medicine. Ma intended to think that this thing was used by Xin Xiao to deal with him, and after she was dealt with, she didn't take this power away, and this thing still maintained the inertia of blocking him. So he had to figure out what was blocking him. That's why Rinshirji appeared in that place on the screen now. Since Shadow and the Federation didn't intend to tell him the truth, he would dig it out himself. The undercover agent he had buried for many years in the Federation finally came in handy. When he recruited him, his opinion of Rinshirji was completely correct. He was indeed a guy who was very suitable for the Federation system. Of course, Rinshirji's current position was not entirely his credit. Although he relied on his own ability to gain a foothold in the Federation at the beginning, since Sei Li mastered the power of the Moon God, she had begun to provide various assistance in secret, making his political achievements seem beyond his ability. And 2.5 months ago, Ma-In and Sei Li also strengthened this behavior, making his performance during this period seem particularly outstanding in the Federation, and the purpose was to obtain the resources of the Federation more reasonably. At the same time, the intelligence department headed by Sei Li was also using her extremely secret psychic ability to find out why the Federation refused to trade with Mon. Soon, Mon noticed a confidential project about the gods. Although this could not explain why the Federation refused to trade with him for the anti-psychic drug no matter what, it could explain why the Federation did not trade with him on the matter of the gods. Since the two happened at the same time, there was probably some connection. Therefore, they hid all of Rinshirji's suspicious memories, but at the same time secretly left the impulse and desire to join this project in his heart, guiding him to successfully sneak into this project. Under the arrangement of Sei Li, the god of secrets, Rinshirji's future can almost be said to be unobstructed. And with their comprehensive preparation, he would not be found out of any problems. With the premise of Kanya providing information, they also basically deduced the contents of the confidentiality contract. As a manager and psychic expert in the Federation, Kanya had once asked others to sign confidentiality agreements and organize psychic investigations on other members of the Federation, which made it even less likely that Selly's secret influence would be detected. The contract Rinshurji just signed requires him not to reveal anything related to the project, so Ma-En will personally monitor all his actions with the help of the Control Bureau, and implant sufficiently secret hints in advance. In this way, even without restoring his memory, Rinshurji can perfectly execute the plan. A puzzled voice came from the screen. So our goal is to help the Federation control the Southern Gods? Rinshurji asked curiously. The young leader walking in front of him replied, yes, but this must be done in secret, because we don't want the outside world to realize that we have finally succeeded in controlling it, and the Southern Federation will still look the same as before. But those gods will become our minions to control the Southern Federation, remember. This secret must not be leaked. Don't talk about your work content with others for no reason. Hearing his stern warning, Rinshurji immediately nodded. Of course, I understand the seriousness of the matter. The other party specifically said this to make him realize how necessary it is to keep the project secret. Although this kind of control is difficult to completely cover up all traces, they can delay as long as they can. For intelligence, timing and accuracy are equally important. The leader continued, very good, the purpose of this plan you joined is to deal with the gods. During the test the day before yesterday, I mentioned that your unique experience is also something I value. Do you remember? Rinshurji quickly replied, are you talking about my experience working under Qinlan? He deliberately left room for the other party to correct. The leader nodded and said in a somewhat educational tone, almost, but more importantly, you have met Ma-En before, tell me your impression of him. Rinshurji showed a thoughtful look. To be honest, his impression of Ma-En was already vague. He actually didn't see how special Ma-En was at that time, but he certainly couldn't answer like that now. After all, everyone knows what happened later. I think Ma-En is a mysterious guy. He gave an answer that would not be wrong, but still left room for the leader to guide. The leader nodded, yes, and from the perspective of the Federation, he and the forces he represents need special attention. You may have learned about the sun falling incident through the manual. This incident was jointly organized by the Federation and the secret alliance represented by Ma-En. The plan was aimed at Saren. The final result was that we successfully sealed the King of the Gods. And this is what we are about to do to many gods. Rinshurji cooperated with an amazed expression. We will seal the gods. The leader nodded with satisfaction. We will seal some disobedient gods, recruit some submissive gods, and cooperate with the god of fire, who has now completely devoted himself to us, and finally gain control of the entire Southern Federation. And this has to mention the gifts we recently received. The leader pushed open the door in front of him. In the office area of about 200 square meters, there stood various social elites in suits. The temperament exuded by all of them made Rinshurji feel a little distant. On the huge screen were detailed pictures of various weapons. Not only was there a picture of the situation in the Southern Federation, but the information of various gods was also clearly listed, in addition to various plans that were being perfected. Many senior personnel from various departments of the Federation were concentrating on looking at the holographic screen in front of them, dealing with various information and work that appeared in front of them expressionlessly. There were also some guys who looked like capable people gathered at a table, with soundproof bubbles floating around them, and seemed to be discussing some matters related to actual combat. Welcome to the special team against gods. Congratulations on joining the most popular combat team in the Federation now. Rinshurji immediately showed a flattering smile, not noticing the figure standing in his peripheral vision at all. But Ma-En saw it clearly. That was the second Titan King Victor. Chapter 723. The truth was very clear in front of Ma-En. Victor found the Federation and cooperated with them, which meant that the Federation had figured out how to defeat Saren, at least that's what they thought. And this was probably the reason why the Federation regretted the deal after agreeing to it, and it was probably why Victor prevented him from making subsequent deals with the Federation. Although Victor and Walter, the two Titan Kings who now lead the underground world, cooperated with him, according to the notes from the previous era that he had found, it can be seen that the former Titan leader was the missing 10th King, who was also the husband of the 9th King Zasa. At that time, Walter and Victor were just rebels in the Titan world. Moreover, the image of the 10th King in the notes was quite positive. It looked quite capable, and was even ready to talk and cooperate with the Federation and Shen Shao. It was obviously much better than other Titan Kings. The other contents in the notes also show his extraordinary temperament and ambition. Combined with the attitudes of Walter and Victor towards the destruction of mankind, it is not difficult to infer that the 10th King should stand on the opposite side of them. At least from Ma-En's point of view, the method that Victor and Walter wanted to adopt was not a decision that the most capable people would make, but rather concealed a certain cowardice and timidity. They wanted to destroy humans and gods together because they did not have the courage to face the gods. The temperament shown by the 10th king in that short text was not like Walter and Victor. It is very likely that he wanted to challenge the gods together with humans at that time, which is also consistent with the content of the notes. As the image of the 10th king becomes more positive, it becomes clear that Victor and Walter were not positive characters. This is not even considering the various problems that Victor and his friends showed when they were in contact and cooperating with him, such as the various restrictions on the weapons they provided during cooperation and the various secret tests. If Victor realized the truth that he had cheated them, and realized that he was just a middleman who took advantage of both ends, he would definitely feel that he was dumped. Although the truth is that he played a crucial role in defeating Saren, and a lot of the help provided by the Titans was either enhanced by his own abilities, or even had some negative effects. But whether it is Victor or the Federation at this moment, they will definitely think that the weapons provided by the Titan civilization are really important, and they cannot know that these weapons were reassembled by Mon using the Control Bureau. And this will lead them to have an illusion. It is not as difficult to deal with the gods as imagined. But what is interesting is that according to the rules of the Titans, Victor should not come to the ground. Walter, and he may also have some differences. Combining these conditions, he could infer that the resistance he encountered basically came from Victor, but even if this resistance did not come entirely from Victor, it did not matter, because he had already thought of a solution. Shadow was right in this regard. It was not a wise decision to confront the Federation directly. This terrible beast was quite slow and bloated, but it also had a terrible brute force that surpassed everything. Anyone who stood in front of it would be trampled into a meat paste. But it was not dangerous either, because even though it had the power to destroy everything, it was bloated like a mountain range made of countless corpses, and the corpses were connected by nearly rotten bright red blood sausages. The crumbling mountains had almost no way to notice any small things. Just keeping the posture of moving forward had already tightened all the intestinal ropes. It would not pay attention to the small insects that bypassed behind it. Chapter 724. The sharp cold wind blew across the soil of the Southern Federation, sweeping away every inch of moisture that nourished the crops. The scorching sun was like a ruthless tyrant, bringing harsh punishment to all the people who bowed in the fields. The sweat beads sliding down the lines of the skin as dry as the wasteland were just a short comfort for the eternal pain. Xiao Lai raised his dark arm and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Every time he waved his arm, his spine would feel a deep fatigue that was almost painful. Fortunately, his nerves had become numb over time. But when he saw the thin body not far away doing the same action as himself, the intense pain would still surge into his chest, causing his already dry throat to feel tight. The figure not far from him was a girl, who looked like she was just a teenager. Under the same dark skin were skinny limbs that were completely unmatched with farm work, but her shriveled face was full of determination. Unlike her appearance, the girl named Xiao Ying is actually 19 years old this year, but her shriveled belly and heavy work all year round make her look shorter than her peers. Brother. Xiao Ying raised her rustic face and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Xiao Lai retracted his dull eyes and hurriedly smiled in a bewildered manner. "Nothing, I'm wondering when we can leave here." His dry throat couldn't express his heartache for the girl. The girl raised the corner of her mouth, her smile full of hope. "It should be soon, we have saved a lot of money." Xiao Lai also smiled in cooperation, but he knew it was a lie. The land under their feet was the land of the Ren family. Although people in other federations think that serfs are now a distant legend, Xiao Lai and his sister's status is not much better than that of the former serfs. It is almost impossible for them to save the wealth to escape from here. They have no chance to find a way to leave here. In the Southern Federation, the so-called family is actually a warlord. As one of the few lands that the Federation of the World does not actually control, there is no morality and order. In those more chaotic places, there is still real horror of barbarism. Slaves who were cut into human sticks, young men and women who were used as tools for sexual gratification, and those who were used as food just because of some kind of hunting hobby. These terrible scenes have existed for decades. There was a time when these warlords, who could trample on human lives at will, were somewhat restrained, but I don't know when they seemed to become arrogant and crazy again. Xiao Lai couldn't remember the specific time. Everything seemed to have happened yesterday, and it seemed to have happened before he was born. Compared to those people, the life of being a serf for the Ren family can be called happy. Although they have been beaten and scolded by the members of the Ren family, since they were young, at least they can survive smoothly. No limbs are missing. Only his right eye is blinded. "What are you looking at?" A harsh voice suddenly came from a distance. Xiao Lai's body trembled slightly with fear that almost turned into instinct. The owner of this unpleasant voice was their immediate boss Renanqing, who was also the guy who blinded his eyes during the beating and scolding. "Brother," Xiaoying shouted worriedly. "It's okay." Xiaolai recovered and waved to his sister. The other party's harsh voice was getting closer and closer. "How's the work going?" A bloated body similar to a toad appeared in their field of vision. Renanqing narrowed his eyes and glanced at the ugly Xiaoying, then showed a mocking smile to the one-eyed man. If it weren't for his injury, Renanqing would not remember this humble servant at all. Xiaolai hurriedly lowered his head, showing a flattering smile with fear. "Masterin, we have been working as you requested for 2 days." Looking at his trembling appearance, Renanqing showed a smug expression. Very good, remember my words are important." Although he looked very happy, Renanqing had accumulated a lot of haze in his heart. In the past few days, the believers of the God of Wind have made all the believers of the God of Fire panic, and he was also tortured by these troubles, and couldn't sleep. Looking at Xiaolai's empty right eye, he didn't know why he was getting more and more annoyed the more he looked. The scene of him daring to contradict himself in order to protect his sister appeared in front of Renanqing at this moment. An interesting idea suddenly flashed through his mind. "Hey, since you are so obedient, I can find you a better job. But I have a small request." Listening to his frivolous words, Xiaolai immediately sensed the arrogant playfulness in them. Fear and anger almost surged into his heart at the same time, and his rough fists clenched and unclenched again. "How about letting your sister come to my house as a servant?" Renanqing said in an undisguised tone. All the poor people living in the Southern Federation understood the implicit meaning of this sentence. But his eyes were fixed on Xiaolai. Although he said so, Renanqing didn't really want to do it to Xiaoying, not only because she was ugly, but also because he had no interest in women. What he really expected was Xiaolai's reaction. What he wanted to see was the boy who had once dared to resist, finally bowing his head in humiliation in front of him. Or watching him raise his fist angrily at him, and then knocking him down himself, making him deeply aware of how powerless and unrealistic his resistance was. And the despair and fear after failure. No matter which choice, it would be very interesting for Renanqing. As Xiaolai lowered his head, his teeth clenched tightly together. "Brother," Xiaoying's voice sounded. Almost at the same time, Xiaolai swung his fist heavily. Renanqing laughed happily, he couldn't wait to see. Whoosh! Xiaolai's fist didn't touch Renanqing's face. With a low sound, the air around Renanqing's head began to twist and change rapidly. Just as Xiaolai watched, his head exploded, and the splashing blood bloomed and danced in the air like flowers, and the broken skull almost touched Xiaolai's cheek. But before Xiaolai could feel the surprise, the blood that was splashed suddenly solidified in the air for a moment, and then turned into a fierce flame. Then the flickering spark stayed on Renanqing's neck, and spread all over his body, and then devoured his clothes and flesh. A figure made of pure flame stood in front of the two of them, and looked sideways into the distance, as if there were some dangerous things hidden in some places that Xiaolai could not reach. In the burning fire, Xiaolai could vaguely see Renanqing's blurred face. Like a living demon. Chapter 725. Renanqing looked at the wheat ears swaying in the wind in the distance. His burning body was constantly reorganizing and healing, transferring the fatal wound that almost killed him to other parts of his body, and filling it with flames. At the same time, he was also looking for the location of the attacker. The power that just flipped his head was from the God of Wind. In recent days, it seems that they have been working closely with the Federation and want to completely control the entire Southern Federation, which has caused dissatisfaction among the gods of freedom. The war within the gods began like this. As the elect of the God of Fire, he would naturally be assassinated by the followers of the God of Wind. The guy opposite has killed many followers of the God of Fire in the past half-month, which has troubled him for a long time. This is the real reason why he deliberately appeared today, and deliberately revealed his flaws. If he had not been prepared, the move just now would have successfully killed him. Renanqing put his hands on the wheat beside him, and the flames instantly devoured the surrounding crops, and began to move rapidly in the wheat field in a certain pattern, drawing several beautiful arcs, and heading in all directions. Seeing the scene in front of them, Xiaolai and Xiaoying both stayed where they were, but Xiaolai quickly forced himself to suppress the panic in his heart, and looked at his sister, who was also staring at him with a worried face. The raging flames separated them on both sides like an abyss. "Run," he said with his lips. They almost took steps with their aching legs at the same time. The desire to survive overwhelmed the fatigue deep in their bones, and the firm will drag their heavy bodies to run in the same direction. The raging fire was like waves, reflecting their shadows like swaying seaweed. Lift your leg, drop it, lift your leg, drop it. Every few steps Xiaolai ran, he He would look sideways at his sister on the other side of the fire wave, and when he looked over, he could always meet Xiao Ying's eyes, which gave them the strength to overcome fatigue and pain. However, when he looked across this time, Xiao Ying's face showed a fear that he had not expected. He followed her gaze. Just as he turned his head, several whistling tornadoes appeared in the distance ahead of him. Xiao Lai quickly stopped running and looked in all directions. Almost at the same time, countless tornadoes appeared in all directions. The wheat was uprooted by the strong wind, and the burning fire wave pounced on the tornado like a python. Unnatural disasters fought for control in the wheat field, blending and repelling each other, occupying every path they escaped. Xiao Lai and Xiao Ying stood there at a loss, as if they could not survive no matter where they fled, either being engulfed by the flames, or being blown up and thrown down by the strong wind, or being torn into pieces by the fire tornado created by the two natural disasters. Suddenly, Xiao Lai noticed that the terrible strong wind formed a tornado again behind his sister, and Xiao Ying stood there staring at him for some reason, as if she did not notice the appearance of the tornado at all. He suddenly raised his legs and ran toward Xiao Ying regardless of anything. Almost at the same time, Xiao Ying also ran towards him, as if his actions made his sister realize what was happening behind him, but Xiao Lai soon noticed something wrong. She was not heading in the direction that was most suitable for escaping the tornado, but running towards him. Xiao Lai wanted to roar to warn her, but he only made a hoarse and weak sound when he opened his mouth. Before he could think of any solution, he noticed that Xiao Ying also looked very anxious, and her mouth seemed to be saying something. Looking at this familiar scene, he suddenly realized something. Xiao Lai turned his head slightly. The flames had engulfed the wheat behind him, and he didn't even notice the approach of the heat, perhaps because adrenaline had destroyed his perception, or perhaps all his attention was on the other side of the fire wave. Just like Xiao Ying at this moment, the tornado and the heat wave were about to catch up with them. The aftermath of the battle between the two fourth-level ability users was an insurmountable disaster for them. Xiao Lai and Xiao Ying had already realized that they were destined to die. Even if they really ran fast enough, they would only crash into the fire wave and die. But they still didn't stop running towards each other. At this moment, they didn't think about how to survive. What remained in their minds was their own instincts that they themselves could not realize. Perhaps what they were pursuing at this moment was no longer to escape from the imminent death and cruel life. They only had a simple wish in the end. At least to die together. But it seemed that this wish could not be fulfilled. As he took a heavy step, Xiao Lai suddenly felt that he was tripped by something, and then he directly lost control of his balance, but he stared at the sight of Xiao Ying opposite him. Almost at the same time, she seemed to stumble and fall. Bang! But as he fell heavily to the ground, Xiao Ying completely disappeared from his sight, and the whistling wind seemed to completely disappear in his ears as he was dizzy. Xiao Lai bit his bloody teeth, tore the soil with his hands, and tried to support himself with his legs that were numb from the pain. But when he raised his head, the scene in front of him was completely submerged by the flames. The fire wave, which was less than half a meter high, seemed to occupy the whole world when he raised his head. The dazzling flames even dyed the whole sky red, as if he had stepped into the end of the world. However, although this blazing flame made him feel uncomfortable, it did not really kill him. It was like a harsh noon. "Do you want to save her?" A majestic voice came from the flames. Xiao Lai raised his hand and wiped his eyes. This voice made him instinctively feel that he was dead, and the scene in front of him was just the last illusion before his soul dissipated. However, the meaning of this question itself made him ignore the situation he believed in. Even though he was sure that he was completely dead, his tongue and lips moved without hesitation. "I want to. No matter what the cost." He tore his completely dry throat hoarsely. "Take my soul, take everything I have, as long as you can save her." The thing in the flame nodded slightly. "Deal." As he gave his answer, the surrounding flames began to subside, and in just a few seconds, the world in front of him completely disappeared, and the howling wind had long since dissipated. Only the fields turned to ashes were left, and the girl standing not far away. She looked at Xiao Lai with worry in her eyes, but there was a kind of determination and firmness in her eyes, as if she had made a decision with great sacrifice. At the moment of looking at each other, Xiao Lai understood. She also gave the same answer. Snap! There were several sounds of heavy objects falling from the east. When they looked over, what appeared in their field of vision were several female corpses rolling on the ground, and there was a dark statue farther away. As the vision gradually became clear, he suddenly realized what the statue was. That was the charred body of Renanqing, but how could the flames be charred? "You belong to me now." A majestic voice came from the west. Xiao Lai and Xiao Ying turned their heads quickly. They saw the blood-red sunset glow, and the figure standing in front of them. He was wearing a black suit. Unlike the two gods believers who had just turned into elements, most of this man's body was almost exactly the same as a normal person. Outside the cuffs were human hands made of flesh and blood. Except for the scenery on the collar. There was no neck or head there. The red glow surrounded the setting sun that was rising again. Chapter 726. The sun was shining brightly. After confirming that his sister was not injured, Xiaolai looked at the figure that seemed to come from a myth. "Did you save us?" he asked nervously and in awe. "Mortals," Ma Yin pronounced, "you belong to me." His tone was as if the other party belonged to him from birth, but if the promise just now counted, he actually did own the two mortals in front of him. Mortals, this is how Ma Yin looked at them at the moment. Just like last time, the arrogance of looking down on everything flowed into every inch of his blood vessels along with the divine power, giving him a grand perspective as a star overlooking these tiny creatures. The difference is that this time Ma Yin did not try to resist this arrogance that was close to his nature. Even every word of his was full of some unreasonable tyranny. This will be his image during his actions in the Southern Federation during this period. The method of obtaining the anti-psychic medicine is not difficult. Although there may be some twists and turns, it is definitely not an extremely difficult challenge in Marn's opinion, and there is no risk at all. Since the Federation feels that it can solve the problem of the gods through Victor, then he only needs to crush the Federation's fantasy. A new red sun will rise again on this land. Under the scorching sun, Marn looked at the young brother and sister who supported each other. The dark skin and scars were a symbol of their strong will, and their worried eyes were full of strong hope and determination. Numbness occupied their bodies, but did not corrode their souls. And under the premise that their will was not completely worn down, what supported them to stand upright was not hatred, but the real hope for the future, and this hope did not come from this desolate land. This hope comes from their mutual love. The brother and sister both hope to take each other away from here and live a happy life. In addition, Xiaolai's heart is still hiding a kind of forbearing anger. Under the nourishment of love, this anger has not turned into twisted hatred, but this anger has not subsided. It is just burning forever. If there is a chance, he will not hesitate to vent his anger. If Ren Anqing is not a believer of the gods, he would have killed him today and fled here with his sister. In the process, he would insist on living by any means. He will not give in. It is this introverted and tenacious trait that makes Ma Yin appear here. All gods have the ability to sense their own voters. And in this month, he almost ran all over the Southern Federation, looking for all voters who can accept the 5th level divine power. In this process, he met many voters with great potential. Under the premise of similar levels, some voters are like the harsh sun, some are distant stars, and some are the setting sun, while Xiaolai is like a newborn. Soft, warm, and tough. But for Ma Yin's next goal, this trait is not the best choice. He chose Xiaolai for another reason. Xiaolai, who barely understood the scene in front of him, gritted his teeth and said with courage, "Sir, you can take my soul and life, but I beg you." When he pleaded, Xiaoling also opened her mouth, but Xiaolai, who had expected it, raised his hand to cover her, and then said to Ma Yin, "Just take me away, let her leave here alive." His tone was humble and respectful. "You belong to me." Hengxing lowered his head slightly, without any mercy in his tone. "But I don't need your lives, I want your loyalty, I need you to be my warriors. Take back my territory." Hearing the voice from Hengxing, Xiaolai realized that he had misunderstood. He thought that the thing in front of him was some kind of devil from the depths of the land, asking for his and his sister's souls and lives. But think about it carefully, are their lives really worth the devil's request? Hengxing said in a tone that was almost notified. The mortals who enslaved you belonged to the believers of the god of fire, and those who wanted to kill him were the believers of the god of wind. After my death, this land lost its ruler, and the evil Federation wanted to gain control of it. And the god of fire, who had betrayed me, cooperated with the Federation to encircle and suppress the believers of the god of wind, and the believers of the god of wind also retaliated against them. It was the aftermath of their electorate that almost killed you. I don't care about your life or death, nor do I care about their betrayal. But this is my land, I didn't allow it. No fighting is allowed. Although Ma Yin's words were sincere, Xiaolai and Xiaoling felt a terrible sense of oppression, as if the entire Southern Federation was the private property of the man in front of them. The weirdest thing was that they all felt that this seemed to be the truth for some reason. Xiaolai lowered his head. "Thank you for saving us and killing our enemies, but please forgive my stupidity. What use are we to you? We are just two ordinary mortals." A black spot like a smile appeared on the surface of the star, You are indeed two insignificant mortals, but not now. As Ma finished speaking, Xiao Lai felt a warm current suddenly flow into his body, and as the heat flowed, an orange-red light also appeared under his skin. But he was not observing his own body, because he saw some similar changes in Xiaoying. The girl did not glow under his skin, but her whole body was burning with blood-red flames. But unlike Ren Anqing's wildly waving flames, the flames on her body were tightly attached to the surface of her body. Looking at the blood-red flames, Xiao Lai looked down at the warm orange light flowing under his skin. Compared with him, Xiaoying looked much more evil. Is this power dangerous to her? How do you feel? The girl walked in front of him, leaned forward slightly to look at his arm, and instinctively stretched out her hand to touch the lines on it, but she immediately retracted it before she touched it. She was afraid that she would burn her brother. Looking at this scene of mutual concern, Ma felt quite satisfied. This is why he chose them. Not only can the siblings withstand his power, but more importantly, the real and strong emotional connection between them will make them loyal to him. The Federation is not an easy enemy to deal with. If he just randomly finds a few voters, then this fragile connection is likely to be found by the Federation and cracked in some way. But the emotions of the siblings in front of them give them a strong enough bond. This bond not only makes them have a will that is difficult to completely destroy, but also an obvious weakness. Let him easily control their weaknesses. You will gain power. Mon said, you will have status, you will have the best enjoyment in the world, you don't need to worry anymore, and no one can command you except me. More importantly, in this world full of evil gods and chaotic monsters, you will be able to get real safety. As long as you are still my voters, you will not die. This is not a promise, this is my will. Until this moment, Xiao Lai barely understood the scene in front of him. He couldn't believe what was happening, but if this wasn't his fantasy before he died. It seemed that the other party was about to realize his wish for so many years. Let Xiaoying live a happy life. This was simply a dream. He didn't expect that the other party would not want his life, but would provide them with strength and a good life, so that these things could be maintained on his sister. He was even willing to give his life for this. Looking at Xiao Lai's eyes, Ma knew that he had completely become his believer. And the girl next to him had the same look. Eternal interests are better than eternal loyalty. Chapter 727. The tattered smart bus drove into the city of Kaduma State. The buildings outside the window looked like low huts, unlike several areas that were covered by high-rise buildings. Even the territory where the Vulcan family was located looked much more advanced than here. Only the wind was howling on the desolate land. This barren city has not had groups of outsiders for many years. Even this fully intelligent bus has not had any human beings appear on it for 2.5 months. It just keeps going back and forth like a ghost car. But today is different. There are 3 uninvited guests on the bus. There is a pair of men and women who look quite young sitting together, and their bodies are slightly curled up. Their heads are lowered with strong fear and confusion, as if they have just woken up from a nightmare. But it is not this barbaric and chaotic city that makes them behave like this. It is the man sitting opposite them. He has a face that no one has ever seen. He looks like he is in his 30s, mature and sharp, but if someone looks at his appearance carefully, it is difficult to tell his exact age. It seems possible that he could be in his 20s or 40s. But after seeing this face, Xiao Lai and Xiaoying first noticed his eyes. Hot, burning, arrogant. Anyone who looks at him will be coldly burned to ashes by him. It's as if there is a god from the sky hidden in this mortal body. This is also the fact in their understanding. Ma is pretending to be the sun god who completely controls the mortal body, and his current appearance and temperament are disguised by various abilities, which is actually the essential difference between him and other gods. Other gods don't have real bodies, and can't be killed by ordinary means. But Mon can be killed. Although the Control Bureau can achieve similar effects, there are not many employees who can bear the power of the sun through the Control Bureau now, and even he himself can't bear it for a long time. That's why he found the Xiao brothers and sisters to extend his fighting time. After all, in addition to directly forcibly using the power that does not belong to the material world with human bodies, he can also, like other gods, put the power that is already in his body into other suitable voters. This can share the burden of this power on his body. Maintaining sufficient combat power is very important for what he will do next. Now it has been more than 40 days since Rinshurji infiltrated the group of gods. While Mon was searching for suitable voters, the Federation was not idle. After the death of Saran, the god of fire hugged the thigh of the Federation tightly. The recent dispute between him and the god of wind was secretly promoted by the Federation behind the scenes. It was the Federation that instructed the god of fire to provoke the followers of the god of wind. Although they are fighting now, the Federation has not shown the results of its cooperation with Victor. In addition, Maine also observed that the Federation had trained a group of professional teams to fight against the gods. Moreover, the Federation had captured many mortals who were suitable for the incarnation of the God of Fire, so that they could be used by the God of Fire at any time. Among them, there were even some who were more suitable for his power than the best voters of the God of Fire in the past. After all, the Federation had extraordinary control, and the God of Fire could only move within the Southern Federation, which also made the power of the God of Fire increased again and became extremely resilient. Except for Mon and Carrie, the gods have no entity. They are creatures living in the non-material world. All power must indirectly affect reality through the elect, which makes the gods difficult to destroy. As long as there are enough mortal bodies to use, they can continuously transfer their consciousness and power. The help of the Federation has actually improved the strength of the God of Fire. Even without considering the various weapons against the gods provided by Victor, he may be able to suppress the God of Wind, who is originally at a similar level. But the God of Wind has not noticed this yet. In his opinion, this is just an extremely ordinary fight between the gods of order and the gods of freedom. After all, now that Saren has passed away, the moon god has disappeared, and the god of sea is silent. They are the actual leaders of the two camps of the gods, and it is normal to have a little awkwardness. Of course, the god of thunder, who is not in these two camps, must be excluded. But at this moment, the confrontation between the god of wind and the god of fire can indeed be regarded as a fight between the gods of freedom and order, and the gods of freedom, led by the god of wind, are not aware of what is about to happen. This is why he came to this land by car. This is where the Fengshen family is. My lord. After hesitating for a long time, Xiao Lai finally summoned up the courage to ask, "What are we doing here? Don't we need to familiarize ourselves with the divine power you gave us?" In the 10 days since they were rescued, Ma En has been teaching them the skills to use divine power, but Xiao Lai and Xiao Ying both feel that the training time is a bit short. Although they can cause terrible damage at this moment, they use this power more like children wielding divine weapons, and they only have the most superficial understanding of it. Ma En seemed to have noticed their fear and confusion, and said calmly, "The purpose of our coming here is to make the God of Wind accept my advice. It is indeed as you think. There may be a few insignificant battles next, but you don't need to think too much. They are not my opponents." The plain words concealed deep-rooted arrogance. Xiao Lai and Xiao Ying looked at each other for a moment, their eyes full of worry. They both had a kind of trust in Ma En's words for some inexplicable reason, but they were not the kind of people who would directly believe in their physical intuition. The experiences of these years had taught them to overcome their instincts. Therefore, listening to such words, Xiao Lai and Xiao Ying still had some doubts in their hearts. No matter what, they were going to provoke a god, and they dared not think of such a terrible thing in their lifetime. Even provoking the people who enslaved themselves could be a disaster for them. And they were not worried about Ma En's victory or defeat. Even though they were completely ignorant of Fengshen and Ma En's attitude had gradually won their trust. Perhaps in modern society, confident people often beat arrogant people. But in the barbaric society where they lived before, the strong people they saw were also very arrogant, and they could also vaguely feel the arrogance of Ma En. It was completely different from what they had seen before. Under the seemingly inflated surface, there was also a huge terror flowing. What Xiao Lai and Xiao Ying were really worried about was that they would sacrifice themselves as soldiers of Ma En in this fight that was likely to be quite bloody, and they were not even worried about their own life or death. They were all worried about each other. But even if they were uneasy in their hearts, Xiao Lai and Xiao Ying could only exchange their feelings with their eyes, and they did not have the courage to question. This was not only because of Ma En's strength, or simply gratitude to Ma En. It was also because if they were abandoned by Ma En, their fate would be countless times more miserable than before. After losing the divine power bestowed by Ma En, even if they did not consider the possible revenge of the God of Fire and the God of Wind, they would be torn to pieces by this cruel and bloodthirsty land, and dying peacefully would be their best result. Tada. The train arrived at the station. Ma En stood up and looked at them. "Remember to call me by my mortal name." Sarah. Chapter 728. The sun sets. The smart bus stops steadily at the bus stop. The automatic door slowly opens, revealing the appearance of this depressed city. There are only a few pedestrians walking on the wide streets, and low houses are intertwined to form many dark alleys. Although there are few pedestrians on the main road, the wind is howling between the buildings. Low roar. It seems to be declaring sovereignty. Ma En raised his legs towards the other party's territory very naturally, like a king inspecting the territory, and Xiao Lai and Xiao Ying, who looked a little dazed, hurriedly followed. Although it seems that there is no trace of people in front of them, for some reason, Xiao Lai and Xiao Ying felt a peeping gaze in their peripheral vision after walking a few steps, but when they looked around, they could not find anything. After walking a few steps, Xiao Ying looked at Ma En's back and opened her mouth timidly. Xiao Ying was very scared. Because when facing those people she needs to look up to, she can only survive by being afraid, not to mention the existence like Ma En who rules her life. This is God. But in these few days of contact with Ma En, she always felt that under his arrogance, there was a kind of extremely gentle warmth, just like the light emitted when her brother was given divine power. The morning sun? Or rather, this is not a kind of contrast at all. This inner gentleness and outer arrogance have a kind of extremely subtle harmony in her feelings. The two seem to be the same thing. The same sun. Sir, we actually heard about this city before. She suppressed the inertia of the years and believed in her inner intuition at this moment. In the stories we heard, this place is called the Free City. Xiao Lai looked at his sister in surprise, and then quickly looked at Ma En's back. But what he was worried about did not happen. Oh! Ma En's tone was full of curiosity. Xiao Ying quickly continued, in the stories I heard, this city is quite prosperous, with the most luxurious life, as if the ground is flowing with gold, but I don't know why it has become like this now. Ma En nodded slightly. Then, the legend you heard may be correct. As night fell, street lights lit up one after another, and then sparse sounds like rats gnawing garbage began to be heard in the dark alley, and then the burning braziers. It was not until this moment that Xiao Lai and Xiao Ying noticed the figure hiding in the dark alley, and realized where the prying eyes just came from. As the fire flickered, they could even see wolf-like eyes on those terrifying and dirty faces, as if in their eyes, they were just moving pieces of meat. In an instant, Xiao Lai felt a little scared. At this moment, he forgot about the divine power in his body, and returned to the days of fear. Ma En also felt a similar reaction from Xiao Ying. Obviously, these eyes also reminded her of the weak time, but it was different from Xiao Lai's confusion. She immediately showed the same fierce look, and even had a twisted look close to hatred. Although this was just a nervous grin, she seemed to be ready to bite. Huh? When Xiao Ying was still nervous, Xiao Lai had adjusted his mood and returned to his previous calm appearance, and then gently patted Xiao Ying's shoulder, as if to comfort her. Only then did she regain her composure. Realizing her poor performance just now, Xiao Ying opened her mouth to say sorry, but looking at Ma En's nonchalant back, she finally swallowed the words back into her throat. Ma En didn't plan to say anything. They seemed to be frightened by these homeless people, but he could clearly feel the strange atmosphere flowing in the air, and the eyes of those homeless people were even gradually not like humans. It was not an accident just now, but a warning and temptation from the city. What is that? Xiao Ying was suddenly attracted by the bright neon signs in the distance. It seemed that at the moment when they were distracted, the reflection of the high-rise buildings appeared in the distance, and some square buildings between the two heights flashed with colorful spots. Then, before they took a few steps, the smell of burning grass leaves came from the air. A small number of groups of people began to appear on the main road, and those hiding in the dark alleys were no longer homeless people nestling around the flames, but young men and women dressed more like gangsters. Some of them leaned against the wall and kept scanning the pedestrians around them. Some sat on the ground and smoked, some hid in the darkness and entangled with each other, and some collapsed on the ground like dead people. When Ma En and his friends approached, these people also looked at them with extremely greedy eyes. It stands to reason that they are far more brutal than those homeless people just now, but Xiao Lai and Xiao Ying were surprised that they did not feel any tension, as if their sight did not pose any threat to them. Ma En also felt a different atmosphere. If these guys are living people, then those homeless people are more like the limbs of the city, swinging back and forth in some elusive pattern. As they walked a few blocks forward, there were more and more pedestrians around, and the gangsters hiding in the alleys were also gathering, but there was a more important change. In just a few blocks, the surrounding buildings became beautiful and luxurious, and high-rise buildings and colorful buildings began to appear one after another. As they approached, the appearance of these buildings became clearer and clearer. Casinos, bars, brothels, and tobacco houses. Just as Xiao Ying had heard before, the smell of luxury and lewdness was flowing, and some colored liquids were indeed flowing on the ground, and various noises of high pleasure came from the buildings. The noise mixed with laughter drowned them. And on the streets, quarrels, running, beatings, and screams were heard from time to time. Xiao Ying looked at these chaotic and crazy-colored blocks, her eyes slightly confused. Is this the city of freedom? Xiao Lai looked down at the young man lying on the ground and twitching. Is this the price of freedom? The man under his feet was not an exception. Not far away, a young female gangster fell in a pool of blood and was being dragged into the alley by her companions, leaving only blood-red lines. Even where they lived before, there was no such chaotic and terrible scene. Ma-En reminded, "This is not a price, this is freedom itself. The police, government, and order here are all illusions that seem real. This city is almost equivalent to the physical manifestation of the will of the wind god in the mortal world, and it is the flesh and blood of the gods made of steel and concrete. This city is nothing but an eternal storm. All life is whistling and roaring like the wind, sweeping through the steel jungle in the most free and unrestrained manner, and no one can restrain them. It also disperses like the wind." Chapter 729. While traveling through the city, Ma-En was also observing the place. Although his arrogance at the moment made him not take the wind god seriously, this divinity did not override the rationality in his soul. Even if he felt it was unnecessary, he still pushed his eyes to continuously take in information from the surroundings. This city has become a kind of supernatural position with divinity. If they fight here, the wind god will definitely be greatly strengthened. But it doesn't matter. This city is basically completely controlled by the wind god and his believers, and even the government agencies are completely under the control of the wind god, so it is not difficult to negotiate with the wind god. A few simple and polite conversations and patience will do. But Ma-En didn't plan to do this. If he behaved exactly the same here, the Federation would easily suspect him. In this process, he had decided to use the power of the sun god, and he was the one who killed the sun god. If he really took this power and acted in his original form, I'm afraid that in a few days, the whole world will turn their attention to him, because they can easily associate this phenomenon with stealing the power of Saren. And he didn't come to negotiate. There's no need. He walked a few steps inside. Almost in the blink of an eye, the city in front of them changed dramatically again. The noise quietly turned into a quiet whisper, and all the colorful buildings faded into high-end and exquisite. The noisy clinking of glasses turned into elegant wine glasses, and the chaotic dice were held by beautiful waiters. There were no more sex workers soliciting business on the street. Instead, there were male and female companions wearing luxurious clothes. The unpleasant smell of grass leaves turned into beautiful pills mixed into wine glasses. Even death was more elegant than outside. People coming and going seemed to be attending a grand party, not normal pedestrians. Soon Xiao Lai and Xiao Ying also noticed that all the buildings were semi-open, and there seemed to be no real residential area within their field of vision. All the buildings were entertainment venues. Where on earth is this place? Xiao Lai opened his eyes wide, unable to understand what he saw. Even Ma-En, who had lived in the city, had never seen a similar scene. What was happening in front of him was not like what could happen in any normal city. It was more like some kind of seemingly sober madness. A party that never stops. Don't block the road. A drunken man wearing a brand name stumbled towards the three people walking in the middle of the road. Excuse me, excuse me. A beautiful woman in a low-cut dress ran to the man and supported him, blocking the guy who was rushing towards Ma-En. Then she looked at the few people who still had no intention of avoiding him. I'm really sorry, my friend is a little drunk, and he can't walk steadily now. Can you please lend me a way? This was not a very troublesome request. However, considering that the other parties seemed to be in no position to make such a request to the gods, Xiao Lai quickly raised his leg and prepared to move the guy who was blocking the road away. But he was too late. Because Ma-En didn't mean to slow down at all. Bang. The man, who was already unsteady, was knocked to the ground. Fuck. The man shouted angrily at Ma-En's back. How dare you hit me? He pushed away the woman who tried to help him up, and then he stood up again immediately, and his posture when he climbed up was as if someone invisible was holding his body. Then he walked towards Ma-En angrily, and his bloodshot eyes reflected not only alcohol, but also some drugs that confused his nerves. Asshole, do you know who I am? Hearing this, the woman who originally wanted to step forward to persuade him also stopped, because she suddenly remembered the identity of the young man, and he did have the capital to act recklessly. And if she stopped him again, she might be the one who would be in trouble. Thinking of this, she felt a little sorry for the guys who had offended the young man. On the other side, Xiao Lai saw his aggressive look, and was already thinking about how to stop him. He knew it was his responsibility now, but he didn't know what Ma-En wanted him to do. But no matter what, he knew he had to do it. While he was thinking, the red-eyed man saw that Ma-En had not paid attention to his meaning. Under the stimulation of anger and drugs, he raised his hand directly to Ma-En's neck. Then he began to make a cutting motion. The wind began to flow. But before his hand passed, Xiao Ying's body blocked between him and Ma-En at some point. The young man who was used to being domineering didn't take her seriously at all. He just slightly tilted his hand and changed his target to the woman's throat. But before he made a move, what caught his eyes were eyes as sharp as a knife. Then, there was a flickering fire. Finally, there was eternal darkness. Ah! He opened his mouth in confusion, but his head had turned into a charred black, and he could not utter any words. He could only die painfully in struggle and convulsion. The woman who was traveling with him widened her eyes, and opened her mouth to scream. But before she could make any sound, her mouth was covered by a hand that suddenly stretched out. Although Xiao Lai's reaction speed was not as fast as his sister, he had recovered and lowered his voice to the woman's ear. Calm down, leave here, and continue to live as if nothing happened. Or be buried with him. Do you understand? The somewhat limp woman nodded suddenly. Seeing this, Xiao Lai let go of his hand and looked at his sister, who was standing in front of the corpse with cold eyes. This decisiveness was almost nothing like his impression of Xiaoying, but he did not feel any surprise, as if it was natural for her to make the decision to kill so quickly. This is indeed his sister. After observing the surroundings, he found that no one noticed, or after paying attention to what happened here, Xiao Lai quickly raised his leg and walked to Xiaoying, touching her lightly with his shoulder. Xiaoying nodded slightly, and then followed him quickly back to Ma En, who had already walked away. But when they stood behind Ma En again, they no longer looked like the country boys who had mistakenly entered the luxurious banquet just now. On the contrary, they not only looked much more comfortable, but also had an extraordinary temperament in their gestures, and even had a certain distance from the guys around them, who were addicted to luxury and pleasure. But in the place where they could not see, the wind was still flowing, surrounding the little flames that had just been extinguished. Chapter 730. On the top of the tower in the city center. In the center of the room, that was full of mortal luxury, there was a hill made of velvet pillows, and at this moment, a graceful girl was lying in it. Her profile half buried in the pillows was as beautiful as a fairy from the mountains and forests. As if she was dreaming of something wonderful, she stretched out her slender body with a happy look. It's been a long time. She hadn't slept so well for a long time. Finally, true freedom. Creaky. But just when she was sleeping most comfortably, someone carefully opened the door. Master. The visitor came to the bottom of the hill respectfully. The girl raised her right eyelid impatiently. What? She didn't like being disturbed when she was sleeping, and these mortals knew it, but what really upset her was not that her comfortable sleep was interrupted, but that it meant that something had happened that she needed to deal with personally. It seems there is an intruder. The girl sighed, and then sat up reluctantly. This soft mountain did not change at all because of her movements. It was as if her body was just a feather. Go ahead, Xiao Li. The girl wiped her eyes that could not be opened, sat cross-legged on the pillow and yawned. The man called Xiao Li was a thin old man with white hair, who was nearly 80 years old. Although he was very respectful, he did not answer the girl's question immediately, but looked outside the door and nodded slightly. Then, two more figures walked in. Standing on the left was a handsome man, who looked to be in his 20s. His skin was covered with various artistic patterns, and he was also pierced with many exquisite metal ornaments. Many of the ornaments looked like some special wind chimes. The woman walking on the right is quite strong. Her swollen and piled muscles hardly look like humans, but like a group of squashed worms. She looks more terrifying than a bodybuilder who has taken a lot of drugs. Most importantly, these muscles are not the result of divine power. Dennis, Marlene? The old man surnamedly shouted. Marlene hugged her rough arms. A guy who looks like a follower of the god of fire entered the city center and killed your people. Although her words were respectful, her tone was very natural, as if the girl sitting cross-legged at this time was a partner on an equal footing with them, not a supreme god. Dennis also shook the wind chime on his body a little casually. To be precise, it was a group of 3. After noticing something wrong, our followers isolated their location, and sent people to try to stop and capture them. Liangwen, 2 4th-level members, and 4 3rd-level members have already taken action. They all failed to come back. Although they are all capable men of the girl in front of them, this is not the reason for their attitude. They act so relaxed in front of the girl only because they know very well that she doesn't care. This god almost doesn't care about his believers except for a few necessary things. This is why they can build such a city and enjoy themselves in it. After all, they believe in the god of freedom. The old man's attitude is the most respectful among them. We suspect this is a conspiracy of the god of fire. According to our observation, only 2 of the 3 people took action, and each time they took action, flames would be generated. The 2 of them wanted to take action directly. But I think I should inform you, if there is any conspiracy here. The wind god's eyes became a little more serious. I remember that the fire god has been causing trouble for us recently, right? The old man nodded. Kai, Li Wenqin, and Holly are already dealing with it. They killed many of our low-end believers, and we also assassinated many of the middle-level fire gods. But it was basically a small fight. The dead were all insignificant little people. The wind god crossed his legs. Logically speaking, the fire god should not be so stupid as to send his important body to my territory, but recently he seems to be getting close to the Federation. Maybe there is something fishy here. All three of you go and have a look. Dennis was a little surprised. All of us? Is it necessary? This is the free city. Can't Marlene go? Anyway, she is a reckless man. Fighting and killing is very suitable for her. Marlene glanced at Dennis with contempt. It doesn't matter whether you go or not. I can crush the troublemakers myself. Although she couldn't see Dennis clearly, she didn't think he really needed to do it. If it was in other cities, Marlene would not be so arrogant, but since the enemy was in the free city, no one is her opponent. Seeing the two of them quarreling directly in front of the god of wind, although the girl seemed to have no emotions, the old man was a little restless and said in a stronger tone, "Don't quarrel at this time." The two people who heard this did restrain themselves a little, and didn't say anything else. But they didn't listen to the old man and set off directly. They didn't have any respect for voters of the same level in their hearts, not to mention that he had a disgusting habit that made people sick. You have to know that the old man said this not because he was more responsible than them. He just wanted to please the girl in front of him. The focus was on the girl, not the gods. The two looked at the girl, waiting for her final decision. Looking at her unreliable subordinates, the girl sighed again. Although it was also her fault that she did not select and manage the voters properly, she was still a little upset when she encountered such things. Especially at this critical juncture. You have to know that she really hasn't slept well for a long time, especially in the past few decades. She has almost no free time to close her eyes and fall into a long rest, until not long ago. Until not long ago, Saran died. She finally didn't have to worry about those messy things. Finally, she regained her freedom and could do what she wanted. That is, sleep well. But recently, the god of fire came to mess with her, and she only slept a little more peacefully after sending 3 more reliable subordinates. Unexpectedly, she was woken up after taking a nap for less than a month. Let's go! The girl suppressed her impatience and said, no matter who it is, you are not allowed to mess up my city. Although she could order them in a harsher tone, she didn't want to make things more complicated. These guys were much more fragile than the elects of other gods, and even the most sensitive among her elects. Although guys with this kind of personality were indeed suitable for her power, it was her responsibility to really pick them as her subordinates. There was nothing to complain about at this point. Alas. After hearing her order, the few people didn't say anything more, although their expressions were still so carefree, and then they opened the window and jumped down directly. Go with the wind. Seeing that they all left, the girl also climbed up reluctantly. Although she wanted to lie down again, this matter might really be handled by her personally, so she could only solve the matter early and then come back to sleep, and she was also grumpy when she got up. Chapter 731. The surroundings gradually became quiet. There were almost no people on the road in front of Ma Inn, as if the carnival just now had completely ended, and only a few scattered people were cleaning up the scene. The wine glass fell to the ground and rolled to Ma Inn's feet. You look very arrogant. A rough female voice came from the sky directly in front of him. Then 3 figures landed in front of him one after another. The one standing in the front was a silver-haired old man. After only a brief eye contact, Ma Inn felt the various desires hidden behind his eyes. Especially when he looked at Xiao Lai and Xiao Ying. Then, there was a strong woman. Her expression was much more normal, but her slightly bloodshot eyes, and the congested lines around her eyes also hinted at her unusual physical and mental state. Walking at the end on the right was a man dressed in fancy clothes. He also wore a weird hat that looked almost like a complete black swan, and the accessories all over his body were also like some fashion lovers. His eyes were not on Ma Inn at all, and he looked absent-minded, like a passerby who was forcibly dragged over. Seeing these 3 people, Xiao Lai and Xiao Ying instinctively wanted to step forward to stop them. On this road, they had already dealt with more than a dozen Fengshen believers who tried to assassinate Ma Inn and theirs. But seeing that the other party had no intention of directly attacking, the two stopped when they walked in front of Ma Inn. This time, Ma Inn did not continue to bump into them, but looked at them with a disdainful look. Call your master, he ordered arrogantly. Hearing Ma Inn's tone, Ma Lin was furious. Who do you think you are? As she spoke, she raised her thick thighs, wanting to teach this arrogant bastard a lesson. But the old man raised his hand to stop him. This matter seemed quite complicated and strange. At this time, impulsiveness was not a particularly good choice. After pulling his companion, the old man looked at Ma Yin and raised his eyebrows slightly, and said in a questioning tone, "Are you here to negotiate with us? Killing a dozen of our companions is your sincerity?" Xiao Ying frowned immediately. It was obviously the other party who killed first. She just did the same thing as the other party. There is nothing wrong with tit for tat. But before she wanted to explain, she heard Ma Yin's answer. "Let her come to see me." His tone was like calling a servant, and he had no intention of justifying his behavior or explaining his intentions. Arrogant to the extreme. Seeing this, the old man didn't want to talk to him anymore. He wanted to give Ma Yin a chance to explain the situation, but seeing that he didn't know the height of the world, he was too lazy to give him a chance. And no matter if this guy is a follower of the god of fire or a wandering ability user, I guess his brain is definitely not very good. After all, no one is qualified to talk to him like this in this city. Well, I can take this opportunity to show off in front of the adults. The old man narrowed his eyes and ordered, "Marin, you deal with that woman, Dennis, that is up to you. I will personally teach this brat who doesn't know how to respect the elderly a lesson, and make him kneel down and apologize to the adults." After speaking, Dennis and Marin walked toward Xiao Lai and Xiao Ying respectively, and the brother and sister saw that Ma Yin had no intention of objecting, and they also walked towards the two sides very tactfully. Facing a formal battle of the same level, Xiao Lai was still a little nervous and uneasy at the moment, just like when he just came here, still worried whether Xiao Ying and himself would die. But when he looked at Xiao Ying, he noticed that she didn't think about these things at all, but her expression was eager to try, as if she was sure that they would win. Watching the old man walking towards him, Ma Yin said arrogantly again, "Let her come to see me in person. This is the last chance." 3 chances. Seeing that Ma Yin was actually talking at this moment, the old man also showed a mocking smile. "It's too late to regret now. I don't plan to give you a second chance." Although he said so, the old man did not take action, but stood there shrewdly and observed the other 4 people who had already started fighting. Dennis and Xiao Lai were confronting each other. Not taking the initiative to attack was Dennis's usual strategy, but in fact, he was not defending as he looked, but secretly arranging a killer move. Xiao Lai was emitting orange-red flames all over his body, but he seemed to be at a loss, as if he had neither noticed Dennis's moves nor thought of any active attack strategy. The situation of Malin and Xiao Ying was exactly the opposite. They had already started fighting fiercely. Xiao Ying's whole body was burning with blood-red flames, and she tried to attack Malin in an extremely rough way. But Malin, who looked like a reckless man, was very agile in the battle. She was almost dancing gracefully in the wind, and easily dodged every clumsy attack of Xiao Ying. Completely suppressed, the old man felt that Malin could even end her opponent at any time. And it seems that these 2 guys are quite unfamiliar with fighting. Perhaps these 3 people are indeed wandering ability users, who don't know how to get power, or they may be believers temporarily cultivated by the god of fire. Sometimes, the gods will find such temporary believers as consumables of power. Thinking of this, he was not angry, and he only had sympathy for the people in front of him. When he looked at Ma Yin, there was only ridicule and pity in his eyes. "It turns out that you don't understand the situation. Let the elders teach you the cruelty of this world. You may not have heard of my hobby. I like to torture my opponent while listening to his screams and talking about happy things. But I don't like the tone of your voice. Let me pull out your tongue first." After observing the other 2 to confirm the situation, the old man no longer remained cautious and vigilant, but showed a ferocious smile to reveal his nature, and turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards Ma Yin. Then Ma Yin also burned at the same time. Seeing this, the old man who turned into a gust of wind flew towards Maine with a grim smile, and took the oxygen around Maine away from him. In the consciousness of modern people, oxygen and common combustion have a very important connection. But the old man's smile froze instantly. Because when he tried to do this, he found that he seemed to have lost control of his body, and all the airflows no longer obeyed his command, including his own body. And after a short solidification, they all began to fall, falling towards the sun. "Ah!" screamed a gust of wind. Then the sound stopped abruptly. Maine put away the flames on his body. The whole battle process took less than a few seconds, and he did not use any powerful moves. In the eyes of others, Maine just stood there motionless. A 5th-level strongman died just like that. "Come out." The King of Gods raised his head arrogantly and indifferently. Chapter 732. Back off. The girl's voice sounded. The 2 wind god believers who were still fighting finally reacted, and then they all turned into pure gusts of wind without hesitation to distance themselves from their opponents, and then reappeared behind the girl in the sky. When they backed off, Xiao Lai and Xiao Ying, who looked a little embarrassed, also took 2 steps back. In the previous battle, they were almost always at a disadvantage, and were perfectly suppressed by the opponent's experience and skills. But they also did not suffer any damage, because even if their skills were bad, the power flowing in their bodies was too strong. The girl fell more than 10 meters in front of Ma In, showing a distressed look. The voter she had finally found died just like that. Although this guy occasionally made her feel a little disgusted, she didn't know how long she would have to run to find a voter of the same level again. This would mean at least 2 months of no good sleep. If she had known, she would have controlled the voters to fight herself. But she didn't just find it troublesome. She didn't want to touch the bodies of the voters. According to her standards, these bodies were a bit dirty. She didn't expect the other party to kill her voters so quickly. Even though she had just watched the whole battle, she still didn't understand how the other party killed her so quickly. Did he use any special means of restraint? Or was there any hidden props? Even if the old man underestimated the enemy and didn't connect his body to the city, he shouldn't have died so quickly. Are you here to provoke me? The girl raised her head slightly and questioned. Ma En replied indifferently, No, I'm here to warn you. The girl frowned. Is this some kind of threat? Do you think you can leave here easily? Maybe killing my voters gave you some inexplicable confidence, but I want to tell you. They can only exert a little power of their own bodies and the city, but I am different. I can control the entire city and their bodies at the same time. Compared with me, they are just mortals. You are standing in front of a real god. Ma En did not respond to her threat at all. No, I am here to warn and help you. The girl narrowed her eyes, slightly dissatisfied. Do you take me for a fool? The way you help me is to kill my voters? Ma En said, as a matter of course. I gave him a chance. 3 times. The girl knew he was right, but it only made her more angry. You know, there are countless more polite and gentle ways for them to talk, and she doesn't believe that the other party can't think of it. The purpose of his doing this is only provocation, but now he says he is here to help himself. Did he think he was lying to a kid? The anger of being woken up and fooled rose in her heart, and the angry girl's face was swollen. But she was not being cute. When facing the gods, be a little respectful. The deadly divine wind spit out from her mouth and whistled towards Maine. But these terrible divine winds that can directly corrode everything disappeared silently as they approached Maine before they could exert their magic power, as if they were swallowed by some mysterious power. Ma En stood there and continued, The Federation and Vulcan are going to join forces to kill you. I got their plan. If I hadn't warned you, you would have been killed by them soon, and the entire Southern Federation would have been controlled by them. This is not what I want to see. Seeing that the tentative attack to vent her anger had no effect, the girl smiled sarcastically. Then should I thank you for killing my voters, so that I can be dealt with better? You don't need to worry about this kind of thing. The Federation and Vulcan can't hurt me at all when they come here. Even if they are really strong enough to defeat me here, I have a way to get out. She said this very confidently. Not to mention that she was confident that she could repel almost all opponents here. Even if the Federation really found a way to threaten her, she could escape from here with the city. She and all her voters, as well as this city, turned into an eternal storm. No one can catch the wind. Mon continued to explain slowly. The Titans have also joined the cooperation. The girl's face changed when she heard this, because the fallen Seren not long ago should have been attacked by some Titans, and they also participated in that battle. All humans could not defeat the gods, so she did not take any warnings from Mon seriously, not to mention that she was sure to escape. Even if she failed to escape, it didn't matter if all her voters were killed. As a god, she would not be affected in any way. She was a creature in the human will, and wind was a natural phenomenon that almost all humans could feel. Therefore, as long as the number of humans did not reach the critical point, it would not threaten her survival. The worst result is that her influence on the Southern Federation is restricted. But Titan is different. They really have a way to kill themselves. Even if it is not an eternal killing, they can also erase and seal their godhood this time. Although the wind god will not die. But she will really die. She just likes to sleep, but she has never thought about entering eternal sleep. Even so, her tone is a little more serious and relaxed. You shouldn't come to me in such a provocative way, and you shouldn't kill my voters. This seems to contradict your self-proclaimed purpose. If you can't give a good enough reason, I can only ask you to leave here. After all, the worst result is that I can cooperate with the Federation. Anyway, she is the god of freedom, not the god of resistance. Free cooperation with the Federation is also a kind of freedom, but in that case, she may sleep a lot less. The Federation has already proposed a cooperation plan to her. And the reduced sleep time is the real reason for her refusal. But if this matter threatens life, then a little less sleep is acceptable, provided that what the other party said is true, and then we will see how he will react to what he said. This is also a test. Mayan smiled. You guessed right. I really don't want to see you cooperate with the Federation. A good attempt. Then I will explain why I killed your voters, because it has no effect on what happens next. Because I will protect you from the threat of the Federation and the God of Fire, and I will rule the Southern Federation. The girl was a little angry when she heard this, and looked at Mayan fiercely and asked, What do you mean you will protect me and rule? Who do you think you are? Good question. Mayan nodded, and all the flesh and blood on his shoulders burned at a very fast speed, and the whole neck melted away, and then the night faded. The god with a star head announced, I am the new sun god. The girl stood up obediently and answered in a weak voice, Okay. Chapter 733. The moment she saw the star, the girl overturned her previous thoughts. Even if she didn't want to believe what she saw, the familiar breath was not wrong. The sun god has returned. Dennis and Marlene, who had been arrogant just now, immediately stood up. They were almost fearless in the Southern Federation, but whether it was Saren or the son of the sun god, they were extremely threatening and terrible in their hearts. The sons of the sun had slaughtered many of the gods chosen. Not to mention them, almost all gods were quite afraid of Saren, and they were even more afraid of Saren than other high-level ability users. After all, the gods were not like other high-level ability users. They couldn't escape the Southern Federation. You're back, Saren? The girl asked cautiously. Marn glanced at her coldly. No, Saren is dead. I am the new sun. You can call me Saren. The girl didn't react immediately after hearing this. It took her several seconds to realize what happened. Saran died? The god who had existed since ancient times and had never fallen across countless eras just disappeared? She remembered that even the emperor of the Gurama Empire had to leave a place for him. Saran was really dead and replaced by other gods? Until now, she found it difficult to accept this fact. You know, she and other gods had never doubted that Saran would return. After all, with the power of the sun god, he would definitely be able to research a way to revive from the dead. The only question was when he would come back, but now it seemed that he was really dead. After hearing the news, the girl was first overjoyed. The terrible god who always troubled her finally left this world, but then she was at a loss. At this moment, the future of the gods seemed to become blurred. And more importantly, what kind of personality does the new sun god have? He showed a completely different kind of arrogance from the sun god during this journey. A kind of indifferent arrogance. Then, the girl realized something very important. If the sun god reincarnates into a new consciousness, it means that this new god does not master all kinds of ancient knowledge and mysterious powers like Saran, and he will not be as strong as Saran. But he is still very strong. There is no doubt about that. Thinking of this, the girl's little brain also turned. But she didn't show any abnormality. Then may I ask if the purpose of your coming this time is to help me deal with the traitor, the god of fire? Mayan nodded. Yes, I want to regain control of the gods. The Federation wants to take advantage of my absence to control the entire Southern Federation through the God of Fire and the Titans, and also control you by the way. But their plan will fail. The girl took 2 steps back and said respectfully, I understand your thoughts, but you may not understand that I was not a minister of Saren before, and even promised not to trouble me within 1,000 years before he left. Mayan looked down at her and said, Then you are now. He didn't make any promises to the God of Wind. Faced with such overbearing words, the girl did not refute, but patiently explained, Sir Saren, I know you are very strong, and I know that if you want, you can definitely destroy the city I have built now and these voters, but you can't really kill me. Of course you can threaten me, but the worst result is that I will lose these things and will not be able to recruit new voters in a short time, but you still can't kill me. If this happens, I will certainly be a loser. But I am willing to be a loser. The girl tried her best to make her tone humble and gentle enough so that this sentence did not sound provocative to Maine, but she also emphasized that she was not really afraid of Saran. She certainly didn't want the other party to hunt her down, otherwise she would definitely not be able to sleep well. But on the other hand, if she wanted to be a subordinate of the new sun god, she probably wouldn't have a few days to sleep. She remembered that the sun god was almost a symbol of ambition and kingship, and he was very good at letting his subordinates play their own abilities. So the best result was to let Maine understand that she was not afraid of him, and then let him leave like this, so that she could reluctantly go back to sleep, but she probably wouldn't sleep well in that case. How could the sun god be resurrected? At this moment, The girl not only couldn't vent her anger, but also had to suppress her displeasure and find a way to appease the new god opposite. I won't kill all your chosen people, Mon stressed, but the Federation and the God of Fire will. Don't think that you will be fine after accepting my warning. You should not have forgotten it. They killed Saren before. Do you think you are stronger than him? The girl was not scared when she heard this. I don't think I am harder to kill than Saren, but I don't think they really want to kill me. Mon looked at him and said, the Federation may not want to, but the Titans definitely want to kill you, and they will definitely try to persuade the Federation to at least kill you temporarily, because the new gods are easier for them to control. Why would they keep you? The girl had to admit that this made sense. They might indeed replace her with a new god. But she didn't want to submit to Maine when she thought about following him around. Although this might plant a deeper hidden danger for her, she would consider the future in the future anyway. Now she just wanted to sleep freely. The girl continued to defend herself. But as far as I know, the last time they killed your predecessor, the Camarilla and Maine also participated, and now the relationship between the Camarilla and the Federation doesn't seem to be very good. Although this matter is highly confidential, I am well informed. Looking at the girl's proud nose, Maine said with deep eyes, really? If you are really well informed, you should know that Maine has proposed to the Federation to cooperate with the gods many times, but the Federation does not want to accept his request. But if the Federation encounters trouble in the process of controlling the gods, it may find Maine to cooperate with them at any time, and if they really cooperate, all the gods are in danger. Although I am not Saren, I have the scene before his death in my mind. If you don't believe it, you can find a way to verify my words. Except for the part about being in danger, Maine said everything truthfully. After all, he saw Saren die with his own eyes. Hearing this, the girl's face finally changed a little. Looking at the other party's fearless look, and considering how powerful the divine power he represented was, maybe what the other party said was indeed true. Alas, it is more important to stay alive than to sleep. But maybe she can still find a way. Although the girl was still a little unwilling, she temporarily gave up resistance. Let me check this matter for a few days. All the news can't be hidden from the wind. If what you said is true, then I will help you fight the Federation, but you must let me go free after that. Maine looked down at her and said, I will consider your request. Chapter 734. The girl said with her hands behind her back, then I hope you won't bother me for the next few days. Let me think about this seriously. Mon saw that the consideration of the wind god was just an excuse, and easily sensed that she had some little tricks in her heart, but he did not expose the other party, but lowered his head and reminded, my patience is limited. He didn't care what the wind god was doing behind his back. The greatest storm could not shake the scorching sun. And it was time for him to leave here. After all, if he didn't leave, his body would soon be unable to withstand this force. Even though his arrogance as a god king made him want to come in a more arrogant manner, Ma-En finally restrained this strong impulse, and quickly completed the action according to the original plan. After the last warning, Ma-En and the two attendants beside him began to rise towards the sky, and then they paused for a moment at a position of 300 meters in the air, and then they suddenly turned into three bright streams of fire and flew towards the farthest part of the sky. The night is back. Snap. The girl sat down on the ground. Oh my god, I finally sent Saren away. Marin and Dennis looked at each other, not knowing what to say. What surprised them most was the sudden death of the old man. Although they had a bad relationship with the old guy and even hated him a little, his death also made them feel a strong panic. If he could be killed so easily, then they should be able to do it too. Even though they had various conflicts with the God of Fire during this period, they did not think that they would really die in any battle, but at this moment, this future became gradually clear in their expressions. Dennis, who had only become a voter in recent years, even had a retreat mentality. He didn't want to get involved in these things anymore. My lord. He raised his hand and said, I want to withdraw. But before he could finish, the girl looked up at him as if she had expected it. And this god, who usually had no restraints on them, did not show the same indifferent look as usual. You know, in Dancy's impression, the girl never took anything seriously or got angry. This is why Dennis dared to ask. He knew that the worst result would be a few words. But at this moment, he saw a cold look in the eyes of this god that he had never seen before. I know what you are afraid of. The girl said coldly, yes, your body can only exert a small amount of power under your control. After all, I didn't let you train. This is my fault, so I don't blame you. But you don't have to worry, you have strong power. It just needs the right user. A kind of fear surged into Dennis's chest, and he opened his mouth to apologize and explain. But it was too late. Dennis' eyes widened in horror, because he suddenly realized that he could not utter complete words, and he suddenly lost control of his body. Then Marlene saw. Under the girl's cold gaze, Dennis' body began to leak like a punctured balloon. Yellow wind with fine sand flowed out of his eye sockets, mouth, and ears, and as his flesh and blood turned into yellow wind and continued to flow away, his body was also shrinking rapidly. Dennis showed a painful begging look. But the girl's eyes were still cold and arrogant. Dennis could only dissipate in despair and fear. And the whistling yellow wind made of his flesh and blood. All flowed into the girl's light body. Burp. The girl burped. It seemed that the power flowing into her body made her spirited up. The arrogance and indifference on her face that belonged only to gods dissipated a lot, and she showed her usual relaxed expression again. Then she jumped happily on the spot for a few times. Unlike when she just woke up, this time her body seemed to have weight. The weight of an adult male. Go clean up the traces. Let all the people get ready, and then clean up the garbage. She ordered Marlene indifferently. But Marlene did not neglect it at all after hearing this, and turned into a gust of wind and flew away, as if she was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would follow in Dennis's footsteps. That's why the girl was so distressed about the old man's death. Among the many gods, she is one of the few gods who can exist independently in reality. Her image as a girl is not the body of any chosen person, but her own incarnation shaped by wind and sand, which is why this body has no weight at ordinary times. Because this is not a human flesh and blood body, but a gust of wind. However, such a body itself cannot contain her power. Like all gods, she needs to borrow the human body to release her divine power. This is both the shackles of all gods, and the reason why they can be immortal forever. But the wind god is different from other gods. She is a god who pursues freedom. Living in another human's body is not freedom, which is why she created a unique body. It is also because of this that she can really sleep. This is a free experience that other gods have never had. But such a body cannot contain her divine power after all, and this feeling of being tied up will make the wind god feel particularly uncomfortable and unfree. So she thought of the technique she just used on Dennis. This matter depends entirely on the important characteristics of wind, that is, they can converge and merge with each other. In the legends of her ancient believers, in the distant future, there will be several extremely terrible storms that will appear all over the world and bring disasters, and if these storms can contact and merge with each other, they will turn into a doomsday storm that can overturn the world. This is also the real reason why she did not try to manage and train these voters. In addition to the fact that she is indeed a little lazy and hates trouble, it is because there is no need. These mortals do not need to master the power of using the wind, and she does not intend to enter their dirty bodies. As long as they continue to practice the symbols they represent, live freely, enjoy eternal pleasure without considering any potential painful costs, or cater to other characteristics that belong to her. For example, the voters who are now outside are more inclined to cater to the more dangerous characteristics of the wind, such as turning into a storm to destroy the farmland where the poor depend on for survival, or eroding those seemingly hard things. As long as the behavior of these voters conforms to the characteristics she represents, they will get closer and closer to the storm. And when the similarity is enough, it doesn't matter how strong they are. Because these qualified storms will eventually be absorbed by her, and eventually become a terrible storm with her that can sweep the entire Southern Federation, which only requires a little insignificant cost. In short, it is the soul and consciousness of these voters themselves. After all, the prophecy has said it. In the end, there is only one storm. Chapter 735. The wind howled forward. The girl's heart became heavier and heavier. After regaining some of her strength, the first thing she did was to investigate whether the federal conspiracy that Sarah said was true. After careful investigation, she had to accept that this was probably the result of the fact. Although the Federation did not expose the fatal flaw in a short time, as the wind, she could observe almost every corner of the world, so she could also perceive many subtle changes in the Federation. After knowing the answer, it was easy to judge whether what Sarah said was true by inferring from this change. But even if he was telling the truth, the girl did not intend to give in. Freedom is her nature, and the importance of this point even surpasses life and death and survival for her. Although the humanity given to the wind god by mortals will make her want to live after careful consideration. But her divinity made her unwilling to give up any hope of freedom. The new sun god who suddenly appeared undoubtedly threatened her freedom. Even when the ram was around, she had never encountered this kind of dilemma, because although the ram was extremely arrogant and powerful, he also had the demeanor of a king and would not need to push himself to the limit. Of course, it could also be because the ram never had this need. He had never encountered the urgent problems that the new god faced, because their end did not suddenly enter a certain situation like him, so he could always solve the problem in advance. At least since he was born, Theron had always been like this. But now thinking about it, Theron's kingly demeanor seemed to have brought him a lot of problems. If Saran was willing to pay enough when threatened some time ago, he could actually face the enemy in a more comprehensive manner. At least, he would have a way to really command the gods. Just like what the new sun god did just now. But in the end, Saran was confident enough in himself, or he was unwilling to give up his own interests. But no matter what the reason was, the actual situation was that this kingly demeanor killed him. And this new sun god seemed to have learned from Saran's lesson. He did not behave like a god king with extraordinary temperament. More like an unreasonable overlord. This kind of sun god is undoubtedly a greater threat to himself. More importantly, the new god's style of doing things is even worse than Saran. When he asked for freedom in the future, the new sun god was even unwilling to make false promises. If it was Saran, he would at least find a way to maintain the harmony on the surface. But this guy seems to be much colder-blooded than Saran, so she has a more serious idea in her heart instead of just getting rid of him. She didn't want to be restrained by such a guy in the future. But there was also good news. This new god didn't have the knowledge and skills of Theron. She knew that all new gods would take a long time to reach their full form. Because all gods need to spend a long time to familiarize themselves with their own power and develop various incredibly powerful skills, especially after they were sealed by the Titans. At least this new sun god couldn't become stronger by increasing his divine power. After all, he had reached the pinnacle of the seal when he was born. This actually made her very afraid. In fact, the wind god felt that he was somewhat confident. If she devoured all the Elects and turned them into the final storm, she should still be able to compete with this god with the experience and knowledge accumulated over the years. This was also due to the fact that the other party, as a new god, did not know her secret. He could not destroy the formation of the storm without killing enough Elects immediately. This was also the second thing she did during this period. She established connections with all the Elects. Now the storm can be formed at any time. But if it was just like this, she still didn't intend to tear her face with this new god. While her trick was very powerful, it also had many problems. For example, as wind, she could not exist forever. Although this problem would be greatly alleviated in the form of the final storm, she could maintain this state for several years under the premise of maintaining basic eating, but it was far from enough to deal with the sun god. What's more, after paying so much price, she could only compete with the normal sun god of the newborn. So if she really wants to be free, she must get help from other gods. There happened to be a god who might be interested. As she continued to move forward, the scene in front of her became darker and darker. Then, there were falling raindrops. She raised her head. Dark clouds flooded the sky. Blocked the sun. We are in trouble. She screamed at the clouds. Silence. It has something to do with the sun god, she added. In the blink of an eye, the winding silver snake emerged from the dark clouds without knowing when. Came in front of her. The silver light faded, and a strong man appeared in the air. Quampling also turned into a girl in front of the man. Long time no see, she greeted. Thor looked at her expressionlessly, and had no intention of joining in. Seeing this, the girl could only clear her throat, and then said seriously, I brought a terrible news. The sun god is resurrected. Thor seemed to be slightly interested, but still said nothing. The girl then said seriously, but this new sun god is not Saren, he has died forever. This is undoubtedly good news for us gods who pursue freedom. But you must have thought that things are not that simple. The bad news is that this guy is as arrogant as Saren. He even came to my city in person, and declared that he wanted to rule all the gods of the Southern Federation. Judging from what he meant, you must be on his list. His ambition and intention are more terrible than Saren. So I want to join hands with you and other gods to fight him and suppress him at this stage when he was just born. As long as you agree to this proposal, I will immediately go to find the sea god Shang. Thunder came from the dark clouds, covering the sound of the wind. The man replied indifferently, I'm not interested. The girl hurriedly explained, this is our best chance. If we let this guy go, he will only become the second Saran. Don't you remember how badly we were suppressed when Saran was here? We now have a chance to prevent Saran from being born. Lightning flashed across, illuminating the arrogant look of the thunder god. Do you think I'm worried about the emergence of a second Saran? If he really wants to rule all the gods as you said, and even wants me to bow down to him, it will be good news for me. When that time comes, I will defeat him openly. Let all the gods see with their own eyes who is the strongest god. Hearing this, the girl's heart fell to the bottom. It's over. It seems that she really can't sleep well. Chapter 736. Abnormal Control Bureau. Divinity fades. Huh? Maine exhaled deeply. As the divine power left, the arrogant demeanor became calm, and waves of weakness and emptiness came from the whole body, as if protesting the departure of power. Every inch of skin was longing for the sun shining. Maine did not respond to this protest, but when he raised his legs, staggered, coordination disappeared. It was as if his neglect angered his body, and they also ignored his will. How do you feel? Sully walked forward worriedly, wanting to reach out and help Maine up. As a new god, the girl knew very well how human consciousness would affect Maine. As a moon god who could control the mind and had anti-psychic devices to protect her, she could still feel the horror of this influence. Although only a few waves could hit her, she could still feel the horror of the ocean. Ma-en did not refuse her help. He supported his exhausted body with his support, staring at the wall in front of him with a firm look, suppressing the dissatisfaction and hunger coming from his body. As he stared at the wall, his eyes gradually became clear. And it was not until this moment that Sally felt that the figure she was supporting was the familiar Ma-en. This power is very dangerous, he said, but it is also very strong. It was too strong. He knew very well that the power he exerted now was far less than that of Saran, who had all kinds of knowledge and understanding. At this moment, he understood Saran's strength more clearly than when he faced him at that time. And now, he fully understood how strong the suppression of Saran was at that time, and how useful the various restraining weapons he used were to Saran. Because this power that lacks various combat skills and knowledge is close to that of Saran at that time. That is to say, Saran at that time could almost be regarded as suppressed to the level of a new god. But Maine did not think that this power was weak. If it were not for the limited duration of this power, he even had the illusion that he could be almost undefeated in single combat in the Southern Federation. And there was only one person, except for this almost. Shishao. Even just a dozen minutes was enough for Maine to kill many 5th level ability users, who were restrained or not prepared in advance, which is also the strength of this power. All the power of 5.5 will not last particularly long for Maine. But this shortcoming is not particularly fatal in the power of the Sun God, because it has the strength to solve most opponents in a short time, and it is not the kind of power that needs to consume time to win steadily. This is not to say that this power cannot do the latter, but that it is comprehensive enough. After recovering a little, Mon stood up again. This power is very dangerous. Although I took the initiative to disguise myself as the Sun God, when I really turned into the Sun God, rationality can only barely control this power. That kind of arrogance that penetrated into my bones almost affected my decision. What Mon feared most was the electrical signal coming from his body at this moment, which was like a withdrawal reaction. It was still lingering on that power, that state. Sully also showed a worried look. Maybe we should first look for abnormal props that can control this power. Mon nodded. This is a good idea, but this matter should be carried out at the same time as our original plan. The Federation's work against the gods is progressing steadily. If it reaches a certain level, we will have no chance. We can't delay the original plan. But Sully was still a little worried. After all, the Sun God is the strongest god. Its power has a serious erosion on people. Are you sure that you are not saying this now, because its arrogance has affected you? Hearing this reminder, Ma-en also showed a thoughtful look. Feeling the emotions that still remained in his body, Ma-en seriously reflected on whether they had an impact on his current decision. He soon came to the conclusion, no, although the things you are worried about do exist, they have not affected my current decision. I think as long as I don't abuse this power, there will be nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Sully felt a little relieved. There are often two possibilities for such an answer. The first is that Ma-en said there is no need to worry, and the second is that this influence has actually destroyed Ma-en's self-judgment ability. But Sully was not worried about this, because she didn't believe that Ma-en would be completely conquered so easily. If it was an accumulated influence, it would be possible, but it would be impossible for Ma-en to lose his accurate judgment ability in just a dozen minutes. No one in the world knows this better than her. After all, she was born from Ma-en's brain. Ma-en then reminded, by the way, tell Qin-Lan not to let anyone else use this power. For most people, this power does have the possibility of erosion, which is much more dangerous than when I used your power. If there is no protective device, most humans should not be suitable to use your power. Of course, Sully herself doesn't need to worry about this problem. After all, she is not human. The girl nodded. Okay, then what arrangements do you need me to make next? In addition to continuing to monitor the Federation, I should have a lot of power to use. Do you need me to monitor the God of Wind or other gods for you? She looked at Maine expectantly. Selly was of course not interested in these gods, and she just carried out the work arranged by Maine without emotion. But seeing Maine's appearance after returning, she almost instinctively thought about sharing some responsibilities with Maine. Maine waved his hand. "It's okay, it's not time for you to appear yet. We must strictly ensure that my identity will not be seen through by the Federation or others, and we must be careful enough. Although you can use secrets to hide your identity, it is better to do as little as possible. Of course, I will let you take action when necessary." Hearing him say this, Selly did not insist on anything. Although she was still worried about the influence of the power of the sun god on Maine, she also believed in Maine's own judgment, and he would indeed let her take action when the time was right. "So are we just going to wait for the wind god to figure it out?" Maine shook his head. "No, although I said so at the time, and I may have thought so, but that is not my attitude. What we have to do is to look like the arrogant sun god." Not really. More importantly, he did not have enough power to do so. Although in this state, Maine also had the confidence to severely damage or even threaten the wind god, this was just a pure feeling. It might even be a mistake. "What are you going to do?" Selly asked curiously. Maine answered with a clear look in his eyes. "I have an idea that can help us deal with the gods, and it may also weaken the influence of power on me." Chapter 737. Zasna read through the material she had sorted out attentively. These were the secret intelligence collected by her spies throughout the underground world. She fully reactivated the spy department that had been semi-stagnant for many years. In the underground world without communication capabilities, manpower is the only way to transmit information. So many years ago, she established an underground intelligence agency to collect information efficiently. After the early hostility ended, she used these spies less and less, almost only treating them as secret chess pieces inserted in other cities to prevent danger. This was also the purpose of establishing the spy organization in the first place. At least that's what she thought. Ever since she read the letter from the last era that Ma-En found, this matter has become completely different in her eyes, because thinking carefully, it turns out that there is nothing suspicious about her establishing spies. Under many coincidences, she made this decision. But now Zasna always feels that although this can indeed explain her decision, it is still not sufficient, as if she should have a better reason. If the information provided by Ma-En is true, then this matter can be well explained. The original self and the missing 10th king were once the leaders of the underground world. If this spy organization was established by herself in the last era to fulfill her duties as a ruler, it would be much more reasonable. Of course, such an organization is needed to assist in ruling the underground world. And these days, she has completely restarted the spy organization that she almost ignored, and let them collect various important changes and intelligence in this world, and investigate the process of many things. Then, she found that many things were worth pondering. Everything was progressing in a fairly reasonable way. If you don't look at it with a skeptical eye, you won't realize that there may be problems with those things. Because if you observe carefully, she will eventually realize that the development of these things is reasonable, such as why Walter and Victor can become their leaders. Countless coincidences have contributed to this world. It seems that there is nothing strange. After all, this is how reality works. But when she knew that it was someone else who once ruled the underground world, she could find some strange places in these coincidences. Some of these coincidences seem to happen purely to explain the current situation. Someone is covering up something. The more deeply she studied various events, the more she realized this. She couldn't find any key evidence because all the unreasonableness was covered up, but she could feel some traces of pain along the edge of the correction. Even if she couldn't see the blank itself, she could barely see the outline of the blank. She even had a preliminary inference about the time of the fault. The fault in this world is likely to have occurred in the past few years, but the exact time is still unclear. "Sir." The voice of the spy came from outside the door. Situation number 2. After hearing this, Zasna did not hesitate and immediately put down the information in her hand. "Okay, leave." She left her office and flew directly to the destination. A huge building that has been moved underground and secretly protected. It is also a directional teleportation array. When she walked to the teleportation hall, the familiar figure was already waiting for her. "Long time no see." Ma-En greeted in a friendly manner. Zasna also smiled. "Long time no see." Ma-En stepped forward. "I haven't had time to thank you for helping me solve the problem of Saren." "You're welcome," Zasna said in return, "not to mention that dealing with the gods is our responsibility, and what you told me is much more important than the help I provided." Then she said impatiently, "To be honest, I was a little skeptical about what you said, but after a lot of research on the forgotten things, I found that this is basically true. Mon didn't expect the other party to suddenly bring up this matter. Did you find anything? Zasna nodded. First of all, I can confirm the positions of Voltaire and Victor. They were not only traitors, who stood on the opposite side of the 10th king, but they also seemed to have some ideas that most Titan kings disagreed with. It turns out that the other Titan kings were also standing on the opposite side of them. It's just that after the death of the 10th king, they became the two strongest Titan kings in the underground, which made most of the other Titan kings stand beside him in a daze. In addition, I can also confirm that the fall time is in the past few years. The last sentence is very close to Ma's judgment. He showed a thoughtful look. This is indeed very interesting news. If you have any new information, you can tell me again, but I came to you because I need your help with other things. Zasna nodded, as long as I can help. In her opinion, Maine is now her ally. Maine explained simply, I have been trying to pretend that Saran controls other gods in the Southern Federation recently, because the Federation itself also wants to take control of the Southern Federation after Saran disappears, and I have reasons to fight against them. And I also noticed that the Federation is cooperating with Victor. Zasna showed a serious look. What? Are you saying that Victor violated the treaty and went to the ground? Maine nodded. He is also related to my affairs. In short, I need weapons to deal with the gods, especially the god of fire, who has surrendered to the Federation, and the god of wind, who now leads the free gods. But I will not use the weapons you give me easily unless I am sure to seal the gods again. This is what I want to ask you. Do you have any other ways to seal the gods besides weapons? Finally, I still need intelligence on these gods. Although Ma'an's words contained a lot of information, Zasna, who already knew that he had the ability to contain, was not surprised by his idea. She had also thought carefully about this ability during this period. This seems to be a way to truly end the gods. Zasna said, the information about the gods is simple. I can summarize it for you, but it may be a bit outdated. After all, we haven't fought against the gods for a long time. However, the information about the wind god should still be more accurate. She has existed for much longer than the time we were sealed. If I'm not mistaken, she should still be best at that final storm. She told everything she knew without hesitation, and did not think about whether the purpose Mon said might be false. Trust has been established, and she does not intend to expose Mon even if he is lying. Mon lied when they met last time, but the final result was what she hoped for. Zasna showed a serious look. We don't have many ways to seal the gods. All our resources are invested in establishing the ritual to seal Saran. You may need to tell us clearly in advance who you want to deal with, and then we can invest the remaining resources in some semi-finished rituals after passing the parliament. As for weapons, I can find a way to get some for you, but strong enough weapons still need the approval of the majority of members of the Titan Council before I can get them for you. This requires the consent of the majority of Titan Kings in the Parliament. Is there any way to get the consent of the majority of Titan Kings? He asked without much hope. Although he could not think of how to get the majority of Titan Kings to agree to provide him with weapons and sealing resources, ordinary weapons and intelligence were enough for him. Anyway, the power of the Sun God is strong enough. But Zasna said, as for weapons, it should take some time to get them, but the seal may take some time. Maine asked in surprise, do we have a way to convince the Titan King? Zasna smiled. Although you are very powerful, don't underestimate me. After all, I am also a Titan King. If I can't handle such a small matter, there is no need for you to form an alliance with me. During this period, I have secretly contacted and trusted several Titan Kings. Now the Titan Kings who are closer to me are close to half. If Victor doesn't come back, it may be difficult to spend a lot of resources to seal, but I have a way to ask them to provide a few weapons. At most, it will take some time to find excuses in lobby. But if Victor comes back, it may just happen that we can't get more than half of the votes. So I think maybe if you think it's appropriate, you can take the opportunity to kill Victor up there. When he said this, Mayan noticed that Zasna's eyes were different from before. Chapter 738. Facing her eyes, Mayan realized that things were not that simple. You want to kill Victor, right? Zasna did not deny. Yes, but this is not a personal grudge. I don't even know what he really is like. It can be said that my greatest dissatisfaction with him comes from his obstruction when he helped you deal with Saran. The reason I want to deal with him is to eliminate the obstacles on our common road. This matter can not only help me better influence the decision of the Parliament, but also avoid potential obstructions in the future. Of course, you're right. I do have my own ideas, but they are definitely not personal interests. I want to control the underground world and regain my forgotten control. You should also be able to see that Walter and Victor are not trustworthy leaders. The information left over from the last era can also prove this. Although it may sound a little ridiculous to you, I think I am more suitable to lead other Titans than them. In addition, there is another important thing. I want to focus the energy of most Titans on investigating the past. I am very interested in the past era. We may have lost our true goal. We will lose the real reason for our existence, something crucial, and, although I don't remember him anymore, I want to find my late husband. At least find traces of his existence. Marn nodded and immediately said that he had no opinion. If it is based on the Titans I first knew, Voltaire and Victor are indeed not suitable to be leaders to rule other Titan kings. They are too selfish. Zasna nodded. I definitely need your help for this. Of course, this is good for both of us. First of all, after getting rid of Victor, we can better control the parliament, and as I said, I want to find the past. But if I want to devote most of my energy to digging up the past, I have to find a way to convince other Titan kings not to care too much about the gods, so that they can provide their own resources. And I have figured out how to do this. Maine already had a vague guess. How to do it. Zasa looked into his eyes, and replied, I will help you seal the other gods. I don't mean to seal them with our method, but to let you reproduce what you did to Saran. Although the sealing of other gods has not been completed yet, if you can help me kill Victor or even Voltal, so that I can gain control of the underground world, then I can fully mobilize these resources. And if you replace most of the gods, I can also devote myself to the past. Her proposal is quite tempting. In fact, Maine also thought about controlling the southern gods. After all, he has the strongest power in the Southern Federation, and this power cannot leave the Southern Federation, so the easiest way to expand it is to take the opportunity to control the gods, who can't escape the Southern Federation. And he also has the power of the Moon God, which allows him to capture the illusory gods. When he defeats the gods, Selly can change the consciousness and cognition of the people in the Southern Federation. Make it possible for the Abnormal Control Bureau to contain the power of the gods. Of course, in order to achieve control smoothly, he still needs the help of the Titans, which is why although he always has the idea of controlling the Southern Federation in his heart, he doesn't really take this idea seriously. Because the last point is quite difficult to achieve. But at this moment, Zasna said that she could solve this problem for herself. Mon did not make a decision immediately. Are you sure that you can smoothly control other Titans after I get rid of them? How do you do this? He knew very well that Zasna's status among these Titans was not that high. Zasna smiled and said, That's why I need your cooperation. I want them to think that it was not you who got rid of Voltaire and Victor, but I got rid of them. At that time, those Titans will receive the news in advance. I will also use some other tricks to make them clearly realize this. If it is really difficult, you can also provide me with temporary power to convince them. You can do this, right? I believe that they will understand how to treat the new leader who killed the two strongest Titan kings. The fox borrows the tiger's power. This trick Mon is very familiar with. Mon hesitated for a moment and said, But as far as I know, Titan King can be resurrected continuously? How can I kill him? Do I need to use some special methods to prevent them from resurrecting? Zasa smiled and explained, Don't worry about that. You should remember that someone tried to stop my resurrection, and my resurrection at that time also consumed resources. We can't destroy the device that controls the resurrection, but we can stop the resurrection process. Now my spies have lurked in the second city. If Victor is killed in the outside world, my spies can destroy his resurrection device at the same time. We can at least prevent him from resurrecting in a few years, and as long as we get rid of his only remaining ally Walter during this time can be delayed indefinitely. Of course, there's a reason why almost no Titan King did this before. This plan has several difficulties. First of all, there was no Titan King on the surface before, and all communications in the underground world have problems, so we can't send spies to perform tasks while killing Titan King. Although my spies can get close to the Resurrection Core, their strength is still lacking. But if I don't think about it, these problems should not be a big deal to you. Her inference was correct. The communication shielding of the underground world is almost non-existent for Maine, and the Abnormal Control Bureau can jump out of this shielding and transmit information at a higher angle. It only needs to transmit the information to the Control Bureau first, and then to the employees in another place. As for the problem of the strength of the spies, he doesn't even need to provide any weapons, as long as he lends Zasna the utilization function and lets her transfer the power of herself or some props to her spies, he can solve this problem. That is to say, if he can kill Victor in the outside world, she can definitely ensure that he can't be reborn. Just kill him. Maine asked, You can provide me with any weapon against the gods. Zasna nodded, almost all, but even if you don't plan to do this, I can provide some weapons that I can get, and it will take some time to get strong enough weapons, but it may take a long time. And if we kill him, then get rid of Volt. I can help you seal the other gods. Chapter 739. Victor looked at the screens in front of him, and a confident look appeared on his face. It's time. Standing on the left side of him was a young man. His expression was not as relaxed as Victor's. Instead, he seemed a little nervous and embarrassed after hearing this sentence. Are you sure it's now? Vulcan asked immediately. Victor had never thought that he could work with the gods in his life. Although his ideas might be a little radical compared to other titans, he had never considered the possibility of such a situation. But he was also very glad that it was Vulcan who was standing next to him at this time. This was also the reason why he chose to cooperate with the Federation. Strictly speaking, this god was even younger than him. If it was other gods who cooperated with the Federation, he might have to hide his true purpose more carefully. Whether it was the sea god who had existed since ancient times, the wind god who had also existed for a long time, or the Thunder Lord who showed terrible power in the Titan War, they would definitely not believe him easily. And if it was the deceased Saran, he would not even think about whether he was lying. He would kill himself before he could figure out the situation. But this was not a matter of luck, and the situation he was worried about was unlikely to happen. Because none of those gods would be stupid enough to cooperate with the Federation. Among these stronger gods, the god of fire was one of the few that changed generations frequently. In every era, some strong gods were born not long ago, but in most cases, these young strong gods were born because of some accidents, and only the life of each generation of the god of fire was very short. Like a flame. Perhaps it was for this reason that this guy finally made such a stupid decision. He may have mistakenly believed that the Federation could change his fate, but in Victor's opinion, the opposite was true. It was because of the nature of flames that they would inevitably self-destruct in reality, which made each generation of the god of fire only survive for such a short time, and now the cooperation between the god of fire and the Federation. It was this kind of behavior. Short-sighted, urgent, and stupid. Lost all reason. This was an absolute good thing for Victor. He certainly didn't appear here to help the Federation control the gods. If he really just wanted all the gods to be solved, he would have helped Maine with all his strength. And the Federation might not be willing to seal the gods. His purpose of coming to the Earth was precisely to stop Maine from continuing to seal other gods. He was different from all other Titan kings. Victor hoped that other Titans could continue to implement the human destruction plan. No matter what the other Titan kings look like now, their predecessors chose to sacrifice everything to become Titans, which means that they regarded the destruction of the gods as their ideal at that time. But Victor is different. His becoming a Titan at that time had nothing to do with the gods. He appeared here only because the original Victor was very afraid of death, and that guy adopted countless resurrection and reincarnation plans in order to survive. And the Titan plan is one of the countless plans he chose. The good news is that he is one of the few successful cases of these plans. The bad news is that there are other survivors. And if these Victors knew that they had a device that could destroy humans and their existence underground, they would definitely kill themselves first. Because they would be worried about using this device, or they would be worried about what was happening at the moment. They would take the initiative because they were worried about other Victors. Mutual suspicion is an inevitable problem between them. No one in the world knows better than him how much of a bastard he is. Therefore, his purpose here is not to really help the Federation to deal with the gods. On the contrary, he wants to find a way to unite these gods and make the Titans realize that they have to destroy all mankind. At the same time, he can also use the Federation to show the ugliness of mankind. If he shows the other Titans what the Federation, and he decide to do in the Southern Federation, it will be much easier to persuade the Titan Kings to agree to destroy all mankind. Victor knows very well that these humans have no idea what terrible creatures they are facing. They think they already know these gods very well, but the power displayed by these creatures is only a weak side. They have not seen the most terrible part of these monsters. Even the recently deceased Saran still hides a more terrible face that has not been revealed. The current mortals and this young god greatly underestimated the other gods, whether it was the sea god who had lost almost all of his power due to the existence of the ocean, or the thunder god, who was no less powerful than Naran, or the wind god they were hunting at the moment. All of them had more terrifying power than the Federation imagined. But in most cases, they had no chance to show their true colors, because these ordinary gods could not feel any threat at all, and now they were too weak. If someone really threatened them, they would not be able to react. This is also what happened to Sirain in Victor's eyes. Mon was able to kill Sirain because he was too weak to exert his full strength, and he could quickly kill him after getting the help of the Titans. This is also the only reason he can imagine that Sirene will lose. After all, it is impossible for Mon to suppress Sirene with hard power, and then win the battle in an unsuspenseful way. And for this reason, Victor has a way to realize his plan. In the process of helping the Federation, he can force these gods to show their most terrifying faces by mastering the right strength and timing, such as the wind god they are hunting. Neither the god of fire nor the Federation knows that she has a state called the Last Storm, and she is in this state almost all the time during the Titan War. At that time, the body of the god of wind could cover the entire Titan Empire, and any mortal who left the city without protection would walk directly into her body, and be directly crushed into mincemeat by her. She even often finds a gap to sneak into a city. And if anyone can withstand the storm and go to those cities that have lost contact, they will see human flesh and blood covering the city like a carpet. After the wind blows, only death will be left. But now she will not easily enter the final storm state, because now there are not countless believers who can be transformed into storms like in the Titan era, and she can't maintain this state for too long. So what he has to do is to make the wind god feel that he is forced into a desperate situation, and to ensure that the number of high-level believers at that time is just right, so that her strength is under his control. This is why Victor is proud. Soon, these mortals will also have the opportunity to see her true face. Chapter 740. Don't worry, Victor said confidently, we are all under control. The god of fire was still a little worried and hesitant. Maybe there will be a better time. It's okay, just do what Mr. Victor said. The one who spoke was Li Hu, who was standing in the corner of the room. As the top ability user of the Federation, he was also sent to participate in this mission, and most of the powerful weapons provided by Victor were also used by him. If we only consider the battle, it is actually the most appropriate to give those weapons to the god of fire. But the Federation does not trust him. Although the Federation's professional team analyzed that he could not betray, and even if he took these weapons, he would not pose a threat, the Federation still does not intend to give him too many opportunities to contact anti-god weapons. Although the god of fire has no way to retreat at this time, and is loyal to the Federation, he is still incomparable with Li Hu. Even if he has no second thoughts now, he is afraid that some ancient gods, who have lived for countless years, will think of some way to rebel against him, and take away the god of fire, and all those weapons. They chose the god of fire because he is easy to control. But the Federation was more worried that he would lose these weapons in defeat. That was why the Federation asked Li Hu to help. Not only was he absolutely loyal, he was also strong enough. Hearing Li Hu say this, Vulcan didn't say anything else. He didn't like Victor from the beginning, and deep in his heart, he had some resistance to all his judgments. But he couldn't refuse the Federation. After stepping into their building, there was no room for regret. Vulcan looked forward. The middle-aged man on the screen was walking in the yellow wasteland, and the outline of the city could be seen in the distance. He closed his eyes. Then he opened them. His feet stepped into the lust. The god of fire looked up at the city in the distance, letting the power flow through his body. As he breathed, the hot flames replaced the heart and lungs made of flesh and blood, and the golden hair turned into semi-solidified lava. The flames instantly melted the fragile eyeballs like glass beads. The city in the distance became extremely clear in his eyes, as if it was close at hand. The god of fire raised his head slightly, and looked at the scorching sun at noon. He was gone. Although he had expected it, he felt empty in his heart for some reason when it happened. It was as if he had never believed in his heart that Saren would fall. Until this moment, he just felt that he had a long and depressing nightmare, and everything that happened was not real. The fall of Saren, the cooperation with the Federation, meeting Victor, fighting with the god of wind. All in a daze. Until, now when he looked up, the blazing sun was reflected in the flames. Looking at the burning stars, the hole in his chest gradually became full. Yes, he should fill that hole, and all gods can see it. There is a piece missing in the sky. Yes, since Saren has fallen, the worship of the sun is about to disappear in the hearts of the people of the Southern Federation. So why doesn't he fill this gap? No god is more suitable for this than him. The sun is just a burning fireball. It's time to establish a new understanding of the sun in the hearts of mortals. Since no one can stop him now, why doesn't he replace Saren? He should take advantage of this cooperation with the Federation, and he must take the opportunity to take away Saren's power. Ambition spread in his chest. The moment he raised his eyes and lowered his head, the fire god's eyes became extremely clear, but he was not worried that those mortals would be able to detect this. They could not feel his emotion through the sparks jumping in his eye sockets. He looked forward again, and the flames in his eyes gradually overlapped with the city. It's time to burn. Chapter 741. As he gazed for a long time, the flames in his eyes seemed to be reflected on the outline of the city. The faint noise coming from afar was like the crackling sound of burning charcoal, reminding the god of fire that he could now turn his attention back to himself. He retracted his gaze, and the swaying flames had already enveloped the city and began to spread at a crazy unnatural speed, devouring buildings and people like a living demon, and screams and collapses turned into faint movements in the distance. This is God's punishment. If it were in other places, the Federation would not allow him to use power like this, but the Southern Federation is completely different from other regions for the Federation. After all, they have no actual control here. In a sense, these cities are even regarded as hostile camps by the Federation. And more importantly, unnatural disasters are actually difficult to cause panic in the Southern Federation. Not only are there few people in the Southern Federation who can receive education, but they also believe in the existence of the supernatural more than people in other regions. Therefore, he will not be subject to any constraints here. As the flames spread across the horizon, the wind began to howl between the buildings. However, these winds did not fuel the fire, but instead gathered the flames in the more dilapidated areas of the city, preventing them from spreading further. Seeing this, he did not continue to ignite the fire, but turned around and prepared to leave. But as he turned around, the wind and sand began to swirl around him, and in a short moment it turned into a tornado sandstorm, completely isolating him from the surrounding environment, and the air was also sucked away by the strong wind. Almost in the blink of an eye, he was trapped in the sandstorm. This is a trap. Just as the Federation expected, 3 twisted and strange faces took shape in the wind and sand, and they showed an arrogant smile that was almost mocking. They were the wind god believers, who had fought with their men on the front line these days. According to his understanding, these 3 were also the more reliable among the top wind god believers. Of course, this was compared with other wind god believers. Even compared with the elects of Thunder God, they seemed too frivolous. But it didn't matter what they were like. The point was that if they all died here, the wind god would basically lose his ability to resist. Both the frontal combat capability and her final move would completely collapse. While he was in a daze, the 3 wind god elects did not stop their offensive. After sucking away all the air around the opponent, they began to use invisible wind whips to continuously whip the fire god, who was standing in the center of the storm, and was at a loss. Every time the whip hit him, a red flame like a blood thread was drawn out of his body, entangled by the yellow wind and caught in the storm, and then diluted and disappeared in an instant. One of the faces showed a smug look. Didn't you think that we have already grasped your movements, and nothing can escape the eyes and ears of the wind? The god of fire stood there in a daze, staring calmly at the storm in front of him. He said nothing. The storm began to move towards him, as if ready to grind him into meat. Ah! A scream came from the wind. Bright red blood spurted out instantly. The black tiger raised his paw gracefully and licked the red meat on his paw, and in front of him was a young-looking woman lying, with a broken half-face, and she seemed to have not realized what happened. But the exposed brain has already explained her fate. The other 2 faces in the storm did not react at all. They recognized the identity of the black tiger, which was only a few meters tall. They had fought with this guy several times before, but no matter what, they could not understand how this Lee who took away his companion. How could he catch the wind? But before they could think about how to deal with it, the black tiger jumped up again, and this time they and the fire god saw clearly what was going on. He also turned into a black wind and rushed towards the storm again. The 2 faces in the wind became terrified, and then the storm dissipated in just a few seconds. They turned into 2 storms at the same time and fled in different directions. The speed of the black wind was not as fast as theirs, and it seemed that Li Hu also realized this. He immediately turned into a black tiger again and stepped on the wind, opened his bloody mouth with meat residue, and roared almost silently in the thin air, and the moment he opened his mouth, the 2 escaping gusts of wind froze. The fire god, who stood still, knew that this was not Li Hu's own ability, but a weapon provided by Victor. As long as he could touch the blood of the incarnation of the wind god, he could imprison all the wind god believers who crossed each other. The black wind form that Li Hu had just used was also a weapon specifically targeting the wind god. It allowed the user to enter this form for a limited period of time, and could directly attack other creatures that turned into storms. The runes engraved on his claws could reverse the elementalization of the gods chosen. In addition to these few, there were also special teams around the Federation to prevent them from escaping, but it seemed that they were no longer useful against these rabble. Waste. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, the girl's scolding came from the wind. Then 2 screams sounded one after another, The screams were so unpleasant that it sounded like someone was skinning them, and then the two followers of the god of wind lost their lives. But it was not Li Hu or other strong men hiding in the dark who killed them. It was the girl who appeared in front of them. The god of fire looked at the god of wind, who suddenly appeared in surprise. She was not sleeping? The girl looked at the body of the elect with disdain. Useless thing. As she spoke, the body turned into a gust of wind and whistled towards her. Fortunately, she did not ignore the guy's reminder and made preparations in advance. Then she looked at the god of fire with a cold expression and said in the tone of an elder teaching a younger generation, "Little guy, any god with a brain should not cooperate with the Titans. You haven't seen that war. We almost lost everything at that time. This behavior is much stupider than cooperating with the Federation." As she spoke, the evil tiger turned into black wind and roared at her, and then rushed over. The girl smiled contemptuously. "It's an old trick from many years ago, and you still want to deal with me now." As she spoke, she disappeared without a trace as if she faded away in the world, and the roar of the black tiger did not play any role in confinement. She easily escaped their trap. Li Hu did not give up, and continued to run towards the distance. But the god of fire knew that he should not be able to catch up with the god, who claimed to be the second freest. At the same time, news came from the body of the strategic room that the special operations team was slaughtered. The god of fire looked at the place where the god of wind disappeared and remained silent. What on earth is going on? It's like she was prepared. Chapter 742. The wind rushed into the open French window and turned into a beautiful girl. She took a few steps forward with a messy pace, and then plunged forward as if she fell. She fell on the soft pillow mountain. The wind god closed his eyes and let the darkness and sleepiness surround him. But after lying for a few minutes, the uneasiness in his heart made her open her eyes. She climbed up reluctantly and looked up at the city outside the window. The familiar night view made her feel a little relieved. She was almost exposed. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. Although she just acted as if she was in full control of the situation, she was actually just bluffing in front of the Federation and the god of fire. She didn't even know what weapons her opponent had, so how could she be sure of winning? And if she really knew the situation at the time, she wouldn't have run away without saying a few words. If she hadn't received the news in advance, at least 2 wind god believers would have been left there. She even almost failed to recover the dead believer. Fortunately, she didn't really ignore Sarah's words, and still paid a little attention. However, the current situation is not particularly good. This trap caused her to lose 3 capable men. Although her strength was actually greatly reminded, there is also a serious problem. First of all, the doomsday storm cannot last for a long time unless she continues to eat her high-level believers. More importantly, there is a necessary price to use this stronger power. That is, she must do it herself, and there is no rest time. Just like when she fought with the Titans. Just thinking about that time, she felt nauseous and dizzy, and even heard the shrill screams of those mortals in her mind, and the deep fatigue surged over her body again. The girl shook her head violently, expelling these scenes, and her eyes became firm. She would never go back to those days, and would never turn into an eternal storm, and do countless disgusting repetitive labors all over the world at the same time. She had to kill countless mortals every second, and had to seize every opportunity to capture every city that exposed loopholes for Saran and other leaders of the gods, not to mention dealing with countless Titan attacks at the same time. There were countless rebels all over the world trying to stop the storm they turned into. If their ultimate goal was not to kill herself, she would have even wanted to give up resistance several times. It was too long. In the first 10 years, she actually thought it was fun, but in the next few decades, this fun began to decline, and she had to think of various ways to maintain some freshness. Until a certain moment, all the killing and confrontation lost their meaning. It became a meaningless repetition that tortured her mind. Then she became completely numb. The pain and fatigue destroyed her memory and thinking ability. Even now, she can hardly recall what happened during that time. The girl firmly believed that that period of time caused her terrible sequelae that lasted to this day. And what's worse is that when the war ended, she didn't have time to rest. Thoran and other gods also realized her weakness, and didn't give her any chance to breathe. It also made it impossible for her to heal this pain. Yes, the wind god knew how to get rid of this terrible pain, which was a very difficult thing. That is to have a good sleep. Not just a few months of napping, or a few years of napping. Even a few decades of napping would not work. What she needed was a real long sleep. But Saran and other gods did not give her a chance to recover. After being sealed in the Southern Federation, their relationship became tense, and there were not many humans assigned to them. And they had no common opponents. So the gods became enemies again. That's why she agreed to Saran's request, and she was extremely happy after Saran's death, because it meant that she could have a lot of time to take a nap. And she would also have the opportunity to start preparing for her long sleep. As a god, she couldn't just fall asleep when she wanted to sleep. First of all, she had to maintain her body to sleep. Then she had to make enough preparations in advance to prevent someone from disturbing her sleep or killing her while she was sleeping. But she didn't even have a good nap before the Federation and Sarah came to her door. The girl became more and more angry when she thought of this. She raised her hand and waved it in the air, as if she was hitting the Federation members, who had just ambushed her, and Sarah, who came to her door. "What are you doing?" A puzzled voice came from behind her. The girl turned around suddenly. Ma-En, who was dressed in a black suit, had sat on a chair in the corner of the room without knowing when. The girl's eyes became sharp and alert in an instant. How did he do it? Although she was not particularly alert, how could he approach her quietly in the dark night? You know, he was just born not long ago. But she quickly suppressed her shock and withdrew her hand somewhat awkwardly. Then she suddenly realized something and said, "Wait, how can you enter my territory without permission?" Of course, Ma-En didn't come to her for nothing. He left after receiving the message from Renshurji. And although the wind god pretended to be calm and didn't show it, he knew very well that she must not have noticed his presence, which was indeed not what Saran's divine power was good at, so he specially arranged for Selly to help him appear. They had made a careful plan in advance, and as long as they acted according to it, they could make the wind god waver. Ma-En ignored her question and said arrogantly, "Do you believe my warning now?" Seeing his attitude, the girl, who had been somewhat relaxed, was instantly furious. "Show me some respect." She stared at Maine fiercely and said, "Don't think you can scold me just because you killed my chosen ones. My current strength is not much weaker than yours." Maine looked at her coldly. "You mean the last storm? They failed to kill your chosen ones in advance because they were too weak, and I didn't do that because I needed your strength, and I didn't need to weaken you. You are not my opponent." The girl narrowed her eyes after hearing this. "Are you threatening me?" Maine said coldly, "I am just stating the facts, and I don't need to threaten you. If I am right, you think you can rely on the last storm to compete with me, but unfortunately you actually misunderstood the current situation. You thought I would be much weaker than Saran, but you didn't realize. I am the rising sun." The girl raised her head and looked into Maine's eyes. She wanted to know how credible these words were. She wanted to find out whether this new god was confident, arrogant, or cunningly bluffing. But she only saw the cold sun. Chapter 743. After a long silence, the girl put away her aggressive eyes, turned around and sat back on the pillow mountain, then crossed her legs, supported her chin with her hands, and looked up at Ma-En, revealing a leisurely look like a queen. "Tell me what you think." There was no mortal emotion in her voice. Ma-En said calmly, "You already know." He did not threaten the other party with words. This is a conversation between gods. The girl looked at him seriously. "You want me to help you, or even want me to submit to you, right? And this is the problem. In fact, I don't like the god of fire and the Federation very much, not to mention that they are still messing with me now. But even so, you have to understand that I will not give up my freedom." Ma-En showed a puzzled look. What is freedom? Although he was obeying his inner arrogance, this was also Ma-En's true thought. He really didn't understand what the freedom in the mouth of the girl in front of him meant. These two words never appeared in his mind when he woke up. It's not that he doesn't care about freedom, but this concept does not exist for him, because he has never felt that he was restrained. More often, he can feel the limitations of his own abilities and the strength of others. In his opinion, the way to deal with this situation is very simple, that is, to continue to improve himself or to find a way to avoid obstacles. Yes, there will be stones blocking his way occasionally. But this is a vast world, and the weeds on both sides of the road are not enough to prevent him from taking a detour. Therefore, under the premise of never feeling restrained, freedom is also something that does not exist for him. Facing Ma-En's question, the girl did not show dissatisfaction, but calmly explained, "I know that for mortals, freedom is just a condition for the feeling of being bound, an illusion caused by this kind of pain and discomfort, and a mirage that can only be seen when they have never had it. But I am their imagination, their illusion, and freedom is my nature. I will no longer be bound by anything, especially you." Looking at her cold eyes, Ma-En asked doubtfully, "If freedom is your nature, then aren't you bound to the Southern Federation?" The girl showed a cold look. "Yes, after I rest well, I will tear apart this curse that binds me, but before that I have more important things to do, and your appearance disrupted my plan." Ma-En asked, "Didn't the Federation interrupt?" The girl said without disguising, That's why I'm talking to you at this moment, without eating all the other voters who turned into the final storm. But whether you or they want to take away my freedom, they are my enemies. I can help you deal with them, but my premise is that you can't ask me to submit to you, nor can you call me as your subordinate. We are at most a partnership. We have to make all decisions together. You can't force me to do anything, and I also need to know what you are doing specifically. But I will also try to help you drive them out of the Southern Federation. After we deal with them, how about we go our separate ways? She stared at Mon, waiting for an answer. This level was more than enough for Mon's plan. But the sun god would not think so. Ma-en looked down at her arrogantly. You are not qualified. The girl frowned slightly and said, don't go too far. Ma-en seemed to have completely ignored her unhappy expression. He still remained arrogant and said, you don't need to know my plan, you just need to execute my will. The girl finally couldn't help it after hearing this, and was ready to scold Ma-en and drive him away. And when I take back the Southern Federation. But Ma-en still didn't take her seriously. I will start to prepare to lift the curse of the Southern Federation. If you do well, I will give you freedom at that time. At some point, the girl had sat down obediently like a student who was listening carefully to the class. She raised her hand innocently and asked, what are you going to do? Martin lied without blinking. I have powerful weapons that even Saren has never mastered, and before I showed up, my spies had almost taken control of the remaining underground titans. As long as we kill Victor, who is now on the surface, we will secretly control all the incomplete titans. The girl also asked, can you prove this? Although Martin's words still made her feel arrogant, always reminding her of Saren in his heyday, and he didn't give her any face. But the girl had to admit that she was still moved. The content of the words surpassed the arrogant attitude. Martin replied arrogantly, if you surrender to me? Although he was bewitching the girl, this sentence was not completely unreasonable. He did have some weapons with the potential to break the curse, and he was indeed able to almost control the incomplete titans. When she asks for evidence, he can also use the power of the Control Bureau and Zasna to bluff her. And to be honest, he himself has such an intention. If he can really successfully break the curse of the titans, then he will also obtain terrible divine power that can spread throughout the planet, and there is a reason why Maine did not put all his energy here. Yes, he can prove that he has the potential to achieve this goal. But the problem is that he only has the possibility of doing so, and there are countless problems to be solved to truly achieve these goals. Even how to find the seal of the titans is a difficult thing. According to his superficial understanding of asking Zasna, the seal of the gods is not a single simple entity, but a complex system composed of countless powerful parts, and it also has a strong self-repair ability. And these parts are almost intangible and invisible, otherwise the gods would have solved the seal long ago. However, this is also an object that the Abnormal Control Bureau can deal with. Although it may not be easy to deal with, as long as you figure out what they are, then breaking this seal may only be a matter of time. It's just that this time may be just a few hundred years, but think about it carefully. From this point of view, Ma-en can't really be considered to be lying. Because for the girl in front of him, a few hundred years seems to be a very acceptable time. Looking at the arrogant Ma-en, the girl swallowed her saliva hesitantly. She turned her head to look at the distant night view outside the window, and her eyes seemed to be able to see the invisible curse that sealed her. After staring for a while, the girl looked at Ma-en again. If you can prove what you said, and make a promise to give me freedom at that time. The girl paused and looked up at Ma-en. This guy still had that arrogant and indifferent look. Looking at this look, she really couldn't say the next words, but thinking of the freedom he promised. Finally, she said shyly, then I am willing to be loyal to you, King of the Gods. Old Sai was arrogant and cunning, and Old Ma was cunning and arrogant. Chapter 744. Looking at the broken limbs and corpses on the ground in front of him, Li Hu turned around with a gloomy expression, walked into the strange shadow that was spreading behind him, and returned to the war room of the Federation. You didn't catch him. A high-handed and harsh voice came from the front of the war room. The speaker was the young politician Kong Lu, who had assigned tasks to Shadow and Ye Qingyu a few days ago. This seemingly young politician still looked down on everyone, and his face was directly written with strong dissatisfaction with Li Hu, and he even looked like a teacher who was angry because of a child's mischief. And he was indeed the nominal leader of this operation. Shadow, who had just opened the transmission channel, looked at Li Hu with some gloating, wondering how this 5th-level ability user, who claimed to be the most loyal to the Federation, would respond to the questions of the federal politicians. But Li Hu did not do as he wished, but turned to look at Victor. You did not fulfill your promise. A dozen good guys loyal to the Federation died because of your plan, and after paying these prices, we did not achieve any success. How do you want to explain? Seeing that Li Hu threw the question to himself, Victor did not give in. I provided you with weapons and information. If it were not for me, you might not even know what the wind god did just now. The problem is your intelligence about the current wind god. I haven't seen these gods for a long time, and my understanding of them must be inaccurate, so I chose to believe your intelligence, but the wind god you told me was not like this. Speaking of this, he looked at the god of fire. The main information about the current wind god was provided by him. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, the fire god realized what happened, but when he reacted, he didn't know how to defend himself, because it sounded like it was really his fault. He misjudged the current wind god. In his impression, the wind god would not be able to make preparations in advance. Although they did have some conflicts recently, this was not enough to divert her attention. This kind of trivial matter could not affect her determination to sleep. And Saran had said so. It was okay if he made a wrong judgment, but could even the eternal Saran misjudge the wind god? It couldn't be that Saran was deceiving himself at the time, right? But the facts were in front of him. They did fail because of their misjudgment of the wind god, which made him begin to doubt himself deeply. Just when the fire god wanted to admit that it was his own problem. Forget it. Kong Lu suddenly interrupted their mutual shirking. No matter how much you say, it can't change the fact that our operation has failed this time. The important thing is how to avoid such a failure next time. You have to prepare a battle plan again. Although he was the one who started this, Kong Lu was not really venting his emotions. At least not completely. The target he wanted to embarrass was the ability user who belonged to the Federation, but was not so obedient, not the outsider who cooperated with them, Vulcan. You should have a proper attitude towards guests. Seeing that Kong Lu was no longer entangled, Li Hu did not bring up this topic. He looked at Victor and Vulcan. If I'm not mistaken, the guy I killed was not really solved, right? Victor nodded. Yes, his body has become the nourishment of the Doomsday Storm. According to the information you gave, and all I know about the Wind God, she should not have time to deal with the body, unless she was on guard. That is to say, our probing has exposed our intentions. Although there was a small accident, the development of the situation was completely in line with Victor's expectations. What should we do next? Li Hu asked. You should have an idea. Victor nodded. Of course, we are still in control of the situation now. Although the Doomsday Storm is dangerous, it lacks sustainability, so there are only two paths before the Wind God. Either she will immediately counterattack us, or continue to devour potential mortals. But now is different from the past. She does not have endless believers to feed her, so it will be quite difficult to maintain the Doomsday Storm. She must capture all the potential believers she can find. And if we can slightly reduce her efficiency in finding believers. Victor looked at Shadow and Kong Lu when he said this. Shadow also replied, this is not a problem. We have been studying the relationship between the gods and their believers, and we are also secretly monitoring all the Southern Federation humans who appear in our field of vision. We can quickly transfer these groups out of the Southern Federation or deal with them. Victor nodded. Then, there is only one way for her. In this case, she can only take the lead in attacking the Federation, and with Victor, an expert on gods, the timing of the Wind God's attack will be easier to predict. They can stimulate the Wind God, compress her last time, and even force her to make the decision they want. Li Hu nodded. Then we can set an ambush for her and deal with her on the front battlefield. But the premise is that you need to provide us with more weapons, especially weapons against the final storm. Can you do it? Victor replied, of course, but it will take some time. After all, you should remember that my companions want to see your determination and actions to deal with the gods, and this time you did not show your trustworthy ability. Before Kong Lu took the opportunity to criticize, Li Hu said, this is not my responsibility. Victor did not mean to blame him, this was not his purpose. He nodded, I know, but my companions want to see your actions. The weapons that can directly compete with the Doomsday Storm are very powerful and precious. It is impossible for you to lend them out with just a few words. Kong Lu stared at Victor, deliberately showing a naive and puzzled expression, but we have fulfilled our promise. In order to cooperate with you, we even rejected Maine, who had already dealt with Serain, and may even have offended the secret alliance behind him. If you don't believe me, ask the Shadow next to me. Although the Shadow, who was called, was not very willing, he still said, yes, Mr. Victor, the Federation has paid a lot to cooperate with you, not to mention that we have provided you with various kinds of help, and isn't our goal to seal the gods? Listening to the lies and excuses of these guys, Victor also answered without giving in. I believe you, but my companions don't. Even if I am willing to convince them for you, it will take a lot of time. It is better for you to directly prove your determination with actions. My compatriots are most suspicious now that your goal is not just to seal the gods, so we will provide you with some weapons to deal with other gods. You have to get rid of some weak gods first. Lihu asked with some doubts. Won't this give the wind god a chance to breathe? Victor smiled and said, Don't worry, this is all under my control. Our weapons are enough to deal with her who is ready, and you are also going to weaken her allies. The most important thing now is the trust of other titans. It's not just whether you can deal with the gods, they also want to see you slaughter the gods with their own eyes. The same hatred creates the strongest alliance. This is certainly not conducive to their dealing with the god of wind, but this is exactly what Victor wants. Not only that, he also wants to make other gods alert and unite, so that the real war will come to the earth. Listening to his words, Lihu and Shadow both looked at Kong Lu. The young politician frowned slightly, and then said, Okay, give us the weapons and the list, we will prove our determination. Victor can't be suspicious now. While everyone was secretly thinking, no one cared about the god of fire, who was in the corner at the moment. This ancient god had no say in this house built by mortals. He just watched silently with an expressionless face. Chapter 745. Is this enough? The arrogant god asked. The girl nodded, enough. Marn had roughly shown all the evidence to the god of wind. Although he concealed a lot of important information in the process, it was enough for the girl to realize that he was telling the truth. This new sun god, who was much more immature and weaker than Saran, did have the potential to solve the seal. And the girl knew very well that the gap between him and Saran was not an insurmountable distance. Perhaps in just a few decades, the gap between Saran and Saran would be negligible in fact. At that time, the only gap between them would hardly have a practical impact, at least when the seal existed. But if the seal was unlocked, it would probably take Saran thousands of years to improve his strength to be close to Saran. Saran's accumulation was almost built up by time. But this is also a good thing for the girl, or for all other gods. Because by then, she and other gods can also use this to narrow the gap with Sarah. Yes, even if the seal is lifted, she will not be able to match the young new god, although she will be able to use many moves that cannot be used normally due to the seal, and her strength will be greatly improved. For example, her ultimate move, the Final Storm, was only a passive state that she could maintain for a long time before, and it was not strong among her various states, let alone compared with other gods. As long as the seal is lifted, she can use the terrible skills that cannot be realized now. Even the strongest human Shinsha of this era will be just a bug that she can easily crush to death. Even at that time, she could fall into a deep sleep while ensuring her own life and continuation, and all the gases on this planet would spontaneously protect her like loyal subjects. But even if her strength would be terribly improved by then, and Sarah had no time to master any advanced skills because she was just born, the girl still didn't think she would be stronger than this new god. Because he represents the sun. As long as the seal is lifted, he will instantly reach the pinnacle of the 6th level without any knowledge or external objects. And the various terrible skills accumulated by herself, and most gods are just the way they use to constantly approach the pinnacle of the 6th level. The end of most gods is the starting point of Sarah. At the same time, the sun god is also the god most likely to reach the 7th level. If that road is an almost impossible chasm for other gods, then in Serane's eyes it is at best a peak that is difficult to climb. But on the difficult peak, you can see the way to climb up. But the most admirable thing about Seren is not that he has indeed climbed over this peak several times, but that every time he reaches the top, he will try to pull some gods to the peak. Yes, he doesn't particularly care whether there are competitors on the peak. In Seren's view, all gods are a closely related whole, so he always wants to let the gods gain complete control. This is why she calls this new god the King of Gods. Because the girl wants more than just to lift the seal. In her heart, she has been secretly looking forward to Seren. After lifting the seal, he can also climb the mountain like his predecessors and reach a state that even gods can't easily touch. Then, like Seren, give her a hand. Gain true freedom. However, Seren also has a sequence for helping other gods to ascend, and the gods who have already ascended will try to prevent their mortal enemies from reaching the same level. Therefore, she must also take the opportunity to gain Seren's favor and trust. The girl showed a look like a loyal dog and said, "What should I do next?" Hearing what she said, Ma-in also saw the attitude hinted by the wind god. He was not polite, and maintained an arrogant attitude. "We must unite other gods." The girl nodded without thinking. Since she has made up her mind to follow Seren, she will no longer try to participate in decision-making. To be honest, she said that she wanted to make a decision just to ensure her freedom, but if possible, she didn't want to use her brain at all. Just leave the thinking of this kind of thing to the strongest and most cunning sun god in the entire Southern Federation. Okay, but what should we do? She continued very cooperatively. Ma-en asked back, which gods do you think have similar strength to you and the god of fire? The girl showed a look of reminiscence. Well, first of all, we can't win over the god of thunder. Even if Saran is not dead, it is difficult to convince him to join our camp. He is a guy who doesn't care about anything, although I am a god who represents freedom. But I have to say that he is the freest god, and no one can restrain him. He will use thunder to destroy everything that stands in his way. The girl showed a hesitant look when she said this. In addition to the god of thunder, the most dangerous god should be the god of the sea. First of all, she has lost most of her divine power, but after all, she is also one of the gods who has lived the longest, so her actual combat power is not much weaker. In theory, she also belongs to our free gods. If you hadn't appeared, I might have considered forming an alliance with her, but the situation became complicated after you appeared. You should know that she and Saran have a grudge, but the situation is actually more than that. If they just have a grudge, what we need to worry about most is that the sea god hates the whole family. The real problem is that she and the former sun god were once partners. Ma-en had never heard of this. He slightly raised his head and showed a curious attitude. So they hate because of love? The girl nodded and said, yes, you should also be able to imagine how difficult it is to deal with this kind of hatred based on love. Anyway, the final result is what you see now, so it is difficult for me to judge how she will react after knowing your existence. I vaguely feel that she may still be looking forward to Saran's resurrection and then revenge her. Maine understood what she meant. That is, if the sea god knew of his existence, he would also realize that Saran was completely dead, so she would probably have an unusual reaction to him because of her complicated feelings with Saran. Even if she would know of his existence sooner or later, it would be better not to provoke her. Then what other gods can we form an alliance with? Maine asked. The wind god pondered seriously for a moment, and then showed a slightly strange look. There is another guy, you may not have seen or heard of him much, but this guy is indeed a powerful god who is not inferior to me and the god of fire. There was even a time when he could be on par with the sun and the ocean at its peak. It's just that he may not like to get involved in such things, and it may be difficult to convince him. To be honest, he doesn't like the sun god and me either. Maine asked curiously, who? The girl hesitated and spit out a few words. God of the Earth. Chapter 746. On the forest path of the Southern Federation, Ma-en, who had transformed into a mortal, followed the girl and kept moving forward. They were going to see the god of the Earth. As a god as ancient as Saran, the Earth also had terrible divine power and vast knowledge, but Ma-en had hardly heard of his name and had only seen this god once after he woke up. Yes, he had seen the appearance of the god of the Earth. When he tried to persuade the Titans to help, he had found several historical records of Shinshao fighting against various powerful camps, including her record against the gods of the Southern Federation. At that time, a weak old man also participated in the battle. But what impressed Ma-en was what he said at that time. Sorry, Shinshao, I don't agree with their approach, but I am also one of the gods. And Shinzhao's answer was also very intriguing. Then stay away from me after the fight, and I will try not to beat you into a deep sleep. In just 2 sentences, a lot of information has been revealed. First of all, this god seemed to be friendlier than other gods of the same kind, and Shinshao also responded to this point, but what Ma-en was more concerned about was the sentence try not to beat him to sleep, which seemed like a threat when viewed alone. But this did not match Shinshi's response. Moreover, in that record, although the god of Earth also showed the power of the 5th level, his words and actions all exuded a weak atmosphere, as if he was really a dying old man with a terminal illness. It was easy for Ma-en to think of the situation of the god of the sea, who might have become weak for similar reasons. However, as a great life, the ocean itself is the entire ocean, while the Earth's crust only occupies 1/6 of the surface of their known planet. Perhaps this weakened the god of the Earth, and was lower than the god of the sea. Therefore, he also has enough power to influence the situation of the Southern Federation. But this leads to the second problem. This powerful god does not like fighting. According to the god of wind, he has been in seclusion for many years. In the Titan War of that year, he had already maintained a neutral attitude. Except for the time when Shinshao invaded the Southern Federation, he has not appeared in the past few hundred years, and he even hid his whereabouts. But this is not a problem for them. The god of wind is a god who is very good at finding specific targets. And they are now heading to the retreat of this god of the Earth. The problem lies in his attitude. Since he chose to hide from the world, it means that he will not easily agree to Ma-en's request. We are almost there. The trees in front of the girl were bending to both sides to make way for the gods. We should be a little careful with our words later, so as not to anger this ancient god. Although he is very gentle, he also has a temper. Normally, the wind god didn't think it was necessary to specifically remind her of this, as the earth rarely gets angry, but recalling Ma'an's arrogant attitude when he saw her, she felt it was necessary to emphasize this point. No matter who it is, they will be enraged when they meet that kind of bastard. The girl glanced at Ma'an, doubting whether he had listened to her words. No matter what, it wasn't her who was going to drive the Federation away. The wind lifted the branches and leaves, revealing the flat open space hidden behind, as well as dozens of houses scattered in a mess, and between the houses there were even farmlands full of wheat, and fresh beast carcasses were hung on the meat-drying racks. The sounds of children fighting echoed in the village, and adult men and women, who looked like couples, sat on the steps at the entrance of the village and chatted and laughed, and there were many figures going back and forth in the village in the distance. This idyllic rural scene somehow appeared in the depths of an uninhabited forest, and it was as abrupt as a chocolate cookie dropped into thick noodle soup, making people feel abnormal. When the girl led Ma'an out of the woods, the couple at the entrance of the village suddenly looked over, and then they whispered a few words to each other, and the woman immediately turned and walked in the direction where the children were playing. The man stood up and looked at him. "Let him come to see me," Ma'an said in a tone that the girl was quite familiar with. Hearing this, the man turned around and walked into the village without hesitation. Ma'an did not chase him, but stood at the entrance of the village and waited patiently, and the girl also stood behind him obediently, waiting for the ancient god to appear. Not long after, a strange figure appeared at the entrance of the village. The person who appeared in front of them was not a dying old man, but a plump mature woman. She did not have any weak breath, but exuded vigorous vitality. The woman walked up to them and asked curiously, "What's up?" Her voice was so gentle that it even reminded the girl of her own Pillow Mountain. Ma'an looked at her, and could clearly feel that the woman in front of him was the god they were looking for, but there was something else that made him a little concerned. He looked at the little brown people hiding in the center of the village. What are they? Ma'an, who turned into a god, could sense human consciousness. After all, that was where the gods lived. And he could feel that those creatures were not human. He stared at those creatures, and as his eyes got closer, these creatures became clearer in his eyes. In his eyes, these things have no body hair or pores, but have fine cracks on their skin that are difficult for human eyes to detect, just like dried clay statues. The woman who heard this turned her head to look at the villagers who were running around, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously, and the doting in her eyes almost overflowed. "These little guys are clumsy, they are all my children." Ma'an looked at these human-like creatures. "Are you creating life?" The god of the earth reluctantly withdrew his loving gaze. Then she took the time to look at Ma'an, and after looking up and down for a few times, she looked at the girl who seemed to want to hide behind Ma'an, and then she said to Ma'an, "Yes, you may have heard her say that I don't like fighting very much, and I don't have any pursuits like other compatriots. I don't plan to be the king of gods, I am not interested in becoming the strongest god, I don't have any deep hatred that must be avenged, and I don't want to be worshipped by humans again. To be honest, I'm tired of dealing with other gods and humans." The implication of this passage was obvious. She was not interested in what Mane was here for. But Mane did not intend to retreat, but he did not directly state his purpose. He looked at the village and said, "So you created them?" The girl looked at him nervously. She was a little worried that Mane would suddenly use these creations of the earth as a condition to threaten the other party to surrender. The god of the earth said lovingly, "Yes, they are purer than you." "You?" Mane paused, and then realized something. "They provide you with power?" He changed the subject. Chapter 747. Although the god of wind said that the god of earth does not like disputes, as gods, they cannot ignore humans. In this era, the maintenance of the gods will encounter risks, not to mention gods like him, who have become weak due to the earth's crust. But when they met this time, she did not have the dying breath when she fought with Shen Shao. So there must be some changes during this period that led to this. Maybe she found some new source of power. And the change in her form also hinted at this. Seeing that Ma'an saw it, the god of earth smiled. "Yes, they are a race I made by imitating humans. They are not only purer than humans, but also can replace humans to provide me with the power to maintain my form, allowing me to completely get rid of the shackles of humans. But don't worry, I have no intention of destroying humans." Ma'an temporarily ignored why she asked him not to worry about destroying humans, and took advantage of the fact that the god of wind did not react to raise his own questions. "Is this how you break the curse? And why do they all think you are not in conflict with the world? From this point of view, the plan of this god of earth is far beyond that of other gods, who are still active today. Hearing this, the wind god also looked at the creatures behind her greedily. According to her understanding of their words, these things seem to be able to replace humans and provide power to the gods. The earth god also noticed the girl's eyes. Don't think about it. They can only provide me with divine power. I created these creatures based on my own nature. Their imitation of human consciousness is quite special. They can only provide me with the effect of replacing humans. Even if you start researching now, it will probably take several generations before you succeed. And he will not watch you find other ways out. She looked at Maine and said, "You are the new sun god. I don't know what you think now, but I guess you will eventually want to rule the gods like Saran. But you don't need to worry about them doing the same thing as me. They don't have the ability. The sea gods who really have the opportunity to do this have lost the possibility because of the current situation. But don't think about stopping me. There is no chance." Hearing her say this, Maine immediately realized a very important thing. Her transformation occurred after Saran's death. Before that, she had no chance to give birth to life because Saran was always staring at her. That's why she was still so weak when she appeared last time. Seeing that the girl's eyes were getting more and more jealous, the woman looked at her and said, "Don't look at me like that. These things are not as powerful as you think. To put it bluntly, they are not a unique source of power that transcends our essence. They are just human counterfeits. Even if my research goes smoothly for the next few thousand years, they can only help me return to my normal state in the end. It is almost impossible to return to my peak state with just them." This also reminded the god of wind that these things are just another kind of human. After all, human consciousness is not only the source of power for the gods, but also the place where the gods live. Therefore, if they want to get rid of the shackles of humans, they can only use brand new humans to cast new containers. Otherwise, they will even disappear. The woman continued, "In order to escape the bondage, I gave up my original stronger power. Unless you can also have such determination, it is better to follow the guy next to you. Anyway, he will try to destroy the seal sooner or later." Hearing that she gave up a stronger power, the jealousy and greed in the girl's eyes disappeared instantly. Ma'an showed a curious look. "Since you also know that I will destroy the seal sooner or later, why do you make this choice? Even if you can escape from the human consciousness to the consciousness of this creature, there will be no qualitative change. If you are not trying to escape the seal, why do you do this?" The woman said without hesitation, "Because I don't want to be a god anymore." This answer made the girl's eyes widen. The woman looked up into the distance. Her eyes seemed to be able to see through the forest. "I am tired of the affairs of mortals and gods. There are too many impurities in you. There are always countless troubles on you, and countless problems will involve me. Just like the Titan War back then, I didn't hurt humans at all, and I didn't even participate in the war, but in the end I was imprisoned here with other gods. I'm not complaining about anything. After all, I am a life born in the consciousness of mortals. But I also have the right to leave you. Whether it's the affairs of gods or humans, I have no interest. You should have understood it by now. I'm not interested in you either." The cold words announced her refusal. It doesn't matter what purpose Ma'an has for looking for her, because she has decided to get rid of gods and humans, which means that almost everything on this land has nothing to do with her, including the fact that the Federation wants to control the gods. That's why she showed her purpose. It seems that she thinks that as long as she can clearly understand what she wants to do, it won't become a problem for her. If she were a pure sun god, she might turn around and leave now. Seeing this, Ma'an nodded and said in an unprecedented gentle tone, "I understand your thoughts, and have no intention of preventing you from leaving the gods, but my purpose in coming to you will also be related to your destiny. If I understand correctly, you can't leave the gods and leave here now. Maybe we can talk in detail. If the power provided by these new lives can replace humans, then she must have left the Southern Federation where the gods are and found another place to hide. Considering that Saran died not long ago, it is unlikely that she has surpassed the gods." Before the god of earth gave an answer, the third person present was the first to react. The girl looked at Ma'an with shock and confusion. "Is there something wrong? You didn't have this attitude when you ran to my city a few days ago? Shouldn't you directly threaten her with the creatures behind her and her research results? Why did you suddenly become so polite?" What was that? Before she figured out why Ma'an was so polite, the woman gave an answer. "No problem, I can talk to you, but I will only talk to you alone. I don't want some things to be heard by outsiders." The girl widened her eyes. How did she suddenly become an outsider? "Hey." She opened her mouth unhappily, wanting to say something. "Okay." Ma'an agreed. Chapter 748. The depressed girl left here with the wind. After she retreated, the woman asked, "Why did you come here?" Ma'an looked into her eyes and said, I thought you already knew. The woman shook her head. I don't know everything. Nearly half of the land in the Southern Federation does not belong to me. But the guy behind you has one of the best intelligence capabilities among the gods. But now let her focus on collecting information. I'm afraid she would rather die. Ma asked puzzledly, why? The woman squatted down and sat on the mud. The long war in the past has destroyed her will. If she were one of you mortals, she would have gone crazy long ago. That guy Saran forced her to carry out a nearly eternal bloody massacre. She paused here, as if she was afraid that Ma would misunderstand her, and then added, of course, it was not the massacre of humans that made her mentally collapsed. That was nothing to us. The real problem was that she needed to handle the information of the entire Titan Empire at the same time. A few days or months is nothing, but decades are enough to make the gods feel painful. If you really want to get along with her, be careful not to push her too hard, otherwise if she completely recalls that bad memory, even you may not be able to control her. Rather, it is you who can't control her. After all, it was the sun god who forced the wind god. Ma also sat cross-legged opposite her. Thank you, but the current situation can't let her think too much. After the death of Saran, the Federation wants to completely control all the gods of the Southern Federation, and the god of fire has also betrayed you. There are even titans offering help to the Federation. If I don't intervene, they will probably take control of the Southern Federation in the near future, and you will appear in their sight by then. You probably haven't completed your plan yet, and you still can't break free. Helping me now is helping yourself. The woman smiled. No, I'm not afraid of the Federation, nor the Titans. I know they have a way to seal the gods. But even if they cooperate with the Federation, they can't pose any threat to me. I've also found a place to hide. I don't plan to stay on the surface all the time. When the plan is completed, I will go underground to hide. I can hide there temporarily now. And unlike my compatriots, I'm really almost impossible to be killed. In human perception, I have a vastness that cannot be truly accommodated by their consciousness. At the same time, I'm not like the sea god. Humans can feel my existence all the time. I'm the least likely to die among all the gods. Even the sun and the moon have a time to set, at least in the Southern Federation. You said so? Ma met her gaze and said, so you mean to refuse? The woman shook her head. No, I will help you, but I have many conditions, and I will not be at your mercy like the wind god. You should be able to feel it now. I am not the kind of guy you can control. Humans can't bind me, the gods can't bind me, and you can't either. I will provide you with the power to solve this problem, that's all. When the problem is solved, I will completely disappear from your sight, and you can't find me. Ma asked with some doubts. If you really don't worry about the Federation, why do you want to help? The woman smiled. Because I am worried about you. You killed Saren completely, didn't you? Seeing his deeds being exposed, Ma, who had expected it, did not change his face. That's right. The god of earth did not continue to dwell on this issue, but directly expressed his thoughts. This is why I will help you. I know that you have the method to completely kill the gods. You should remember that there are conditions for me to provide help. My condition is also very simple. You can't take the initiative to attack me. How about it? Chapter 749. Very good, then we have a deal. Mother Earth looked at him gently. Just call my new name in the lands I can reach. Not the entire Southern Federation is under her control, but more than half of the land belongs to her, and as long as Maine and the Wind God are in those areas, she can appear at any time in her prime. So when they attack the Federation, they also need to choose a good battle location. Maine nodded. Then you should prepare for the battle first. You should be able to deal with the Federation's strong men. Mother Earth replied, don't worry, although I haven't participated in the battle for many years, and even spent the Titan War half awake and half asleep, but this time is nothing for us gods. Over the years, I have also studied the moves suitable for this state. Although she has been very weak in recent years, she has participated in the Demon War. Not to mention that she stood firmly in the camp of Saran in the sunrise, and fought against the strong men of different races from all over the world. Without her participation, Saran would not be able to surpass the sun smoothly. Seriously speaking, she believes that her current skills are not inferior to Saran, but she is affected by the curse, and cannot maintain the peak of the 5th level, so she is not as strong as him. Of course, this is also very similar to their previous state. She will come out to see Maine in person, purely because he completely killed Maine. Otherwise, she will not pay attention to him at all. Very good. Maine nodded to her slightly. Look forward to your performance. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving the ancient god behind. Although he was trying to play the role of an arrogant god, Maine did not threaten Mother Earth. The fact that she saw that he was a human, and what she was doing now was enough to prove that she was not easy to mess with. In the past, Mother Earth was indeed suppressed by Saran, but he might not have this ability now, and there was no need for it at all, so he did not think he should get along with her like the wind god. And Maine himself had indeed made up his mind, and did not think that Saran's arrogance could stop him. But what was interesting was that when he showed humility in front of Mother Earth, he did not feel the strong arrogance that always came from his body, as if Saran's divine power also recognized the other party. With the signed contract, Maine returned to the forest. And when he just walked out of the windless area, he saw the sulking girl, who was staring at the front of him with an angry look, but unlike ordinary girls, she was not angry. In front of her stood a tower made of bones and flesh. The bright red mixture was like jam on a cake, flowing down the tower wall at a very slow speed. If you look closely, you can vaguely feel the skulls of various animals covered by the liquid. Not far from the tower was a struggling young deer floating, being slowly pulled over by the girl. But every time this young animal twisted its body frantically, and uttered a begging scream from its throat, some flesh and blood would be gently torn off by the breeze and fly towards the tower. Looking at this scene, the girl also quietly revealed an innocent smile. Suddenly, the girl seemed to sense something and turned around abruptly. As she turned around, the wind that was originally flowing slowly became rapid, instantly dismantling her struggling deer into flesh and bones, and then flowing into different parts of the tower in batches. Her nervous reaction reminded Ma-En of a murderer who was eager to destroy the body and eliminate the traces. The moment the girl saw Ma-En, a trace of panic flashed across her face. It was like a child who was caught by adults for doing bad things, but she realized something was wrong as soon as she cracked. Wait, what is she nervous about? She is obviously a god of the same level as the other party. Thinking of this, the girl frowned again. Have you agreed? Ma-En, who witnessed the whole process, now deeply realized that although the girl in front of him looked like a human, she was still a kind of alien that was completely different from them. Or a mixture of the two. After all, the gods are still some kind of non-human creatures. Just because some of her behaviors are like those of a human girl, we cannot use human logic to understand her. We still need to be vigilant. Otherwise, there may be irreparable accidents. Maybe some of my behaviors that are nothing to humans may lead to her betrayal. I can't just think that those interests that can tie humans can completely control her. Thinking of this, Ma-En still maintained his original arrogant attitude and replied, "She has become our ally." The girl opened her mouth to complain, but looking at Ma-En's expression, she couldn't say it, and unconsciously swallowed the word she hadn't thought of. Looking at this face, the cold sun appeared unconsciously in her mind. How come this guy is even less human than Saran? Or do all the sun gods look like this when they are just born? Maybe it's because the sun he symbolizes is not a thing that belongs to this planet, and it is too difficult to be labeled as a human. If you think about it carefully, Saran has become more and more like a human over the years. Under the influence of the atmosphere emitted by Maine, she also showed a serious look. Then what should we do next? When she said this, she suddenly blinked, and then suddenly turned her head to look into the distance. Maine asked, "What's wrong?" The girl frowned slightly. The wind brought news. In the short time we were looking for the god of the earth, the Federation launched a bloody massacre against several gods, and several fourth-level gods, who were on the verge of falling completely disappeared. Damn, if it was in the past, they would never have disappeared so easily. Ma-En said, "It seems that we should act quickly." The girl nodded. "Yes, I thought we could also try to find the god of the sky who has also been missing for many years." Just when she said this, her face suddenly became very strange, and then she squinted her eyes directly, as if she was looking at the air in front of her, but Ma-En knew that she was observing the scene in the distance. "There are several uninvited guests visiting us, They should be looking for me." Ma-En asked, "Is it the Federation?" The girl shook her head and said seriously, "No, it's our compatriots. The leader is the sea god, but her breath is very strange, and the power she exudes is not like the power of the gods. She is also next to the sky god, who has been missing for many years." "Why is there that guy? I thought she was dead." Ma-En asked, "Who?" The girl looked up at Ma-En. "God of darkness, you may not know. She is the illegitimate daughter of the sea god and Saran." Chapter 750. Free city, noisy streets. Be careful later. Don't accidentally irritate her. The speaker is a woman who looks very young. She has dark brown skin, black pearl-like eyes, and the clothes she wears look like ancient sacrificial clothes. There are also various conchs and shells hanging on the necklace around her neck. The two figures following her also look unusual. Standing behind her on the left is a handsome man who looks gentle and elegant. The light-colored suit and silver-framed glasses on his body make him look like a middle-aged handsome uncle who likes to use sweet words to deceive little girls. But this guy who looks ordinary is the long-missing god of the sky. Although he is not a leading figure among contemporary gods, he is also an indispensable fighting force among the fifth-level gods. It's just that in recent years, the god of the sky has not appeared at all. Even when Shishao broke into the Southern Federation, and even the god of the earth tried to stop him, he did not show up. No one knows how the god of the sea found him. Don't worry, I understand her situation. The man replied gently. If you really don't want to irritate her, you shouldn't have barged in here without permission. The person who spoke was an impatient girl. She was wearing a rather loose black sweater, hiding her wrists and neck in the slightly longer clothes, looking like she was curled up in a tortoise shell. Hearing the girl's words, Poseidon's expression was a little stern. Karina, just shut up and don't say anything to disturb us. It sounded like an ordinary mother teaching her daughter a lesson. This is indeed the case. The girl was quite unhappy when she heard this, and she suddenly raised her head to look at her mother, but when she saw the pair of dark pupils, like the abyss, she swallowed the quarrel words that were already on the tip of her tongue. The cold eyes reminded her, and reminded the girl of what kind of monster her mother was. But the god of wind is indeed a very unstable guy. The god of sky hurriedly tried to smooth things over, and she should have a deep obsession with what Saran had done. We really have to be careful at all times. You still like to say bad things behind others' backs, Shaoan. The girl with her hands on her waist appeared behind them at some point. The originally bustling streets were almost silent at the same time. When the three gods turned around, all the passers-by on the street disappeared. It was as if they had turned into the wind. And there was a mountain made of pillows behind the god of wind. She lay back directly, revealing a proud look that belonged to a god. Sit down. As she spoke, a male messenger in a black suit came out from nowhere. He carried 3 folding chairs and walked towards several guests, as if he wanted to put chairs for them in the middle of the street. Seeing this, the sea god glared at the man coldly, then sat back directly, and with her movements, the water vapor in the air quickly condensed into a throne made of frost. Seeing this, the waiter walked towards the god of the sky. The man smiled gently at the messenger. It's okay, I don't need it. After saying that, he sat cross-legged in the air. Seeing this, the waiter could only walk towards the last girl in black. Karina was unhappy, but she didn't refuse the folding chair provided by the waiter. When the waiter arranged the shadow, she sat down with an unhappy face and crossed her legs. The god of wind looked at this scene and tried to hold back his smile, saying with a bad taste, "Since they don't like the seats we arranged, then come back." Hearing this, Ma-En said nothing, walked to the side of Pillow Mountain and stood there, as if he was really waiting for the master's order. The god of the sea raised his eyebrows unceremoniously and said, "It seems that this city has indeed given you a lot of confidence and strength. So is this the reason you dare to challenge the Federation and the god of fire alone? If you think so, you are a little naive." This familiar arrogant attitude reminded the girl of something. No wonder they say that people from the same family don't enter the same door. Although Ma-En is no longer the husband of the god of the sea at that time, they both have the nature of the sun. Thinking of this, the wind god was even more furious. "This is my territory, you can show me a little respect, or get out." The sea god was a little surprised when she heard this. She thought that although the wind god would be unhappy, he would still swallow his anger at her words, and let her gradually take the initiative in the conversation. After all, she is the god targeted by the Federation now. But she looks like she is not worried about her situation at all. Did I overestimate her IQ? Seeing this, the sky god spoke again to smooth things over. "We are not here to provoke you, we are here to help you." Hearing this, the wind god became even angrier. "Provide help? That sounds nice. The way you provide help is to forcefully break into my territory without my consent, and spread your power to make me come to see you. Is it because I came a little late that you have to kill a few of my followers to practice?" At the end, the girl who was accusing someone of something else said with gritted teeth, "This is my territory. If you want to come to see me, you should have said hello in advance. I will personally arrange your itinerary, set the time and place, instead of treating this place as your own home and coming whenever you want." Listening to her vicious words, the sea god became a little confused. Why does it feel like she is scolding them, as if they have overturned the city? Could it be? The sea god suddenly realized that the wind god might be smarter than he expected. She actually deeply realized that he had the information that he must form an alliance with her, so she wanted to show a tough attitude first. But she was still too naive. The tougher she was at this time, the more she exposed her eagerness. Poseidon smiled. "I understand your irritation. Now the Federation and Vulcan have shown their fangs to you. but you may not know that they actually have a helper. According to the investigation of the god of sky, they also have the help of Titan. The god of wind said with disdain, "Are you talking about Victor?" This finally made the god of sea look surprised. She didn't expect that the god of wind had mastered this matter to such an extent. Could it be that she had misjudged this guy all these years? In fact, the current god of wind is not a lazy guy who only cares about sleeping peacefully and doesn't take anything seriously. It seems that she can't be treated as a child. The god of sea showed a serious expression. "I didn't expect that you have already found out here. It seems that you have made plans to counterattack the Federation. Then you must have realized, like us, that the Federation's goal is not just you. It's time for the gods to join forces again. We will create the most united alliance in history. Join us." She smiled confidently and extended her hand to the god of wind. "No," the girl replied with disgust. Chapter 751. Although the wind god was very upset about Maine breaking into her home and disturbing her sleep, even if they had already reached an alliance and Maine had the potential to help her remove the seal, she would not have formed an alliance with the sea god. Although she knew that the sea god might not like the new sun god who replaced Saran, she did not try to find an alliance with the sea god at that time. Of course, this was also because the thunder god was stronger. But even if they were equally strong, she would not have asked the sea god for help, because she knew very well what kind of god the sea god was in his bones. The sea god and Saran had many similarities, otherwise they would not have jointly created the second generation of gods, and they would not have become allies. But she, who represented the ocean, was more elusive than Saran, and she did not have the extremely far-sighted ambition like Saran, so she acted more according to her own personality. If Saran was a bastard in his bones, then the sea god was already a bastard on the surface. If she had not been severely weakened, she would probably be the most active god of this era. In her heyday, the sea god was the kind of guy who would flood a few cities just because he was interested. And these cities might be her believers. As the wind god knew, the sea god became impatient after being rejected. She leaned forward slightly, and her eyes became aggressive. "I have given you a lot of face. If you think you can take advantage of me, I advise you to think about who is most benefited by this matter. We can wait until the Federation kills you first before we start to fight back. Maybe by then, the god of earth will come out and stand with us." The god of wind showed a mocking smile. "You misunderstood. I don't want to control you, but I really have no interest. I know you think I have retired and can only bow to you, but I have my own way to protect myself." The god of the sea was angry, but someone stretched out his hand to stop him. The god of the sky said in an extremely gentle voice, "Let me do it." The god of the sea narrowed his eyes, and the anger on his face did not diminish at all, but she still leaned back in the chair and handed the initiative of the conversation to her companion. The god of wind must have some unknown reliance, and she must figure out what is going on. While they were talking, Ma-en also noticed the look of the last god. Although the upper half of her face was covered by the hood, Ma-en could still feel that she seemed to be a little disgusted with this scene through the changes in the corners of her mouth. "I know you have the free city." The god of the sky stood up directly. As he stood up, a terrible sense of oppression swept over Fengshen and Maine at the same time, and an extremely absurd illusion appeared in front of their eyes, as if the sky was falling down on them at this moment. Maine, who felt this, thought for a moment, and then stood there with a normal expression. He did not pretend that he could not bear it. Fengshen's expression only became slightly more serious. "What? You want to do it in my territory?" Although she still maintained a lazy posture lying on the pillow, the whole city began to whistle, as if it would be uprooted by the strong wind in just a few seconds. The god of sky smiled and held back his breath. "No, I just want to communicate seriously. I can feel that your city is very powerful. If I were here, I might not be your opponent, not to mention that you should have already started the final storm." Although his tone was very calm, the god of wind could sense the arrogance and provocation in it. But he did have the confidence to say so, because among the remaining gods, Sky might be the one who was most likely to defeat him, and their previous fights always ended with the victory of the other party. This is not that Sky is stronger than the god of the sea beside him, nor is he really suppressing himself in strength. It's just that there is a restraint relationship between them. The wind can corrode rocks, roll up tsunamis, tear flesh and blood, and even take away souls, but how can the wind shake the sky? Even in the eyes of some mortals, the wind belongs to the sky. In fact, the god of sky does have a little power to control the wind, which makes it easy for the other party to rely on this relationship to attack himself, which is why the god of the sea is so fearless. She felt that they could control her because they had the sky among them. But now the situation was different. The god of wind smiled. "You can try it yourself, and then you will know whether you are my opponent or not. I am also curious about your progress in the years since you disappeared." She showed a look of bad taste when she said this. The god of sky also showed a very gloomy look when he heard the second half of the sentence, as if he was mentioned a particularly taboo topic. "You'd better show some respect to me, my defeated opponent." The god of wind smiled even brighter. If it was before, she might really be afraid of this god of the sky. But this time, she had an incredible ally behind her. If the sky is the natural enemy of the wind, then the relationship between the sun and the sky is similar. You know, this god of the sky is actually more accurately called the god of daylight, and the night has its own master. And during the day, people can indeed see the sky when they look up. But they only see the sun. Most of the time, the sky is just the background of the dazzling star, so that although people can see the blue sky with their eyes, they will unconsciously ignore it in their hearts. Even many times people notice the sky, it is only because the sun dyes it. And the disappearance she just mentioned is the pain point of the god of the sky. Because unlike darkness and the earth, he is not the kind of guy who doesn't like worldly affairs. On the contrary, he is also an ambitious god, who often participates in various battles among the gods. So in fact, he has never hidden himself in these years. Maybe the mortals belonging to the Federation do not fully understand what is going on with this strange situation, but all the gods know the reason for this phenomenon. This is not the first time he has disappeared. To be precise, this is not a disappearance. It is simply that Saran covered him. After Saran and the sea god divorced, the sky god who once followed them immediately became the most solid ally of the sea god, and even as close as Saran and the sea god in the past. Saran did not say anything at the time, as if he did not care about anything at all. Until one day many years later, the sky god suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, the gods knew that he was not retired. Instead, Saran developed a terrible technique that could make him disappear. Then Saran took advantage of his weakness to expel him from this world. According to the sky god's own account, that state was almost like being forgotten by the whole world. Not only could he not attract the attention of the gods and mortals, but he could not communicate with his believers. For the gods, this is almost equivalent to losing all their power. Even at the end, he felt that his connection with the world itself was weakening. If he hadn't caught Saran when he was weak and broke free, he might have completely disappeared from this world. After that, Saran would suppress the god of the sky from time to time, perhaps to suppress his opponent or simply for revenge, which is why he has not appeared for a long time. This is also why he appeared again now. Because Saran is dead. Chapter 752. Looking at the girl's almost mocking expression, the god of sky became more and more angry. The continuous disappearances over the years have made him quite calm, but he could not suppress his anger in this matter. "Oh, just be happy," he said coldly. "Now that the sun has fallen, I have plenty of time to deal with you. Maybe I haven't shown up for too long, and you have forgotten the feeling of losing to me." Seeing that he couldn't control himself, the sea god stood up again. But she didn't mean to persuade the god of sky. She glanced at the man standing next to the wind god like a waiter. "Stop talking nonsense," she interrupted the god of sky who was still arguing. Then, the frost thrown behind her instantly melted into deep blue sea water that flooded the entire street, and quickly turned into a tsunami and swept towards the Pillow Mountain. Seeing this, the other two gods did not hesitate at all. The body of the god of the sky also began to spread out in all directions, like a flattened pancake, and then instantly disappeared from the sight of several people, and the originally blue sky really began to collapse down towards them. The black-clothed girl spat a little reluctantly, but still looked up at the god of wind. The darkness in the cracks of the city also flowed out reluctantly, and then rushed towards the opponent at a speed that was not very fast for her, as if giving the opponent time to dodge. Seeing this, the god of the sea also glanced at her sideways, but did not really say anything. Seeing that the three gods were attacking him, the god of wind did not feel any panic. Not to mention that she had already entered the state of the final storm, she could not be afraid of such an attack from them just relying on this city, so she just stood there and prepared to resist their attack. The wind god also raised his arm, and the strong wind obeyed her command. Just as she was preparing to fight back, the tsunami that was about to hit the mountain suddenly deflated, and a small but fast stream of water suddenly gathered at the edge of the Pillow Mountain, rushed towards the man who looked like a waiter. Seeing this, the girl suddenly widened her eyes, and then instantly turned into a strong wind and disappeared on the spot, using the storm transformed by her body to directly roll up the man, and quietly dissolve the water flow that was about to hurt him. Although she failed, the sea god still smiled. Because her goal was achieved, she knew very well that although the wind gods sometimes look easygoing, she was definitely not the kind of god who would care about the waiter, and even the life and death of her direct believers was nothing to her. Seeing this, the sky god also changed his attack target. The sky that was about to fall down paused, and then the figure of the man in white instantly appeared in the center of the eye of the storm wrapped by the strong wind, that is, in front of the waiter. Only the dark shadows were still slowly flowing towards the Pillow Mountain. The man in the white suit showed Ma in a gentle smile with apology, sorry. Although the tone was very gentle, the god of the sky was quite arrogant. After all, he was a god after all, and taking away the lives of mortals was a matter of course for him. The man raised his hand and aimed at Ma'an's heart, and during this process, the strong wind was also trying to attack him, but the impact on him was far less than that on the seawater. Mane waved to the god of wind. Then the god of sky froze with a smile, because he suddenly realized that the storm that had tried to protect Mane had dissipated, and the arrogant girl was now standing behind Mane obediently. But this was not what he cared about the most. What really surprised the god of sky was that the distance between him and the other party suddenly became several hundred meters. And the waiter was still standing there, as if he had retreated several hundred meters. While he was in a trance, the god of the sea did not stop. All the seawater was rushing towards the man, and then the waves from all directions flew high, as if they were going to roll him directly into the sea, but the waves suddenly stopped half a meter away from him. It was as if the seawater was solidified by something, but if anyone could see clearly, they would realize that the seawater was still rushing towards this figure at a high speed, and would almost roll him away in the next moment. It was just that all the seawater that was close enough to him was evaporating at a terrifying speed. So they looked like they were still. And the darkness that had not attacked Mane at all suddenly melted away, as if it had encountered sunlight. No, it was not as if it had encountered sunlight. Ouch! The girl made a sound of pain in dissatisfaction, but her attention was soon diverted because she saw something she had never thought of seeing on Mane's shoulder. Burning stars. She instantly retracted her head into her hood out of instinctive awe. The reactions of the other two gods were even more intense. After realizing what was in front of them, the originally calm man retreated several thousand meters and almost escaped from here. The eyes of the sea god were the most complicated among them. Anger, hatred, confusion, trance, blur. But soon, she understood what she saw. You are not Saren, she stated hesitantly. Ma'an nodded slightly. Yes, I am the new sun god. Hearing this, the black-clothed girl widened her eyes, and the god of the sky also breathed a sigh of relief. Only the eyes of the sea god did not change at all. You are not Saren. She was almost talking to herself. Sensing her state, Ma'an did not talk again. This is why he did not show up directly to negotiate with them. According to the inference of the wind god, this sea god is likely to have a very special reaction to the death of Saren. It is even possible that he will fight with them here. This is why the wind god first tested their intentions to see if he could fool them. But soon, Ma'an realized that this matter could not end so easily. In this case, he showed the attitude that a sun god should have. Saren is dead, the sea god whispered to herself at last. Then a terrifying smile that was almost crazy gradually appeared on her face, and then she began to laugh unscrupulously. Ha 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 ha, he is finally dead. This bastard who I wanted to crush to ashes with my own hands is really dead. The sea god looked as if she was really happy about the death of her enemy at this moment. But the gods present, except Mane, only felt creepy when they heard her laughter, because none of them could understand her mood at the moment, nor could they predict what she would do next. Are you happy? Mane asked inappropriately. Chapter 753. Deathly silent. Even the surging ocean turned into a mirror-like lake. The sea god slowly put away his smile, and then glanced at Ma'an as if carelessly. The sky god was about to distance himself again, and half of the black-clothed girl's body had already sunk into the darkness under her feet. The wind god was still standing behind Ma'an, but his eyes had become highly alert. She just stood there staring at Ma'an, and I don't know what she was thinking. Almost half a minute later, she answered, Have you ever had an enemy? Ma'an raised his head slightly and thought, No, I was born not long ago. The sea god said to himself, Hatred is a very complicated emotion, and it is very special to me, because what I hate is a terrible monster that is almost impossible to kill, and even has a way to be reborn after death. And when you hate something, you will feel pain. That's right. In these years, I have not only learned to coexist with hatred, but I have almost learned how to let go of hatred. I think I will accept what happens sooner or later. Sometimes I even think that I don't hate him anymore, and our occasional quarrels are just a habit I have had for so many years, and a little reluctance I have left. I actually broke free a long time ago. Poseidon suddenly smiled at this, but I was wrong. looking at her smile. Although Ma-En knew little about Poseidon, he could clearly feel. It was a happy smile. Poseidon couldn't hold back his mouth. Until this moment, I realized how uncomfortable I was before. I didn't let go of hatred at all. I just got used to the existence of hatred so much that I instinctively ignored its existence. This feeling of knowing that the enemy is dead. It's great. Her smile at this moment was as innocent as a young girl who had never known the world. The sea god licked her lips reluctantly, as if she still wanted to recall the death of Saran, but she forced herself to temporarily suppress her excitement and look at Maine again. When she just realized what was going on, her first thought was to take the opportunity to suppress and restrict the newborn sun god. All gods are often the weakest when they are just born. This is a good time to take action. But she soon gave up this idea. Not only because they are now in the territory of the wind god, but Maine also showed a skill that is quite familiar to her. The moment he showed his power, the god of the sky was pushed hundreds of meters away. This trick is also very popular with Saran. Maine used the fact that the sun is actually connected to this world. All matter on Earth has the property of long distance, instantly making the opponent and him pull away from each other to the distance they should have. In the heyday of Saran, he could even pull this distance to a full 8 light minutes. Although this is not as far as the real distance between the sun and him, it is enough to intercept almost all opponents. However, at that time, opponents at the same stage as him also had means to crack it. And the strength of this move at the 5th level is not that high, and the sea god also has a way to deal with him. But what really concerns her is that Ma-En mastered this skill so quickly. According to her experience, most newly born gods cannot fully master even the most basic power. But thinking back carefully, although it was a long time ago, she also vaguely remembered that Saran seemed to have studied a lot of moves at the beginning. Maybe this is the gift of the sun god. That is why she felt that the opponent's weak period would not be as fatal as other gods, and this can also be seen from the fact that the wind god is standing behind him now. She is not a guy who can be easily convinced, so she brought the sky god with her. But even so, the sea god does not have complete confidence that he can overwhelm the current wind god here, and the other party has already controlled the wind god to a certain extent after being born not long ago. This is enough to show that he is not simple. Considering that the current wind god has activated the final storm form, it is not realistic to restrict the growth of the new sun god in this case. The other party is not the kind of guy she can control at will. In this case, what she should do is very simple. She should do to Ma-En what she should do to the wind god. Poseidon looked at Maine and his eyes gradually became calm. I want to thank you for letting me confirm his death, but I came to her for a reason. I guess you should have realized that some dirty hands have reached into our territory. I originally wanted to take this opportunity to let the wind god join our camp, but it seems that she already has a master, and you obviously don't plan to give your hound to others. Hearing this, the wind god was obviously displeased. Even if he didn't exist, I would not have joined your camp. You were not as good as the sun god before, and now there is no change in this. Don't grin at me. Poseidon smiled disdainfully, and then looked at Maine again. So I suggest that we form an alliance temporarily, and take the lead in driving the Federation out of here. How about we talk about it later? Maine immediately began to make a rational judgment. The alliance with the sea god was quite unreliable, because in fact he had had deep contact with the sea god, and at that time she seemed to want to deal with him for some reason, so this matter concealed some risks. Unlike the wind god, she was quite familiar with Saran, and was said to be more cunning. If they cooperated deeply, they might be aware of some of his purposes, and his original plan would not be implemented smoothly. In addition, there were many other reasons that kept emerging in his mind. But before he made a final judgment on these grounds, the words had already run out of his mouth. Cooperation? The arrogant voice came out of the throat of the sun god. Hearing this sarcastic answer, the sea god unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth. Saran had only been dead for a few days, and she had already somewhat missed this familiar feeling. The sea god nodded with a smile. Very good, then we will be competitors from now on. Let's see who can solve the problems faced by the gods of the Southern Federation now. Then we will know. Who is the leader of the gods here? After saying this, she stopped talking nonsense and turned around to leave the city. Seeing her action, the sky god who was originally watching Ma-En with some emotions also retracted his posture and prepared to follow her and leave. But when they turned around, the girl in black still stood there, looking at Ma-En. Chapter 754. Even though Ma-En's head was a burning star at the moment, he felt that the black-clad girl seemed to be able to penetrate his shell, so that he had the illusion of looking into each other's eyes. No one knew what she saw on the surface of the star, but she took a tentative half-step towards Ma-En. Come back. the sea god said with anger. But her rebuke did not stop the dark god's actions. On the contrary, almost at the moment she opened her mouth, the girl seemed to be frightened, and her whole body instantly turned into sticky darkness and sank into the ground. Then, before the sea god could react, she appeared behind Ma-In. That is, next to the wind god. The wind god looked at the girl, who was more than 10 centimeters taller than him, with a blank face. She had no way of understanding what was happening in front of her, nor could she figure out what they were doing. Her brain was completely overloaded. Although Ma-In could not judge the things in front of her rationally, she felt a little inexplicable in her heart. "Karina, come back now. Don't force me to do it." The sea god was like a parent who got angry in public because his child embarrassed her. But this sentence only made Karina hide more tightly. She huddled behind Maine and quietly reached out to tug at his clothes. "Help," she said in a mosquito-like voice. The sea god took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down again. He no longer paid attention to the dark god. "Excuse me, she is the second generation of gods created by me and my former." The sea god paused. "My former ally Saren. If we use the analogy of human relationships, she is like my daughter." At this point, she pointed to her head, "But maybe we were not careful enough when we created her, which caused her to have some problems here, and she often does some incredible things. She may have mistaken you for Saren now. I'm sorry to affect you. If there is no problem. So can you let my mother take her away?" The sea god stared at Maine's position. "Don't believe her, she is a lunatic." A weak voice came from behind Maine again. The development of things also exceeded his expectations. Is this some kind of new way to plant spies? Obviously, they are all gods, but the dark god really seems to be a little afraid of the sea god, and if he is not mistaken, this god in the image of a girl has lived for many years. Although the wind god also uses the image of a girl, in Maine's view, that image is just her outer coat. Although that part of the outer coat may also be the wind god, it is definitely not all of her. If someone really pushes her to the brink of despair, she will also show her true face that is far more mature than now. Even if such a god wanted to betray temporarily, she should have directly put forward her conditions and requirements to herself, and openly revealed her ambitions and plots. If the sea god could really control her, then she should not have revealed her thoughts without confirming her answer. All these signs made Ma-In instinctively suspect that this was some kind of latest spy planting method, but such a method seemed too crude to him, and it was not a move that the sea god would use. Could it be that she was deliberately taking advantage of her mentality? But no matter what, it didn't matter. Because Maine would never accept such a surrender, and at the same time, the recently born sun god Sarah would not have any worries about such a surrender. If she came with a conspiracy, then just defeat her directly. In front of him, darkness has no place to hide. "What do you mean she is a lunatic?" Maine's star head turned to Kalina. Seeing this, Kalina paused. But after hesitating for a few seconds, she made up her mind. What she said was completely beyond Maine's expectations. "Because she is completely wrong, I am not a dark goddess at all. I am just an ordinary human girl." Hearing this, the wind god said with a shocked face, "What?" The sky god in the distance also glanced at the sea god. But the sea god seemed to have heard nothing, and still stood there expressionlessly. Maine looked at her curiously. The girl immediately explained, "Well, I am an extraordinary girl with superpowers, but I am not the god of darkness. I just have some similar abilities to the guy she was talking about, so she mistook me for that guy." No matter how I explained, she couldn't accept my words. She insisted that I was the goddess of darkness and took me around everywhere. Basically, she could be said to have kidnapped me. This is a complete misunderstanding. I shouldn't be here at all. Hearing her say these words, Poseidon also raised his hands to cover his face, and at the same time closed his eyes to avoid looking at his daughter, who was explaining seriously. It was too embarrassing. Poseidon took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Then she said to Mon, "Now you understand. I've said that she has a problem with her brain. After I broke up with Saran, she often said some inexplicable words like this, and also did many incredible things. According to mortals, this situation may be called middle school. In short, she has a lot of crazy fantasies in her head, and is unwilling to accept reality. This is not the first time that similar things have happened. She has done crazier things before." Mon glanced at Karina, and the situation seemed to be as the sea god said. The sea god continued, "You should be able to judge that what I said is true. Give her back to me, I will take her away from here." Karina looked at Mon pitifully, and shook her head violently. Mon looked at her and asked, "Then why do you think I can help you?" The girl answered without hesitation, "Intuition." Mon has basically made a judgment. He believes more than intuition that this is because the girl is the god of darkness, and she feels a power similar to Saran in her body. Although she has a problem with her brain, this seems to be a situation that she can take advantage of. If I protect you, Ma'an asked, can you help me deal with the Federation? The girl who heard this did not hesitate or be surprised at all, but nodded fiercely. Of course. This is obviously not what an ordinary superpower girl would say. Ma'an did believe the words of the sea god more. To be honest, these gods were born from human consciousness, and the god of darkness was also a second-generation god created by Saren later, so it was normal to have some problems. It just so happens that with more helpers, his plan can go more smoothly. After all, as the god of darkness, the girl may be very good at dealing with her enemies, but she has almost no ability to resist or betray herself, because the ability of the god of the sun can basically be said to completely restrain the opponent. In this way, she is indeed a very useful fighting force. There is only a small problem. Ma'an nodded to the girl. Okay, I will provide you with shelter in exchange for you to fight for me. The girl nodded in surprise. The sea god narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? You should know that she is mine. I just gave you enough face, and it is not a particularly wise decision to make an enemy with me. Do you know what this means? At the end, her tone has almost become a threat. Ma'an replied nonchalantly. I don't know, you can try. The sea god looked at him with a gradually cold look. Yes, this will offend the sea god. In Ma'an's opinion, this is indeed not a very wise decision. At least when he is active in his own identity, he will never do this. But soon, this era will disappear again, and his hatred will also dissipate. Of course, there is another reason besides this. That is, it is indeed very troublesome, but that's all. The word trouble is all the threat they can pose to themselves in the Southern Federation. Ma'an turned his head slightly and looked at her. Do you want to do it? He is not afraid of trouble. The sea god glanced at the wind god and the dark god behind him, and seemed to really weigh the gains and losses of taking action at this time. Finally, she retracted her gaze to Ma'an, and then threatened in her familiar tone. Wait, sun god. Sooner or later, you will regret your decision today. Chapter 755. The sea god finally chose to give in. Although she was unwilling to accept it, she and the sky god were not sure to deal with the three gods alone, especially considering that the sun god and the wind god, who had the home advantage, were on the opposite side. Considering only them, her chances of winning were already low. What's more, that crazy girl suddenly got sick. It was not until they were close to the sea that the sky god breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that the sun god had been reborn, but it's also a good thing. From today we can be sure that Saran is really dead. As he was talking, he suddenly noticed that the sea god's face seemed a little wrong. Seeing this, he immediately changed the subject and said, What happened to Karina just now? She almost hurt us badly. The sea god also looked up in the direction of the free city. You also know that her brain is not very good. During the Titan War, she once betrayed us. The sky god knew what she said. The second generation of gods, who betrayed them at that time, were far more than just darkness. Light, who could almost be said to be the brother of darkness, also joined the human camp and was transformed into a Titan god. In addition, justice, war, and kindness also betrayed them at that time. Some of them wanted to help humans because of their nature, while others had hidden selfish motives, but they all participated in the war to a great extent, but the situation of darkness was slightly different from them. Otherwise, she would not be standing beside them today. Darkness did not help humans fight the war, nor did it accept the transformation project. She simply hid. At that time, other gods thought that the god representing darkness was acting in secret, preparing some evil plans that could severely damage the Titan civilization. It was not until the gods conquered a very important city that they discovered that she was not carrying out any terrible conspiracy. This god who represented darkness was disguised as an ordinary human being at the time, enjoying a colorful and peaceful life in that city as a mortal. Later, the gods also discovered that this was not the first time she did this, and she had changed dozens of cities. Every time a human city was destroyed by the gods, she would turn into darkness and sneak away, and then change her identity in another city to start a new life. If it was not Saran who broke into that kind of city, I am afraid her secret could be hidden for a long time. After the Titan War, she also used her characteristics to disappear directly from the side of the gods, taking advantage of the fact that other gods were no longer so powerful, and freely enjoyed the life of mortals. The god of sky said, I remember that she seemed to like pretending to be human all the time. The god of sea nodded. Yes, you probably didn't know that after the Titan War, she seemed to have persuaded Saran to accept her life in some way, and even provided her with some shelter. After all, Even if she was good at hiding herself, she couldn't escape Saran's capture. It wasn't until recently that I found her again. The god of sky was still a little confused, but even if she likes to pretend to be human, there's no need to make such a fuss. The god of sea didn't think this was a problem. To be honest, I think she actually knows her situation very well. I think she wants to use this self-deception to fight against me, and prevent me from bringing her back to the world of the gods. You should have noticed her words and deeds. There are many words and knowledge that mortals cannot know. The god of sky nodded. That's right. Although he didn't spend much time with darkness, he didn't find anything strange until today. All her words and deeds were consistent with the identity of the dark goddess. It seemed that she was deliberately making trouble. But her change of sides at the last minute was still a little difficult for the god of sky to understand. Even if she really didn't want to follow the god of the sea, how could she believe the new god of the sun? Or, these words were specially used by her to deceive the other party. This way she could return to the life of a mortal. But would the other party believe it? The god of sky shook his head. This was not a problem he should consider. They still had serious problems to solve. The god of the sky then asked, "What should we do? Her actions have completely disrupted our plan, and you probably can't accept her being taken away by the new sun god." The sea god's eyes became a little sharp, of course, but now is not the time to take action. Since the other party wants to deal with the Federation alone, let them fight the Federation thoroughly. I want to see if he can cope with the Federation's offensive. If he is not capable, we should come on stage and reap the benefits. The god of the sky nodded. We can also guide the direction of the war in secret. We can try to let the Federation seal the sun god again, so that we can come forward again to recruit other gods, who are now under his command, and achieve our original purpose. The wind god will definitely not resist, and your daughter can come back. This sentence is actually a kind of temptation. They originally wanted to take the opportunity to eradicate the fire god, and control the entire Southern Federation. But now he hopes that the new sun god can be successfully sealed by the Federation again. The birth of this god must be the result of the confrontation between the resurrection ceremony of Saren and the seal of the Federation, and it is obvious that the resurrection ceremony of Saren did not fully play its original role. This is enough to prove how powerful the sealing ceremony of the Federation is. In other words, if this new god is sealed again, it should be difficult for him to be resurrected again. After all, this new sun god cannot arrange a new resurrection ceremony again. Even if the resurrection ceremony left by Saren is still effective, the Federation, aware of this, will definitely have new measures to prevent him from being resurrected again, and that is not a problem he needs to consider. The sea god also heard his implication. You are thinking about more than just controlling the Southern Federation now. The sky god nodded calmly. I don't want to be expelled from this world again. Sooner or later, he will learn about the existence of this technique, and by then I will be completely bound by him, and you will lose an important ally. I must nip the danger in the bud. And you probably don't like this bastard who took your daughter away. The sea god nodded casually. Of course, if I get rid of him, I can continue to achieve my original goal, completely in the era of the sun god's rule, and create a new era that belongs to me. You also know that I still have many important plans to implement, and the premise for the success of those plans is that we must rule the Southern Federation and recruit other gods who were once loyal to Saren. Speaking of this, she showed a look of disgust. Not to mention the guy's lack of respect just now is exactly the same as Saren in his early years. As I told him at the time, he will regret his behavior. Seeing that they agreed, the god of the sky nodded. Very good. It seems that the appearance of this sun god is not entirely a bad thing. His act of taking away the darkness not only made them closer, but also created the same enemy for him and the god of the sea, which also made their already shaky federation more stable. This time, he will take back his own sky. Chapter 756. She really made a mistake, Karina said righteously. Ma-en looked down at the girl hiding in black. He basically didn't believe what the girl said. There couldn't be such a coincidence in this world. Poseidon didn't seem to have any problem with his brain. Although he didn't show that he cared much, the girl in black felt his distrust. She immediately went on to explain, I can understand that you believe in Poseidon more, but if you investigate my life, you can easily find out that I am an ordinary girl, and I have awakened superpowers when I was a child. At that time, I often used the power of controlling darkness to tease my classmates. Ma-en glanced at the god of wind. The girl, who was watching the show with her arms crossed, realized her identity only after noticing Ma-en's eyes. Oh yes. She stood up quickly. I have dealt with darkness before, although she didn't use this image at that time, and the feeling she gave me was a little different from now. But this is indeed what she might do. Since she was born, she likes to experience human life. Karina was a little anxious after hearing this. It seemed that this misunderstanding could never be resolved. She quickly continued, "No, but what evidence do you have to prove that I am the dark goddess? Is it because the sea god said so?" But when I asked her, she couldn't come up with any real reason. And in my opinion, her brain is a little abnormal. The wind god completely ignored Karina's defense, and then looked at mine and said, "But I think she may not be lying, she just doesn't understand the current situation herself. I suspect that she modified her own memory in order to experience the life of mortals more deeply. But this modification is too thorough, so she can't return to normal." However, there's a problem with this statement, that is, the dark god does not have the ability to modify memory, and it is also difficult to tamper with the memory of the gods. We are not like those ordinary creatures. We are the manifestation of human consciousness. Therefore, even if the gods do not have any ability in the spiritual field, it will be difficult to be affected by the spiritual level. She also showed a suspicious look when she said this. It can't be that she is really pretending to be crazy. Karina waved her hands quickly. "No. I am an ordinary person. I can tell you with certainty that I am definitely not a god with memory problems. I can feel that I am normal and healthy." The wind god looked at Ma En with a helpless expression. "Wait." Ma En heard Qin Lan's accelerated voice. "We have completed the basic investigation. This young lady has complete traces of life. She was born in a normal family in the Southern Federation and does have parents. More importantly, if no one has tampered with the internal records of the Federation, then she did show some superpowers to control darkness when she was a child, and even the local federal government had plans to recruit her. In fact, the local government at that time had already located more than a dozen local superpowers, and they all showed their talents at almost the same time, and all of them were teenagers. And these teenagers were originally going to be captured by the Federation. But later, the local Federation members were attacked by the people of the gods. Although the Federation regained some control a few years later, the matter was not further promoted. Hearing this, Ma En felt that something seemed wrong. The simultaneous appearance of more than a dozen local superpowers seemed to mean that they were caused by the same incident. But if you think about it carefully, the dark god might have just taken the opportunity to sneak in. Qin Lan then used her ability to high-speed report, and according to the investigation of our psychic ability users, her parents are very ordinary people, and we have extracted almost all of their memories and conducted strict segmented analysis. We even extracted the memories of most people around her, and the conclusion of the psychic department's analysis. The girl who is talking to you now has a personality, and does have a strong abnormal power, so we judge that she should not have temporarily called this body. Unless she deceived us by some means, but even if that's the case, we can't think of a reason for her to do so. The so-called psychic department has few people, but they include the 5th level psychic entity Seri limited to the Southern Federation, and the Federation's top psychic expert Kania. As long as she is in the Southern Federation, it is difficult for Selly to make mistakes in her judgment of the mind. If she wants to hide it from her, at least there must be someone with abilities that are not inferior to hers to modify the target's memory for a long enough time. And the Dark Goddess does not have the ability in the mental field. In other words, if she wants to forge this scam, she must prepare in advance with other top mental entities, but the top mental entity that she can most easily contact before is the unknown Moon Goddess. But if the forger is her, Selly can easily see it. So if someone really forged the memory, it means that the darkness has joined forces with the mental entity other than the Moon Goddess in advance, and has arranged these things with great foresight. This is not completely impossible, but Mon could not see the motive. Because if she wanted to deceive the Sea God, there would be no need to do these things. The Sea God would not check the memories of the people around her as carefully as she did. Even if she could foresee that she would meet Mon, there was no reason to deceive him. After all, her target should only be the Sea God. In other words, the memories of her parents and the people around her were real. This consciousness has been using this body since childhood. And this also means a lot of things, because the gods have no basic entity, which means that Karina, as the goddess of darkness, has no body of her own, and will not be born into a mortal family. The gods must interfere with reality through their believers. When Saran fought with himself, he also used the body of a believer. Only a few gods cannot be completely restricted by this, such as the Moon God and the Wind God. The Moon God can use psychic abilities, and also rely on other believers to provide power. Although the Wind God can temporarily get rid of the shackles of believers, in essence, it is just to turn the long-term power of believers into short-term power. Other normal gods, including the Sea God, Fire God, Thunder God, Sky God, etc., basically need to transfer their consciousness to the body of the believer when using their abilities. Darkness should be the latter. In other words, if she is really the goddess of darkness, she transferred her consciousness into the believer during his childhood or even infancy, and has occupied the body until now. Chapter 757. But if she really has been in the magpie's nest for so long, then some things are hard to explain. Because the gods cannot stay in the believer's body forever, and even if they can, there is no guarantee that this body can exert top-level power. Because the strength of the believer depends on their compatibility with the concept of the gods. Believers with high compatibility are equivalent to spacious channels for the gods, allowing them to project their power to the real world to a great extent. So few children have a good enough compatibility. Because compared with adults, their consciousness is still quite unstable and not fully mature, and it is basically impossible to exert the power of the gods well. As for babies, almost all babies have no compatibility with any gods. Because their consciousness is basically in an empty state, that is to say, if she entered this body as an infant or childhood, their consciousness would not be able to develop to the extent that it can accommodate the fifth level power. And Ma can be very sure that she just used power through this body, not pretending to use some power through other believers' incarnations, and this is inconsistent with her self-awareness. Because if Karina is the dark goddess, she can't hide from him. Therefore, combining this information, Ma can easily come to an unintuitive conclusion. That is, this guy may not really be the dark goddess. On the other hand, if she is the dark goddess, there are too many questions that cannot be explained. It can't be that she is really an undercover agent. Although this idea is ridiculous, it is not impossible. In fact, although this question is very complicated, Ma actually has a way to get the answer directly, that is, to directly use the control bureau to check the other party, but the risk of doing so is obviously too high. The true body of the gods is not in the flesh they cling to. If she is really the goddess of darkness, then she may be able to grasp her own secrets by doing this herself. And in the absence of direct proof, Ma also has a vague judgment. Although the thinking process is very complicated, in fact, whether it is a report or Ma's judgment, it actually happens in a short few breaths. After all, Qinlan also has a strong high-speed ability. Therefore, after the wind god just cast a helpless look, Ma looked at Karina and nodded. Well, I believe you. I said I'm really ordinary. Karina said, and suddenly reacted. She looked at Ma in surprise. You said you believe me? Ma nodded. Yes, although what Poseidon said seems to be true, and what she said is more like the truth, but I have a very pure intuition. I can vaguely feel that what you said is true. Not only did you not lie, but I also don't think you deceived yourself. Although there is no basis, I can feel that what you said is very close to the truth. In fact, his mind is full of evidence, and he relies on pure rationality. But Karina seems to really believe his words, showing an extremely surprised expression. Since I was involved in your affairs during this period, you are the first person who said that you believe me. Everyone else I met thought I was crazy. They really drove me crazy. Finally someone takes my case seriously. Hearing this, Karina looked at Ma unhappily and said, Since you believe me, can you help me explain the current situation? I believe you. Ma looked down at her, but I don't care. Karina's expression paused. Before her smile completely disappeared, Ma continued, I can't explain your situation to Poseidon. She won't believe my words. Even if we can produce evidence that she has to accept, she may be unwilling to accept it like now. But I have a way to get rid of this trouble for you. Karina's eyes lit up again after hearing this. What method? Ma said very naturally. Since you can't make her realize that you are not the dark goddess, you just need to make her realize that she shouldn't bother you again. As for how to achieve this effect, it is also very simple. As long as you declare your loyalty to me, she will think you have my protection, and as a minister of the King of Gods, she can't do anything to you easily. Even if she wants to do something to you, you can always seek my protection. You should have seen her performance when facing me just now. Karina looked embarrassed after hearing this. Although you said you are declaring your loyalty to you, I should also be loyal to you. To be honest, I really don't want to be dragged into such a thing. I just want to return to my original life. After hearing this, the wind god didn't fully understand what was happening in front of her, and didn't really think that Karina was telling the truth like Ma did, but she still cooperated and opened her mouth. You've been dragged into this. The wind god said seriously to the girl, who was a head taller than her. The black-clothed girl, who heard this immediately understood that she was right. It was too late for her to consider being dragged into this now. As early as when the sea god inexplicably targeted her, she was destined to be involved in these things, and Ma just provided her with a better choice. Seeing that she was still a little hesitant, Ma said, You should also know the problems faced by the southern gods now. The Federation and the God of Fire are preparing to deal with gods like me, so there will be a fierce war between us. I really need you to help us win this war. But after the war, I won't need you to help me. You just need to stay in our camp, and let others know how powerful the power of the Sun God is. Even if we have to fight, I won't let you fight to the death, because there is no situation that can force me to rely on your power to win, and if you really feel that your life is threatened, you can also leave at any time. After all, if there is something that makes me feel difficult to deal with, then Poseidon will probably not be a problem at that time. In fact, the time when I am most likely to let you take action is probably when dealing with Poseidon. She is one of the few people in the Southern Federation who can cause me trouble. Although what Mayan said seemed arrogant, Karina somehow felt a sense of trust and inexplicably felt that he was indeed qualified to say so. After a few seconds of hesitation, the black-clad girl replied, "Okay, if this can get me rid of that lunatic." In fact, Mayan would not really use Karina very much, no matter what her identity was. If she was to be ranked by trustworthiness, Karina was not even as good as the God of Earth. And the God of Earth was far inferior to the God of Wind. Mayan nodded, then looked at the God of Wind, take her to get familiar with this place, and then arrange a place for her to stay. The God of Wind nodded, okay. But then she suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wait, when did her home become the headquarters of the Sun God group? Chapter 758. Lihu raised his hand and looked down at the ground in front of him. The man, who only had half of his body left, waved his arms like a beast, digging his nails deep into the soil, trying to drag his broken flesh and blood to escape from here, but these were just the struggles of a trapped beast. Lihu walked to his side coldly and raised his leg. The skull was crushed and the brains were spilling. The raging fire fell from the sky, and the human body swept by it quickly turned into a charred corpse, which was thrown to the ground casually by the flames, and then he rushed towards the ground in front of Lihu. Then he turned into a human form, and stood in front of Lihu. We've almost killed them all. The God of Fire looked at the corpse that Lihu crushed. That guy must be the last killer of the God of Panic, but it's a pity that he can't shake your mind at all. Lihu said calmly, although you gods have long lives and your spiritual forms are completely different from ours, in my opinion, the consciousness of most gods is just cotton like mountains. No matter how much cotton there is, it can't shake hard rocks. Although the other party was belittling his own kind, the God of Fire still forced a smile. These weak gods are indeed like this, but the consciousness of many gods is still very dangerous. To his surprise, Lihu actually nodded. I have fought with your leader, and I believe his consciousness must be different from these weak ones, but in my opinion, you gods were too simple before the transformation, so there are not many strong ones among you with outstanding will. The God of Fire didn't want to talk to him about will. Strength is strength. Maybe this thing does have an impact on the battles of some strong people, but this impact is far less than the strength itself. He admitted that he was not as good as Saran in character, but if he could exchange power with Saran, then he would be the one with more power who would win in the end. How many times has this happened? Fire God changed the subject. To be honest, we have cleared out too many low-level gods. Although we have not yet started the sealing ceremony for them, they have almost cut off all the hands and feet that have influenced this world, and even their existence itself is a little shaky. In any case, those who were slaughtered at this moment were all his kind. Fire God paused, and then said, aren't you worried that this will cause the anger of the gods? Lihu said indifferently, maybe, but it has nothing to do with us. You and I just need to follow orders. The Federation must have their own judgment on the current situation, but since they have made a decision, Lihu does not think he needs to remind the Federation. If he can think of it, they can definitely think of it. Some politicians have their own little thoughts, and the Federation may also have its own plans. He is only responsible for fighting. The God of Fire was a little worried. If we continue like this, we will create opportunities for our opponents. Although Saran is dead, the other gods are not all idiots. Okay, the God of Wind may not be so smart. But the God of Sea is still alive. She was a powerful god who could really compete with Saran. Even if she was greatly suppressed in this era, you should not underestimate her. And there are many powerful gods who are not inferior to her. Although he couldn't remember the name, the God of Fire felt that there should be a dangerous god among the gods, who was no less dangerous than the God of Sea, and it was possible that he might even surpass her. He just couldn't remember it in his mind for the time being. Although he knew that what the Fire God said was right, Lihu was not interested in explaining the twists and turns to him. I told you that you don't have to worry about so much, just implement our plan. At that time, we will let you control the Southern Federation and help you become the true king of the gods. Li Hu didn't intend to explain so much for the federal politicians, and even if he told him, the fire god might not be really satisfied with his initial answer, but the secrets of the Federation could not be told to him. The fire god also had to take this opportunity to understand the real way to get along with the Federation. After saying this, Li Hu didn't plan to chat with him. The man turned around without even looking at the flames and jumped directly, and instantly disappeared into the clouds. Seeing this, the fire god also shook his head slightly. Asshole Federation. He had begun to regret his cooperation with the Federation. Perhaps when Saren passed away, he should have chosen to reach some kind of agreement with the sea god, or try to gather Saren's remaining forces himself. But would that really be better? Thinking of the appearance of the sea god and the gods who only respected Saren, the fire god felt that even if he made a different choice, it would be difficult to get a better result than now. Perhaps this is the best way for him to go. At least now, he only gets angry occasionally, but to be honest, it is not to the point of disrespect. It's just that he vaguely feels that these members of the Federation have never taken him seriously, and are somewhat indifferent to him. But this may be just because he is indeed an outsider to the Federation. Thinking so, the fire god glanced at the corpses around him. Then the flames that ignited out of thin air completely engulfed him. Looking at the flickering fire, an idea came to his mind. Perhaps the best decision was made earlier, when he realized it existed. Yes, whether it was to join the Federation, to form an alliance with the sea god, or to pull forces on his own, it was a very bad choice for him, but now he had no way out. What he really should do most was to help Saran, who was facing a desperate situation, and prevent his death. But he understood it too late. After the death of the King of Gods, everything was heading towards collapse. The fragile balance of the gods, and the balance between the gods and humans were slowly disintegrating. He was like being under a snowy mountain that was about to collapse. And he was just a mortal. Even if he raised his hands with all his strength, he could not stop the avalanche from drowning himself, let alone change this long-destined collapse. He could not affect anything. There was once a great god who could maintain the balance of the snowy mountain. But he watched him die. Now that he realized that the avalanche was coming, he could only watch with his eyes wide open and could do nothing. The god of fire sighed and turned around. Now do you finally understand? A familiar voice came from the flames. He turned around with a shocked face. In the towering flames, he saw a figure that he couldn't see. Even though the body was constantly twisting and deforming with the swing of the flames, he recognized his identity in an instant. How could he not see it? So much fear, so much hatred, and so much admiration. Saran looked at the god of fire with his almost kingly eyes. Have you forgotten? The sun will rise. Chapter 759. Saran should be dead. There is no doubt about this. Gods are not like some mortal creatures who have a state after death. As long as they fall into sleep, it is considered death for the gods. This is the end of this period of consciousness and personality. Although some gods can ensure that they will be resurrected as their original selves after waking up, they should be completely equivalent to being dead during the sleep process, and have no way to affect the current world. On the other hand, if they can directly affect reality, it means that he is still alive, and the living Saran does not need to appear in his eyes. He can subvert reality by himself. In other words, what he saw was an illusion. Of course, the god of fire did not think he was crazy. Madness is almost impossible for the gods. The form of their consciousness existence causes them not to have mental problems like mortals. Even if some gods seem crazy, it is just because madness is their essence. In other words, at some point, Saran quietly implanted some kind of resurrection device into his body. Although this seems to be the most reasonable judgment, it is almost impossible. It's not that he underestimated Sirene, but the spiritual realm was not Sirene's forte, and the gods had an almost perfect resistance to spiritual power, so even the top psychics could hardly affect them. Could it be that he had done something to the flames? But that was impossible. Although Sirene could also affect the flames, it was his power after all. Under the seal, there was no essential difference between him and Sirene, and he couldn't have hidden it from himself. You are not the real Sirene, the god of fire said to himself to the phantom. Sirene admitted, yes, but don't you long for my return? Don't lie, I am here because you want me to come back deep in your heart, not because I found you. You found me. The god of fire narrowed his eyes. I betrayed you. Do you think I would want to resurrect you? Thurin smiled. Do you think I care about betrayal? Pause. This really seems to be Thurin. If he really brings Thurin back, then the king of the gods will definitely let bygones be bygones, and even give him a reward that is equal to his merits, or even more than he deserves. This is not because Thurin is grateful, he is not that kind of person. He just wants to make the gods realize that helping him will definitely get the due reward, so that every time he encounters real difficulties, all the gods will be moved by the destined reward. In fact, such things have indeed happened many times in history. So the god of fire has no doubt about this. Why me? He did not directly express whether he agreed or not. Seren smiled. Why you? Because you are fire and I am the sun, it's that simple. Maybe you have all kinds of ideas in your heart, but the fact is that we are destined to become allies. It is not our will that determines this, but our power. The god of fire fell into a brief silence after hearing this. The flames were rising, drowning everything around, but the figure of Seren became clearer and clearer. Maybe it's not too late. What do you need me to do? Help you remove the seal of the Federation? As far as I know, it was a seal jointly created by the Federation and Marn, and Titan was also involved. It is not so easy to find and break it. If I guess correctly, the seal is probably not within the scope of the Southern Federation. Faced with the question from the god of fire, Seren showed a confident expression. No, you don't need to worry about the seal. My resurrection ceremony is not just for you. The seal will be solved naturally when the situation is right, but even if we can remove the seal now, it will be useless. Now there is a more important problem in front of us. Although the god of fire has not really made up his mind to help Seren revive, he still cooperated and asked, "What's the problem?" Seren replied, "We have to get rid of the current sun god first." The god of fire showed a surprised look. "What did you say?" Seren said, "During the time when I was preparing to revive, a new sun god took over. He replaced my original position and blocked my resurrection channel. I need to get rid of him before I can revive. And this is the mission I gave you." The god of fire frowned. "That's not right. How could a sun god different from yours be resurrected?" Seren nodded. "I have the same doubts. Maybe it was the work of the god of the sea, maybe some other forces intervened, but these are not important. No matter what the reason is, we just need to get rid of him." The god of fire resisted. "You want me to kill a sun god?" After hearing that there was a new sun god, his intention to resurrect Seren was much weaker. Seren nodded slightly. "That's right, but don't worry, you don't have to deal with him yourself. I left weapons that can be used to deal with the sun god in the Southern Federation, and I will also teach you how to use them. You don't even need to do anything, just get the weapon close to him. You can also make sure that the Federation gets rid of him. Since the Federation is now trying to control the Southern Federation, they will not tolerate the existence of a new sun god. It doesn't matter who gets rid of the sun god. If necessary, I can also tell you his weaknesses. No one knows him better than me." The god of fire quickly raised his hand. Weaknesses are unnecessary. He didn't want Seren to still think about this after he was resurrected. Seeing this, Seren did not insist. "Then I can tell you where the weapons I have prepared are. You can return them to me after I am resurrected. You don't need to consider what I will think at that time." The god of fire looked at Seren's reflection for a few seconds, and then said, "I can help you resurrect, but after that I need to get enough freedom and respect. As you said today, we will be allies, and I will no longer be under your orders as before." After carefully examining the current situation, the god of fire also deeply realized that it was not a particularly wise decision to continue working for the Federation. If Seren can really be brought back to this world, it will be a good thing for him and the future of all the gods. The situation of the gods also affects his fate to a great extent. With the death of Seren, the weakness of the sea god, and the forgotten moon god, there is no god who can lead the Southern Federation. And it sounds like the act of resurrecting Seren will not easily arouse the suspicion of the Federation. All he has to do is to kill the new sun god that the Federation has not yet realized. This is also his chance to gain more freedom. Looking at the expression of the god of fire, Seren nodded. "No problem. Well, it's all expected." Chapter 760. Free City. Maine stood in front of the French window, overlooking the city in front of him. Although the Federation had to ask himself to solve the problem of the gods, and he already had the power to include 4 powerful top gods, Maine did not take the initiative to do anything. He stayed in Free City these days, patiently waiting for the Federation's offensive. Although it was not surprising that the Sun God took the lead in launching a counterattack, calmly fighting back was also an action that the Sun God might take. He did not need to take the initiative to show his character. Considering various situations, Maine planned to strike back. After all, of the 4 top gods he had, only the Wind God could actually be trusted. The relationship between the Mother of the Earth and his alliance was quite unstable, and Karina was even more unpredictable. As for himself, he could even be said to be the weakest among the few. In his original state, he could only last for more than 10 minutes. Now he could maintain the state of God for a long time with low power consumption, which was entirely due to the two newly found elects. Without them to share the power, he could not even appear in the Southern Federation as Sarah for a long time. Even with them, his continuous combat time was only extended to more than 20 minutes. Although this was enough for most battles, or even more than enough, it was far from enough for the war between the gods and the Federation. There were often situations in the war where continuous combat was needed. Perhaps it was a series of battles, perhaps it was against multiple opponents, or perhaps it was to deal with certain offenses. And if he deliberately avoided this situation, the Federation would probably notice his weakness and send strong men who were good at attrition warfare to deal with him based on this weakness. That is to say, if he wants to achieve his goal, he must be quick and decisive, and not give the Federation a chance to engage in a protracted war with him. It is best to severely injure the other party, and kill Victor before the Federation reacts. So he plans not to expose his presence for the time being, and then ambush the other party when the Federation attacks. Although this plan sounds quite simple, it should be relatively smooth to implement, because they do not need to make any special preparations to successfully carry out the ambush. Just let the four gods be present. Ma-En does not think that the Federation will bring weapons to target the four of them at the same time. First of all, he himself is a dead god, and it is not known whether Karina is a god. Even if the dark forces have something in common, they are unlikely to know that this long-missing god is here. As for the Mother of the Earth, she is almost no longer a god. He does not need to think about any specific tactics. And doing so can also put the initiative of the battle in their hands to avoid various potential problems. Therefore, Ma-En planned to wait completely, and did not even plan to use Rinshurji's intelligence. Relying on him could indeed predict the opponent's offensive, but it would also be easy to expose his existence. Even if the undercover intelligence was to be used, his existence had to be guaranteed not to be exposed as much as possible, unless there was a reason to do it. Creak. The girl pushed the door open carefully. She looked left and right to make sure that no one was in the room. Then she tiptoed into the room and quietly walked behind Ma-En. What do you think of Karina? Fengshen stood still as if he was called by the teacher, and then he stammered. It's okay, I think there's nothing wrong with her. After she finished speaking, she realized something was wrong. She quickly regrouped and pretended to walk to Ma-En's side. The girl explained casually, to be honest, I really didn't expect that my territory would become the permanent base of the sun god. Although I can understand that you have just been born, you shouldn't try to build your own base. But what she didn't expect was that Ma-En really nodded. You are right, we must have a formal base after we solve this problem. Ma-En's direct agreement once again exceeded the expectations of the wind god, and the wind god suddenly realized that his words seemed to be in a hurry to drive him away. She quickly added, but there is no rush. If you want to stay here for a while, you can. After all, we are long-term allies now. Ma-En looked out the window and said, well, I will stay by your side almost all this time. I need to make sure you won't be killed. Why did she feel a little weird after hearing this? Ma-En's words sounded like she was weak, but the wind god didn't know how to react, because he also expressed that he wanted to protect himself, who was very weak, from being killed by the Federation during this period. It didn't seem appropriate for her to get angry. Some girls, who didn't know how to answer, were silent for a few seconds. By the way, the wind god changed the subject. Karina did behave more like a human, which is very similar to what you said, but my intuition still tells me that she is the dark god. Although I don't have any evidence, I think so. Ma-En nodded. This matter does look strange. The god of wind continued, but this is not a problem. The Federation will definitely make preparations after knowing her existence. Even if those weapons that specifically restrain the god of darkness may be effective against those with dark abilities. But the Federation also has weapons that can only deal with gods. We just need to see how she reacts when the time comes. That's right, this is not a difficult problem to judge. The world they live in has special weapons against gods. Some weapons can also be effective against non-gods, such as black hole bombs. But there are also weapons like anti-god crystals that can only affect gods. But we still have to be careful of Poseidon. The girl suddenly said, you were born recently and may not know her, but Poseidon said that she will make you regret it, so she will definitely do something. Seeing that Ma-En did not react, the girl put her hands on her waist and reminded seriously. She is one of the few gods in active service who is extremely difficult to completely defeat, because a lot of her power comes from the deep sea, an area we are not familiar with, where there are many unknown mysterious powers. Although she is much weaker now, and can only operate near the coast of the Southern Federation, she has accumulated many weapons that are still dangerous now. Although she should not be able to control the most terrible ones, there are still many 5th level weapons and knowledge that she can still use. And her personality is also very bad. Poseidon is not like your predecessor. Although Saran is strong, he is also the kind of guy who can be reasonable, but Poseidon is different. As she spoke, her expression suddenly became excited. Then she looked at Ma En and grinned. The Federation has taken action. Chapter 761. The girl looked up at the window, and then disappeared into the room as if melting, and almost at the same time a huge translucent outline appeared above the city. The wind god, who turned into a storm giant, lowered his head. The originally magnificent city now looked like a giant sandbox made of countless toys, and even made her want to kick it. The wind god restrained his desire, and then looked up into the distance. There was nothing in the air, but she could feel it. And when the wind approached it, it would feel a strong resistance. It was as if something could dissolve her power. After feeling this, she looked there herself. The whistling wind formed a giant hand in the air in the distance, grabbing it out of thin air. Creaking, the sound of metal being destroyed came from the air. As the mechanical structure was completely destroyed, the cloaking device also lost its effect, revealing the shape of the missile that was almost crushed into scrap metal. In addition, she could feel that something was leaking into the air and wanted to pour down. This is a poison gas missile. And while she successfully intercepted the missile, she could also feel that the Federation was using various methods to release some unknown poison gas to the city, but those poison gases did not carry the same resistance. Obviously, the Federation's target was not her, but the mortals in this free city. They knew very well that the humans in this city were strengthening their own power, so they wanted to disintegrate them first. But anyone who knew her a little bit would not think that they could destroy the city with such conventional means. In addition to providing her with power, this city also has a strong self-protection ability. Whether it is poison gas or real missiles, as long as it is in the area that wind can reach, it cannot pose any threat to her city. The ultimate ideal form of this city is a special device that can automatically protect her. Only in this way can she fall into a long sleep peacefully without worrying about being killed or woken up. It is not easy to realize such a device. Even the final storm cannot last for a long time. The power of the gods comes from humans, so if you want to maintain the power continuously, you must have a steady supply of humans. Although the city has not yet completed the state of achieving her goal, it is easy for her to simply block these attacks. The wind god raised his head contemptuously and looked into the distance, not knowing what the Federation wanted to do. In the distant control room, the big screen was reflecting the wind giant that almost enveloped the entire city. Almost no earthly power could penetrate her body, whether it was a high-speed invisible missile or poison gas transported through the underground. And watching him easily take down the missile, the people in front of the screen were not surprised at all. Victor nodded. Well, as we expected, she still needs to take down our missiles carrying the anti-god crystals herself, while the city itself can handle ordinary attacks. The young politician Kong Lu smiled when he heard this. Then get ready. Then he walked to the control console in front of everyone else, ignoring the expressions of the other top ability users present, and directly instructed the federal personnel beside him with a confident look, start bombing. Hearing his order, several professional technicians began to dispatch the federal missiles. Hundreds of anti-gods invisible poison gas missiles were launched at the same time, aiming accurately at the free city. The levels of anti-god crystals loaded in these missiles were different. Almost all of them were only loaded with very low-level anti-god crystals, but there were also more than a dozen missiles loaded with 5th-level crystals that were difficult to handle. But the wind god did not have any time to distinguish. Because as long as any one of them successfully dropped poison gas over the city, it could instantly disintegrate the special structure of the city in operation, directly causing the wind god to lose its home position. She had to stop them. Everyone looked at the screen, and the invisible missiles were heading to the destination at high speed. And when all the missiles were close enough to the city, they saw that the wind god easily rolled up the gust of wind and destroyed the missiles at the same time, and personally collected the poison gas in them separately. Li Hu, who saw this scene, also sighed. As expected of a god, he can process so much information at the same time. If we want to achieve similar effects, we can only use more crude means. Only Shadow can do similar things here. Shadow looked at the screen and replied, I can achieve the same effect, but I rely on running multiple minds at the same time, while these gods have a single mind that is enough to process such complex information. This is determined by their nature. We are completely different life forms, so it is difficult for me to hurt them. Seeing that hundreds of missiles were almost dismantled, Kong Lu, who was standing next to the control console, smiled and said, Then start the second round of bombing. I want to see how long she can hold on. Then Li Hu, Vulcan, You guys get ready and attack at the same time when the second round of bombing is almost over. Catch her for me." Although he was very upset with Kong Lu, Li Hu just nodded. "Okay." The god of fire said nothing, but closed his eyes and began to shift his consciousness. Free City right above. The god of wind just breathed a sigh of relief, and saw hundreds of missiles flying in from a distance again. So annoying. So annoying. So annoying. So annoying. She never thought that the Federation would do this. They did find their weakness. Of course, it's not that her mind can't handle these missiles at the same time. During the Titan War, she slaughtered far more creatures at the same time, and many of them were complicated operations. But because of this became her weakness. If she hadn't done the same thing in the Titan War, she wouldn't have any emotional fluctuations at all. But since then, she can no longer bear similar torture. This situation of dealing with hundreds of complex events at the same time brought her back to the Titan War period. The familiar pain had spread to her whole body. If she were still immortal now, her eyes would probably be red. "I can't stand it," she shouted in Main's ear. So irritable. "I really want to ignore these missiles and kill them directly. If Main was not hiding behind her at this moment, and she was fighting the Federation alone, I am afraid that she would give up blocking missiles and take the city directly in the near future. And that is probably the purpose of the Federation. They don't really intend to destroy the city, but want to make themselves run away anxiously and fight themselves in that state." Main's voice came into the wind. "Hold on as long as possible. Let us see what the Federation can do. But if you really can't hold on, tell me, I will get rid of these missiles for you." Hearing Main's promise, she didn't give up just like that. Instead, she had some ideas of not admitting defeat, and her originally anxious head became slightly relaxed. But at this moment, two familiar figures appeared in front of her. Chapter 762. While the wind god was dismantling the missiles, the dark shadows turned into two portals, and two figures that the wind god was very familiar with walked out of each. Li Hu, who was wearing tight clothes, stepped out of the left portal and walked slowly towards the wind god in the air. A flaming figure flew out of the right portal, but after noticing that Li Hu, who was traveling with him, did not rush directly, the fire god also slowed down and pressed himself to a distance similar to Li Hu. Seeing the two of them, the wind god felt strongly annoyed again. Thinking of having to deal with the missiles that kept flying while fighting them, she was already on the verge of collapse. She could hardly imagine how she would react if she was really alone here. It's not that she didn't have the information to fight with them at the same time, which is not difficult for the gods. She was just too annoyed. "This is your last chance," Li Hu said arrogantly. "My boss asked me to give you the last chance. Now you can choose to surrender to us like the god of fire. We can spare you, how about that?" He stared at the wind giant with a cold expression. The wind god sneered at them. "Tell the idiot behind you to stop dreaming, and do you really think you can defeat me?" In the war room, Kong Lu's expression gradually turned cold after hearing this. Kill her and let these false gods figure out the situation. As if sensing Kong Lu's unhappiness, Li Hu also smiled. "Very good, I haven't had a good fight for a long time." He didn't want the wind god to agree to the Federation's proposal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here in vain. The god of fire also felt Li Hu's thoughts. He glanced at the eager federal fighter, and found it hard to understand why he, as a human, was so eager to fight head-on. These humans were not like him. They would die. The god of fire did not understand what Li Hu was thinking, but he did not have time to guess his thoughts. All the members of the Federation did not know, but he knew that this matter might not be so simple. He had no doubt that the new sun god was hiding behind the wind god, which was completely in line with the character of the sun god. And it could also explain some of the wind god's small behaviors. But the problem was how he should deal with it. "Are you ready?" The shadow of Saran swayed in the flames. The god of fire did not answer. Although he agreed to help Saran revive, he had not really made up his mind, and had not thought about how to do it specifically. Although he had obtained the weapons left by Saran, he always felt that those weapons were weird. Now is indeed not the best opportunity. The shadow of Saran said, "Make your own decision." While he was talking to his illusion, Li Hu had already started to act. He first bent down, making his shoulders almost level with his heels, and his whole temperament became extremely gloomy and fierce. Then he suddenly stood up. But it was not Li Hu who stood up again, but a nearly 100-meter-long black python. Snake Fist. The black python slithered in the air as if clinging to a tree trunk, bypassing the invisible attack with a flexibility that was completely inconsistent with its body size, and arrived in front of the giant in a short moment. Seeing this, the wind god raised his hand and slapped the giant python's head. Tiger Fist. The fist transformed from the wind and sand slammed into the giant python's head, but when the fist of the wind god fell, the giant python also dissipated in the air, replaced by a black tiger with a shoulder height of several meters. The black tiger's claws suddenly pierced into the surface of the giant, that is, the pure wind and sand, and ran directly on the surface of the giant, moving towards the upper body of the giant. Feeling the faint pain in his body, the wind god knew that this was the weapon that Li Hu used last time. In theory, ordinary physical attacks could not hurt her body, and even sharp claws could not tear the wind into pieces, but Li Hu obviously used some kind of power to restrain her, allowing him to attack himself directly. But last time, she had not yet activated the final storm state. In the blink of an eye, Li Hu approached her abdomen, but just as he approached the final target position, he suddenly jumped out. Crane fist. As he turned into a flying bird and fled like lightning, a terrible force erupted from the place where he had just climbed. The huge mouth formed by the wind and sand swallowed up the area instantly, as if it was going to chew up the air. Although these few blows did not cause any damage to the wind god, they made her more and more irritated. And at the moment when she was most irritated, a certain area in the giant's body suddenly flickered with a little fire. Then, the figure of the god of fire appeared in it instantly. At the same time, the titan staff in his hand also appeared. Stand still. As the titan language was uttered, a terrible force instantly took the location of the god of fire as the origin and began to spread outward toward the entire body of the giant, and the originally howling wind instantly disappeared. Stillness is the enemy of wind, and stagnant gas is not wind. But the wind god was not completely frozen. Instead, at the moment when the fire god released magic, he created a spherical vacuum belt in his body to isolate the corroded body. Then her broken body immediately abandoned this place, and rose directly to a higher position to reorganize. She recognized the staff. The Titans had built a war weapon freezer against her. The freezer could instantly create a space that could not be invaded by her, and this staff was its basic part. Therefore, the wind god also knew its function and countermeasures. It can create a giant static sphere that can solidify her body, but it can easily stop its spread with a vacuum belt, because the effect of this prop is to stop the movement. And it cannot affect other stops. Therefore, after contacting the vacuum belt, it will not continue to move forward. It is indeed a tricky weapon, but it alone cannot threaten her. As long as she stays alert, she should be able to deal with this weapon completely. Lion's roar. A deafening roar sounded from her left side. For humans, this is a roar that can directly shake them into pieces, but to the wind god, the sound only makes her feel sharp and harsh. Even without the anti-god's crystal and other weapons, the lion's roar itself can hurt the wind god. This also made her feel pain. So annoying, she endured the pain and looked at Li Hu. The gas around him became distorted and difficult to control with the lion's roar, but the wind god, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately made the right response. Vacuum belt. The tingling that made her irritable disappeared instantly. But Li Hu did not panic, but quickly took out the ultimate weapon in his arms, and the fire god, who was also in the vacuum area, took out exactly the same weapon. Now, the wind can't touch them. Those were two mechanical devices that looked fragile. They turned the devices several times very neatly. After the fire god finished the action, he immediately left the staff around and quickly retreated. Li Hu also suddenly turned into black wind and moved away from the device, and began to rotate around it. Realizing that something was wrong, the wind god rushed towards the vacuum area. Chapter 763. When she saw them take out their weapons, Fengshen realized that the situation was not good. It was obvious that the weapons they used were quite fragile and dangerous. They could not be kept nearby when activated, and the activation time was long enough for her. Under normal circumstances, she should be able to destroy these weapons easily. At this time, she also understood that Li Hu's purpose of using the lion's roar was not to really hurt herself, but to create a vacuum zone that she could not touch instantly. To be honest, the lion's roar itself could not really cause any damage to her. Or was her judgment affected by her irritable emotions? In order to eliminate the stinging feeling brought by the lion's roar, she did not think about what the other party was doing at all, but it didn't matter. Anyway, she had not taken this battle seriously since the beginning. The whistling wind was almost about to fall in front of the weapons that were transforming and flashing. But half a second before she destroyed the weapons, the dazzling white light instantly flooded the entire world. This time, Fengshen could not avoid the light-speed attack even if she was faster. But to her surprise, the attack itself did not make her feel any discomfort. On the contrary, she felt extremely relaxed and comfortable. Anesthesia. Li Hu said, as if he had some kind of obsession. But at this moment, Fengshen could no longer hear what he was saying. The numbness had spread all over her body, making her fatigue, irritability, and pain all dissipate. Even the wounds left by the war many years ago seemed to have begun to heal themselves. So comfortable. She felt like she was soaking in hot water at just the right temperature. All the aches and pains in her body and mind were being gently massaged, and a strong sense of sleepiness rose in her head. At this moment, she also realized what the opponent's trump card was. They did not attack the final storm form, but seized her mental weakness, relying on soothing her irritability and the trauma left by the war to make herself lose her resistance. But even if she realized what happened, it was too late. She couldn't resist this comfort at all, and anyway, there were Ma En and the others. Thinking of this, she closed her eyes with peace of mind and fell into a sweet dream. The huge wind giant collapsed and disintegrated in an instant, and a beautiful girl sleeping in the air appeared in the place where its head was originally. The sleeping girl was like a feather, floating down to the ground easily. Seeing this, Li Hu nodded and said, "The target is complete, start capturing." His words were interrupted by the light of Yaoyang. A hand from nowhere reached out to the girl and then grabbed her collar. The girl who was originally sinking was suddenly grabbed and directly lifted up by the figure who suddenly appeared. "You are going the wrong way," he said arrogantly. While he was speaking, the two anesthesia devices that were originally in operation suddenly caught fire and were destroyed in an instant. The originally leisurely Li Hu's expression also sank. There were exclamations one after another in the war room. Kong Lu, a politician representing the Federation, stared at the screen with his eyes wide open, looking as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. "Damn it." Kong Lu gritted his teeth and said, "How is this possible?" Although he was unwilling to accept it, he gradually realized what the figure he saw was after hearing the various exclamations in his ears, even if it could not completely match the image in his memory. "This is the Sun God." Battlefield. Li Hu narrowed his eyes and looked at the figure, then looked at the God of Fire. The God of Fire pretended to be confused at first, then made his eyes clear. "Yes, he is the God of the Sun, but it seems that he is not Saren." Saren in the shadow also looked up at Ma En. Interesting. Ma En, who appeared in human form, did not attack immediately, but shook the girl in his hand first. The girl hummed sleepily with her eyes closed. "Get up," Ma En said. At this time, the girl suddenly opened her eyes, as if she heard an alarm clock, and then she looked around blankly, as if wondering why she appeared in the sky. She raised her hand to wipe her eyes, and then slowly looked at Li Hu and the God of Fire in the distance. The girl's eyes gradually became clear. "Ah, I remember, I accidentally fell asleep." Ma En then let go of his hand. The girl who was held in the air looked at Ma En a little embarrassedly, and then quickly defended herself. "It's all because they are too insidious. They launched an offensive against my mental weakness, but this trick can only work when fighting me alone, which means we have figured out the opponent's killer move." Ma En ignored his subordinates, who were defending him, and looked up at Li Hu. "Do you represent the Federation?" Li Hu did not speak, but the people behind him heard Ma En's question. A dark shadow portal appeared beside Li Hu, and then a figure whose whole body was made up of pure shadow lines walked out of it, but it was not a shadow that Ma En was familiar with. The figure raised his head slightly, looked at Ma En and said, "I am Kong Lu. I can represent the Federation. Do you want to negotiate?" Ma En looked down at him and said, "Mortal, I know your thoughts. You tried to get involved in my territory. Considering that you don't know that I have returned, I can forgive your usurpation. As long as you hand over the Titans and weapons in your hands, and completely give up your stupid ideas, I can forgive the mistakes you made before, and give you a chance to express your respect again." Hearing this, Kong Lu did not retreat, but said, neither humble nor arrogant, "Respected new Sun God, we know that you are a powerful God, but I also want to remind you of an important fact, that is, your predecessor is stronger than you, and he has fallen in our hands. We are not afraid of you, but we respect you as well. Therefore, we are willing to change our strategy, and give up the original plan to obtain the Southern Federation, but to govern this land with you. I believe this is also a good thing for our future." After he finished speaking, he also reviewed his words. Well, it not only expressed that the Federation could threaten the other party's existence, but also had basic respect and willingness to cooperate, which should allow the other party to accurately realize the Federation's current attitude. "Are you threatening me, mortal?" Ma En asked arrogantly. Li Hu and Vulcan both realized that something was wrong. But Kong Lu still said confidently, "Yes, cooperate, or die again. This is the attitude of the Federation." It's not that he couldn't perceive the danger, nor was it that he couldn't realize like Li Hu, and the others that the other party was not so patient at the moment. He knew very well that his words were not respectful. But so what, anyway, his real body was not here. And it was not him who had to bear the risk. Even if the talks finally broke down, it was these capable people belonging to the Federation who had to fight the Sun God head-on, and he could drink tea leisurely outside the Southern Federation. Whether it was the Sun God, the Vulcan, or Li Hu, they were just pawns in this game. And he was a chess player. The life and death of the pawns would not threaten the chess player. So he could make a more correct judgment about the Federation. Chapter 764. Asshole. Li Hu cursed in his heart. Kong Lu, who had issued the threat, was now in the Special Operations Building of the Northern Federation, but he was right in front of the revived new Sun God, and unlike the God of Fire, he only had one life. Although Li Hu was very confident in his own strength, and he also had weapons to deal with the gods, he also had various special support equipment given by the Federation when he fought with Saran last time. And he remembered very clearly that although it was difficult for the people below to distinguish at that time, he lost miserably. But Li Hu also knew that he could not affect any of the current situation, he could only clench his fists. Believe in his martial arts. Seeing that Kong Lu was still standing there with confidence, Ma En did not intend to give Kong Lu a second chance, and it happened that he also had something he wanted to test. There is a very simple way to determine whether Karina is a god. He raised his hand and said to the shadow on the back of his hand, "Do it." Seeing that Ma En did not answer, Kong Lu tilted his head in confusion and said with a smile, "You don't think I'm here, do you? Even if you are a newly awakened god, you shouldn't be so naive, and even if you are as arrogant as your predecessor, you should be able to figure out that simple truth. You can't beat your predecessor anyway." Li Hu looked at Ma En's undisguised actions and became a little alert. Something is wrong. I found their location. Kalina's weak voice came from the back of his hand. They should be in the Northern Federation. The specific location is. Kalina controls the power of darkness, and the ability used by the shadow always presents a special nature related to the shadow. Although his own power does not directly control the darkness, it is obvious that shadow is also a characteristic that he will inevitably show when using his power. Therefore, as Karina, she can fully utilize his characteristics and follow this dark shadow through space to where he is. There is only a small problem here. If she is the goddess of darkness, then her power cannot be directly derived outside the Southern Federation. But she not only found the other party's location, but their location is also not within the Southern Federation. In other words, her power can surpass the Southern Federation. Keeping this in mind, Ma En raised his hand slowly towards the sky. Li Hu, with a serious expression, immediately realized that something was wrong when he saw him raise his hand. "Shadow!" he roared directly. After he shouted, Ma En's raised hand also lit up with a dazzling orange-red light. The next moment, the dazzling straight red light sank into the clouds and disappeared. Kong Lu didn't understand what happened at all, but he watched the scene in front of him gradually collapse and disappear, and the scene of the war room reappeared in his vision. As a member of the Kong family, he had also received a lot of extraordinary transformations, so Kong Lu had a reaction speed far beyond that of ordinary people, and he noticed the abnormality in the war room the moment he appeared. In his eyes, almost all the employees were like statues, keeping their original postures, and they all looked quite normal, with only a few employees showing a little fear on their faces. But at the same time, there were countless shadows flowing madly in the war room, and their speed was so fast that even he could only catch their afterimages of some of them. And at this moment, he suddenly noticed that the shadows disappeared. Oh right. Why was he suddenly pulled back? What happened? When Kong Lu was confused, an orange-red light appeared in the corner of his eyes. This familiar color made him immediately aware of his situation, and he instantly understood why a few federal employees had expressions of fear on their faces that had not yet been fully revealed. Because he also had the same feeling in his heart at this moment. The orange-red sunlight touched the surface of the building. Then, he felt something suddenly pull him. The darkness engulfed him. A few seconds, a few minutes, or a few days. Snap. The sudden feeling of weightlessness made him fall backwards and fall heavily to the ground. But he did not complain about Shadow's rudeness, but instead breathed a sigh of relief, because he knew very well that he almost died in that building just now. He raised his head and noticed that he was on a high ground not far from the combat building. The ground was full of other federal employees, who had just been in the same building with him, and only Shadow remained standing. But his face was slightly tired and nervous, and he stood there for no one knew what he was doing. When Kong Lu stood up again, he saw the burning plane in the distance. The sun had faded. The operations department building also disappeared. But soon a figure that looked a little embarrassed flew out. It was the 5th level Victor, but he didn't have any injuries. The attack just now had no way to threaten the 5th level strongman. This did not make Kong Lu feel at ease, but instead really raised a few fears. Because this meant that the other party's target was himself, and he might also intend to kill other federal employees who were specifically targeting him. If Shadow hadn't been forcibly pulled into this project by him, they might all have died. How many seconds? It should only take a few seconds for the Sun God to raise his hand and attack here, which means that the attack speed of the move just now should be the speed of light. But the problem is that the previous Sieran has never used a similar move. Sieran is definitely not unable to do it, but he deliberately did not do it. Perhaps Sieran's purpose is to mislead the Federation's judgment of him, making them think that he does not have the ability to attack from a distance. This is why he is never worried that this new Sun God can threaten him. Although Kong Lu thinks he is quite arrogant and a bastard, he does not think he is really completely brainless. If he had known that the Sun God could attack from a distance outside the Southern Federation, he would definitely not show up, and he almost lost his life because of underestimating the enemy and being stupid. He still has countless wonderful things waiting to enjoy. How could he die at this age? While he was thinking, the Shadow's expression suddenly became a little relaxed, as if he had finally completed something very important, and then the Shadow instantly surged out of his body and completely covered this high ground. Dump her. Shadow glanced at Kong Lu, who was panting. Next time, don't say such harsh words to the strongest top-level ability user. Not everyone is bound like me and can't attack you. Not everyone is as good-tempered as me. While speaking, Shadow was dragging him and others to a safer place. This time Kong Lu did not refute, but nodded silently. He made a stupid mistake. There will be no next time. Chapter 765. While the Shadow took away all the members of the Federation, the portal on the battlefield was gradually dissipating. He got rid of me. Karina's voice came from the back of Ma-En's hand. The girl who had just come down from Ma-En's hand saw the portal and immediately showed an excited expression. She looked at Li Hu and Vulcan, who were still there, and asked Ma-En, "Should we kill them?" While she was talking, Li Hu had already turned into an arrow and flew out. Step on the cloud. Seeing this, the girl showed a fierce look, turned her head to look at Ma-En to confirm that he had no intention of stopping, and then turned directly into a whistling wind and chased after him. At this time, Vulcan realized that something was wrong. He also quickly turned into a flame and flew away. But it was too late. He felt that his body could no longer move forward before he flew a few meters out. The terrible drag made him dare not turn around at all. He had also seen Saran use this trick countless times, but he hadn't experienced this feeling in person for a long time. Fortunately, he had already imagined the scene of fighting with Saran. Dispersion. The moment the thought appeared, the flaming body of the god of fire turned into countless sparks and flew around, scattered in the entire space, and his body instantly became much lighter. If these flames were to be reassembled, they would be much larger than his body just now, but the combined force they all bear was not as strong as the gravity he just felt. Because the god of fire knew very well how Saran's gravity worked. There were 3 factors that affected the power of this move. The first was distance, the second was the weight and size of the affected person, and the last was strength. The lighter the object looks, the weaker the gravity that Saran can exert, and this change is not based on the laws of physics. For objects that look and are actually light enough, this force will hardly work. This is because it is more difficult for humans to realize the effect of gravity on light objects, and sometimes they even have the illusion that light objects cannot be bound by gravity. But if it were just that, anyone could easily counter Saran's move. The power of the gods is not that simple. Apart from weight, what is really important is the opponent's strength. The stronger the opponent's strength, the stronger the impact they will suffer. When the opponent is at the 5th level, the impact of weight can be ignored, unless his opponent is very stupid and makes his weight very huge. Therefore, in addition to turning himself into countless individuals that look lighter, his dispersion can also truly disperse his strength in this way, so that he is not regarded as the same object by gravity. With this trick specifically designed to deal with Saran, he will definitely be able to escape successfully. However, after sensing his trick, Mon immediately changed his attack method. He continued to maintain the weakened gravity, while emitting blazing light all over his body. This time, he did not gather his power, but instead spread the sun to the whole world. Although the sun released in this way is not so terrible, it still has a strong killing power. However, when they fell on the flame, they only made the flame sway slightly. It did not stop the fire god from escaping. This was not unexpected by the god of fire, and this was also an important reason why he dared to defect. Sunlight cannot easily harm flame. Even though sunlight, as the power of the gods, is not completely equivalent to natural light, it can indeed cause more or less negative effects on him, but he can also be immune to most of the damage caused by sunlight itself. As for the burning of the sun itself, it cannot cause any harm to him. In other words, he restrains the sun god to this extent. But this did not give the god of fire any confidence in fighting with Maine. Because the opposite is also true, or even more true. If he can weaken most of the damage caused by the sun god, then the sun god can almost completely ignore him. That's right, sunlight can hardly harm flame. But flame can't shake the eternal and immortal sun either. At the same time, the sun god also controls many properties that are not related to light and heat, unlike his 99% of power concentrated on light and heat, which means that no matter what, he will be the one at a disadvantage. Although gods who live long enough will master many derivative powers, and they can not only cause harm to others through light and heat, but the problem is that this power is definitely not as good as his most essential power. And the sun god is too strong. At that time, Saran not only studied many derivative moves that could affect him, but also collected many weapons and knowledge that could cause harm on his behalf, basically being able to kill himself without any harm. That is, the opponent was a newly born sun god, who had no time to master more complex skills, so he had a chance to successfully escape from the opponent's hands. And compared to the stationary sun, he is better at high-speed movement. This is also his important advantage. After sprinting for a few more minutes, the fire god felt that it was almost done, and then he began to recondense his scattered body, and prepared to move away from here at a higher speed. But just as the fire god gathered into shape, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Then he did something that he regretted instantly. He raised his head. Marn was right above him. Just like the sun. Wasn't he born just a few days ago? How could he have mastered this trick? The god of fire suppressed his shock, then turned around and looked at Ma-in floating in the blue sky. Stop, we don't have any mortal hatred, and you are not good at hurting me. This will only waste your precious time. Maybe the Federation has already killed us. Let me go. As he spoke, a strong wind blew in the distance. Riding the wind, the girl with a happy face flew to their vicinity, and she was holding a bloody human arm in her hand, which looked like it had just been torn off not long ago. She looked at Ma-in with pride. I tore off Li Hu's left hand. Although I came here when I heard what you said, and failed to kill him, he himself has no regeneration ability, and this time he will definitely cause great damage to the Federation. Then she looked at the god of fire with a smile on her face. Are we going to kill this little guy? As she spoke, the shadows of the landmark began to surge, as if something was preparing to launch a terrible attack. When he saw the god of wind, the god of fire's heart sank completely. Unlike him and the god of sun, who restrained each other, the god of wind was the god who restrained him more. And the enemy, who had not yet appeared, must be no weaker. Looking at the scene of them surrounding him, the god of fire looked firm and determined. You win. He extinguished his flames. Falling, dying. A mortal body turned into meat sauce. Chapter 766. Death without resistance comes quickly. It also goes quickly. The fire god opened his eyes again and exhaled deeply. If he were immortal, he would have no choice but to die in the face of the situation just now. Fortunately, the mortal body is just a container for his temporary power. If it was Li Hu who was surrounded, he would definitely be killed by them. That's why the bastard ran so fast. After realizing that he was bound to lose, he immediately gave up struggling. Continuing to fight would only expose his hidden cards, which had no practical meaning. If he didn't rely on external objects, he would definitely not be the opponent of the sun god. He couldn't even cause damage, and these gods were the same as him. They couldn't be completely defeated by killing a few mortal bodies, so he had no chance of winning at all. Have you not thought about it yet? The shadow of Saran asked behind him. The god of fire did not turn his head to look at him. This is not an easy decision. Saran said, you don't need to really fight him. You just need to use your own incarnation to approach him with weapons. The worst result is to lose a mortal body like now. What you have to do is very simple. The god of fire knew that although the matter was indeed not difficult, it was not as simple as this Saran said, and weapons that could counter the sun god would not be effective casually. Saran left two weapons. The first weapon looked like an ordinary dagger, with a handle of some unknown wood and a golden blade engraved with ancient runes, and there was nothing unusual about it. The god of fire couldn't even feel any power or threat from it. But according to Saran, this dagger only needs to be stabbed into the heart of the mortal body of the sun god, and it can directly hit the body of the new sun god along his mortal incarnation. This is the only attack weapon, but if what Saran said is true, it is enough to completely suppress the hard sun god and easily seal it. Even if he is still alive, he can't resist the influence of this dagger. The second weapon is a pure white cloth. According to Saran, this thing is called the clear sky. Any user only needs to throw it out to replace the original sky with the purest white. It is not daytime, not night, nor a solar eclipse, but pure white. When he found this weapon, Sirain specifically said, "Don't try to use natural phenomena such as night and solar eclipse to deal with me." Although this new sun god may not have such a good grasp of power, this kind of move that directly changes the sky still has many loopholes. If you really want to deal with me, you have to erase the concept of the sky itself. This seems to make sense, but the god of fire knows that it is not so easy to erase the sky. The Federation or other organizations have not tried to do so. They simply don't have such weapons. If it is an ordinary cover, it can't stop Sirain's power. I'm afraid that in this world, only a strong man like Sirain who has existed since ancient times can come up with such a prop, and only he will specially collect such advanced props that are useless in most cases. According to Saran, he only needs to use the clear void to weaken the target, and then insert the dagger into the heart of any mortal body of the new sun god. But both of these are not so simple, and finding the heart of the sun god is already a difficult point. If you are really worried, you can also hand over the weapons to the Federation. Saran said. Yes, this is indeed a simple way. It is almost impossible to kill the sun god with just himself and these two weapons, but if these two weapons are handed over to the Federation, the situation will be completely reversed. They can almost completely guarantee that the dagger can be stabbed into the opponent's heart. However, he also has to consider how to explain to the Federation without being suspected by them. You know, they definitely don't want Saran to return to the Southern Federation again after killing this sun god. And it is still the least important trouble. What he really worries about is the cost of failure. If he successfully gets rid of the new sun god, it will be fine. At that time, Saran will return sooner or later, and he will not need to worry about the revenge of the Federation at that time. But if he fails, it means offending this new sun god. The new sun god was certainly not as good as Saran, but he had already shown his edge. After a few words, he bombed Kong Lu's location and immediately surrounded and killed his incarnation. If his assassination plan failed, and the Federation failed to defeat him. Thinking of this, he hesitated a little. As if sensing his hesitation, Saran did not urge him, but comforted him. If you haven't decided yet, you can think about it slowly. I believe you will find the right answer. After that, Saran slowly faded away in front of the god of fire. But he did not really disappear, but turned around and began to rise continuously. In just a few seconds, he came from the ground above the clouds, and then he tilted his body slightly and slid in a certain direction, like a leaf blown away by the wind. Chapter 767. Saran quietly floated down the street without attracting anyone's attention. The pedestrians passing by seemed to be unable to see his presence and walked directly beside him. But no one bumped into him. Everyone would consciously give way before approaching him, forming a strange hole in the bustling street, but this abnormality was not noticed by any life, and even insects did not dare to approach him. He looked up at the bright lights. The towering modern buildings were out of tune with this area of the Southern Federation, but this city was located in the Southern Federation, which symbolized backwardness. This was once the territory of Saran. Although it was not his most important city, it was also one of the most important cities. It had the best film and television bases and entertainment industries in the entire Southern Federation, and their target was not the local residents. Almost all the cultural products prepared by Saran were radiated to all parts of the world through this city. If he continued to do this, human beings' understanding of the sun would not only become clearer and clearer, but would also continue to approach the direction that Saran expected. The dangers contained in it were self-evident. These things also give the Federation a headache. Saran is not a guy they can easily control. It can even be said that almost no one in the world dares to say that they are sure to deal with him. You know, there are countless people in the world who want to kill him, but they have not succeeded until recently. And the funny thing is that the ones who finally solved him did not seem to be those who wanted Siren the most. That guy seems to be called Main by humans, and he has been more active recently. Interesting. Saran withdrew his gaze from the city, and then began to move forward slowly, and his eyes were moving back and forth at a constant speed, as if he was searching for something. After walking for a few minutes, he suddenly changed direction as if he had noticed something, and when he kept walking in the new way for a few minutes, he changed the direction again. And as he walked further and further, the frequency of changes became faster and faster, like an explorer looking for a way out in a maze. As he walked for dozens of minutes, the bright light around him began to fade, as if he was constantly going deeper into the dark part of the city, or the back of the city. When he stepped into a dark street with low lights, he suddenly stopped, turned his head in an instant, and stared at a half-closed and half-open dim iron door. Like a venomous snake biting its prey. He walked towards the iron door, and went straight through. As soon as he stepped into the door, the dim light flooded towards him like a tide, and the crackling sound and occasional gossip bumped around in the building, and could never escape from here. Many tables were neatly arranged and combined, with computer monitors on them, and there were almost the same number of humans sitting on chairs opposite them, staring at the glowing screens, and moving their hands at completely different speeds from time to time. After just a moment of looking, he knew that the other party was not hiding among them. He glanced at a long table that was placed alone. This table looked completely different from those neat and identical computer tables, and it was also facing them. Behind a desk, there was a completely different figure. The guy looked like a human male in his 30s, but his unkempt beard and messy brown hair would blur his age in human eyes, and his dark eye sockets would make people mistakenly think he was tired, and could also cover up his handsome profile. He walked to the front of the desk. "Do you want to go online?" The man who noticed the shadow didn't even raise his head. There's an instruction manual next to it. The man was staring at the screen in front of him intently. Hearing this, Saran turned sideways and walked to the desk, but he didn't join the humans who were sitting neatly in a certain pattern, but looked at the screen in front of the man. The scattered pixels formed an incomprehensible image, in which many similar and tiny repeated color blocks moved at exactly the same speed, and some weird larger color blocks were still on the background. Real-time strategy. The man introduced in a flat tone, "If you want to play, you can turn on the computer yourself. I can recommend you a few good ones, but you better be able to accept old enough pictures." As he spoke, the man seemed to realize that something was wrong. He raised his head, and then showed a surprised look. "Saran? No, you are not Saran." He frowned and looked outside the door, as if wondering why the other party could pass through this dilapidated iron door. Saran spoke, "You are not in your prime." The man smiled contemptuously, and typed a few words in the text channel, then turned around and looked up at the intruder. "Otherwise, you wouldn't come to me. You are here." With some doubt, Saran asked, "What are you doing?" The tone of his question was as if the man was doing something unreasonable. But when he heard his question, the man showed a puzzled look. "Don't you have eyes?" "I am playing games?" "Of course, if you insist, you can also say that I am recovering my strength for the next war, or making preparations. But that's a lie, it's just my interest. But you? What are you doing pretending to be Saran? And who are you? I haven't seen you before." Hearing the other party's doubt, Saran also answered sincerely, "I'm sorry, I can't tell you who I am, but I can tell you that you have never seen me before, or you haven't seen me before. As for what I am doing, I'm here to kill you." The man raised his eyebrows with interest. "Then why don't you do it?" The fake Saran answered seriously, "I'm not in a hurry, your death is doomed." As if he was worried that the man would misunderstand this as a threat, he immediately added, "I saw it." The man was not panicked at all, but showed a curious look. "Prophet? Interesting, I haven't seen a prophet since I woke up, and even the prophets I left behind have all disappeared, as if someone specifically slaughtered them. It can't be you?" The fake Saran shook his head and admitted cooperatively, "No, it's not me, it's something else, and I'm not the only remaining prophet, but she may no longer be active when you wake up." Suddenly he closed his mouth, then nodded, "It's almost time, goodbye." The man smiled and replied, "The last time I saw such an arrogant guy was Saren, but even he didn't look down on me. Do you think the gods he summoned before his death would be so easily looked down upon by a younger generation who suddenly appeared?" The voice fell. The man had disappeared. The fake Saren looked at the flashing screen without curiosity. Some incomprehensible words came from the text channel inside, and curiosity and confusion appeared on his face. Then he looked at the small blocks of color that were flashing orange-red light. They disappeared directly after flashing orange light, and then the same thing happened to the larger blocks of color. Interesting. Network administrator? Where did you go? Listening to the harsh sound waves emitted by humans, he raised his head with a little dissatisfaction and looked at the opposite side, and then the originally noisy environment instantly fell into a dead silence. All the monitors were still flickering with a faint light, but the humans who had been sitting opposite them not long ago had all disappeared. It was as if what had just happened to the man had also happened to them. After they disappeared, the fake Saran did not leave. He followed the man's example and sat down, staring intently at the constantly changing color blocks, but he had no idea what they meant. It was like a newborn baby opening its eyes for the first time. Chapter 768. Shadow leaned against the corridor with a leisurely look, looking down at the federal researchers who kept coming and going like ants. In the middle of them was a giant silver-white mechanical device with a radius of about 5 meters. In the center of the device was a translucent glass chamber, and Li Hu was lying inside with his eyes closed. Looking over, one could notice that his naked body was covered with skin of many different colors. In particular, his entire arm was as white and tender as a baby, and this color change even climbed up to Li Hu's left shoulder and almost spread to his throat. Even though Li Hu still had some good weapons against the Wind God at that time, he had no power to resist when facing the Wind God in the final storm state, and was almost killed by the opponent. If there was no Federation, he would have lost his left arm forever. This was not only because the strength of the Wind God in the final storm state had already reached the peak of the 5th level, but also because this Federation's top fighter was actually the most human among all the Federation's strong men. Unlike himself, Vulcan, and other active Federation warriors, Li Hu has neither an immaterial body that surpasses humans nor a strong self-regeneration ability. If his heart is dug out, he will move slowly, and if his brain is destroyed, he will die completely. His body is extremely fragile. What gives Li Hu power is not some superpower that he is born with, or some magical treasure he gets acquired later, but the martial arts that he has practiced with great difficulty. Although he seems to be able to transform when fighting, Shadow knows very well that it is not a real change of form, but an illusion caused by some powerful martial arts. But this illusion is enough to be mistaken for the real thing. Just as Li Hu shouted, he never really turned into a tiger. He was just using Tiger Fist. The so-called martial arts is a very special skill. It is an ancient technology unique to the Eastern Federation. It is said that a long time ago, some martial arts could even have effects similar to magic. Although those martial arts similar to magic are called so, their effects are far beyond ordinary magic. For example, the Federation once wanted to find some martial arts that can prolong life through Li Hu, but according to Li Hu, this technology has long been lost, and it is not something that ordinary politicians can master. In addition, there are various quite terrible martial arts. For example, swordsmanship that kills the opponent before swinging the sword, technology that allows oneself to go back and forth between life and death, boxing that completely dissolves or even rebounds damage, and gun skills that are sure to win with the backhand, etc. But these technologies have basically been lost, and Li Hu has not mastered such a level of technology. At least that's what he claimed. Even his boxing that can create illusions is only infinitely close to those techniques. In Li Hu's mouth, the moves of that realm are called innate, which is also what he desires most in his life. Any warrior is immortal before entering the innate realm. All we can do is to constantly temper this fragile body, and turn it into a deadly enough weapon, but these are inferior ways. If we are chasing the limits of the human body in the acquired realm, then the innate realm is to let humans grow wings on their backs, squeeze out gills from their throats, extend claws from their hands, and spit out fangs from their mouths. I'm still a long way off. This is what Li Hu once said to Shadow, and it is also the reason why Li Hu works for the Federation. He has heard that many great warriors have entered the innate realm in battle. But he didn't have that many people to fight with, and if he really just found someone to fight, he would probably die in a corner soon. After all, he was just a mortal. So he found the Federation, and asked them to provide him with a fighting scene. In addition to the opportunity to fight, there was another very important reason for him to join the Federation, and this was why the Federation valued Li Hu so much, trusted him so much, and made him the Federation's top fighter. After the Sun God intervened, Li Hu instantly realized that he had no chance to resist, and he would even lose faster than the last time he fought with Saren. And after losing the weapon to fight the Wind God, he was instantly hit hard by the opponent, and the situation was completely the opposite of the last time they fought, because Li Hu had a very special strength. He is a weapon master. Or in other words, he is a martial arts master. This identity not only means that he has strong martial arts ability, but more importantly, the reasons why Li Hu can become a martial arts master. Martial arts are different from superpowers and magic. This is a technique that is completely rooted in combat. Its goal is definitely not to prolong life, bring back the dead, or do something more sophisticated. Self-preservation, winning, and killing are the goals of martial arts. This is a pure and profound technique. Anyone who can master it must have a strong talent and understanding for the purest combat, and also a strong understanding of various weapons. Not only weapons with complex technology, but also many simple weapons also need to be used properly, just like the anesthesia gun that can destroy the final storm, which can be used smoothly by creating a vacuum. This kind of trivial choice is also Li Hu's strength. If he is given enough special weapons, He could almost defeat most of the strong men of the same level in the world. Shadow even thinks that he can also defeat himself, provided that such weapons exist. This is why the Federation and he like each other so much. For Li Hu, the Federation can always provide him with suitable opponents and weapons. They have a good enough intelligence system and arsenal to make him enjoy every battle. For the Federation, such a strong man can not only deal with almost all situations, but also has another advantage. That is, he is quite easy to control. If the victory or defeat of Li Hu's battle depends largely on his weapons and intelligence about the enemy, they don't have to worry about the other party turning against them. Shadow is also very clear that the problem this time is not Li Hu's performance, but the intelligence problem of the Federation. In fact, Li Hu has basically defeated the God of Wind. If there is no accident, the battle will end. And the Federation is also ready to deal with attacks from other gods such as the God of the Sea. The only thing I didn't expect was that the dead Sun God would take action. If he knew this information and prepared more exclusive weapons for the God of Wind, Shadow believed that Li Hu could still successfully achieve the Federation's goal, although they might change their goal in that case. Shadow even felt that as long as he could provide Li Hu with suitable weapons, he would not have no chance of winning even if he faced the newborn God of the Sun. If he had the equipment he had in the last battle with Saren, he would not have fled so embarrassingly, and he could even fight the opponent to make it look like they were evenly matched. Just like the duel at that time. Shadow thought so. But he knew that the politicians of the Federation would not agree. Chapter 769. As the machine ran for the last few times, Li Hu, who was lying inside, opened his eyes. He looked at the researchers standing outside very skillfully, and then they immediately understood and opened the door. Li Hu sat up and took a deep breath of cold air. Blood flowed again, and consciousness regained control of the body. He stepped down from the device and prepared to ask the researcher next to him about his injuries, so as to understand the attack of the Wind God on him and prepare for the next battle. But before he could speak, he noticed the shadow on the corridor on the second floor through his peripheral vision. The shadow looked quite comfortable, but Li Hu's face sank. Because the shadow turned sideways after seeing him wake up, and then 4 figures that Li Hu often saw during this period walked out of the portal behind him. Vulcan, Victor, Nie Qingyu, and Kong Lu. After seeing them appear, the other researchers immediately began to leave the room one after another in a very sensible manner. Li Hu jumped lightly and jumped in front of them. Is there an emergency? Kong Lu stood in front of everyone, looking at Li Hu with a rather cold look. How dare you say that? Do you know that I almost died? Do you know how angry my superiors were? How did you not only fail, but also almost lose everything? Facing his angry accusations, Li Hu did not swallow his anger this time. He could not accept this shitpot being put on his head. I have no problem. If your intelligence is correct, I have already taken down the God of Wind. In fact, I have indeed defeated her successfully. All that is left is the official launch of the suppression ceremony. And if this Titan is willing to provide me with more weapons, the situation may be completely reversed when I fight her in the final duel, and we can even perform the suppression ritual again. Even if we don't have time to suppress and capture her, we will definitely seal her directly in that case. I have completed all your requirements. When he said this, he saw that Kong Lu's face did not change at all. Li Hu continued, now that I think about it, the last time, the Wind God appeared because she might have obtained information in advance through the new Sun God. This is also because of your intelligence and early planning. Otherwise, we could have severely damaged her at that time, and the Wind God in the final storm state would not be as strong as it is now. Now she is almost completely at her peak. If Victor had given me the current weapons at that time, I would have been 40% sure to keep her. Although what he said was reasonable, Kong Lu's eyes became even colder. He didn't come here to listen to Li Hu's reasoning. He naturally knew these reasons, but he was responsible for the early planning. He came to push the pot to Li Hu. And in fact, the ones who were most responsible this time were Victor and Vulcan. The former did not provide good enough weapons, and the latter directly lost an important incarnation, but he could not put his fault on them. They were all outsiders to the Federation. As for Shadow, he was even more blameless. He could even be considered to have made a contribution in this incident. After seeing the shadow surging, and the sun wiping out the building, Kong Lu also had a little more respect for Shadow. Although only a little bit. Kong Lu said in a low voice, Li Hu, you explained it very well. I don't completely disbelieve these words, but how can I explain the specific situation to my superiors? They don't know much about the battle, and they won't accept my words so easily. If they are angry, you and I can't escape. Li Hu said nonchalantly, then let them be angry. Their anger can't hurt me at all, and I don't understand. If I remember correctly, the background behind you is also very strong, and their anger should have no effect on you. Why do you care about how they react? Hearing this, Kong Lu's face darkened a little, but he was a little choked by Li Hu. Seeing that the scene was a little stagnant, Victor took the opportunity to say, I really don't think this is the fault of Lord Li Hu, but I don't think it's my problem, let alone Lord Kong Lu's mistakes. The problem of this matter is actually very simple. Sarah. The appearance of this new sun god was not something we could have expected. Our seal is still running smoothly. I can swear there is no problem with this. If you have to say who is at fault, I suggest you investigate Maine, who used to work with you, but I don't think he has the ability to do anything about it. I would say this is an accident. No one can predict this kind of accident, so even if all of us did the right thing, the final result will inevitably lead to failure, but this is not entirely a bad thing. Hearing this, Kong Lu showed an interested expression. What do you mean? Victor said, I can bring more and better weapons. I didn't deliberately give you less weapons before, but the news of the resurrection of the sun god is particularly heavy, and it can also make my colleagues more deeply aware that Maine is a liar. When they know that the king of the gods is not dead, they will naturally be willing to give more weapons. This sounds quite reasonable. Kong Lu smiled. Very good, then I look forward to more and stronger new weapons from Sir Victor. But Shadow always felt that something was wrong. Victor did not stop there, and since our opponent is the new sun god, I have a new proposal. Kong Lu's eyes became brighter and brighter. What? Victor said, you may already know that the sea god and Saren have some kind of hatred, but you may not be so clear about their relationship. As enemies of the gods, we have done a lot of research on their relationship. In fact, they were partners at the beginning. This relationship is so close that it can be called soulmates. There was even a time when their relationship was so close that it surpassed most of the partner relationships you can see in this world. Except for not dying for each other, they are almost willing to do anything for each other. But I don't know when this relationship changed, and I don't know what happened in the end. Their relationship maintained a state of love and hate for almost all the time. You may find it difficult to understand why, but I can assure you. She would like to kill Sarah. Kong Lu said, thoughtfully. You mean we can discuss with her about temporarily cooperating to deal with Sarah? Victor nodded. Yes, you can try to contact her a little bit. Anyway, we have been exposed now, and we need to beware of the possibility of Poseidon cooperating with Sarah in advance. The enemy of the enemy is the real ally. He said this to the humans. Chapter 770. Victor and Kong Lu discussed for a long time, but in the end Kong Lu agreed to Victor's suggestion to try to unite with Poseidon to deal with the new sun god Sarah. And such a job must be undertaken by a very powerful diplomat. Kong Lu looked at Shadow, who was originally a little leisurely. I leave this matter to you, okay? Perhaps because Shadow saved his life not long ago, or perhaps because the attack of the sun god made him realize how dangerous these top powerhouses are. Kong Lu's tone is also much more modest at this moment. Hearing this, Shadow frowned. I don't think this will be a good decision. Victor may know the Poseidon in the past, but he may not really know what the Poseidon is like now. I have had brief contact with her a few times. She is not a guy you can use casually. Even if we can use her to deal with Sarah, we don't know what the price will be. Victor smiled and said, the sea god we are with has existed for many years. During those long years, she did change her appearance frequently, but her essence did not change at all. The gods are different from humans. It is difficult for them to produce some kind of changes beyond their essence. Kong Lu also said to Shadow, it's okay, you don't have to worry about these. I will take care of any problems. Although his tone was very polite, it did not mean that he would really respect Shadow's advice. He lowered his attitude slightly now just because he was worried about his own life. Even his attitude towards Li Hu did not change at all, because unlike Shadow, he knew very well that people with abilities, like Li Hu, would never hurt him at all. In fact, Shadow had almost no chance of threatening him. The Federation's defense was quite comprehensive, but he still had some inexplicable and almost instinctive fear of top psychics. Hearing his words, Shadow showed a thoughtful look. If they had enough time to negotiate slowly with Poseidon, perhaps this was indeed a feasible idea, but Shadow did not want to persuade Kong Lu to prolong the negotiation process. Deep in his heart, he had a kind of uneasiness growing. I have an idea. As he spoke, Victor and Vulcan were covered with a faint gray, and this gray quickly spread to all the places they could see. Only Kong Lu, Nie Qingyu, Li Hu, and himself, the direct members of the Federation, still retained their colors. After pulling them into the spiritual dimension, Shadow continued, although my idea may sound a bit unrealistic, I think we should reconsider contacting Maine. We don't have to start cooperation immediately, But after all, he has defeated Saren. I think we can consider him as a backup plan. This is what he has always been worried about. It has been a while since they rejected Maine, but nothing has happened in the process, at least it seems so. Shadow does not think this is a good sign. Although Victor seems to be sure that the appearance of the new sun god has nothing to do with Maine, Shadow is a little worried that there is really some connection between them. This is not because he has any extraordinary intuition or found any clues in it. He simply felt that this was too much of a coincidence. If possible, he really hoped that the Federation could give the anti-psychic medicine to Maine, and if he could make decisions on behalf of the Federation's top leaders, he would even be willing to give up the plan to invade the Southern Federation. Otherwise, he was worried that his future work would increase a lot. It would be troublesome then. But after hearing what he said, Kong Lu finally showed a somewhat dissatisfied expression. Are you crazy? Didn't Victor tell us that Maine could seal the gods entirely by relying on the weapons and rituals of the Titans? And we signed a contract with Victor. Do you want us to break the agreement? The Shadow replied. So what I said is to contact Maine first, and what we signed is not a life and death agreement. The worst result is to return all the weapons, compensate for his losses, and pay a little extra price. If Maine can guarantee to solve the problem of the gods, the contract can be torn up. Kong Lu sneered. It's easy for you to say that. This little price is not borne by you. If this contract is so easy to tear, Victor will not sign it with us. No matter what your reason is, this is impossible. And if I remember correctly, you seem to have a lot of contact with this Maine. There have been rumors in the Federation a long time ago that you are actually secretly colluding. Of course, I don't believe this rumor. But if they know that you have made such a suggestion, what do you think they will think? Faced with his doubts, Shadow did not start again. He had seen that Kong Lu would never accept his proposal no matter what, and it had nothing to do with whether Maine could solve the problem. He couldn't afford the small price of tearing up the contract. And they couldn't see the problems they realized. The Shadow faded. I will go find Poseidon. Shadow replied. Kong Lu smiled and nodded as if nothing had happened. Then I leave it to you. You are one of the few members of the Federation who can undertake this kind of work. Do you need us to locate the specific location of Poseidon for you? Shadow replied. No, I can find her myself. Your positioning system is too easy to alert the enemy. Kong Lu nodded with satisfaction. Okay, then you go. Vulcan, Victor, and Li Hu and I will continue to discuss the specific combat matters. You just need to send us to the conference room. He specifically excluded Nieching who is also a federal politician. The Shadow flowed past, and only Nieching and Shadow were left in the spacious corridor. Nieching smiled bitterly. He knew very well that the reason he was left behind was that he had been too close to Shadow recently, but he didn't think it was a big deal. Anyway, he and Kong Lu were not the same kind of people. He looked at Shadow and said jokingly, Why do I have a feeling that you will make suggestions not because of the gods, but because of Maine? Seeing that he had revealed his thoughts, Shadow did not deny it. As a psychic of the same level as Maine, I can definitely see details in him that you can't notice, and these details cannot be accurately conveyed to you through language. Explaining the reasons to you is as difficult as explaining colors to creatures without vision. Nieching showed a thoughtful look, but you do think that finding Maine is better for our plan than finding Victor, right? Shadow nodded. Of course, I didn't lie to them. Nieching nodded. Then let me help you find out if there are any other ways in the Federation. Shadow asked in surprise. Why do you want to help me? You know, doing so is likely to offend Kong Lu, and Nieching doesn't think it will succeed. Nieching smiled. I got to where I am today by not missing any opportunities in front of me. I trust your judgment more than Victor and Kong Lu, and it's rare to have the opportunity to befriend the famous Shadow. And I have a backer behind me. Chapter 771. The sea god was very angry about Sarah's despicable act of snatching her daughter away. Although she temporarily chose to give in on the other side's territory at that time, as she promised, she would make Sarah regret her decision at that time. But after losing Karina, the combat power of their small alliance was also seriously weakened. It was difficult for her and the sky god to compete with the new sun god. The morning sun is also the sun, so they need to find new allies. The moist sea breeze brushed across her face, and the familiar salty taste calmed her originally impetuous heart a little. The power that gradually began to surge in her body also gave her a strong sense of security. The looming illusion brought her back to the most beautiful and happy time in the past. At that time, she had someone she really loved, and someone really loved her. That was a long time ago. In just a few trances, she brought her attention back to reality. Now she needs to focus on what is about to happen in front of her. There are some things that even she cannot slack off. The sea tides rushed to the beach one after another, as if they wanted to swallow up the land. The sky god floated a few meters behind the sea god, looking at the sea in front of him vigilantly. After they realized what the ocean was, this deep blue liquid was full of various secrets that they could not understand in the eyes of the gods. Even for the sea god, the deep sea meant the unknown. The sea water suddenly seemed to be ordered to separate to both sides, revealing a messy riverbed. "You call us?" There was a noisy and overlapping voice from the sea. The sea god replied, "I need your strength." The creatures in the sea were silent for a moment, and then they answered, "You have asked for too much recently." This sentence revealed the meaning of rejection. The face of the sea god turned slightly colder. "You owe me this." The voice in the sea rustled. "The one who helped us was a powerful ancient god. The current sea god is no longer as glorious as before. If it was her request in the past, no matter how frequent and difficult it was, the other party would find a way to fulfill it. But in recent decades, she has only made a few ordinary requests, and they have already shown their boredom. The best choice now is to turn around and leave, wait for them to forget these feelings, and then come back to talk to them after a few hundred years. Anyway, a few hundred years is just a blink of an eye for her. But she can't wait. This is the last time," the sea god said coldly. The noise retreated briefly, and the waves seemed to calm down for a moment. "Okay." Their joyful and complicated voices came from the sea. As they answered, a terrible crawling sound gradually rang out in the riverbed, sounding like some giant beast trampling on the riverbed with its heavy limbs, or like a bloated giant flesh worm dragging its body. The eyes of the god of the sky became more gloomy, and the face of the god of the sea also became serious. As the sound got closer, the figure of the giant beast gradually appeared in front of him. Its rounded body was a bit like a fusion of a whale and a shark, but its head was like a lizard that had never been discovered. Its posture approaching them was like swimming and crawling. If you look closely, you can notice that this more than 10-meter-long behemoth has 6 short legs that are completely inconsistent with its body size. It was these short legs that supported it to move in the riverbed. On its back was a pair of funny-looking little claws, but they were actually wings that had completely degenerated over the long years, and behind the wings were 3 pairs of dark giant pores. The beast stopped in front of them, raised its head slightly, and looked at them with dim eyes. "Shadad." The sea god said the name of the beast. The sea god recognized this terrible creature. After all, she had ended its life with her own hands. She didn't expect that she would be so destitute now that she had to rely on the remains of her defeated opponent, but she had to admit that the corpse in front of her, which looked basically intact, could indeed provide her with the help she needed now. This thing belonged to a complex and huge sub-dragon race. Although almost all the dragons were slaughtered in that endless war, they still left behind descendants with impure blood. It's not that they left a few dragons to breed with other creatures. In fact, all dragons did disappear completely from the earth at a certain time. But this did not prevent their descendants from spontaneously emerging. At a certain moment, some strange-looking creatures would occasionally break out of the eggs laid by animals that had nothing to do with dragons. All the ancient gods could see that the blood of dragons flowed in their bodies. And killing all egg-laying species could not reduce the number of their resurrection. After careful study, the gods could determine that this was some kind of independent natural phenomenon, and even the extinction of egg-laying animals could not prevent the emergence of these dragon descendants. This is the struggle of those monsters after death. Among these revived dragon-like creatures, some individuals have very pure blood. They almost keep the same appearance as their ancestors, and even their various characteristics are infinitely close to their ancestors. And they also call themselves dragons. But in addition to these direct descendants with close to pure blood, there are more defective products whose blood is so thin that they are almost lost. These creatures that have not completely inherited the appearance and characteristics of their ancestors are called hybrids by the proudest dragons. In the past, humans and gods called them sub-dragons. Sub-dragons have strong sexual desires and reproductive abilities, like their ancestors. All sub-dragons basically have no reproductive isolation, and they can also reproduce with the second generation of dragons, which will make their offspring blood more and more pure. And under the careful planning of some dragons, these sub-dragon races have multiplied to a very terrible extent without the attention of all creatures, and spread to every corner of the world. The dragon group headed by the second-generation dragons almost dominated the world. Even humans almost became extinct in that lizard outbreak. This was certainly not what the gods wanted to see. Although these lizards did not bear grudges and slaughtered humans only out of arrogance, the gods and humans did participate in the slaughter of their ancestors. Moreover, the gods would not allow humans to be slaughtered by other creatures at will. So before the dawn of the rising of the Sun dynasty, Saren led the gods to bring down divine punishment. The ocean rolled and tore flesh and blood, the earth trembled and cracks appeared, the wind howled and rolled up the giant beast, and the shaking tree roots pierced into the heart of the monster. And when the sun and the moon kept alternating, heavenly fire or meteorites fell into the mortal world. Chapter 772. The amphibious beast in front of us was killed by the sea god himself at that time. Almost all the sub-dragon species, and the dragons that led them were slaughtered by the gods. When the Sun Dynasty was established, the first few things that Saren did included countering their resurgence. Although the Sun Dynasty was later broken, the rituals he held at that time are still in effect. Now, people can only find the broken remains of these creatures. In fact, most sub-dragon bodies can be preserved for a long time, especially those sub-dragons with pure bloodlines, and their bodies can even not decay at all. Therefore, it is impossible to find their complete bodies now simply because the gods did not leave them complete bodies when they were slaughtered. When the sea god killed Shad, he deliberately left its complete body, and even preserved this body almost exactly the same as it was when it was alive, and she certainly did not do this simply out of interest. This body was a gift she gave to them that year. Countless debts they owed. The beast slightly raised its head, then opened its long mouth, which was filled with densely packed teeth, and a long pink tongue that looked fresh and lay inside like a dead person. Suddenly, its tongue moved upward. Then, a black flat thing crawled out of its tongue. It was a worm-like creature, and when it crawled out, it immediately slipped out of the beast's mouth and landed gently on the beach. The moment it landed, it was as if it had received some order. Countless identical flat black worms crawled out of the beast's throat, nostrils, ear holes, and even the 3 pairs of holes on its back whose functions were unknown. Black worms poured out of any place connected to the outside world. After falling onto the beach, they all followed the first bug, gathering into black waves and returning to their ocean like the ebb tide. We are even. The voice in the sea became smaller and smaller. After waiting for them to completely disappear, the god of the sky finally relaxed. Is this Asian dragon? The sea god put his hand on it with nostalgia in his eyes. Yes, Shad, you should have heard of its name, the evil dragon of mud and ocean. It was also a very difficult guy when it was still alive, and it took me a lot of effort to kill it intact. But this body is not only intact now, it has been inhabited by them for so long, it has turned into a kind of nearly perfect shell, and they should have prepared it before giving it to me. As he spoke, the sea god's arm turned into a stream of water and poured into the monster's body. Bang, bang, bang. The heart started beating again. The beast suddenly raised its eyelids, and it looked completely different from the dim look just now. Its eyes looked as fierce as if it was still alive, as if it had regarded the 2 gods in front of it as prey. But soon it retracted its fierce eyes and lowered its head. The beast first moved its 6 short legs tentatively, then began to make digging movements, and then saw it suddenly drilled into the sand and soil. It was as easy as sinking into the water. The sea god nodded. Very good, it still retains enough power. Although we can only use some of its remaining characteristics, it should be enough to deal with the new sun god. The beast drilled out of the ground again, and appeared in front of them with a haughty look. She said, "The sky?" The god of the sky nodded slightly, and then saw the monster floating up, as if it was lifted up. During this process, it did not flap its wings or make any movements. It just returned to the sky. The god of the sea showed a satisfied expression. Very good. The god of the sky suddenly looked up. Something is approaching us. As he spoke, the giant beast also flexibly dived into the sea, and then disappeared silently from their perception range, as if the behemoth just now was just their illusion. The god of the sea looked at the sky in the distance, removed the barrier. The color of the sky changed subtly. After a few seconds, a shadow like a spring emerged from the ground in front of them, and then the thin shadow figure floated out of the dark spring. He did not feel like an uninvited guest at all. I am here to see you 2 on behalf of the Federation. Although he broke in suddenly, the atmosphere between the 3 was still relaxed. As everyone knows, Shadow, as a psychic, is unlikely to pose a threat to the gods, but the reverse is also true. The existing gods can hardly harm Shadow. Not only does his main body exist in the mental realm, but he is also an extremely special type among all psychics. Other psychics may still worry about their bodies being killed by the gods. Although that may not really kill those psychics, at least they can cause varying degrees of harm to them. But Shadow also exists in the entire world. He is everywhere. What do you want to do? Poseidon's tone was not very polite. She and other free gods have always had a bad relationship with the Federation, although this was mainly because the Federation and Saren cooperated at that time, and now the basis of this conflict no longer exists. But she is a very vengeful god. Shadow's tone was very calm. You should know that a new sun god has appeared, right? The sea god ignored his question. What does the Federation want? Seeing that she didn't want to talk, Shadow stopped trying and said directly, recently we have had some conflicts with this new sun god. We think you may not want him to continue to live in the world. If possible, we hope to cooperate with you to deal with him. The sky god suppressed his slightly raised eyelids. The sea god instinctively sneered. You want us to kill each other? Do you think we haven't noticed what you are doing recently in the Southern Federation? Does the Federation really think I am a fool? Shadow shook his head. This is not my idea, but the Federation does think you will cooperate with us, and we will definitely not ask you to help for nothing. If you can help us get rid of Saren, we can sign a peace treaty with you alone. The so-called peace treaty is nothing but a slow death. Only fools will agree to such conditions. Maybe. The sky god suddenly said, we can listen to their conditions. Hearing this, the sea god did not express his opinion immediately, but lowered his head slightly and showed a thoughtful look. She was silent for a few seconds, and then said, as if she had made up her mind, okay, but don't rush to sign any peace treaty, I have my own conditions. Lucky for you, I just happen to have a little grudge against him. Chapter 773. Maine could foresee that the next federal offensive would not be so easy to deal with. After knowing his existence, they would definitely make full preparations against him, and this would be a real challenge. At the top of the Free City, in the pillow room where the wind god originally slept, Maine was standing in front of the French window, looking at the night view below and lost in thought. His purpose was to obtain the anti-psychic medicine, so he had to force the Federation to cooperate with him. That is, Sarah, the sun god, must not be defeated by the Federation, and it would be even better if he could show absolute suppression. This was not particularly difficult for Maine, but it might not be so simple for Sarah, who was purely the sun god. After all, his power was not only easy to be targeted, but also limited by space. This also made his second goal particularly difficult to achieve. That was to kill Victor. If he could handle this matter, he could not only deepen his alliance with Zasna, the Titan King, but also indirectly promote the realization of the first goal. But Victor had never set foot on the territory of the Southern Federation since he appeared. He is not a fool, at least not so foolish as to step into his own grave. In this case, it is difficult for Sarah, the sun god, to kill him. Perhaps he can secretly use his original power to assassinate him, but it must be very secretive to do so. And outside the Southern Federation, he cannot use the secret power of the moon god to cover his whereabouts. The Federal Investigation Department is not a vegetarian. At the very least, he has to use some of his powers that have never been exposed before to deal with Victor, so that he can barely clear his suspicion and prevent people from realizing that he has stolen Sarah's power. Or, he had to find a way to get Victor into the Southern Federation. While his thoughts were in a mess, someone quietly pushed open the door. He knew who was coming without turning around. The wind god tiptoed to the side of Pillow Mountain and looked at Ma-En's back in silence for a moment. But in the end, she decided to speak. What do you think the Federation will do next? Ma-En did not look back. They will attack me, you, and Karina. Although Karina is not a god, the Federation will definitely find a weapon to counter her, but it may not be as effective as it is for us. And you and I will have to face the full suppression of the Federation in the next battle. And the weapons the Titans brought out this time might be better than last time. Just as Zasna said at the time, these Titans did not tell all to him when dealing with the Sun God. They must have hidden better weapons. The question is whether Victor can get them. If they still use some kind of eclipse device, it will not pose a threat to him. After all, he has seen how Saran dealt with this trick with his own eyes, and naturally has a countermeasure. I am afraid that they are using a brand new weapon. The God of Wind asked tentatively, so we have to rely on Mother Earth to turn defeat into victory? Their situation is quite passive. After all the gods have the curse that they cannot leave the Southern Federation, which also makes the initiative of the battle always in the hands of the Federation. Ma-En nodded. In addition, we have to prepare countermeasures. Last time, he did not reveal all his strength to kill Li Hu. The purpose was to maintain the posture of the Sun God and not reveal his true purpose. But now he and the Federation have torn their faces, and he doesn't have to hold back. The God of Wind asked very proactively, "Do you need me to transform this city into a war form? Just make some preparations in advance, and I can let them, and I become a huge storm together, and then my strength will be greatly improved. But then we will have no way out. I must devour the believers at a faster speed, but the surrounding cities have their masters, and our actions at that time will be easily predicted by the Federation. But in that state, I will not let Li Hu run away." She showed an eager expression. Ma-En shook his head. No need, the situation is not so serious, and Li Hu may not be so easy to deal with at that time. I don't intend to let you be Li Hu's opponent. I have other arrangements for you. He turned around and looked at the girl standing in the middle of the room. The place where the pillows were piled next to her became empty at some point, and at this moment, there were a few lonely pillows at the door, quietly floating out of the door. The girl, whose little trick was discovered, looked serious and said, "What do you plan for me?" Ma-En said, "We need to use an open plot to deal with the Federation, and you are the best person to do this, because you are not like other gods in the state of the final storm, and you can't be in two places at the same time. Although Karina, as a dark power user, is similar, the Federation is not so clear about this. And I trust you more. This is an open plot, but the Federation will definitely seize the opportunity to attack them, either attacking the God of Wind or attacking the Free City. After all, no matter what conspiracy there is, it is better than facing several of them at the same time, and Maine will also let the Wind God launch a counterattack at that time, and the Federation cannot ignore her." The Wind God was quite happy to hear the last sentence, but after thinking about it, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. The girl blinked innocently. "So you want to use me as bait?" Maine shook his head. "No, this is indeed a trap. I don't know whether the Federation will attack you or here, but I have made enough preparations. No matter which side they launch the offensive first, it will definitely fail. You are not my bait, you are my deadly weapon to destroy the Federation." The girl crossed her arms, and looked like she was listening. Although she also believed that Maine, the sun god, would not betray her, she was not easily fooled into risking her life to do such a thing. The Federation now has the ability to seal her. Ma-En then explained, "Remember my promise? I said that I have a powerful weapon that can help you escape from the Southern Federation in the future. I have also shown you its effect briefly, but it has more capabilities. The Federation will definitely try to block you with the weapon against the gods. In the worst case, I can use the teleportation ability of this weapon to get you out of the battlefield or help you at that time. But in addition to this, it has a stronger effect, which you should be able to predict. It can allow you to temporarily gain other powers." This was not particularly unexpected by the Wind God. When Ma-En explained how to break the seal, she already knew some of the characteristics of this weapon. Although it was indeed powerful, it was not something particularly incredible for her, who had lived for countless years. Ma-En handed over the contract. "But this requires you to temporarily give up resistance and sign an agreement with this weapon. The conditions of the agreement itself are quite harsh, so I also know that you will definitely not sign it directly. So I also prepared other contracts to hedge, so that its constraints are almost ineffective against you, and we can also lift them when necessary. You can take a look at the specific conditions." The Wind God carefully read it several times before nodding. "Well, no problem, I signed it, as long as the weapons agreement is also fine." The Cold God raised his hand and invited, "Very good, you give up resistance for the time being, just in time, I will also introduce you to our secret weapon." The Wind God stretched out his hand. Then the city disappeared in the night. Chapter 774. Darkness engulfed the city, and the silvery white moon rose. A hazy female figure stood on it. The Wind God stared at the figure blankly, and before the moon, behind Ma-En, it was no longer the small room they were in just now, with diffuse fog, white pillars, and a vast hall. This place is more like a mysterious and noble palace in the sky. "Are you willing to be loyal to him?" A voice came from the moon. The girl nodded blankly. A few waves of trance seemed to blow across her face like a breeze. The night faded, and the scorching sun rose. They returned to the Free City. Ma-En stood in front of the French window and nodded to her. "Welcome, the third member of the new pantheon." The girl did not answer immediately after hearing this, but stood there for a few seconds before she recovered. Then she suddenly raised her head and looked at Ma-En and asked, "What did I see just now?" Ma-En replied, "Our second member. She is also a god who is resurrected from the dead. She is the moon god who was forgotten by the whole world at the moment of death. She is also our secret weapon against the Federation and Titan." The girl who finally came to her senses suddenly showed a vigilant look. "I don't need to die once." Ma-En pointed to the contract next to her hand. "I can't use our special relationship to deal with you. We can't hurt each other secretly, and we won't use conspiracy to kill you, so unless you accidentally make a mistake. Otherwise I won't kill you and resurrect you. Of course, there are various conditions in the contract, such as the other party cannot leak the secret of this weapon, but in general, it is to eliminate the privileges that Ma-En got from the Control Bureau so that she can agree to sign the employee contract." The girl showed a curious look. "So why is she our secret weapon?" Ma-En replied, "It's very simple. She has advantages that none of us gods have. At least in these aspects, we are definitely far inferior to her. We will all be targeted by the Federation and the Titans to a certain extent. They can find special weapons to deal with me and you, but they can't find them to deal with her. Those weapons have all died with the Upper Moon God. After hearing this, the Wind God immediately reacted. After all, she is a god who has existed since ancient times, and this kind of thing is not complicated for her. If she has forgotten the existence of the Moon God, then the Titans must have forgotten the weapons to deal with the Moon God. And although she can understand and accept the fact that the Moon God has been forgotten now, she has not remembered any memory of the Moon God, which means that it is definitely not easy to retrieve those weapons. From this point of view, they do have super weapons to deal with the Federation and the Titans. And that is the Moon God. It is not difficult to realize that the god is probably not much weaker than Ma-En. More importantly, she and Ma-En represent the alternating sun and moon, which means that their camp is no longer weak in time changes, and they can fight each other in turn. And they may even create some special cooperation skills. I am afraid that the Moon God and the Sun God should have rarely cooperated like this in the past, at least not recently, otherwise she would not have died so quietly. Ma-En then explained. Not only that, some of the characteristics of this Moon God are also very important in the next battle. The fact that she was forgotten is entirely due to her own characteristics, that is, the secret represented by the moon. This trait can block the space for our opponents to escape. The Wind God nodded in sudden realization. This is indeed a very important matter, and even a necessary condition for setting a trap. Ma-En continued, I need you to lend her the city, and let the whole city fall asleep when you leave, so that she can prepare to block all intruders in it. The girl nodded confidently. No problem, my free city itself is already a very powerful position, and it is also very mature. The whole city is completely under my control, let alone let them fall asleep. If I want to kill everyone in it at the same time, it is not a problem. Ma-En nodded. In addition to the preparations here, you must also prepare weapons on your side. We will make similar preparations for you to ensure that when the Federation puts the main force on your side, they can also be surrounded and killed. Then I have to find something that the Federation has to deal with. The Wind God nodded obediently. Just tell me what to do. Ma-En nodded in the moonlight, and began to chat with the Wind God all night long. Northern Federation. You haven't made a plan yet? Saran asked arrogantly, hiding his curiosity. The false god showed an impatient look. It's not like you to be so impatient. Saran replied calmly, I'm just your illusion, I'm not the one who's really impatient. The god of fire shook his head. No matter what, this matter can't be rushed. The new sun god is still the sun god, and the Federation is still a terrible existence that I can't easily shake. We must be careful to seek victory in it. Watching the false god's mouth opening and closing, his body remained still. He not only remembered. I'm a little disappointed. You disappoint me. Saran suddenly said. The god of fire turned his head and stared at him. What do you mean? The anger lingered in his throat. Saran looked at him coldly. If it was me here at this moment, he would have been ready to kill the new sun god. Even if he didn't plan to kill the new sun god, he had already thought about how to reach an alliance with the new sun god. No, if it were me, I would never be in this situation. I will not form an alliance with the Federation, and I will not watch the King of Gods die like this. I will either help him defeat the challenger or usurp his position myself. God of Fire, you know it in your heart. I had higher expectations of you when I was alive. Hearing this, the anger in his heart gradually receded. The God of Fire raised his head. Don't talk like you are my father. What is he talking about? Saran couldn't understand the meaning of this sentence at all. Father is a certain name for some creatures that reproduce with two sexes, and the expectation, he said, is an individual's view of an individual. Why does the previous sentence lead to the next sentence? Fortunately, he doesn't need to understand the syllables uttered by the false god. Besides, he doesn't understand what he is saying. Saran opened and closed his mouth and twisted his tongue. I am just your illusion, you know this very well. Listening to his words, the god of fire no longer felt provoked, on the contrary. His eyes gradually became firm. As Saran saw. Chapter 775. The wind picked up the sand and sprinkled it on the deserted city. The dull yellow color was like a watercolor in the originally gray city. The mottled walls that had not been repaired for a long time were now wiped out by the wind and sand. Even the front, back, left and right had no meaning. The gravel flowed through the streets, bypassed the crowd, and drilled into the gaps in the buildings. He can't escape. The woman who spoke wore a black tactical helmet, and her mechanized arms held a completely smooth metal weapon. Behind her were 7 or 8 colleagues dressed in the same way. In addition to these professionals who looked the same, there were 2 members in the team who looked completely different from them. They were not wearing any clothes, but they were not naked either. They were burning. And in the encirclement formed by these people, there were several figures who looked very embarrassed. They were 3 clay people standing back to back. They were looking at these professionals, who were constantly approaching them with extreme tension, as if the other party was a villain who wanted to kill them all. In front of them, there were already more than a dozen torn human corpses. These corpses were scattered on the ground, and it could be seen that each of the dead was cut into several pieces, but there were no wounds on the broken parts of their bodies, but they were covered with normal skin. Surrender. The woman in the helmet said, submitting to the Federation is your last chance. Sign the contract and complete the ceremony now, and the Federation can let you keep the remaining voters. The 3 clay men did not speak, but angry roars came from their bodies. You want the gods to bow down? Mortals? Dream on. The most you can do is to slaughter all my current voters, but your ancestors failed to kill me completely. How can you do that? Mortals can never be above the gods. The leading woman nodded and raised her arm, then killed them all. As she spoke, the 2 burning figures suddenly realized that something was wrong. They suddenly made a fierce crackling sound to warn their companions around them, and began to turn their heads and look around. The gravel quietly penetrated the tight combat uniform. Blood gushed out of the throat, instantly dyeing the black duty red. All the fully armed federal members fell to the ground instantly. And the 2 burning fire god believers also looked at the yellow sand that was sweeping in with horror. The flames that burst out seemed to be able to burn through the surrounding walls, but it was difficult to shake the fine gravel. In a blink of an eye, they were eaten by the wind and sand. The flames went out. In the Federation operations room, more than a dozen screens were flashing continuously. All the ordinary members of the Special Operations team were busy with nervous faces at the moment, while several leaders and top-level ability users stood in the front, looking at the situation displayed on these screens with serious expressions. The storm was sweeping across the northeast of the Southern Federation. There were already several cities where the Federation Special Operations members were on standby, and many suburban anti-god teams were massacred. Victor looked at the screen in awe. The final storm, it was it that destroyed countless cities, and the nightmare of the entire Titan civilization. One of my respected teachers chose to commit suicide after being tortured by the storm for more than 10 years. Back then, it was enough to drown the entire world, but now it can't even swallow up the entire Southern Federation. And now she is so weak. The advancing storm crossed several states at the same time, but did not massacre any civilians in them. You know, in those days, any city that was not well protected or exposed to flaw would be immediately penetrated by it. Then, it was washed away forever like an extra stain. In the initial war, she also took the lead in destroying countless cities. But now she kills in such a weak way. Victor felt the decline of the Age of Gods as never before. This is also the victory of Titan. But these have nothing to do with him. The storm has been moving for 13 minutes. The professional abnormal weatherman said, and it is advancing to other cities and regions. We have already notified the abnormal members of the Federation there to evacuate and sent teleporters, but I am afraid that if this continues, many of our people will not be able to escape from there smoothly. And the entire Southern Federation will be swallowed by it, and considering the civilians in it. It doesn't matter. Kong Lu, who interrupted him, was now shining with his eyes, and spoke in an unusually excited tone. This is a great opportunity we have never had before. Everyone understood what he meant. Shadow said, I think this is obviously a trap, and everyone can think of this. Although I also thought that Sarah would counterattack us, I think if it was a normal rhythm, it should be slower. The Sun God is not only arrogant, but also cunning. At this time, his clone was already rescuing the members of the Federation, but teleportation was not his strong point. If he was prepared or had enough time, it would be fine, but the speed of the storm was very fast. And there are now unusually many members of the Federation in the Southern Federation. Victor suddenly said, the earliest Sun God was not so cunning, and his wisdom was honed by time. Shadow argued with reason, but he was not stupid enough to fail to realize that this would be our opportunity to attack. The Wind God is now quite far away from the Free City. This is the best opportunity to destroy that city. That's what he wants us to see. Their main activities against other gods are also concentrated in places far away from the Free City. So if the Wind God wants to slaughter them, he must leave the city, which exposes the opponent's flaws. The obvious flaw is like shouting to the whole world, come and attack me. Kong Lu replied, I'm not stupid, I know this is a trap. But do you think we will have a better situation? You know that there are not only our Special Forces members, and combat teams within the scope of the storm. There are also countless congressmen, and our office buildings in them. These buildings are still running our defense programs for the time being, but how long do you think they can last? Do you think those congressmen can survive? We have no choice. He had no choice. Kong Lu felt that the special forces of the investigation department could be abandoned, and Ingzi also thought that the congressman hiding in the federal office building could also be abandoned. After hearing this, Ingzi looked up at Li Hu. Li Hu said indifferently, "The tricks you are discussing are just a sideshow. What really affects the outcome of the battle is not conspiracy, but the difference in power between us, and the use of weapons, tactics, and venues in our hands. No matter how long you think about these gaps, you can't make up for them with conspiracy and trickery. When fighting, you just need to prepare for the battle." Victor also said, "Lord Li Hu is ready for the battle. Whether it is dealing with the god of wind or the god of sun, he is confident enough, and your federation has more than just strong people like him." The god of fire nodded. "If you ask me, it's better to give up those humans, but if you insist on keeping them alive, you can only follow the other party's pace." The god of sun reacted. "He took the initiative, and in my opinion, it is not a good decision to delay time with the god of Sunday." Kong Lu nodded. "Then do it, but Shadow, don't think I'm really stupid. I don't plan to let him manipulate it. We will attack these two places at the same time, and at least take down one of them. In fact, I always have some doubts in my heart, so there are some things I never said. Shadow, I didn't really ask you to teleport and cooperate in the battle. You have to go on the field too." Shadow said in surprise. "You know I'm not good at fighting these gods." Kong Lu nodded. "I know, so I have obtained emergency approval. You can use the mind enhancer." Shadow's eyes changed. Kong Lu said in a cold tone, "Kill the wind god." Chapter 776. A few seconds after Kong Lu's voice fell, the dark shadows surged towards the northeastern region of the Southern Federation like a tide, and began to gradually form an encirclement around the storm that had already formed. At the same time as it was aware of its appearance, the storm was also spreading in all directions. But it was too late. The darkness engulfed the entire world. Fengshen could feel that the huge darkness instantly engulfed her and the territories of these states. This familiar power immediately reminded her of the most active psychic in the Federation in recent years. But the power he exuded at this moment was stronger than she had felt before. "You finally got caught." Fengshen laughed provocatively. This time, Fengshen specially changed her combat form and activated the scattered form that had not been used for a long time. In this state, her power would have the disadvantage of not being concentrated enough, and it would be difficult to kill opponents of the same level. But her body would spread to a size large enough to cover several states. Moreover, in this loose form, she still maintains her dominance over low-level enemies, can easily kill most people with abilities that are not at the same level, and can also maintain extremely strong vitality. Body size is the strongest defense. In this state, the several weapons that Li Hu tried to use against her last time were ineffective, and the damage caused to her by the vacuum running was almost like a tickle. The speed of the anesthetic gun was quite fast, and it anesthetized the giant form last time in the blink of an eye, but facing her now, that terrible speed was almost as slow as a turtle. Before it really formed anesthesia, she could reorganize and discard and reorganize that part of her body. And in fact, this real hugeness can not only target the weapon used against her last time, but also most of the common powerful weapons of the time will also lose their influence on her. It's like having a dagger that can disintegrate any material. It's quite difficult to destroy the mountain with it. Besides, she will resist. And this is also the relationship between the gods and the psychics. The consciousness of all gods is too huge, so that even if the psychics of the same level are the top powerhouses in this field, they can hardly hurt the gods. "Why did the Federation send you here?" Fengshen laughed. "Did you meet a stupid superior who didn't understand what the gods are?" She knew very well that the situation must not be that simple, and Fengshen was just trying to trick her out of something. But the shadow didn't answer. At the same time, Fengshen felt it. The shadow spread over her body at the same time, as if countless tiny tentacles were dragging her into the depths of the spiritual realm, and they were almost as huge as her mind. This was a little different from what she knew. However, they had been prepared for a long time. At the same time, in the southwest of the Southern Federation, outside the Free City. "Time is precious, please start now." Kong Lu's holographic projection said humbly. On the left side of his holographic projection, stood two figures who did not belong to the Federation. They were the Sea God and the Sky God, who had recently signed an alliance contract with the Federation. They agreed to the Shadow's request, but did not sign the contract according to the Federation's plan. The sea god did not ask for peace, but instead made many willful requests. For those somewhat arbitrary requests, Kong Lu did not follow the procedure suggested by his subordinates, but directly found a way to give special approval and immediately reached a preliminary alliance with the sea god. Now it seems that his decision was correct. If they had taken their time as their subordinates said, they would have lost two crucial and powerful allies when facing this surprise attack, and the direction of the war would have changed completely. Don't worry, the sea god said calmly. The newly born sun gods are very arrogant. I have personally experienced this from him. Although he has noticed us, he will not take the initiative. To him, we are challengers. As she spoke, she looked at the tallest building in the city in the distance. In front of the French window, Ma was looking at her. His expression was as arrogant as ever. The sea god smiled. Are you all ready? Li Hu and the god of fire were standing on the left side of Kong Lu, and they all nodded at the same time. The latter also had a completely black long sword hanging on his waist, which was also a weapon prepared for him by the Titans, but he was not fully armed with many equipment like Li Hu. After all, as a god, not all Titans' weapons are suitable for him. And Li, who is wearing armor from the Titan era. Although the armor is made entirely of metal, it does not affect Li Hu's martial arts at all, because all parts of the armor are completely separate. They are all attached to Li Hu's body separately. This armor was the standard equipment used to fight against the army of the sun god's followers. It also has the properties of anti-sun and anti-gods. It can not only resist the attacks of all gods, but also specially strengthen the power of the sun god. The characteristics of resisting high temperature, transcending gravity, and anti-divinity are concentrated on this armor at the same time. This is exactly what the Titans who once cooperated with Mon provided this time. In addition, Li Hu had just undergone a transformation surgery by the Federation to ensure that he could maintain full combat effectiveness in various extreme environments, and temporarily strengthen his regeneration ability. Although doing so would destroy his own control over his body and reduce his destructive power, it could greatly improve his defense and survival ability when fighting against the Sun God. And the reduced destructive power is not important. Anyway, his original attack would hardly hurt the Sun God. At the same time, an additional sensory system specially used to keep moving in the dark was implanted under his skin. At the same time, he had a dagger specially used to target dark ability users on the left side of his waist, and a worn-out long stick from the Titan era on his back. This was his main weapon against the Sun God. Fenri is the name of this weapon. There are many runes on the metal long stick, and there are also hideous scratches on these runes, and even some metal surfaces have traces that look like melting. Unlike other weapons on Li Hu, this is not a standard equipment or a part of other weapons. It is not difficult to realize from the name that this is a weapon specifically used against Saran. Its former owner was once a 6th level Titan. In the final battle with Saran, she used this weapon to smash 2 of Saran's 6th level followers to death. Unfortunately, after her death, this weapon was completely destroyed by Saran, and almost became a very hard piece of scrap metal. This was not the weapon that Victor wanted to provide to Li Hu. But Li Hu rejected other weapons and chose it himself. It still wants to fight. Li Hu said at the time, I heard it. After borrowing this weapon, Li Hu took him and hid directly. After emphasizing that he was not allowed to be disturbed, he was alone with this weapon until a few minutes before the wind god attacked the Federation. At this moment, Li Hu could also hear. It was also ready. Chapter 777. In the daytime, the sun is shining brightly. The bright light spreads recklessly, painting the entire sky into the purest white cloth, and even the sparse clouds are about to melt into it. Begin. The clear blue is like a curtain drawn, covering the original sky as the voice falls, and it really covers the sun and clouds in the sky like a curtain. Welcome to my sky. The god of the sky smiled confidently. This is a new move he has developed over the years, specially prepared for the battle with Saran. Although this move has not reached the level of perfection, fortunately, the opponent is not a perfect sun god. This should be more than enough to deal with this guy named Saran. The top of the free city. Ma can feel that the power in his body is indeed declining. The blue sky curtain pulled out by the god of sky was different from the move they used against Saran last time. The last solar eclipse was a completely real natural phenomenon, but the move of the god of sky was just an illusion covering this area. Of course, saying that this was an illusion was just a comparison with the real displacement of celestial bodies. Now the sun no longer existed above them, which was an ironclad fact, and the boiling divine power in his body was also suppressed. Although this effect had no practical significance for the time being. But if the opponent carried out a few more similar suppressions, it might really have a slight effect on his power, such as the Federation using certain rituals, or they used anti-god crystals efficiently in battle. As long as this suppression accumulated to a sufficient amount, it could have a slight effect on him. In some battles, these weak effects are enough to change the outcome. At least that's what the Federation thinks now. They must be ready to deal with themselves and the dark ability users. Maine stood there, and did not respond to the preparations of the god of the sky. Apart from the arrogance of the performance, his real state was largely due to his inability to bear the use of the power of the sun god for a particularly long time. Although he could transform between strong and weak with the help of two believers, the time he actually spent fighting was still quite precious. Especially considering that he needed more than just victory. He saw the sea god showing a provocative look. Then she said a few words to the other people, and then she jumped high, rushed into the azure sky in a short moment, and set off waves like tides. It was just a moment of trance, and the vast blue ocean appeared in the sky. The suppression this time was much stronger than the moves of the god of the sky just now, and Maine could feel that she almost blocked all the ways for him to break free, and it was easy to realize an obvious fact. The sea god is very familiar with himself. Although he is not very proficient, Maine has a way to crack the sky god's move. He only needs to learn from Serene to turn into a new sun, and this may even form a very effective counterattack. But it is difficult for him to become the sun in the sea, and even if he can do so, the effect will not be very good. The sea god's eyes are telling Maine that she knows what she can do. At the same time that the sky turned into the ocean, two inexplicable forces came from the surroundings again, like two heavy irons pressing on his shoulders, one of which is slightly weaker than the sky god, and the other is slightly stronger. Obviously, the Federation and Victor activated two other suppression abilities. 4 layers of suppression appeared on him. Sun God V.5, 6.5, Marn could clearly feel that the power he could exert at this moment had not actually declined, but it had already reached a level close to the real V.5. If the opponent still used strong enough anti-god weapons and crystals in the battle, then he might really start to be weakened. The opponent was indeed well prepared. The few people in the distance looked at each other for a while, as if communicating the situation in some silent way, and then saw 3 figures rushing towards the city one after another. In the front was the fully armed Li Hu, followed by the god of fire. And a few hundred meters behind them was the figure of the god of the sky. When they just came to the sky above the city, they realized that something was wrong. Terrible silence. However, Li Hu and the god of fire did not hesitate, and still rushed towards Ma En at high speed, while the god of sky began to retreat with some caution, but he just took a few steps back when he suddenly realized something was wrong. He was the first to realize the problem. But it was too late. As everyone fell into a sweet dream, the shimmering light reflected by the azure ocean began to fade, and as Ma En took a few steps back, the whole world was swallowed by darkness, like the setting sun. A silver figure walked forward a few steps. The moon rose. No! The god of sky widened his eyes. She didn't die at all? Could it be that she made the new sun god resurrect in this way? Sea god. He turned around eagerly, and wanted to communicate with the sea god. But what appeared before his eyes was only the endless night. The city had also disappeared under their feet. As the Federation had expected, this was a trap. It was just that they did not accurately realize how dangerous this trap was. And as the night passed, Maine, who was standing at the top, could feel that the 2 layers dominated by the gods in the original 4 layers of suppression had become much weaker, but his strength did not recover much. Because it was night now. Li Hu and Vulcan, who were sprinting, also stopped suddenly, and they could feel that their spiritual connection was interrupted with the silence of the night, and the voice of the shadow was no longer heard. Ma En walked to the side of Se Li, looking down at the people in front of him like a king. You finally decided to be the enemy of the King of Gods, then you should be ready to pay the price. Li Hu was not afraid at all, but smiled excitedly. This battle is getting more and more interesting. Vulcan said nothing, but his body burst out with unprecedented strong flames, directly illuminating the originally dark world, although compared to the endless night, he looked like a tiny candle. But it dispelled the surrounding darkness. And the god of the sky looked at Ma En coldly. Little guy, you don't think you can trap me here like this, do you? This is a bit of a disdain for your predecessors, or do you think you are Seren? Experience the ancient power. As he spoke, he spread his limbs and melted into the air, and a faint white light began to burst out from where his body was, and then began to spread to the surroundings. Leave it to me, Sully whispered to Maine, and then flew towards the crack that revealed the daylight. The night also followed her. Chapter 778. While the day and the night were fighting, Li Hu also raised the long stick in his hand towards Ma En, and at the same time, his left hand hung on his waist, ready to counter the sudden attack from the dark ability user at any time. The fire god also maintained the burning, using the flames to dispel the night around him and Li Hu, and this was also to ensure that the dark ability user could not approach them through her power. If the darkness could approach them at this time, it would become particularly obvious. The fire god drew out the black long sword at his waist, which was also a weapon specifically used to restrain the sun god. The powerful weapon Sun Devourer from the Titan civilization could directly cause terrible damage to the sun itself. This was the strongest weapon against Saren that Victor originally intended to give to Li Hu, but although the fire god knew that he was not a weapon expert, this weapon would not be particularly weak in his hands. Because he didn't even need to rely on the anti-sun god armor to easily deal with the opponent, and the new sun god had no particularly effective way to cause damage to himself. He just needed to get close to the opponent. This was also an attempt to test whether he has the means to stab the dagger into the chest of the sun god. Seeing that Ma-En was still looking at them calmly, Li Hu slightly pressed down the gun. "If you don't do it, then I will." As the voice fell, he suddenly jumped up in the air, and the long stick drew an arc. At the same time, the god of fire, who was more than 10 meters away, also rushed towards Ma-En with a blazing flame. But as the blazing flames continued to dispel the night, the female figure who had just hidden in the darkness suddenly appeared in front of him. The god of fire did not hesitate at all. As a god representing blazing flames, those with abilities related to darkness were naturally restrained by his power. He had killed countless people with dark abilities. That's why he only brought weapons against the sun god. When the dark figure appeared, Li Hu also let go of the long stick in his hand. Then the stick burst out with strong power and flew diagonally upwards. Only then could Ma-En realize that Li Hu was actually suppressing the speed of the stick during his leap. And Li Hu also took the opportunity to unload the power of the stick and change the direction of his high-speed movement, falling directly to the position where the dark figure appeared. But the stick still flew towards Ma-En in an arc, rising. As Ma-En, the sun, distanced himself from the entire planet, the stick that was about to hit him suddenly appeared several thousand meters away, and was obviously subject to an unspeakable resistance. Between the long stick and Ma-En was the distance between the surface of the earth and the sun. But the distance that could freeze the top ability users did not freeze the long stick in place. If it could be explained by inertia just now, the behavior of the long stick next obviously showed that it had its own will, and could fight completely out of control. It was the 7th fifth-order creature in this duel. The long stick flipped a few times on the spot, and then Ma-En immediately felt that the power in his body began to become unstable and chaotic, and even had a tendency to collapse outward. It was as if the stick thousands of meters away had pierced into his body, and was stirring his flesh and blood. Turning the sun. Stirring the sun. The power that did not originally belong to Ma-En became more and more unstable, but he did not react immediately. Instead, he calmly suppressed the instability in his body first, and then raised his hand to point at the long stick. Ping! More than a dozen hot red lights hit the flipping stick in succession, immediately interrupting its flipping action, and as its balance was destroyed, the stirring feeling acting on Ma-En's body also dissipated. Seeing this, Ma-En raised his hand. The terrible gravitational force burst out instantly flipping the force he applied to the long stick, and the long stick that was originally trying to approach Ma-En failed to react, and fell into his hands at a rapid speed. Snap! Ma-En grabbed the long stick steadily. Flipsun shook violently, trying to struggle out of Ma-En's hands. Seeing this, Ma-En also burst out with the light of the sun, and his head turned into a burning star, and his palm tightly pressed the long stick. The incomplete weapon that had been destroyed by Saren long ago was burned by the star again, and even its struggling shaking brought out a bit of fear and tension, as if it had sensed some potential danger. The amplitude of its swing was getting smaller and smaller. While they were fighting, Li Hu, who had abandoned the long stick, had already fallen towards the figure in the dark. His tactical layout was to quickly eliminate a member of the opponent's camp. Then, they joined forces to beat up the remaining opponents, and this first target obviously could not be the sun god. As he fell, Li Hu drew out the dagger at his waist and crashed into the flames that the fire god used to block his vision. With his eyes closed, he accurately slashed the neck of the figure with the dagger. Bang! With a heavy impact, the dagger almost slipped out of his hand. The fire god, who turned into a flame, had also crashed into the figure, but he failed to melt the opponent's body like the flames drove away the darkness. Instead, he passed by her on both sides as if he had hit a wall. When the fire illuminated the opponent, they found that it was the earth itself that stood there. The one who blocked the fire god's advance was not the dark ability user who helped Ma-En at that time, but the ancient god that the fire god was quite familiar with. Although her aura had changed a little now, and her image was no longer the old man that he liked the most in the past. But he immediately recognized this opponent, God of the Earth. The flame shouted to remind Li Hu. But it was too late. When the fire god passed the Mother of the Earth and turned around to look again, he found that Li Hu was standing in front of the Mother of the Earth at this moment, and the short knife used to deal with the dark ability users was stopped on the opponent's neck. And the Mother of the Earth had a smile on her face at this moment, and at the same time, she tightly grasped Li Hu's left hand that was numb from the shock. No, it was not just numb from the shock. His left forearm had turned into rock, and his eyes looking at the Mother of the Earth also showed a hollow look that was almost demented, as if he had turned into a stone statue at this moment. Seeing this, the fire god's mind began to spin wildly, and the flames on his hands began to gather. But just before he launched the attack, Li Hu suddenly raised his eyelids, and as if awakened, he jerked his half-petrified left arm back violently, and then directly tore his arm off in the blood spurt. Moreover, his broken arm began to regenerate rapidly, and in a short moment, he recovered to his original state with the help of the regeneration potion implanted in the surgery before this battle, and caught the falling dagger with his right hand. Looking at the figure in front of him, Li Hu immediately made a judgment. Chapter 779. Li Hu came to the conclusion instantly that if he continued to fight with this earth god, who suddenly appeared, he would probably die here. Even if he could hold out with her temporarily, the whole battle would slowly collapse. The fire god must hold her back, and then he would face the sun god. Obviously, the sun god must be stronger than the earth god, but all the weapons he carried were for the sun god and the dark ability users, and he had not made any preparations for this unknown opponent. And the moon god who just appeared was also. Fortunately, the sky god held her back. Li Hu did not have any confidence to fight against this god, and the best result of fighting against these two strange gods was just to barely suppress the opponent. But in that case, the sun god would be free. Then they would all be killed. Fire god. Li Hu roared and retreated. As he pulled away, the fire god also understood, and suddenly turned into a giant of fire, instantly illuminating the vast land around him. At the same time, the flames spreading on his body began to spread, and turned into a wall to surround the Mother Earth. There is no obvious restraint relationship between the flames and the Earth. Although the Earth god didn't know why he didn't have the old weak aura in the past, he himself was not a weak god. It was still possible to hold her back temporarily. Moreover, this was at least much easier than facing the sun god. While retreating, Li Hu also crashed into the body of the fire god again. Under the protection of the anti-sun armor, his body did not suffer any damage, and when he rushed out of the flames, he also had an extra weapon in his hand. That was the dark long sword Sun Devourer that the god of fire originally used to deal with the god of the sun. Then, Li Hu, who had noticed the situation on the other side of the battlefield, stepped down suddenly, and then his body was launched like a cannonball, and instantly came to Ma En, who was holding a long stick tightly. Ma En slightly tilted his head to the star, and then the terrible hot divine power suddenly burst out. Kun! Li Hu stopped. The solar storm submerged Li Hu, and then he felt that the temperature of the anti-sun god armor on the surface of his body began to slowly rise. Facing the almost endless terrible power, the armor specially used to deal with the power of the sun god could not maintain perfect defense. Maybe in a few seconds, his skin would be roasted. Although it was not fatal in a short period of time, it also meant that he could not rely too much on the anti-sun god armor. Fortunately, a few seconds were more than enough. Li Hu muttered in his heart, and a force emerged in his body to fight against the sun god, who wanted to get in through the armor, maintaining a delicate balance. Yin and yang. Then Li Hu didn't waste any time, just standing in the terrible power of the sun god, pushing the dark long sword named Sun Devourer towards Ma En's head. As the tip of the sword approached the star, Li Hu could feel that the pressure on him was getting less and less, because the terrible power that was constantly erupting was being swallowed by the dark long sword. Seeing this, Ma En raised his left hand towards the long sword. Rising. A certain space was constantly growing and multiplying between the long sword and the star. It was the move that Ma En had just used to distance the long stick from himself, preparing to move the long sword to a distance. Although this was not a push, Li Hu could sense what was about to happen. Dry. Before he finished speaking, his feet were no longer deeply rooted in nature, not as steady as they had just sunk into the soil, but his body became much lighter. And the divine power that could push away everything could not drive him away. The long sword almost pierced the star. Ma En stretched out his left hand towards the long sword, but a shadow appeared in his hand. Tai Chi. At this moment, Li Hu stopped resisting and let Ma En's divine power push his upper body, while using the force to push the end of the long stick that was tightly held in Ma-En's right hand. And Fan Ri, who got this power, also broke free from Ma-En's right hand, and then turned over on the spot and hit Ma-En's star head, knocking him back. Before the long stick hit Ma-En, it was also stirring the power in Ma-En's body by rolling. Li Hu also took the opportunity to grab the stick with his left hand, and then rolled the long stick in the air to draw a Tai Chi circle, and then used the power of the long stick to stab the rotating Sun Devourer into Ma-En's head again. As long as he successfully stabbed it, he could perform a fatal combo. Not bad, Ma-En said with a little approval. But Li Hu didn't feel any joy after hearing this, because the opponent's star head did not get closer with his stab, but began to retreat continuously. The burning star was retreating towards the moon curtain. And as he retreated, the silver moon that was originally hanging high began to consciously melt into the night, and the originally dim sky was completely swallowed by black, as if it was about to bring them into the most terrifying darkness. Li Hu drew out the short sword specially used to deal with the dark ability users. But the darkness did not completely submerge everything, and he could still see some light in the dark night. Yes, after the moon retreated, there were still stars in the sky. And surrounded by countless stars, the star was burning in the endless darkness. As the land behind him fell into the terrible darkness, the inexplicable floating force lifted his body, all the airflow completely dissipated, and the cold feeling spread to the back of Li Hu's neck. Fuck. He cursed silently. He came to the center of the universe, and the burning star appeared in his eyes, with a terrible size that was difficult to measure with reason, occupying a huge space beyond his entire field of vision. But at the same time, he could also deeply feel how far the two sides were. At this time, Saran was no longer the sun in the sky, but the ever-burning star in the vast universe. Even if humans could jump up and touch the sky, they could not cross the terrifying distance measured in light minutes. But the opponent's power came with an extremely terrifying force. The real solar storm was coming towards him, and it was no longer a simple blazing flame. It was a flare. The terrifying energy that was enough to destroy his planet countless times was coming towards him. The warrior who had lost the ground had no countermeasures. Perhaps, no, in fact, he still had some boxing and martial arts that could allow him to survive this move, but Li Hu didn't want to use those skills at the moment. The turtle breathing technique should allow him to barely survive this move, but what's next? Beg for mercy from the sun god? Li Hu had already seen that this was a terrifying move that could only be used by the moon god and the sun god together. Even Saran had never used this move in the past, at least they didn't know it. If the Federation could figure out that the opponent also had the moon god, he would definitely be prepared to fight in space, and he would also be able to think of preventing such a joint move. Then he might still be able to have a hearty fight. Unfortunately, when he was pushed towards this battle, he was destined to die. Well, let's fight to the death. Li Hu cast a warrior's determined eyes at the gushing energy, then stepped forward suddenly, turning the long stick in his hand as if to overturn the world, and used the moves he had learned a few days ago towards the sun. Turning the sun, he chanted calmly. Chapter 780. Instantly, the blazing sun ended. The star walked out of the vast and deep universe, and once again turned into a human-shaped sun and returned to their world. And when he returned to the mortal world, his left hand was holding the lifeless black sword, and his right hand was tightly holding the still struggling sun. But this long stick made for killing gods, all the movements at this moment were as powerless as a noisy child. Because the one holding it was the strongest in the Southern Federation, the sun god. If there were still creatures who had doubts about this just now, thinking that this newly born new god could not master the terrible divine power in his body, and that his actual combat power might not be that strong, then all the creatures who saw this scene now knew very well that he was one of the strongest entities in the world. Maybe he was indeed not as good as Saran, but he was also far superior to ordinary top-level, fifth-level ability users. Ma-En looked down at the enemy in front of him with a kingly arrogant look. Li Hu is dead. Do you still plan to struggle? As he said that, he clenched his hands. The shaking sun-turning sword in his hand was also suddenly pinched. Hearing this, the god of fire and the god of sky suddenly raised their heads, and then they did exactly the same thing at the same time, that is, they immediately pulled away and tried to retreat and merge in a way away from this place. But the night that enveloped them did not fade away. It was not until this moment that they deeply realized how terrible the seal was. The god of fire stood firm, glanced at the god of sky, and then looked up at Ma-En and said, "You can continue to kill us slowly, but we will not stop resisting. You may not know that the one sent by the Federation to deal with the god of wind is Shadow, who uses the mind amplifier. According to my guess, she will be killed before we are killed by you. And unlike our situation, we will only lose our bodies, but she will die completely, And the Federation may even get a brand new slave of the gods. How about it? Do you want to talk? The god of fire has given up the idea of personally killing the sun god with a dagger. In fact, when he just talked with the shadow of Saren, he had made up his mind to face this matter. If there is a chance to kill the new sun god, he will not let it go easily. But he will not rashly make enemies with the other party directly. So he did not bring weapons this time, but planned to watch the battle between Li Hu and the sun god from the side, and refer to the battle between Li Hu and Ma In to make his own judgment on how to fight. But the speed at which this battle ended was beyond his expectations. Let alone adjusting his strategy based on this, if he still thinks it is possible. If he could defeat the new king of the gods by himself, he would have to call himself a fool. So he immediately changed his strategy and delayed time first. The purpose of the god of fire was not only to make conditions with Maine, but also to delay time. If Maine did not intend to negotiate with them in the end, he could also buy some time for Shadow. Anyway, unlike Li Hu, their lives are not that valuable. Although the god of sky was not so willing to consume his believers for the Federation, he did not retreat at this moment. We may not be your opponents, but it will take time for you to kill us. I think even you are not willing to sacrifice a loyal subordinate for this. I think that little guy trusts you quite a lot. Or do you want to exchange her life for ours? Although he was in a very embarrassed state, he still smiled proudly, because he knew very well that the other party would definitely make the decision to rescue the god of wind in the end. Although the god of the sun was arrogant, he was not stupid. Listening to their threat, Maine didn't care at all. He turned his head arrogantly and replied in a cold tone that was close to contempt, "You want to talk to me? No, you don't need to talk to me." As he spoke, the wind began to gather. The girl's particularly embarrassed figure was just like this. Although her face was full of fatigue and pain, she still showed a slightly excited expression after seeing the scene in front of her. The god of wind showed a provocative smile weakly. "What? Scared you? It seems that you have chosen the wrong side." At the same time as the god of wind appeared, the darkness also turned into Kalina's embarrassed appearance and appeared beside her. Karina did not appear in this battle because she was sent to support the wind god. Although they could not defeat the strengthened shadow together, they could at least hold on until the countdown of the transmission time was completed. Selly's figure also retreated behind Maine. The shadow has come outside and is trying to destroy this place, but there is still enough time. It is definitely enough to kill these two traitors. Although the Mother of the Earth was not really loyal to Maine, she also cooperated and stood behind him at this moment. As an outsider, she did not say anything, but just looked down at the two people opposite quietly. This is enough. Seeing this scene, the fire god, who originally wanted to struggle, immediately gave up the last hope and prepared to abandon his body again. Although it was painful, this was the best decision. The god of the sky looked at the five figures and revealed an incredible look. "How is it possible? You were born only a few days ago." Even Saren did not pull so many subordinates in a few days. Maine had no intention of explaining, but he did not attack. He said calmly, "You are traitors of the gods. You know very well that I can kill you at this moment, but I plan to give you the last chance. I will let you leave with failure and shame. This is a war between the gods and the Federation. You can think about which side to stand on after you go back. Of course, you can still stand opposite me, but then I will not give you a chance. If you want to go to war with the king of the gods, then you will get a real war. From now to the farthest future." After saying that, Maen raised his hand in front of their surprised and puzzled looks. The moon god took a half step back and disappeared from their sight. The night was also taken away. The seal covering the city was lifted, revealing a blue sky like the ocean. The holographic projection of Konglu in the distance also cast an excited look, but was immediately stunned after seeing the scene in the sky. As if he was worried about something terrible, his projection suddenly disappeared. The fire god raised his head and looked at the arrogant god in the sky. Although his decision to let him go now sounds absurd and stupid, but it makes him feel familiar. He is so arrogant that he doesn't take them seriously at all. The sun god in front of him doesn't care about the two powerful incarnations of himself and the sky at all, as if these things are not worth mentioning compared to the fate of the gods of the Federation. This feeling. It's like Saran. Chapter 781. Abnormal Control Bureau. Abnormal Entity. Li Hu. Abnormal Strength. V.1. Description. A very strong human. Features. Strong body V.1. An extremely strong body after special training. The entire interface is unusually simple, even a little weird, and it is completely inconsistent with Li Hu's performance in the battle just now. Standing outside the containment room, Mayan looked at the interface in surprise and asked in confusion, "If I remember correctly, at least he can turn into various animals. Is that also a weapon provided to him by the Federation? And now it seems that his situation is not right. Normally, although the specific situation may be different, basically all the abnormal abilities of creatures locked in the containment room will be suppressed and restrained. But at this moment, Li Hu not only sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, but his breathing gradually became quite slow during this process, and now he only breathes once every 2 hours. He looks like he is dead. Qinlan said, "No, that's the martial arts he mastered, but it seems that the Control Bureau did not regard martial arts as abnormal abilities. Although I didn't pay much attention to it before, Li Hu seemed to have said something similar. The body will age, weapons will break, but Kung Fu is different. Once you learn martial arts, you will learn it. As long as you are alive, it will not betray you." Qinlan showed a recollection, and he once said that the animals transformed by his boxing skills were not real animals. Li Hu said that although all the federal devices could not detect it, it was just an illusion close to reality. It's just that he looks too much like a tiger, so you think he really turned into a tiger. Ma'an said in confusion, "I can tell what is an illusion, especially when I am in the state of the sun god. If this is really an illusion that can affect me, why doesn't he use this illusion to fight?" You must know that after Li Hu turned into an animal, he also attacked with the space occupied by the animal. The opponent that the tiger's claws can hurt will bleed, and vice versa is exactly the same. Qinlan then explained, "I don't understand what's going on." Li Hu claimed that it was an illusion, and he also said that there are indeed martial arts that can achieve a certain so-called reality, but he has not reached that level yet. It is said that he will cooperate with the Federation in order to pursue that level. Even some members of the Federation have speculated that if Li Hu reaches that level, he may not need any external objects to maintain the top strength of the 5th level, and there may be other effects that they don't know. Ma'an looked into the containment room. Although Li Hu did not have any expression, he exuded a kind of indifferent temperament. Just as Qinlan said, he had an inexplicable confidence in the martial arts he mastered. Qinlan asked, "How do we say it? Should we contact him?" To be honest, I think no matter what our purpose is, it will be difficult to persuade him to rebel. The Federation has already signed many strict agreements with him. We can't bypass these contracts. Or should we temporarily lock him up and treat him as a hostage? This may be a better decision. Seri, who was squatting on the right side of Ma'an, also said, "I can't use my psychic ability to the fullest here. I can only use other people's 4th level telepathy ability through the Abnormal Bureau, but in fact, it should be much stronger than ordinary 4th level ability users. But I feel like I can't get close to his mind, as if there's a little man in his head, constantly punching all the intruders trying to get close to his consciousness." Ma'an said, "No, I don't plan to take him as a hostage. I talked to him in person." Qinlan nodded after hearing this. Ma'an pushed open the door, walked into Li Hu's holding room, and looked at the man who was sitting with his eyes closed. When he just lowered his head, he felt a palm wind coming from behind him, and then the man who was originally sitting in the center of the room had disappeared. Ma'an turned around calmly and looked at the man who was fixed by Bei's telekinesis. "How did you do it? Now your body is completely the same as that of an ordinary person, but I'm afraid that many 4th level ability users will be injured by what you just did, and then give you the opportunity to continue attacking." Li Hu did not open his eyes, nor did he look at the unrecognizable face. But he still said in surprise, "Ma'an?" He then opened his eyes, and looked at the opposite side, and then showed a look of surprise. "You are Sarah?" Ma'an asked again in confusion, "How did you recognize me?" Li Hu retracted his palm that turned into a blade. "A master can figure out the way of the sect, and the strength of the Kung Fu just by fighting. Although I am not a master yet, it is still easy to tell who the opponent is. I lost. Kill or cut me. Please do as you please." After saying that, he walked back to his original position and sat down, then closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, with no intention of talking to Ma'an at all. Ma'an sat down opposite him. "No, I won't kill you, and we don't need to kill you." Li Hu closed his eyes, and said nonchalantly, "It's up to you, but if you want me to betray the Federation, then I advise you to give up this useless idea as soon as possible. I don't have much loyalty to them, but we have a contract. If I betray them, I will immediately lose all the martial arts I have mastered, and even if I retain my original talent, I will never be able to learn any martial arts again, and I will never be able to take another step on this path. Even if you kill me, I will never betray the Federation. Unless you have the ability to make the Federation break the contract first. But believe me, the Federation is not stupid. Maybe there are many idiots in the Federation, but it rarely makes stupid mistakes on really important things." Ma'an said, "In other words, If we can help you break the Federation's contract, you don't mind betraying them. Li Hu closed his eyes, but his face showed a bit of viciousness. Then I don't mind killing a few Federation ability users for you, as long as it's an interesting battle, but I don't think you can do it. Of course, I won't stop you. But unfortunately, I can't provide you with any help. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't do it. Ma Yan nodded, but I didn't come here to discuss this with you. What I'm really interested in is the power you just exploded. You may not know that this place can suppress any abnormal ability, but your martial arts don't seem to be completely affected. Ma Yan did care about this. This is an ability that is not bound by the Abnormal Control Bureau. After hearing about martial arts, Li Hu suddenly opened his eyes and said naturally, "Of course, martial arts are not superpowers. In the scope of your understanding, a more correct and efficient way of punching is already a martial arts skill, and other martial arts are just more sophisticated skills. Of course, I also know that you who have not entered the door can't understand it. Although it doesn't look like it, it doesn't sound like it, it doesn't smell like it, it doesn't taste like it, it doesn't taste like it. But this is the fact, and this place also knows it." Ma Yan did not try to refute him, but gently asked, "How did you learn martial arts? Is there a group of people learning martial arts?" Li Hu did not answer this question, nor did he make any reaction. It was as if he didn't hear this sentence at all. Chapter 782. Federation's Combat Base. "So we can leave there." Fire God recounted their escape. The Sky God, who also made an escape move, said nothing, but just stayed quietly in the corner. Shadow and Victor, who had returned from the battle, also stood further back. The Sea God, who was listening to Fire God's description of the specific situation, showed a thoughtful look. After hearing his words, Kong Lu looked at the dark screen in front of him with a gloomy expression. The screen originally displayed Li Hu's physical condition and location, so that the Federation could provide support at any time and recover him when he was dying, but the screen was completely extinguished in just a moment. Although Kong Lu was not so in awe of Li Hu, it did not mean that he had no idea how strong Li Hu was. More importantly, the speed at which the Federation's top thug died was far beyond Kong Lu's imagination. Yes, he thought that Li Hu might lose, but at least it should be like the last time he fought with Saran. The two sides were deadlocked for a while, and then Saran gained some advantages, and then slowly defeated him. And logically speaking, this opponent should be far inferior to Saran. Even considering that Saran actually held back last time, and that there were unexpected helpers this time, this new Sun God should not be able to kill Li Hu so easily. They didn't even have a chance to react. At this moment, Kong Lu also realized how terrifying the legendary Sun God was, and understood what the concept of this strongest 5th level entity was. When he learned that he appeared, he should have changed his strategy. In fact, other people with special abilities hardly realized how dangerous their situation was at that time. Even several gods who were particularly familiar with the Sun God, as well as Shadow, might have been a little lax. It seemed that they were not sufficiently afraid of this new god. Perhaps it was because there had been people with special abilities like Shishao in the past, or perhaps it was the existence of the Southern Federation seal, or perhaps it was because Saren had been too low-key in recent years, and Maine had killed Saren out of their sight. In any case, they all underestimated this new Sun God. Not only his own strength, but also his ability as the King of Gods. This is a serious mistake, a disastrous defeat, Kong Lu said with an ugly expression. Shadow stood leisurely in the corner. "I don't advocate doing this. It's still not too late to change your mind now." Kong Lu turned his head and stared at Shadow, without answering his words. Deep down, he knew that Shadow was probably right, but it was too late to change his mind now. If he really wanted to adopt Shadow's decision now, he might as well just declare that his plan against the gods had failed. There was no difference between the two for him, and they were equally unacceptable. But the latter is at least wiser in Kong Lu's opinion. It is much better to abandon this plan directly than to continue to waste the resources of the Federation and tear up the agreement with Victor. You know, they have already paid an unbearable price. Even if Xin Shao is not considered, Li Hu is not one of the strongest people in the Federation, but in terms of usefulness, he is definitely among the best in the entire Federation. I am afraid that only Shadow can surpass him in this regard. Such a loss would make his status plummet. Unless he could find a way to recover from this mistake, he would have to go far beyond the original plan, such as taking the opportunity to reach some kind of alliance with the two gods that would benefit the Federation. And he had to do it himself. If he let Shadow solve this problem for him, even if he succeeded in the end, it would be meaningless to him and would still be a failure. Because other politicians would still change their views on him, and this is what really affects his status. Other families would take the opportunity to deal with him, and through this mistake, strip him of his unique magic as a member of parliament. That is the unique power created and maintained by all members of parliament, a power that surpasses the Federation. And if he continues to insist on himself, and then fails again, at most he will be investigated by the Federation. Although the situation will seem to become more serious, in fact, it will be no different from his current failure. Because the so-called worst result, accepting the investigation of the Federation, is not actually serious. If it really comes to that, although his parents may be disappointed, they will eventually protect him on behalf of the family. Although he will lose his current power, at least he can live comfortably as a family disciple. After all, for the family, he is still a member who has received advanced transformation and is loyal to the family. In more than 10 years, it is still possible to make a comeback. Of course, more importantly, he is their son. This kind of emotion mixed with blood is the reason why their family can persist until now. They are not as indifferent as many young families. Even if he really lost all his usefulness, the family would not completely abandon him, let the federal investigation mechanism throw him into prison, or let other families take the opportunity to kill him. They would at least ensure that he would live comfortably for the rest of his life. It was this kind of unity that made the Kong family become the behemoth it is today. It was also this kind of unity that made Kong Lu know that he still had a way out. He must, and still had a chance to succeed on his own. And he was even more unwilling to see Shadow's smug smile on his face. After thinking about the worst result and thinking that he had already realized his failure, Kong Lu asked, "Victor, do you have any ideas?" Victor seemed to be suddenly awakened, and raised his head after a few seconds. "Oh, if it's the god of the earth, it's okay, we do have weapons to deal with her, but the so-called moon god may not be so easy to deal with, because I don't remember her existence. Similarly, I don't remember the existence of weapons to deal with her. If she appeared alone, it might be easier to deal with. After all, Shadow is a top psychic, and it shouldn't be a problem to hold her back." Shadow took over the conversation. "It's not a problem to hold her back, but you should also know that the existence of the gods restrains me. If I deal with those gods without psychic abilities, it's okay, but when dealing with gods with psychic abilities, even with a psychic enhancement device, I'm afraid I can't kill her completely. The best case scenario is that I can completely hold her back and prevent her from providing any help to the sun god, but I can't guarantee that I can do it. If my inference is correct, unlike me, the moon goddess should have more than just psychic abilities. Even if we are fighting, she may be able to temporarily withdraw her strength to support the sun god. So my suggestion is still the same." The sea god was relieved. "We made a mistake last time. We shouldn't have entered the free city, but in fact, if we stay away from that city, Sarah and the moon god are not that dangerous, and I haven't taken action yet. If we can fight in other places, it is very likely that the result of the battle will be completely reversed. If you want, I can help you arrange an attack specifically against the sun god." The sky god glanced at the sea god. Although he personally participated in the battle, and in his feelings, the situation was not as easy as the sea god said, but he was willing to believe the judgment made by the sea god. After all, she is the god who is most familiar with the sun god, and she was once the strongest god who is not inferior to the sun god. Indeed, you don't have to be so pessimistic. The sky god also said, "Although we lost an important member in this battle, if the sea god can successfully join the battlefield, Li Hu's loss will not be important. We didn't really exert our strength." Kong Lu frowned. "You said it easily, but you escaped directly back. How can I believe it?" At this time, a voice suddenly broke the silence. "I may have a way to deal with the moon god," the god of fire suddenly said. Chapter 783. "You should have told me earlier." Looking at the swamp in front of him, the god of fire raised his legs. The water evaporated instantly, and the originally moist swamp instantly became like a deflated balloon, revealing dry soil and messy branches and leaves, as well as a little silver light lying quietly in the middle of the swamp. "If you had brought the clear sky, maybe Li Hu would not have died there," Siren said. "The god of fire walked into the depths of the swamp, but we can't achieve our goal. If we just take Li Hu away alive, and expose our ultimate weapon to deal with him, it would be better to let Li Hu die there." Siren said, "I said that as long as you stab the dagger into the heart of the sun god, he will die. Even if he turns into a star, or the scorching sun, or the king of the gods, he can't escape the fate of death. You have a chance to kill him." He was telling the truth. He knew that the god of fire would find it difficult to accept this rationally. But this dagger can indeed kill the god of the sun. As long as the dagger is stabbed into the heart of the god of the sun, not to mention the new god, even Siren himself cannot resist the terrible power. It is not a seal, not suppression, but true death. This is a weapon that can kill the gods. It is a terrible weapon created by the greatest forger. And not long ago, this weapon was in Saran's hands. Saran had no intention of using it, and he was not worried that it would fall into the hands of others. After all, he did not expect that he would really die. Or, he might not be worried. Both of these are actually true, although he did not know why Saran would not worry. Saran knew he would find it. But if you bring this to me in advance, I might have brought all the weapons with me. If you really want me to revive you, then don't hide these weapons anymore. Saran was silent for a few seconds, then replied, "This is the last weapon. I didn't prepare so many weapons against the gods when I was alive, and I specially prepared weapons against the moon goddess just because she suddenly disappeared. What I really need to prevent is the gods who replace me. As for other gods, I can handle it myself," he said like Saran. Listening to his words, the god of fire did not answer, as if he believed his words. It's not that he has no other weapons, but not all weapons are suitable for him, and his goal is not the entire alliance of gods. Of course, more importantly, the other party should have no other allies. At least he didn't see it now. The god of fire walked up to the silver thing and pulled it out of the mud. It was a silver, complex instrument that looked ordinary. Its structure was a bit like the astrolabe of the Gurama period, but the color of the surface made it look closer to some cheap crafts. What is this? Similarly, the god of fire could not feel any power on it. Many common power systems will emit various energies to a greater or lesser extent. Some well-sealed systems also have some visual features that can be used for judgment, such as some carved words, runes, or some pigments that modern humans can no longer mix. Tharen replied, "This moon goddess is a very terrible god. Her domain includes not only the mind, but also secrets, as well as the terrible power she possesses as a planet. The last point she has not shown for a long time." The god of fire asked in confusion, "You actually know so much?" Saran smiled. "The moon is just my shadow, she can't escape from my palm." The god of fire asked, "Then how to use this thing?" Saran went on to explain, "As the god of the moon, she is still essentially the planet hanging high in the sky. If you fight her in a way that does not reach her essence, you will be completely suppressed by her terrible and mysterious power. And any attack that wants to hurt her is difficult to really cause harm. As a spiritual and secret entity, she has immortality that surpasses other gods. I even suspect that she can be resurrected from the dead. And she may not need believers and voters to provide power. Because she exists in the spiritual dimension, she can directly establish contact with all the humans in the Southern Federation, so killing voters is not a useful method. And this moonlocking cage is designed for these characteristics of her. It can directly imprison her part of the moon satellite, and it can bypass her existence as a spiritual entity and a secret entity, and draw a circle in a larger dimension to cover her. This is the best way to deal with the real undead. Although it cannot directly injure the moon goddess, it can trap her. In this way, you can concentrate on dealing with the sun god. As long as you kill the sun god, the moon goddess, as the shadow of the sun, will no longer be a threat to you. She is just attracted by the alliance of gods. I can tell you with certainty that I was not an ally of the moon goddess before. I will never be in the future." The god of fire picked up the moon locking cage. "Besides this, do you have any other weapons to provide? I am serious. If our plan cannot proceed smoothly again because of this kind of thing, I will no longer help you resurrect." Saran nodded. "Of course, I didn't say it just because I thought she couldn't intervene, not because I really wanted to hide it from you. And you should know my character very well. I'm not the kind of person who would hide these things from you because of fear. If I have other weapons, and want to give them to you, I will tell you directly." The god of fire nodded. This is indeed what Saran would do. Very good. The whole world stopped when the voice fell. This is how he gave me these weapons. As the shadows faded, the god of fire returned to the empty federal office. It was here that he told me about the existence of this weapon, so I said that I had a way to deal with the moon god. If my judgment of Saran is correct, this should be his last weapon. And you have also seen these weapons. They are all specially used to deal with the sun god. On the table were the god-killing dagger, the clear sky, and the moonlocking cage. Across the table stood Shadow and Kong Lu. Yes, he betrayed Saran in the end, but this time he made the decision after careful consideration. The god of fire had deeply realized a very serious fact. He was no match for the new sun god. Even with these weapons, he could not deal with Sarah. And deceiving the Federation to revive the sun god was not a smart decision. Kong Lu looked at the weapons on the table in silence, not knowing whether to be angry or happy. With these weapons, the plan to deal with the sun god would be much smoother, But if the god of fire handed over the first two earlier, maybe Li Hu would not have died. But for the god of fire, this was the reason why he finally made up his mind. Not only because he realized that he could not defeat Sarah, but also with the death of Li Hu, there was a vacancy in the Federation. He continued, "It's not that I didn't want to tell you earlier, but I always felt that he had other weapons. When I was sure that he had provided all the weapons, I immediately betrayed him. You could also prepare to prevent Saren from resurrecting." While everyone was looking at these brand new weapons in surprise, Saran, who was invisible in the corner, also nodded. Everything went well. Chapter 784. No matter how he asked, Li Hu couldn't hear anything related to the origin of martial arts, and Ma En didn't ask about it. After all, there are countless things in the world that have been blocked in the past. And this martial arts is obviously not easy to learn, and it can't be transferred by the Control Bureau. However, there is also a good thing about catching Li Hu this time. He also has the 5th level physical strength, although it is the lowest level of 5.1, and it can't be compared with Li Hu's performance. As a person who can fight with Saran and participate in the siege of Shishao, Li Hu actually only has the abnormal ability of level 5.1, which is also something Ma En didn't expect. If martial arts is really some kind of non-abnormal technology, then Li Hu's attainments in this technology can also be called quite powerful. In fact, if he didn't have the backing of Sei Li, and he was really the new sun god, I'm afraid it would be basically impossible to kill Li Hu in this battle, and there would even be a risk of defeat. Li Hu would be defeated so thoroughly by himself, entirely because he is now a member of the Federation. But this is his own choice. If the Federation does not provide weapons, Li Hu will hardly have the opportunity to fight Sun God Sarah. At least it will be much more difficult and troublesome. However, although this ability does not represent Li Hu's full combat power, it is quite good for Ma En, because it can fill the last shortcoming of conventional Ma En, spiritual power V.3. You have good spiritual power, including clairvoyance, telekinesis, mental resistance, cognitive impairment resistance, memory erasure resistance, etc., which are naturally improving over time. There are 54 days left before he can be upgraded to level 5.4. His normal state can be said to be extremely comprehensive, and he even has his own resistance in the spiritual field. At least, he can hold on until the members of the Control Bureau help him install the anti-psychic equipment made by Xiao Yao. The only thing is that his body is not strong enough. Although level 5.1 itself is not very strong in front of the enemies he may encounter, in the case that Ma En himself does not master any martial arts, it can be destroyed by those enemies. But being destroyed and being destroyed instantly are completely two different states. In the past, if someone really broke his defense instantly and destroyed his body carrying his soul at an extremely terrifying speed, then he might really die. Even if Qin Lan, who has super speed ability, helps him watch and helps him activate the strongest sun god state at any time, some attacks are not perceived by human five senses, and there must be physical attacks that can directly bypass the spiritual power and hit his body. At least if he knows his own situation, he can think of many ways to solve his own problems, such as some space or more abstract abilities can be easily done. That's why he still maintains a high level of caution and doesn't cause any trouble with his true identity. But if he has the physical strength of 5.1, it will be different. Even his low level is a good thing. First of all, compared with the ability of the Sun God, which is not actually a true 5th level ability, he can usually maintain the 5th level ability for a long time, and the lower the level, the longer the maintenance time. And Ma En also tried Li Hu's ability without using other abilities. He can basically maintain it at any time. And Ma En also intends to do so, because this will allow him to enter the Sun God mode before dying when facing almost all physical attacks. That is, from now on, he does not need to worry about almost all kinds of assassinations. Although there are definitely things that can kill him instantly, this situation will not happen 99% of the time. Even if he is really killed, it should not be because of assassination. At least the opponent must force all his states and trump cards to show out, find his short duration weakness, and then rely on his real strength to kill him. Or after he exposes the Control Bureau, he will be hunted down by the whole world. Thinking of this, Ma En also felt a little relieved. And in addition to Li Hu, he also has several trophies in this battle. Abnormal Entity, Flip Sun. Abnormal Strength, V.3. Description: it was once a fully automatic weapon specially used to deal with the Sun God, and it can withstand unique energy, but it has lost most of its functions after being severely damaged. Features: Flip Sun V.3. Possessing composite abilities, and hatred specifically for the Sun entity. As a weapon with self-awareness, using the Sun flipping directly is useless to main. Although it is not useful now, It is possible that he will have a chance to fight the sun god in the future, or he can use it as a trophy of Main's killing of the sun god Sarah and trade it with others. But the next three weapons all have their uses. Abnormal Entity, Sun Extinguishing Legion Uniform. Abnormal Strength, V.3. Description, Titan Legion Uniform, which allows the wearer to get close to the sun god's believers. Features, Extinguish Shell V.3. Can extinguish the power of the sun god as much as possible. This armor is also specially used to deal with the sun god, and it also has the ability of anti-gravity, which is almost useless under normal circumstances, but at least its targeting is still weaker than that of the sun god. The armor itself can also be used as equipment to deal with high temperature resistance, and can be given to others to deal with people who are good at high temperature energy like the Vulcan. And when he is not in the state of the sun god, he can also use it to deal with many opponents. After all, he can't always be in the state of the sun. In addition, there is Elihu who has not used any weapons at all. Abnormal Entity, Chasing Dark Blade. Abnormal Strength, V.2. Description, a dagger specially used to deal with shadow beasts, which can pierce the darkness that conceals their existence and track the body hidden in the darkness. Features, Piercing Darkness V.2. Can pierce and eliminate darkness, and automatically track shadow beasts. Although it is not clear what the shadow beast is, this weapon is still very useful for its ability to pierce darkness. Although Karina is his subordinate for the time being, the relationship between them is quite fragile. Even now, Ma-En has not ruled out the possibility that she is an undercover agent. But more importantly, this weapon can also slightly restrain Shadow's ability. Although Shadow's main ability is not purely against darkness, it is obvious that the shadows he usually produces when using his mind and teleportation abilities are not simply visual effects created for no reason. Even if it can play a slight weakening role, this is still a very good weapon. But the last pair of weapons is really important. The black long sword originally carried by the God of Fire was the most serious mistake made by the Federation and the Titans. Now it seems that there is a reason why Elihu did not carry this weapon when he appeared. Abnormal Entity, Sun Devourer. Abnormal Strength, V.3. Description, a Titan weapon made of the teeth and tongue of the Sun Devourer and hammered by the God of Casting. It once almost devoured endless energy, and used it to enhance its own strength. In the end, it was blown up by the energy of the sun god that could delay the change of nature, and was almost completely damaged. Features, Sun Devourer V.3. It can devour the power of the sun god that comes into contact with it, and at the same time form the cold power that restrains the sun god, but because the operating mechanism is severely damaged, excessive intake of the sun god power in a short period of time will temporarily shut down. This so-called cold power is actually a kind of sun god power that has changed its nature, and can even be the opposite of the sun god power in some areas. This power can eliminate the power of the sun god. Therefore, it can approach him so easily in battle, not only because it can devour the sun god power that tries to hurt Elihu, but also because the energy emitted by the weapon can neutralize his own power. This is why Elihu is also confident that he can hurt himself with it. If he can really stab this knife into his body, he should be able to tear his body apart easily, and even cause some serious damage far beyond ordinary energy or physical damage. Fortunately, I didn't give him such an opportunity. And this weapon doesn't have its own will like the sun, so I can directly use this weapon in reverse in battle. Ma-En has tried it. As long as he controls the intensity and inputs energy into the handle, the blade can maintain a cold divine power close to 5.4. Although this is far less powerful than his power as the sun god, it can be used as a trick. After all, the opponent will definitely find a way to restrain his main output. As for this weapon, neither the Federation nor the Titans will have a particularly good response. This is not a question of whether they can think of it, but there should be no special weapon in the world that specifically restrains the degenerate sun god power. After all, this is already a targeted weapon. If Elihu is not defeated by him, he may be able to restrain himself through martial arts. If he is fighting with him, Ma-En will definitely not use this weapon that restrains himself in battle. In case Elihu finds a way to use this weapon. But he doesn't have to worry about this situation. And there is a stronger way to use this weapon, which is to use it directly. In that state, he will become a kind of cold version of the sun god. The real situation is that he is just the sun god whose power has changed in nature, and his power can only be maintained at about 5.4 in terms of strength, but this is enough for him to bypass the restraint on his own power. After all, the strength of direct use is far greater than that of using the Sun Devourer as a weapon. He can freely control the divine power that has changed in nature, and release it in the original way. Unfortunately, this state cannot be used as the sun god. The more feasible way is to use it secretly, and it must be disguised enough to use it as a third identity. Or, it can be used under the condition that no one is left alive. In general, the spoils of war this time are not bad. Although they are weapons specially used to restrain oneself, there are also very useful weapons such as Sun Devourer, which are also very suitable for oneself. And Li Hu, a strong man of the Federation, was captured. He should be of great use in the future. But the battle in front of him is still a tough one. Ma En has received news that the Federation seems to have obtained several new weapons through the God of Fire, which has given them the confidence to fight against him again, and they have no intention of looking for Ma En to settle this matter. This also made him worried. The Federation should have realized how difficult he was to deal with, and they also lost Li Hu, an important member. Then, what can make them cheer up again should be a very strong weapon. And they didn't come to find him, which means that they didn't think they were at the end of their rope. It can't be that the Sun God Sarah and his forces performed too well, causing the Federation to no longer think that God Killer Ma En can compete with them. It shouldn't be like this. At least Shadow should have some confidence in him. With thoughts about the next battle, Main returned to the headquarters of the Alliance of Gods, the top of the Free City. Not long after Main returned to the room that completely belonged to him, the door behind him was blown open by the wind. "Where have you been?" The girl walked in with a cheerful step. "We are almost done celebrating. Although you are the King of Gods, you should give us a chance to participate." Main replied, "The only one who participated in the battle should be Karina, who was dragged over by you." The members of the celebration that Fengshen mentioned were mainly her believers, who only thought about pleasure. The girl sighed. "I knew you would say that. Forget about fighting, but don't be so serious at other times. Anyway, we have a long life, and we have to learn to enjoy almost endless free time. If you go on like this, you will only become the next Saran." Ma En said indifferently, "I also have plenty of time to learn how to deal with such a long time." Hearing this, Fengshen suddenly realized, "It seems to be right to say that. I just remembered that you were just born. Well, it's not a serious problem for children to like to be serious, but since you are so serious, have you thought about what to do next?" The girl's voice also sank. Ma En nodded. "This battle is indeed a victory, but the war has just begun. The Federation will not surrender just like that. If they gave up the invasion of the Southern Federation, they should have come to us with a contract to negotiate." The God of Wind also agreed. "Well, the Federation is an insatiable glutton. It will eat everything it can put into its mouth, and even if it can't eat something, it will try to put it into its mouth repeatedly. Unless you grow thorns and let it know the pain, it will never let go." The girl's expression became more and more serious when she said this. "But there are not many things we can do next. It would have been a good choice to completely clean up the members of the Federation, but it is estimated that they have almost withdrawn the important members now. What should we do?" Ma En suddenly asked. "What kind of guy do you think the God of the Sea is? I can understand that she doesn't like me a little, but I want to know what she thinks of the fate of the gods, and how does it compare to her hatred for me?" Chapter 785. When Marn won, not only did the special forces and high-level officials of the Federation temporarily withdraw from here, but the gods of the entire Southern Federation also gathered towards the Free City. All the gods heard about this victory. Some of them had been besieged by the Federation, and some had seen the Federation slaughter their compatriots. They were more or less aware of the Federation's evil intentions. Therefore, when Sarah's achievements were reported to them, they were like seeing the sun rise. They all gathered towards the city with uneasy hopes. And the new sun god did not seem to resist them. There was no obstacle in their process of entering the Free City. Although he did not receive them specifically, these gods' believers also found their own positions in the center of the city. But if you have to say it, the freedom of the Free City is a bit too much at this moment. I'm afraid that many federal spies have infiltrated here at this moment. This is also their usual idea. Although it is very careless, it is also in line with the style of the sun god. Li Hong, you thought so? The young woman in black raised her head, squinted her eyes, and looked at the tallest building in the city. She could vaguely see the dazzling figure. Was he the one who killed Li Hu? Li Hongyu retracted her gaze, and walked deeper into the city. Now she could no longer remember what Li Hu looked like when they separated. Whenever she tried to recall Li Hu, she didn't see the resolute face of a man in his 20s. Instead, she saw the little brat who followed her, and asked for candy. At that time, they were still more than 10 years away from parting ways. They seemed to be the closest siblings in the world, as if such a relationship would last forever. At that time, she could not imagine that they would be separated one day. That day came before she realized it. Martial arts is a lonely road. There was no dispute or contradiction between her and Li Hu. They just drifted apart in the process of practicing martial arts. When their punches were more and more polarized, they naturally had less and less to say. They no longer discussed the details of boxing, no longer practiced and studied martial arts together, and no longer looked for opponents to challenge together as before. The opponents they wanted to challenge were completely different. Just like that, they almost completely lost contact without knowing when. After that, they all walked on their own paths to seek the peak of martial arts, but she had heard about Li Hu. After all, Li Hu can be regarded as a celebrity in these years. She had expected that Li Hu would die in a battle arranged by the Federation. But she didn't expect it to happen so soon. Li Hongyu had heard that the Sun God was going to meet with all the God's believers, and the way he arranged it was quite arrogant. He just announced that he was going to meet these gods there. It seemed that the Sun God was going to take the opportunity to re-establish his position as the King of Gods. He was not worried at all whether someone would assassinate him. But it was also true that the Federation would not be so stupid. And if there were spies who dared to sneak in, they would probably be caught and killed directly, which was a pure waste of the Federation's resources. At most, they would study the city itself. Li Hongyu pushed the door open. Walking in the dark corridor, she remembered that when she was 13 or 14 years old, she and Li Hu had often practiced fighting in a completely dark environment. At that time, she won more than she lost, and Li Hu was very dissatisfied every time after fighting. Until they separated, he didn't understand how to really act in the dark. I don't know if Li Hu didn't understand this before he died. Suddenly, Li Hongyu smiled, because she realized how funny her thoughts were. Until now, she always thought that Li Hu was the child who needed her to worry and take care of him, even though he was actually in his 30s. Thinking of this, she stepped into the destination of this trip. Bright lights enveloped the entire hall. Li Hongyu took a rough look and noticed many familiar faces, but it seemed that there was no elect of the 5th level gods here. But it was normal. There were no active 5th level gods in the Southern Federation now. Those gods were basically in a state of complete seclusion, and they were not so afraid of the Federation's siege. After looking around for a few times, and not finding the Sun God, Li Hongyu found a corner, and sat down casually. She closed her eyes, and began to adjust her breathing. Before they parted, she and Li Hu had a fierce fight. Li Hongyu still remembered that the sky was gloomy at that time, and the lips on that blurred face moved, spitting out the words that he had received an invitation from the Federation. At that time, she didn't say anything, but just invited him to fight before they parted. She remembered clearly that she was completely stunned by Li Hu's gun skills at that time, and Li Hu walked such a long distance on her road without her noticing. Several times, the tip of the swinging gun almost pierced her throat. Of course, she won in the end. When she broke Li Hu's gun, the dark clouds were also cut open by the dazzling sunlight. Li Hu turned around and left without saying anything at that time, and they have never met since then. It's funny to say that Li Hu obviously likes weapons so much, but he insists on the purity of his body. Although he can use almost all kinds of weapons, he is very resistant to various changes that will really change his body. It seems that in his opinion, pure body is a necessary carrier of martial arts. In this regard, Li Hongyu is completely opposite to him. She almost doesn't use any weapons, but she accepts all the powers that can make her body stronger. She even almost died because of these powers several times. After parting with Li Hu, she embarked on a long road to find power. And unlike Li Hu, who is still exploring the way forward, she has found a direction that suits her. The noisy sound made Li Hongyu raise her eyelids. The Sun God was sitting majestically on a chair at the end of the hall, and in front of him stood a haughty figure. "Is that clear enough?" said the girl with a raised nose. "As long as you submit to us, we will provide you with shelter, and the Federation will no longer be a problem for you to worry about." Looking at her like this, Li Hongyu also had some inexplicable feelings. Because at this moment, this arrogant girl, who was using the power of the tiger, was obviously a powerful god, much more powerful than all the gods below. But at this moment she acted as if she was pretending to be powerful by relying on the name of the Sun God. Seeing that no one raised any objections, the girl asked proudly, "If there is no doubt, just do it according to what I just said. We will re-establish the alliance of gods that has not been realized for a long time in this city. This time, the gods will regain the unity that has not been achieved for many years. If the Federation wants a war, we will give it a real war. Does anyone else have any questions?" Finally waited for it. "I have." Li Hongyu stood up. Chapter 786. Ma-En had never thought that this time he would encounter obstacles in uniting the gods. Although he had his own purpose in uniting the gods, These gods also gathered here naturally. In fact, even if there was no invasion by the Federation, many gods might still submit to him. The invasion of the Federation gave him an excellent opportunity. Almost all low-level gods would choose to join his camp at this moment, and there should be no high-level gods coming here. This should be just a formality. Maan looked at the woman who stood up. What's your problem? Her appearance looked a little ordinary, and it was easy to ignore her if you didn't look closely. In fact, Maan had never noticed her existence just now, but now it seemed that there was something wrong. Her presence seemed too low. Li Hongyu yawned. If I heard correctly, you seem to want to re-establish some kind of alliance of gods. Or let's put it bluntly, this is an organization similar to the Sun Dynasty. Rather than an alliance, this is closer to your personal power, right? Sun God. She looked up at Ma-In, who was hiding behind the girl. Ma-In turned his head slightly. Do you have any objections? What the other party said was indeed correct, but he believed that all the gods present were very clear about this. But to be honest, he didn't really care about the loyalty of these gods. Ma-In would gather these gods for the purpose of becoming the so-called king of gods. But he didn't do this for these weak gods. His target was the sea god who was not here at the moment. Li Hongyu nodded. You took advantage of the federal attack to attract nearly 90% of the free gods. This is not a problem in itself. After all, you promised to provide them with shelter, but I doubt whether you are qualified to lead them. Why is only the wind god here? Where are your other allies? As she spoke, a few silver rays of light flowed behind Ma-In, and the shadows in the hall began to stir. These scenes also answered Li Hongyu's questions. Seeing this, Li Hongyu also nodded with satisfaction, as if she was judging Ma-In's qualifications. Except for the god of the earth, everyone is here. It seems that you have good control over your allies, but as the king of the gods, you should have ruling power. The wind god narrowed his eyes and asked, which god are you the elect of? At this moment, she really looked like a jester who yelled for the king. Li Hongyu suddenly remembered and said, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. You killed Li Hu some time ago, right? I'm his sister. The god of wind raised his hand. A terrible crack instantly appeared where Li Hongyu had just stood. The wind without any trace instantly tore a deep wound on the ground, but Li Hongyu, who was originally there, slightly turned sideways and took a half step forward. Very quickly. Li Hongyu commented, but this is not your limit, and you don't need to raise your hand to warn me. If you really want to try to hurt me, you don't need to hold back. I can assure you. It's not that easy. The god of wind snorted coldly. I did hold back. If I was serious, you wouldn't even have a chance to react. Li Hongyu smiled. I'm not here to fight you, but if you really want to, I'm happy to sweat. The girl glanced at Ma-In, as if asking for his instructions. Ma-In raised his hand, and Feng-Shin, who understood what he meant, took a half step back, leaving the dialogue space for this uninvited guest in Ma-In. You want to avenge him? Ma-In looked at Li Hongyu with curiosity. Li Hongyu showed a thoughtful look. Revenge? You can say that. What do you mean you can say that? As soon as Ma-In had this doubt, the girl next to him immediately frowned and said, speak human language. Li Hongyu looked at Ma-In. The death of a warrior in battle is not a revenge killing. We have long been prepared. Only warriors, who have not embarked on the right path, will feel the need to avenge their friends or relatives in this situation. This kind of revenge is disrespectful to the dead, and even more disrespectful to martial arts. Hearing this, Ma-In's eyes were more curious. Oh, so you are not challenging me? Li Hongyu denied. No, I am challenging you, but not for revenge. I want to see if you are qualified and capable of leading the gods to fight against the current invasion of the Federation. It's up to you to fight alone or in a group. But you better be careful. Otherwise you may lose this body. She took the starting position and did not explain. Are you ready? Ma-In smiled arrogantly. Very good, then you try it. Li Hongyu nodded slightly, and then took a half step forward. Straight punch. In an instant, the time in front of Ma-In's eyes almost stopped, and the gods below did not realize that they all kept looking at Li Hongyu, but there was no figure where their eyes fell. Li Hongyu's fist was already half a meter in front of him, lifting off into the air. A certain distance grew between him and Li Hongyu, pushing her away from Ma-In's position. But she hadn't retreated a few meters when she noticed this strange phenomenon. Then she shook her body, as if she was shaking off the dust on her body, and then as if she had broken free from her restraints. Blue lightning pierced her body, and her speed suddenly became several times faster, instantly surpassing Ma-In's push away from her, and Ma-In even felt that the time around him had also slowed down several times. Seeing this, Ma-In also became serious, and as his eyes fell on Li Hongyu's body, Dozens of hot rays carrying terrible heat rushed towards the woman, who was moving forward at a speed much faster than Li Hongyu. But at the same time her body began to become illusory. Then, her body seemed to dissolve and turned into several blue arcs. She cleverly dodged Ma En's attack. Seeing this, Ma En instantly gathered the power that was originally pushing away Li Hongyu, and instantly reversed it into a terrible gravitational force. The originally agile and jumping arcs also instantly became much heavier, and even began to faintly gather into a human form again. Then, Ma En turned his body directly into a star. However, he did not wantonly exert his power, but locked the heat in his body, just like the dozens of rays of light that had just been emitted also completely bypassed the believers of the gods below. The lightning woman who almost turned into a human form turned her hands into blades, and then rushed towards Ma En. Staggered past. When everyone reacted, they saw that Ma En, who was sitting on the chair, had a gap on his shoulder at this moment, but with a flow of hot energy, it completely disappeared in an instant. Li Hongyu was already standing on the side of the hall, and her left hand was bleeding. But similar to Ma En, in just a few seconds, the blood flowed back to her body as if it had life, and her skin also completely healed itself at a very fast speed. That's right. Li Hongyu admitted, I'm probably no match for you. Chapter 787. As Li Hongyu said, Ma En could also feel that she was not his opponent. He could clearly feel that it was not difficult for him to defeat him, but his brother Li, who was very difficult for him. Without the help of the moon god, it would be difficult for Ma En to seriously injure the fully armed Li Hu. But he could also feel that this guy who suddenly appeared was stronger than Li Hu. Although Li Hu was more difficult to deal with in a one-on-one fight, that was because Li Hu was very good at using targeted weapons, and the Federation just got enough weapons against the gods. And when he lost these advantages and faced himself and the moon god at the same time, Li Hu was defeated instantly. But although this guy should not be able to beat him in a one-on-one fight, even if he and the moon god beat her up, she should be able to survive without much difficulty, and she would not fall into a disadvantage quickly. However, although he was sure to beat the opponent in a one-on-one fight, and there were several allies present, Ma En did not continue to attack because he felt a familiar breath. Since you already know whether I am qualified or not. The sun god looked down at her and asked calmly, then what reason do you plan to use to save your life? Li Hongyu glanced around. You should have something to say, we will talk after they leave. After that, she returned to her original position and closed her eyes to rest. The noisy noise in her ears turned into the clear sound of raindrops. Yes, she remembered that it was a rainy night, and the bright red blood was quickly washed away by the rain. When she walked to Li Hu's side, those outstanding young talents had turned into cold corpses. Blood flowed from his palm, and the training clothes on the corpse looked like a run-out red rag. They are not guilty of death. That's what she said at the time. Li Hu withdrew his fist indifferently. They stood in front of me. She didn't say anything else. Now thinking about it, maybe she should have said something at the time. Later, Li Hu went to the Federation. At the beginning, she also asked about Li Hu's news, but the things she heard were hard to match with the little brat back then, and she couldn't imagine how he did those things in her mind. The figure was also stained with bright red blood and became more and more blurred. Later, she stopped asking about Li Hu's news. Quiet. Hey! Get up. The girl's hand slapped her head. Ouch. Li Hongyu screamed in pain. Although the speed of the wind god was much slower this time, she didn't dodge it. Have all the gods left? Li Hongyu raised her head and looked around the empty hall, then nodded slightly. The potential federal spy should not be here anymore. Ma En, who was sitting leisurely, looked at her curiously and asked, Have you thought of a reason? Li Hongyu said contentedly, I want to say that I am sure I can escape, but you were right. I do have a reason for you not to kill me. You should have seen it, right? The god of wind crossed his arms and said, Isn't it obvious? You are a believer of the god of thunder. Why does he want to get involved in this matter? Ma En looked at her and said, This reason is not enough. The gentle words concealed a firm killing intention. Li Hongyu replied, No, you should also know that the god of thunder is different from most gods. He does not restrict us, and it is actually difficult for me to call him his believer. I just made a deal with him. I used my own skills to exchange for his power. In fact, I have not only made similar deals with Thor, but I have also done many similar things. This is just one of the powers I have obtained. Although his power is indeed very strong compared to what I have, it is not. I am not here on his behalf. The girl showed a vicious smile. Then we have even less reason to forgive you, especially considering that your brother just died here. Li Hongyu ignored her and looked up at Ma En. Li Hu and I parted ways a long time ago. This is because we have a different understanding of martial arts. Dao has a different understanding of the body. He has a kind of paranoid fanaticism for the purity of the body. But the funny thing is that he is much better at using external objects than me. But I am different. If I can become stronger, it doesn't matter to me even if I change my body or even use a non-human form, although this will prevent me from using my original martial arts skills. But as long as I adapt a little, I can still find my martial arts, and even develop skills based on new strength and body, so I can't use weapons as skillfully as he does. It's already very difficult for me to simply understand my own body. But this also makes me much harder to kill than Li Hu, so I actually have the confidence to escape, especially many of my powers are very suitable for escaping. I am indeed not your opponent, Sun God. But in fact, you don't have the ability to control my life. Maybe you can trap me after you've made preparations, but at least now I have the confidence to leave here. Ma En knew that what she said might be true, at least the power of the Thunder God's followers was very suitable for escape, but Li Hongyu might have been bluffing a bit. After all, this was their territory. And after she appeared, Ma En asked Selly to build the secret curtain. Ma En still spoke slowly, but a little colder. You still didn't give me a reason. Li Hongyu smiled. I almost forgot, yes, I just said that I would not retaliate against you, because for a warrior, dying in an open battle is not a vendetta, not to mention that he was the one who provoked the incident. If I take revenge on you, it would be disrespectful to martial arts. Put yourself in his shoes. If Li Hu did this for me, I would rather crawl out of the grave and beat him up. So I am not here to retaliate against you. But this does not mean that warriors have no hatred. Although dying in a battle is not a vendetta, it is different if the perpetrator uses despicable methods such as secretly poisoning and assassination. In this case, even if Li Hu did lose to his opponent, as a sister, I would still be angry. Faced with her somewhat contradictory words, Fengshen frowned and said, What do you want to say? Don't force it. Li Hongyu still ignored her completely. So I am here for revenge, but my enemy is not you. But I failed to fulfill my promise to arrange a suitable battle for him, and hastily sent Li Hu without doing a good job of intelligence work. Let him die in an unpleasant battle, and die in the Federation. Hearing this, the eyes of the Wind God lit up slightly, and he no longer deliberately interrupted and made trouble. Ma En said slowly, Oh, so you are here to help. Li Hongyu smiled. It can be said that you, as gods, have a very fatal weakness, that is, you can't leave the Southern Federation and fight freely in the outside world, but I am different. Don't think I'm using the power of Thor. Even without it, I'm still a top-level warrior. To put it simply, it might be a little difficult for me to deal with Shadow, but he can't stop me. Even if he's there, I can just walk in and kill someone and come out. In other words, I can help you kill all the Federation members in this project, and I can even help you do it repeatedly. Although this may not completely defeat the Federation's plan, it will definitely have a huge impact on them. Ma En asked as if he was really confused, Then why don't you do it? Li Hongyu smiled a little embarrassedly. I want to do this, but there are still small problems to be solved. After all, I also said that I will help you fight against the Federation, so it shouldn't be too much for me to make a small request as a help. Ma En didn't answer, but just looked at her calmly. Seeing this, Li Hongyu paused and continued, I don't intend to get myself involved in the fight, so I plan to hide my identity and assassinate, but I immediately thought of a better way, that is, I can disguise myself as your person. And if you want to disguise yourself as your subordinate, there is a very simple way. You can share some of your power with me. When she said this, she was like a beast that finally exposed its ferocious appearance, and couldn't help but smile sincerely. She wanted the power of the Sun God, and it was obvious that her so-called disguise was just an interface. She simply wanted to get the power of the Sun, just like she exchanged his power with the Thunder God. The Wind God asked puzzledly, Aren't you already a believer of the Thunder God? Li Hongyu said indifferently, That's right, but the Thunder God doesn't care about my identity, and I also have a way to bear two kinds of divine power at the same time. Although it should be difficult for you to understand, I have practiced the soul-dividing skill, and I can deceive your power. You have endless power, and this deal should be very cost-effective for you. To be honest, Ma En felt that this request was indeed not excessive. The power of the Sun God was almost overflowing, and it was completely inexhaustible even when it was sealed. It was really worthwhile to use this little power in exchange for her help. The premise is that he is really the Sun God. The problem is here. Although he can perform the same as the Sun God in most cases, he will expose the problem of insufficient endurance in some very special situations. At that time, Ma En let the Fire God and the Sky go for some reasons. And now he obviously can't agree to the other party's request. Fortunately, He didn't intend to agree. No, he refused coldly. Li Hongyu showed a surprised look. This should not be a problem for you. As long as you provide some power, I can help you bring endless troubles to them outside the Southern Federation. This kind of good thing is not easy to get. You may not realize it yet, but I'm actually quite strong. Ma En replied, I know. Li Hongyu frowned. She had heard of the arrogance of the Sun God, but in her impression, at least Saran was quite rational when facing such things. Could it be that this new god has not been tempered by time? As she thought this, a little silver light turned into a girl beside Ma En. They are all asleep, Selly whispered. The city has been blocked, and the Control Bureau has completed the basic investigation of Li Hu's sister. Li Hongyu frowned even more tightly when she heard this. You are not going to fight me. I am not your opponent. Even if you can really trap me here and kill me, I will make you pay a completely unnecessary and painful price. I know that the Sun God is arrogant, but I haven't heard that he is stupid. Ma En said, I don't need you to help me kill ordinary members of the Federation. We have a real enemy to deal with. There is a Titan member named Victor outside the Southern Federation. He never sets foot in our territory. I want him dead. Li Hongyu breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. At least Ma En didn't go crazy. It sounded like he was still thinking about the Federation. She almost thought she was going to go all out. So, Li Hongyu showed a curious look. You want me to help you get rid of this Titan named Victor? Then what kind of reward are you going to pay? Just your Sun God power? Ma En replied, No, I don't plan to pay the Sun God power. Li Hongyu became a little puzzled. What do you mean? Do you have difficulties in this regard? Why don't you want to share your power with me? She couldn't think of any reason. Ma En looked down at her arrogantly. Because it's not necessary. My conditions are very simple. If you refuse, I won't stop you from leaving. But if you help me, I won't kill Li Hu. Li Hongyu's eyes suddenly became sharp. She didn't open her mouth to make any answer, but her momentum was rising fiercely, and her body instantly relaxed and tensed. It was like a bomb ready to go. Is he still alive? The woman's voice was as cold as a knife. Ma En said, Yes, I captured him alive. The woman said without any emotion, As far as I know, the Federation has already determined that Li Hu is dead. Ma En replied, I can prove to you that he is still alive, by contract or some other method, and I have not caused any irreversible damage to him yet, not yet. Her figure became sharper and sharper, and just standing there seemed to cut through the air around her. Where is he? The woman asked. Ma En showed a cunning smile belonging to the God King. He is in a place where no one can find him. And I can assure you that I can kill him with just a thought. You should also know. My thoughts are faster than lightning. Her pupils began to dilate, but she showed a kind of weird momentum. Let him go, you can kill anyone you want. Ma En shook his head calmly. Impossible, I am now at war with the Federation, but if the situation changes, and I sign an unbreakable peace agreement with the Federation, then the three of us can talk about this again. But now you only have two choices. You can just leave, and leave things as they are. I won't threaten you with his life. He is still useful to me. Or you can help me kill Victor, as long as you can do it. I can promise not to hurt him further. Choose. The God King said calmly. Chapter 788. A brief silence. If I help you kill Victor, you will guarantee that Li Hu will not die, and will not be tortured by you, such as destroying his martial arts, right? Li Hongyu showed the decisiveness of a warrior, and did not continue to try to let Ma En let Li Hu go. Looking at Ma En's calm eyes, she was deeply aware of the fact behind it. He didn't care what she would try to say, and she had no other choice. Either help him kill Victor, or let go of this opportunity to protect Li Hu. This is the choice he gave. Ma En nodded slightly. I made it very clear. Li Hongyu nodded. Okay, I can help you kill this guy, provided that I can do it. Of course, I will try my best to kill him, but you better provide me with enough help. For example, find the location of this guy. This is not a question that requires hesitation. Although Ma En said that even if she refused, he would not intentionally hurt Li Hu and would let her leave, this possibility was not something Li Hongyu could tolerate. If Li Hu was at risk of dying in a head-on battle, she would not easily interfere with Li Hu's fight, and if Ma En made some requests that were disrespectful to martial arts, she would not agree casually. In any case, Li Hu lost the fight. It is normal for the loser to die. Li Hu has killed countless guys who lost to him, and countless of them also have brothers and sisters, and many of them can be considered good people. Li Hongyu does not think that she is a good person, but she is also very clear that she and her brother are not the same kind of people. Li Hu is undoubtedly a bad guy. He should have been killed by someone he is good at in the battle. It would be even better if he was killed by someone who is equally evil. For example, this sun god. But he did not make any weird demands, such as asking her to be his eternal subordinate, or some requests that blasphemed martial arts, but asked her to kill a guy who cooperated with the Federation. Let her kill someone. This request showed full respect for martial arts. She had no reason to refuse. When are you going to do it? After making the decision, Li Hongyu stopped talking nonsense. The sooner this matter is settled, the better. She already feels that this sun god is a bit difficult to deal with. It should not be a good thing for her to have too much contact with him. Now she wants to kill Victor immediately. Although Li Hongyu knew deep down in her heart that things could not end so easily. Li Hu is still in the hands of the other party. Man said, "I'll let you know when we start." Wind God arranged for her to find a place to stay. Although his tone was arrogant, as if he told Li Hongyu not to worry about so much, he actually just didn't know Victor's exact location yet, and he wasn't really ready to start. First, he had to find out the strength of Li Hongyu and Victor, and guessing the victory or defeat was not a simple comparison of size, just like Li Hu, who was obviously weaker, was more dangerous to him than Li Hongyu. He needed to consider the strengths of both sides, and fortunately, both were not difficult to do. He only needed to fight a few moves for the former, and Ma En already had a basic understanding of the latter. According to Zasa, Victor's combat power was actually among the top among the Titans. Although not as good as Walter, it is still pretty good. However, this does not mean that he is really strong, because according to Zasa, except for Walter and the 7th king who is already in Zasa's camp, all Titan kings cannot be considered good at fighting. After all, most Titan kings are not warriors, and their defensive capabilities are relatively weak. After all, their strength is immortality, and they don't need to care about this aspect. In other words, if Li Hongyu's combat ability outside the Southern Federation is not much weaker than it is now, then it should not be particularly difficult for her to get rid of Victor. And Ma En also has a vague feeling that she must be not weak herself. In other words, the most important problem now is how to lock Victor's position and decide when to attack Victor. The best case scenario is that he will completely destroy the Federation's hope for Titan weapons in this battle. He has to do more than just kill Victor and prove the uselessness of Titan weapons. He also has to continue to advance the front line, making the Federation pay a painful price that it is unwilling to bear, and completely ignore the Federation's attempt to negotiate peace, forcing the Federation to start desperately trying to find a cure. At that time, they will deeply realize that Maine is the last option they can consider. And now Maine has changed his mind a little. Now Maine no longer really wants to completely kill the Sun God. Considering his success during this period, it is not worth it to completely give up these things for the anti-psychic medicine. The Wind God, a top-level 5th level ability user, has a very high value. Not to mention that the power he has now is gradually expanding. If he can gain a foothold with this identity, many things will be much easier to do, and there are also many possibilities for development. Now he can be regarded as conquering the God of Wind, and he can barely win over Karina. In the future, he will have the opportunity to obtain the submission of more high-level gods. Although this relationship is not as strong as the binding of the employees of the Control Bureau, it is enough to handle many things. The words of the King of Gods also have considerable power for many gods. But Maine did not intend to give up the anti-psychic medicine. This also has a very important meaning to him, so it is also obvious what to do in the end. It is not difficult to obtain the anti-psychic medicine and keep Sarah at the same time. As long as the Federation realizes that they can not only not defeat themselves, but also that as long as they exist, they will continue to make the Federation bear endless costs, then they will no longer consider killing themselves. They will start to think that maybe they have a chance to make peace with Sarah, just like they did with Serene at that time. I have arranged for her. Breeze turned into a girl beside Ma En. I just tested her skills a little bit. Although she is not my opponent without thunder and lightning, she is also very powerful. If the power of Thunder God is used, it should be difficult for me and her to do anything to each other. After all, we are not the type that can be easily defeated. However, if there is the help of Moon God and Kalina, I should be able to take her down, and you should be able to win if you fight her alone. Of course, if there is no advanced preparation, she will lose, but she may escape. And what I said is based on the power she has already shown. Maybe this guy has some secret power that we don't know, but this is also a good thing for us. Because just relying on her so-called martial arts, she is already quite strong outside the Southern Federation. It should be able to kill most of our enemies. The Wind God, who had already finished his work, reported seriously. Chapter 789. He could have gone back. When the new Sun God defeated the Federation with unstoppable momentum, Victor knew very well that he could return to the underground Titan world and spread the news of the return of the powerful new Sun God throughout the underground. The Sun God was already unstoppable. The appearance of the new Sun God had basically exposed Marn's lies, and the Sun God only needed to show enough ability to convince the other Titan kings to change their strategies. Restart the program to destroy humans. And he also carefully arranged a backup plan. He took advantage of the fact that humans did not understand the characteristics of the gods, and helped them join forces with the moody sea god. This was also the most stupid decision of the Federation. All Titans knew very well that the sea god did not become the queen of the gods by first partnering with the sun god. She was born the queen of the gods, so she became a partner with Saran. The situation was extremely smooth. At least it was like this not long ago. Victor was somewhat glad that he didn't just leave like that. The guys from the Federation had taken out some new anti-sun god weapons from nowhere. In fact, it didn't matter even if they were particularly powerful anti-sun god weapons. As long as they didn't cooperate with the Federation, they wouldn't be able to seal the new sun god. And as long as he returned to the underground with the scenes and oaths he had seen, all the Titan Kings would agree without hesitation to perform the sealing ceremony and the program of destroying humans, and then he wouldn't have to worry about anything. But among those weapons, there was actually a dagger that could kill gods. Death, this was the name of the dagger, and there was no doubt that it was also a masterpiece of the Titans, forged with the corpses of several gods including the Death, and under the perfect shaping of the Titans, this kind of death pointed to all gods. As long as this thing is stabbed into the body of the magical chosen, death will befall this god, and no seal is needed to completely erase the existence of this god. Even in the future, this god will not be able to come back again. Unfortunately, when this dagger was just forged, it was taken away by a god who was very good at stealth and Saran. Fortunately, Saran seemed to have a more far-sighted purpose and did not use it as a weapon, otherwise the gods who turned to the Titans at that time might have died faster. If these humans really stabbed this thing into the body of the new sun god, then they might have to accomplish what Maine could not do and really kill the sun god. If they really did kill the sun god, although Victor felt it was not so easy, then the underground Titans would receive the news of the sun's extinction again, completely disrupting his plan. With this reason, Zasna and some Titans would not just listen to him. Recently, they have become more and more restless, and will definitely not let him destroy humanity. Victor felt annoyed when he thought of this. If it weren't for that human named Mon, he wouldn't have to go through all this trouble, and Zasna wouldn't have suddenly wanted to stop them from carrying out their original plan. This was also part of the reason why he asked the Federation and Mon to stop cooperating. It was just to discuss this annoying guy. Alas, why is it so troublesome to kill the other cells? Just as he was thinking this, there was a light knock on the door. Mr. Victor, Counselor Kong Lu wants to see you. After hearing this, Victor calmed down. Tell him, I go now. Although he looked down on almost all humans, he particularly liked Kong Lu. This was not because Kong Lu had any particularly good qualities. On the contrary, he was the embodiment of meanness. Selfish, arrogant, self-righteous, and self-esteem. He was simply the perfect sample of humans in the Titans' mouths. When he brought the videotape back to the underground, all the Titans who saw him would support the plan to destroy humanity. More importantly, it was precisely because of Kong Lu as the leader that his plan went so smoothly. Whether it was just temporarily letting the God of Wind go to let the gods gather their strength, or forming a loose alliance with the God of the Sea, this idiot supported him unconditionally. In fact, Victor also knew that his stupidity was not the kind of pure stupidity. If that were the case, it would be a little better, and others would have a reason to drive him away. But Kong Lu's stupidity is almost the perfect evidence of human inferiority. It is a stupidity based on various despicable characters, and it is a reflection of his selfishness. If he didn't have these bad traits, he wouldn't be so eager for success, nor would his vision be obscured. Perhaps, he could also more or less perceive that something was wrong with the whole thing. Victor didn't really believe in the so-called theory that humans are worse. As a former human, he knew very well that he didn't become better because of becoming a Titan, but many Titans like this kind of talk. He was really lucky to meet such a human. Thinking of this, he pushed open the door. But the scene that came into his eyes shocked Victor a little, because there were many complex mechanical equipment in the center of the spacious space behind the door, and among these equipment, there was a 3-meter-high mechanical armor. What surprised him was that he could see that many anti-god crystals were embedded in this mechanical armor, and many anti-god weapons he provided were also on it. And the new weapons including death were also among them, and all the anti-god weapons were integrated into the armor in an extremely harmonious way, like different organs of life, and the energy of the anti-god crystals flowed in the armor like blood. The heart of the armor is undoubtedly the death. The people who made it knew very well which of these weapons were the most important. This scene even made Victor feel in a trance that he had returned to the Titan era, back to the middle of heavy machinery and flesh and blood factories. Not bad? A low old voice came from the side. Victor turned around and looked over. The person who spoke was an old man who looked very energetic. Kong Lu also stood beside him, with a smug smile on his face. Sir Victor, you probably didn't expect that we could use the weapons you provided in this way. I specially invited this old man Zhao Guanwu, with the resources of my family. With his help, the mere sun god is no problem. You may not know that when dealing with the extremely terrifying Shishao, this old man also provided crucial help. If it weren't for him, we might not have any chance of winning. There are not many people in the entire Federation who can persuade him. Victor ignored Kong Lu, who was boasting, but looked at Zhao Guanwu and said, very powerful, I haven't seen anyone use the anti-god's crystal correctly for a long time. Chapter 790. The old man did not react to Victor's praise. He just looked up at the armor that was almost perfectly coordinated and said, as if it was a routine, I use something that symbolizes death as its core, and the weapons you brought have made it fully defensive against various known gods. But now it is not enough to only protect the sun god camp. Mr. Victor, you should have defensive weapons against other gods. I won't ask for more, but you should bring me all the defensive props for the active gods now. I need this armor to face all gods at the same time, including the god of fire, god of the sea, and god of the sky who are now in our camp. No problem. Victor wanted to shirk his request after hearing it, but when he met the old man's deep eyes, his throat suddenly became dry, and the lie was stuck in his throat, and couldn't be spit out. Okay. Victor suppressed his discomfort, and said quickly, what's wrong with this old guy? Victor always had the illusion that he would be found out if he lied in front of him, but this old guy should not know him at all. Zhao Guanwu nodded. As for weapons, the ones you provided are enough. Carrying a few more pieces of equipment is the limit of what I can do in such a short time, and our target is only the sun god. As long as you kill him, all resistance will be wiped out. Although you may not be able to successfully realize the original plan quickly, you don't need to really worry about your actions bringing any irreversible costs. That should be enough. Victor looked at the armor. Can this thing really kill Sarah? Zhao Guanwu said, if Sarah behaves like this now, then it is more than enough to kill Sarah. I have injected death into every weapon component of this armor through the anti-god's crystal. As long as it is pierced by any weapon, it can completely end the existence of this sun god. Unfortunately, this power seems to be consumed, and the person who made it has a craftsmanship that is so exquisite that it is beyond my understanding, so I am afraid that even I can't replenish or reproduce it. Victor suddenly realized that it seemed that the old man had a deep understanding of what this dagger could do. How is this possible? Yes, as the old man said, this dagger does not belong to this era. Logically, these stupid humans cannot perceive its essence at all. To them, the god of death should look no different from a normal dagger. How did he do it? Did he get the documents from the Titan period? And according to him, this old guy seemed to have channeled the power of the dagger into other weapons in the armor. This kind of thing should not be possible even in the Titan period. Zhao Guanwu seemed to be completely unaware of Victor's surprise, and continued to talk to himself. So I made a button specifically, and death will only be injected when you press it, so as not to waste precious death opportunities. As long as you don't use the button, then even if the weapon is inserted into the body of other gods, it will not have any effect. Of course, although I'm talking about the button, in actual combat, the user only needs to think a little to release this power, which can also allow you to fight other gods without worrying about gains and losses. Just use death at the most critical moment. It should sound very clear. His tone was like explaining scientific principles to a child, but Kong Lu nodded obediently with an unusually cooperative attitude. Well, I understand, thank you Grandpa Zhao. This scene also surprised Victor a little. Kong Lu's attitude towards the top ability people and ordinary people in the Federation can almost be said to be extremely bad. Moreover, Kong Lu usually seems to respect Victor, but Victor can clearly see that his polite words and deeds are still deeply rooted in arrogance, and Kong Lu only maintains superficial respect. In other words, if Kong Lu really respects the other party at this moment, it means that the status of this old man in his heart may be unusually high, and even if his current humble attitude is pretended, it also means that the old man in front of him has a reason for him to do so. In any case, it shows that this old man is unusual. But in fact, Victor can realize this without this. Just by looking at the armor he cast, Victor has already deeply felt how powerful this guy is. If there is such a master in the Federation, Why didn't he take action before? Is it because he was busy with other things in the Federation some time ago? His question was soon answered. Because the old man then lowered his head and looked at Kong Lu for a moment. Your great-grandfather asked me to take good care of your father before he died, but your father has been very hard-working and has never asked me to help him with anything. He respects me like respecting his own grandfather. So when he asked me to help you, I didn't say much, but you have to remember that your great-grandfather was a good friend of mine, and I like your father. But that doesn't mean I like you. I've heard a lot about you. If you don't mind, I say a few words. Victor saw with his naked eyes that Kong Lu's expression was obviously much more cramped, and his head was lowered a lot, as if he really looked like an ordinary young man being scolded by his elders. Of course, Grandpa Zhao, just say it. Kong Lu's tone of voice was a little embarrassed. It seemed that Zhao Guanwu's last sentence also made him feel a little ashamed. Zhao Guanwu nodded. We live in a magnificent and mysterious world. As mortal bodies, we are all very fragile. For most people, the collapse of stones can take their lives. But for you and me, this world has countless crumbling stones. They can hit our fragile bodies at any time. If you want to live to my age, you'd better not step into places that look dangerous. Many terrible things are beyond our expectations. Don't take me as a joke. Your body has been transformed to the 5th level. Kong Lu lowered his head quickly, but he seemed to want to turn his head to look at Victor, but he quickly stopped his impulse and concentrated on talking to Zhao Guanwu. Yes, Grandpa Zhao, your eyesight is really good. His voice became more and more awkward. Zhao Guanwu laughed. Of course my eyesight is good. Your father should not have told you that the things in your body were prepared by me for him, but he felt that he didn't need this kind of thing. But it was true that he didn't cause trouble. I doted on your father too much, and he has the same problem as me. At this point, the old man looked at Kong Lu and shook his head. It's a pity that this body here can't even touch the edge of the 5th level. Some 4th level ability users, who are good at fighting, can kill you without difficulty, as long as they know your situation in advance. Don't think that you can take risks with peace of mind with this thing. You are now provoking the Sun God. If he didn't have the seal of the geographical location, even if the Sun God still has only this level of power, he is definitely not a strong enemy that we can provoke. Even now, it's not a good thing for him to notice it. You almost died at his hands last time. Kong Lu's head was almost buried in his chest, and a look of shame appeared on his face. Yes, Grandpa Zhao. Zhao Guanwu shook his head. After all, I am not your father, nor your great-grandfather. If I didn't like your father, I would not have said these words to you. After this is over, you'd better find time to reflect on your words and deeds. If it really doesn't work, you can find a few more books to read. First figure out what you really want, and what is worth pursuing in this world. Don't let stupid inertia dominate your life anymore. After saying that, he looked at Victor. Remember what I said. After saying that, Zhao Guanwu no longer paid attention to them, and walked out of the room directly. After his footsteps completely disappeared, the usually unruly Kong Lu breathed a sigh of relief, and slightly recovered his previous demeanor, but he still seemed a little scared. I've never seen you respect others so much, Victor suddenly said. Kong Lu looked up at him in surprise, as if he had said something unreasonable. That's my elder. Although I'm a little unrestrained, I'm not such a jerk that you would think I'm a guy who doesn't respect my elders, right? Victor blinked in confusion. Just a little unrestrained? He didn't go into this question further, and asked, who is that old gentleman just now? He looks very powerful. Hearing this, Kong Lu's face showed admiration and yearning that he didn't dare to show just now. He even spoke with a little excitement. Of course. You may not know that Grandpa Zhao is one of the few humans who cooperates with the Federation while being completely detached from the Federation. All the rules of the Federation cannot restrain him. Even many things are asked by the Federation to do by him. Sometimes many things are very serious to the Federation, but it's just a piece of cake for him. But as long as he doesn't want to, no one can make him do it. No matter how powerful the person is or how high the status of the counselor is, Grandpa Zhao has no good attitude towards them, and they all want to ask Grandpa Zhao to help them. To be honest, I just want to be like Grandpa Zhao. Victor felt more and more strange when he heard this. Although the old man did seem to care less about other people, at least according to what he saw now, the old man's character should be much better than Kong Lu's. And he always felt that Kong Lu seemed to have some misunderstandings about Zhao Guanwu's image. By the way, what did you call me for? Is it related to this armor? Victor tried to bring the topic back to the main topic. Hearing that he was not going to discuss Zhao Guanwu, Kong Lu looked at the armor with some lingering feelings, and then adjusted his mood and began to explain with a serious look. Our situation is already quite bad now, and I can't allow any more accidents, so I used my family's connections to invite Grandpa Zhao to help us. Although it has not been completed yet, according to Grandpa Zhao, if this armor is done, even a mortal wearing it can kill the sun god with the help of the intelligence system. I know very well that this is absolutely not an exaggeration. Victor looked at the armor. If Li Hu used it. Kong Lu also showed a look of pity. If Li Hu used it, he could easily walk into the free city, kill the sun god in a few minutes, and then walk out as if no one was around. It's a pity. If he died later, it would be better, but if he hadn't died, I wouldn't want to ask Grandpa Zhao to come here to help us, although we don't have any so-called agreement to help a few times. But this kind of thing is also one less time. Victor also understood this. So who are you going to send? Kong Lu looked at him. Realizing what was going on, Victor said without thinking, Impossible, I can't fight the sun god, this is not in our deal. Kong Lu asked with some surprise, Aren't you an undead? And you are also the mortal enemy of the gods. Most of these weapons are provided by you. I don't think anyone is more suitable for this job than you. Victor said firmly, No, I won't wear this thing to fight the sun god. Yes, I am not afraid of death, but my body is also quite limited, and I am not interested in leaving an impression on him. I will not die, and neither will he. Although this armor may kill the sun god, that is not his goal. He hopes that the sun god will win. Victor's goal is to destroy humans and gods together. Seeing his expression so firm, Kong Lu also understood that it seemed difficult to convince him. The young man thought about it and suddenly said, Do you know? After we rejected Ma In, he came to us specifically and insisted on helping us deal with the gods in exchange for our rewards. He came to us several times, before the sun god appeared, and after the news of the sun god spread, Ma In came to us. Of course, we refused according to the contract. But Shadow always wanted him to intervene in this matter, even if he had to tear up the contract. Of course I refused. The purpose of his saying this was of course to put some pressure on Victor. But Victor looked amused when he heard this. Really? Then you can treat him as a liar. Without the help of the Titans, he can't be the opponent of any god. He may not even be able to beat the god of wind, let alone the current god of the sun. Now he can't get any weapons against the gods through us. If he comes to you again next time, just tell him to get lost and let him think about how he cheated his weapons. This is indeed the case. Now the Titan Council is also under his control. Even if Zasna, the traitor, can provide some weapons, that can't affect the overall situation. Kong Lu certainly won't do this, but he still replied, Okay, but he looks very confident. Victor showed a mocking look. That means he is a little overconfident. Don't worry, he is just a lucky liar. And we don't plan to give him any luck. Chapter 791. It has been several days since Ma In defeated the Federation and gathered the power of the gods. During this period, the Federation did not take any action, and did not let anyone come to himself to discuss this issue. You should know that some time ago, in order to prevent the Federation from mistakenly thinking that it was incapable of dealing with the gods, and also worried that they would accidentally forget about him, Ma In also specially reminded the Federation that as long as they were willing, he could always help them deal with the gods at the cost of the anti-psychic medicine. But the Federation still did not respond. This dull silence also made him vaguely feel that something was wrong. If the Federation was still unwilling to cooperate with him to deal with the gods, it meant that they should have other means. The news from Rinshurji also matched his judgment. Although since the decisive battle, all ordinary employees of the Federation have hardly participated in major decisions, he could also vaguely perceive that something was secretly advancing steadily, as if the Federation was waiting for some secret weapon to be activated. After realizing this, Ma In immediately judged that he could not just wait like this. If he did nothing, and let the Federation continue to prepare, he might be killed by the Federation before he could react. Although he had achieved a temporary victory last time, if he underestimated the Federation, he would definitely pay a heavy price. In other words, he had better launch the attack first. In the worst case, he at least had to figure out what the enemy was doing. Many times, the victory or defeat of the intelligence war determined the outcome of the battle in advance. He also tried to send Karina to search for intelligence these days, but at this time she really acted like an ordinary girl who had never set foot in the abnormal world, and was completely incapable of doing such professional things. Li Hongyu also said that she was not good at intelligence work at all. The martial arts she was good at were almost entirely created for frontal combat, and when she was outside the Southern Federation, her hunting ability would not be very strong. As the sun god, Ma In was the god who was best at projecting power outside the Southern Federation, because as the sun, he had the ability to project sunlight to half of the world, which was why he could carry out ultra-long-range attacks. Now he could also attack the Federation, but if there was no clear target, then his random attacks would only expose the fact that he lacked control over the situation. Therefore, direct attacks were also a good and wise choice. His other subordinates were gods, who could not leave the Southern Federation. Although the Wind God had a special ability that was very suitable for inquiring about intelligence, and had a lot of infiltration experience, she could not leave the Southern Federation at all. It is said that in the past, Saren could also leave the Southern Federation, but even when he left the Southern Federation, he would be greatly suppressed, and his strength would only remain at the peak of the 4th level at most. This is far from enough, and the power of the Sun God is completely unsuitable for intelligence work. In other words, all the known cards in his hand cannot be used to detect what the Federation is planning to do. So Ma-En, who could not think of any other way, finally made a natural decision. He cheated. The 7th Combat Department of the Federation, the bathroom on the 4th floor. Ma-En stretched his hand under the automatic sensor faucet and washed his hands at a speed that could almost be described as slow, like a patient with obsessive-compulsive disorder, and raised his head to look at the mirror. There was a strange face wearing glasses and being well-mannered. Ma-En had already investigated in advance that entering this building required a very sophisticated inspection process. In addition to the inspection of the spiritual field, which he could easily bypass, he could not pass those inspections involving genes, soul traces, and purely mechanical inspections. So he was teleported directly to the operations department. And although he had mastered a lot of 4th order spatial abilities, he could not forcefully invade here without causing any alarm. The performance of this building had a very clever spatial defense layer. However, he also had a strong enough teleportation ability to directly teleport employees of the Control Bureau. He came here through Rinshurji. Of course, he did not appear directly beside him, but hid directly in the shadow dimension, because as far as he knew, these federal operations departments had a very complete monitoring system. Even in the bathroom, there was an intelligent monitoring system observing. If a figure suddenly appeared somewhere in the bathroom, it would immediately cause an alarm in the entire building. Therefore, he first found a guy with a high position in the operations department and asked the staff of the Control Bureau to quickly create a set of clothes that were exactly the same as the other person's, and completely disguised his appearance. Then Nain put on these clothes and replaced him directly on the spot. Although it sounds incredible, if the replacement speed is fast enough, it is indeed impossible for the Federation's intelligent monitoring system to react. After all, machines also have their limits. And for Maine now, fast enough is not a difficult task. Listening to the footsteps behind him getting farther and farther away, Ma-En also retracted his hand, took out a tissue, and wiped his hand. He walked out of the toilet and stepped into the corridor on the 4th floor of the 7th Operations Department of the Federation. Of course, this building also has non-physical detection functions. In fact, these operating federal operations departments have strong mental detection capabilities, but this is almost completely useless to Ma-En. Although he cannot use the power of the Moon God here, he is using the 5th level anti-psychic equipment and the 4th level mental ability. In addition, he has also used the 5th level mental ability before, and his original mental power has a strong anti-psychic nature. These combined make mental detection useless to him. According to Rinshurji's memory, Ma-En walked to the end of this corridor. In the operations department, if you want to go up and down the elevator, you need to go through a comprehensive inspection. In his current situation, it is impossible to move up and down by elevator. In fact, the operations department is not so strict at ordinary times, but after the last attack, Kong Lu raised the alert level of the new operations department to the highest level. That is to say, he can only move on the same floor. And he doesn't know where his target is. But this is not a problem, because he can repeat this several times. He only needs to send the captive to the Southern Federation to tamper with his memory, and then he can change it back and let him take the elevator by himself. And he can not only change floors in this way, but also change different replacers. Ma-En casually pushed open a door, and then walked into his office naturally. Yes, he knew that this was the man's independent office. Because Selly had invaded his memory, and if there should be no target on this floor, all the memories of the senior federal employee had been read by Selly. But as he said, this is not a problem. He can do this many times again. Chapter 792. Just as Ma-En thought, he easily replaced more than a dozen different federal personnel in the past few days, and by extracting their memories, he quickly locked in the final candidate. In the operations department, there is a senior executive called Grey Wolf. He gained the trust of this arrogant rich kid in a short contact with Kong Lu, and he did not rely on flattery. On the contrary, this Grey Wolf is a taciturn guy in his daily life, but he has extremely outstanding abilities. Although he speaks very little, it does not mean that Grey Wolf is slow. He actually has a very sharp judgment, but he seems to have no interest in communicating with his colleagues. This sharpness is only manifested in work. Perhaps it is because of this personality that Kong Lu, who has been flattered, likes him more. He often brings this Grey Wolf to his side to deal with various things, and Grey Wolf also does a good job of what he is entrusted. This point was not known by Ma-en through observation of people around him, but directly determined by reading Grey Wolf's memory. Ma-en is now sitting in Grey Wolf's independent office, typing away at work. Although he said so, in fact, Ma-en is not really dealing with these things himself. At this time, Grey Wolf is immersed in the dream woven by Selly, and in the dream, he helps Ma-en complete these tasks in time. Ma-en is just repeating what Grey Wolf is doing. Click. The door was pushed open rudely, and a voice like an order came in. Get up, follow me. Ma-en immediately stood up neatly, and walked out the door. Kong Lu's back is walked several meters away. Ma-en kept the pace as even as possible and chased after Kong Lu. When he was about to approach Kong Lu, he quickly slowed down to keep enough distance and followed him silently. Just like in Grey Wolf's memory. Although Grey Wolf was the most trusted senior federal official in the past few days, he was not a core member like Vulcan, and he did not have any important information in his memory. But he could also feel that something was surging undercurrent. Kong Lu took him around the same floor, then opened the door and walked in. Ma-en followed him in without hesitation. However, the scene inside was completely beyond his expectations. Because the figure sitting at the table in the middle of the room was quite familiar to him. It was his former companion Tang Xuowan. For a moment, Ma-en almost thought he was discovered, and Tang Xuowan came here to identify him, but he immediately calmed down, because there was no reason for him to be discovered. And even so, the scene in front of him should not be like this. Ma-en followed the Grey Wolf's inertia and stood at the wall behind Tang Xuowan, ensuring that her sight could cover the two people in the room at the same time, and she could communicate with Kong Lu at any time. Kong Lu pulled out a chair and sat down opposite her. Relax, I'm not here to interrogate you. Tang Xuowan was very relaxed. She raised her eyebrows. What does Master Kong want to see me about? She was reminding the other party of their identity. They were all from the family of parliamentarians. Even if Tang Xuowan's background was not as strong as his, the other party should still respect herself within the rules. But she really didn't know what the notorious young master of the Kong family wanted to find her for. You know, it's no good to be involved with this guy. Kong Lu didn't show his usual arrogant attitude, but smiled at her gently. I heard that Miss Tang has recently returned to the Federation, and you have been doing a lot of tough things recently. It seems that many difficult problems have been easily solved by you. Many friends around me often mention you. Tang Xuowan sneered, really? You should also know that these are not our abilities. To put it bluntly, our background is determined that we will get twice the result with half the effort when doing these things. Young Master Kong asked me to come here, not to praise me a few words. Kong Lu smiled and said, you are too modest. I heard what you did. You should have used all the methods you learned in the company in your early years in your current work, right? It's simply amazing. Tang Xuowan said with cold eyes. Forget it, just say what you have to say. You didn't summon me here suddenly for this. Kong Lu still maintained that disgusting smile. Don't get me wrong, I'm not targeting you, but this matter needs to be cautious enough. You also need to understand in advance that what we are discussing now cannot be spread out, and no outsider can know it. Especially Mr. Shadow, who has been close to you recently. Tang Xuowan raised her eyelids boredly. What do you want to say? Kong Lu's expression became serious, and his smile gradually faded. I hope you can understand my importance to this matter, and it also concerns the long-standing friendship between our two families, but you don't need to think too much. I have prepared a confidentiality contract. As he spoke, he looked up at Ma-en, who was standing at the back of the room, and tilted his head slightly to indicate. Ma-en immediately walked to the cabinet next to him, glanced at it briefly to confirm that there was no problem with the content, then walked to Tang Xuowan's side, and put the contract down, then walked back to his original position and stood silently. Tang Xuowan glanced at him coldly, and then looked back at the contract on the table. You specially prepared a company contract? It seems that you really don't want this to be known. Kong Lu smiled and said nothing. But the implication was obvious. Tang Xuowan did not confront him on this matter, and signed a confidentiality contract casually. Tell me, what do you want to do? Kong Lu smiled even more happily. Very good, then let's talk about business. I heard that you have a close relationship with that Ma-en, right? Ma-en blinked silently. Tang Xuowan sneered. Ma-en again? If you like him so much, you can go find him yourself. I heard that he came to the Federation to find you several times recently, and you rejected him. You don't have to look for me. And I'm not familiar with him, we just work together. Kong smiled and said, that's not what I heard. As far as I know, after your cooperation with Ma-En broke down, you seem to have retrieved a lot of information related to him in the Federation. You care about his situation much more than you seem to care about him. Tang Xuowan nodded without changing her expression. Yes, I'm curious about what kind of guy he is, but this is not out of good intentions. In my opinion, he is a very dangerous guy to the Federation, although you don't seem to think so. But I think someone in the Federation must be prepared, and this doesn't mean that I'm familiar with him. On the contrary, I will investigate him, because I know I don't know him. Chapter 793. Although Tang Xuowan showed strong resistance, Kong Lu did not show any gesture of concession, and still had that aggressive smile on his face. Ms. Tang, I believe that your relationship with Ma-En is already quite close in the Federation. Maybe only Shadow is more familiar with Ma-En than you, but he cannot be involved in what I want to find you today. He did not have the slightest intention of waiting for Tang Xuowan's consent, and directly continued, I won't play dumb anymore. I need you to help me connect with Ma-En. We need to cooperate and contact Ma-En in a completely different way from Shadow. We need to find a new way of cooperation. Ma-En's eyes brightened a little. It sounds good. But Tang Xuowan did not waver at all. What do you want? Didn't you reject him? Kong Lu shook his head. It was Shadow who rejected him, not us. We can't cooperate with Ma-En as Shadow said. We must find a new way of cooperation. We have to make this thing a joint effort. We have to do better than Shadow. For example, let's not break the agreement with Victor while getting help from Marx. Tang Xuowan looked at his expression and felt that he had bad intentions. How do you want to cooperate with Marx without breaking the contract? Kong Lu smiled. So it depends on you, Ms. Tang. I heard that your relationship is very delicate. Don't rush to deny it. I am very confident in my judgment. I have many friends in the federal parliament. They may also be your friends, and they also hope that we can become friends. As for how not to break the contract, it's also very simple. You just need to lie to Ma-En. Ma-En blinked silently. It seems that his trip was not in vain. Tang Xuowan narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? Kong Lu smiled and said, I mean you can lie to Ma-En that we will give him the anti-psychic medicine. I know that Ma-En may have undue trust in you, so you can completely tell him that you have a way to get him the anti-psychic medicine, provided that he helps us first. That's right, Kong Lu, the evil congressman of the Federation, completely despises Ma-En and doesn't believe he has this ability, but our wise Miss Tang Xuowan has noticed the truth. So she found Ma-En and wanted to make this deal, and she had an idea that maybe she could bypass Kong Lu and reach an agreement with Ma-En. She told Ma-En that if he could solve the problem of the gods, she would be sure to help him get the anti-psychic medicine. Just after Ma-En finished helping, the evil Kong Lu noticed her plan and did not let her get the anti-psychic medicine, but the friendship between Tang Xuowan and Ma-En became deeper after this incident. What do you think of this story? Tang Xuowan coldly spat out 2 words, boring. Kong Lu's face still kept a smile, but his eyes obviously became a lot colder. Ms. Tang, if you think my story still has many loopholes, you can think of a way yourself, as long as you can trick Ma-En to work for us, lying, inducing, or directly begging him. I don't care how you do it, as long as you can do it. The friendship between our families will surely last a long time. This sentence is a threat. Tang Xuowan knew the consequences of rejecting him directly. Although Kong Lu could not really threaten the Shu family, her elders would definitely be angry after knowing this, and she would definitely not have a good time next time. But she still said coldly, Sorry, I can't help you with this. It's not that I don't want to, but I don't think I can do it, even if you provide a professional performance team and mental protection. He is not such a guy who is so easy to fool, and I am afraid that cheating him will not have a good result. Kong Lu smiled and said, That's why I found you. If there is anyone in the Federation who cheats him at the lowest cost, it must be Ms. Tang Xuowan. I know this may destroy the delicate relationship between you, but I promise that I will give you enough compensation to satisfy you. As long as you agree, your career in the Federation will be smooth sailing in the future, or I can provide you with anything else you want, such as our Kong family's unique transformation technology. We can keep you young and prolong your life. If you get rid of this kind of vulgarity, then you must have family members who are getting old, and we can provide them with this kind of technology. How is it? When he mentioned his family, Tang Xuowan showed a bit of disgust. No, these are not enough. Don't get me wrong, this is not a question of whether I am willing to help you deceive him. Of course, I am willing to deceive Ma-En for your reward. But the problem is that the reward you offer is not enough. This matter is too risky, and the success rate is too low. It is not worth my effort. And I am afraid that you, Master Kong, can't afford the reward I want. After saying this, which was equivalent to a rejection, she stood up and prepared to leave. Kong Lu's face flashed with a haze, and then he suddenly grabbed her wrist. He raised his head and showed a slightly cold look. Ms. Tang, please think about it for a while. I am not in a hurry to get an answer. If you really don't want to tear your face with this Ma-In, you could also think of a way to help him get the antipsychic medicine in the future. Our contract with Victor is not permanent. If you can successfully complete the transaction with me, maybe in a year or so, you can find a way to get the antipsychic medicine for him yourself, and then it won't be considered as a breach of contract, right? Think about it carefully. Kong Lu finally let go of her hand. Tang Xuelwan stared at him viciously. But in the end, she didn't say anything more, just walked out quickly. Before she walked away, Kong Lu snorted coldly. Shameless guy, I still overestimated her. She can't make such a simple decision correctly. I guess she will be eaten up by other counselors in a few years. He looked at Ma-In. Ma-In nodded slightly in cooperation, and didn't say anything. Kong Lu looked outside the door and sneered. I hope she can figure out the pros and cons of this matter. Although this is not an important matter to me, I am a person who holds grudges. You should also be able to feel that she is a fool. Feeling that Kong Lu was eager to answer, Ma-In finally spoke. Yes, she is really a fool. In fact, Ma-In felt that Kong Lu's last statement was quite feasible. Of course, Ma-In also knew that Kong Lu didn't really think so when he said this. He was just making big promises to scare Tang Xuelwan. The so-called asking Tang Xuelwan to help Ma and get the antipsychic medicine by herself meant that he would not be responsible for the result. Although Kong Lu was just bewitching Tang Xuelwan, perhaps, he had a way to make this happen. Chapter 794. Kong Lu was equally busy in the next few days. Sometimes he would ask the special operations team to send him for inquiries. Sometimes he would ask people from other departments to ask if they could do something very difficult. And sometimes he would meet with some guys who looked like congressmen. At this time, Ma-In could only stand outside, but he could also hear what they were saying. In general, these behaviors were no different from his conversations with Tang Xuelwan. He was looking for every way to deal with the sun god Sarah. Although Kong Lu showed his usual arrogance when talking to most people, such behavior also vaguely revealed his deep anxiety. He was trying all kinds of methods to cure his illness. This even made Ma-In almost doubt whether he had mastered any countermeasures, but when it came to the specific conversation, Kong Lu still showed a more reassuring attitude. This also made Ma-In feel that he actually still had some confidence. And when Kong Lu walked into his office today, with that relaxed and complacent smile on his face, Ma-In knew that he must have had a countermeasure to deal with the sun god. At least that's what Kong Lu thought. Follow me. Although he tried his best to restrain himself, he still couldn't hide the levity in his voice. Ma-In nodded and followed silently. Kong Lu took him around the building a few more times, and he took the elevator a few times during that time. However, when he followed Kong Lu, he didn't need to replace his original body, and Kong Lu wouldn't let the elevator check him. Although he was very cautious about the requirements of the entire department, he was still quite negligent when he executed it himself. Of course, it was hard for him to imagine that the follower beside him was the sun god Sarah himself. Finally, Kong Lu came to the end of the 9th floor and pushed open a door that looked ordinary. But the scene behind the door was completely different from an ordinary office. It was obvious that space technology was applied here. The spacious hall was enough to put a 3-meter-high mechanical armor, and it could also be filled with various precision instruments around it. This was exactly the scene behind the door. And in front of the armor stood a figure that Ma-In was very familiar with. The second Titan King Victor from the underground world. He was looking at the armor half suspended in the air in front of him with a complicated expression. He looked so focused that he didn't notice the two people who suddenly appeared, but Ma-In knew very well that Victor knew they came in. Well, if he asked Li Hongyu to take action now, he should be able to kill Victor. How is it? Kong Lu's voice was a little proud. Victor lowered his head slightly. It's amazing. I have seen many outstanding Titan craftsmen, but except for a few of the greatest craftsmen, none of them can surpass the craftsmanship of this old man. Although many craftsmen may have created better things than this, it is only because they stand on the shoulders of their predecessors. I didn't expect that there are such powerful humans in this era. Martin also followed their conversation and looked at the armor. He instantly felt the dense and various forces interweaving in a harmonious way. It's okay. The old voice came out, and the floating armor slowly opened. The old man fell to the ground lightly. I have studied your technology before, and it is not that difficult to combine these things. Moreover, some of the technologies here are not very clear to me now, so I can only use them simply. Especially the dagger I used as the core. At first, I thought I had completely figured out what it was used for, but the more I studied it, the more unreasonable it became. I said unreasonable because I simply didn't understand the principle. Victor quickly added, but it's already amazing to be able to use its power. Zhao Guanwu shook his head. Knowing is knowing, not knowing is not knowing. Although it can be used now, I believe that if it is given to the right driver, killing the sun god should not be a problem. But the problem is that there is no suitable user now, and you have wasted Li Hu. If I can tap the potential of this thing, it may be more stable, but I feel that this thing should not be so easy to figure out, even I don't know how long it will take. The old man shook his head. Forget it, the other parts have been basically done, but it can deal with any god it encounters, and the mechanism to counter the dark ability is also perfect, but you better find a suitable user. And you need to bring a more comprehensive companion to deal with possible special situations. Listening to their conversation, Ma En gradually realized that this might be their reliance, and the completion of this thing might be the reason why Kong Lu was in such a good mood today. This thing seems to have the ability to kill gods, and it also restrains all gods. If this thing is really so dangerous, he either has to prepare a new power in advance, but this is a bit difficult for him now, or he has to destroy or take away this armor in advance. Now he should actually ask Li Hongyu to attack Victor, and then take away this weapon in the chaos. If Zhao Guanwu hadn't been here, Ma En recognized the old man. Although they had never met before, Qi Lan had already shown him many powerful people who needed to be paid attention to in the Federation, and naturally he had heard of this non-staff member who roamed inside and outside the Federation. And when mentioning him, Qi Lan also specifically warned, "You must be careful of this old guy. He is one of the few people in the Federation that my sister is afraid of." Although my sister had a good relationship with him before, she also specifically reminded him that he was very dangerous. Among the countless doomsdays she saw, many were caused by this guy. It's not that he is so evil and wants to destroy the world, but he can easily tinker with something that he can't control at all. For example, my sister once stopped his super intelligent computer plan, a kind of potion that he thought could legally achieve immortality and super clean energy. Anyway, he often dances on the edge of danger, but his nature should not be bad. My sister said that she had hardly seen him destroy the world with his own hands. Ma En, who remembered all this, completely restrained his breath and temporarily expelled the idea of calling Li Hongyu from his head. "Don't worry, Grandpa Zhao," Kong Lu said with a smile. "According to you, hasn't he already realized the remote operation and automatic recovery functions?" Zhao Guanwu shook his head. "Don't think too highly of me, and don't underestimate others, especially this sun god. Even if I think I have done a good job of the recovery function, I am not worried about being destroyed by him. But you still have to be careful enough, otherwise there may still be accidents. I will be very busy next. There is movement over there in Shinshao. I have to improve the suppression device. I won't have time to prepare armor for you. Be careful. I don't want to see you get killed. Your opponents don't take you seriously." He glanced at Ma En while speaking. Chapter 795. The old man's gaze did not stay on him for long, as if his eyes were just some kind of coincidence. But Ma En did not believe in coincidences. However, he was not panicked or anxious. Although Zhao Guanwu might have noticed something strange, this was already expected by Ma En. His camouflage ability was not that strong. He simply changed his appearance. If there were strong people who were very good at identifying auras, or had some super judgment abilities, they would probably notice that something was wrong with him. For example, Li Hu should be able to do this. But even if Li Hu wanted to confirm his identity, he had to feel his specific ability. Under normal circumstances, the other party would at most notice that he was not Grey Wolf himself. In this case, the cost of exposure was nothing. In the worst case, he would take action now, and let Li Hongyu try to kill Victor, and then he would try to take away the armor. If not, he could also leave leisurely. No matter what, he is now a 5th level ability user. This kind of thing is not a risk for Ma En at all. But he didn't rush to do it, because it seemed that Zhao Guanwu didn't intend to expose his problem at this point, which was not particularly strange. After all, according to his understanding, Zhao Guanwu and the Federation were not subordinate, but equal partners, and the two sides often had conflicts and unpleasantness, and he had no obligation to provide help to the Federation. You must know that in Zhao Guanwu's view today, his most likely identity is the spy of the Sun God, or the Sun God himself. Although Zhao Guanwu is a very powerful guy, He may be a strong man that even Saran is afraid of, but this matter is actually completely true in reverse. The Sun God is also a dangerous character that Zhao Guanhui is quite afraid of. At their level, it is impossible to offend each other without sufficient reasons. Seriously speaking, there are few people in the world who will take the initiative to offend the Sun God without huge benefits, and even most top-level strongmen will not make such a decision if there are enough benefits. If anything, I am afraid that only the strongest abnormal entity Federation now has the courage to attack the King of Gods of the Southern Federation without thinking, and only they have the ability to withstand the revenge of the Scorching Sun. If others lose in this fight, the price is likely to be death. And even the undead may suffer eternal seals, torture, or suppression, because the Sun God hanging high in the sky of the Southern Federation now also has the supernatural nature of immortality. Therefore, Ma En did not care about Zhao Guanwu's implication at all. He did not take the hint to heart at all. Although Zhao Guanwu and Kong Lu seemed to have a good relationship, Ma En did not think that he would tear his face off with him. According to what he learned, the old man was a very smart person. He would not be easily affected by his emotions, which made his actions look cold-blooded. You should know that the old man and Xin Zhao had a close relationship, and he and Xin Zhao's grandfather were real close friends, but in the end, he still stood on the side of the Federation out of rational judgment. For such a trivial matter at the moment, Zhao Guanwu had no reason to get involved. And the development of the situation was just as Ma En had guessed. After retracting his gaze, Zhao Guanwu never let his eyes fall on Ma En again, as if he was not in this room at all. But he also stopped introducing the armor in more detail, and instead mainly told Kong Lu not to underestimate the Sun God, the almost strongest abnormal entity, and not to be careless just because he was trapped in the Southern Federation. Maybe he has some way to derive his power outside the Southern Federation. I understand, Grandpa Zhao. Kong Lu really answered like a humble junior. I saw him project the attack of the Southern Federation last time, and I will never be arrogant in front of such a person. Although I am sometimes unreliable, I still have a plan in my heart. Seeing his confident look, Zhao Guanwu said nothing more. Then, I will hand it over to you with confidence. I have prepared a manual for you to read. The Federation is already urging me, and my replica should be reaching its limit. Remember, don't be careless because of the power of this armor. After saying that, he patted a part of his body. Then, several people saw that the old man's body was like a melting candle. All the skin began to collapse and flow to the ground, but before the liquid that melted out of him dripped, it evaporated again and disappeared. Ma En looked at the scene of his disappearance, and always felt that he was conveying something. Kong Lu put away the respect on his face, and turned to look at Victor. Sir Victor, are you really unwilling to use this armor to carry out the assassination plan? Victor shook his head. No, I said I don't want to be noticed by Sarah, even if it is far beyond control. I believe there are many talented people in the Federation, and you can definitely find someone more suitable than me. Kong Lu narrowed his eyes, and looked at the armor. It's hard for me to find someone to use the armor now. Vulcan is a suitable candidate, but Grandpa Zhao said that this armor is not suitable for gods. I can't ask Shadow to drive it. Okay, Grey Wolf, let everyone else get ready. I think what Grandpa Zhao said makes sense. We can't underestimate the opponent. We must fight quickly. Although I don't want Shadow to use this armor, it seems that he is the only one who is suitable. Victor agreed. If you ask me, we can launch the assassination today. As long as you let your people make early plans and late preparations, we should act immediately. Kong Lu explained. You are right, but Shadow is not an original member of our plan. I want him to help, and I need to pay him some money, and it will definitely take some time. This is also the main reason why he doesn't want Shadow to use the armor. It's a pity that Tang Xuowan is not very tactful, and although the other guys he found are willing to help, they can't play any role in facing the King of Gods. Perhaps influenced by Zhao Guanwu's words, Kong Lu felt a little regretful when he thought of this. Victor seemed to sense his emotions and encouraged him. Don't worry, with this armor, no matter what god it is not our opponent. He was only a few steps away from completing his plan. Ma En, who listened to their conversation, also immediately realized that he should not have much time left, and then he remembered Zhao Guanwu's way of leaving, which was almost like announcing I'm leaving. He spent a few seconds thinking carefully. Then he made a decision. Boom! The devil-like woman laughed and smashed the wall in an instant. Chapter 796. Before everyone could react, the masked Hongyu directly crashed through the entire building of the operations department, and the terrible destructive power instantly destroyed all the defense systems of the building, and rushed directly into the room. Then she suddenly raised her hand, and clasped Victor's face. And when she made this move, Victor felt a strange suction on his face, and then his entire face was torn off in the air. However, he did not bleed, but revealed his cold face bones made of metal. Victor stared at the visitor coldly with his mechanical eyes flashing red, and then strong energy burst out from his eyes instantly, also penetrating the wall of the building in front of him. And Li Hongyu's afterimage. But Li Hongyu did not launch an attack. After the attack with her hand did not work, she did not immediately launch a second round of swift attacks, but rushed out of the room along the original trajectory, hitting the wall. She was so fast that she could not control it. This terrifying speed was not her normal strength, but the strength she had accumulated in advance after aligning the track with the power of lightning at the border of the Southern Federation. Moreover, she relied on her martial arts to compress this strength to a very concentrated point, which also allowed her to not lose speed after leaving the Southern Federation. This is why the building was not razed to the ground in an instant. At the moment when Li Hongyu left, Ma En also pounced on Kong Lu. "Be careful," he shouted and tried to pounce on Kong Lu. However, he only hit the cold metal. For some reason, Kong Lu, who had already put on the armor, looked at Ma En, who was rushing towards him in a daze, and then stretched out the mechanical arm of the armor, and pushed Ma En, who was rushing towards him, to the side as if he was picking up dirt. Feeling the terrible power and the information from the intelligent armor that shared his thoughts, Kong Lu showed an excited expression. He had never felt so powerful in his life. At this moment, he even felt that he could kill Saran. Run. But Victor's roar brought him back to reality. Then before he could react, a fierce kick hit his head hard. The driver's concentration is not up to standard, and the automatic reaction begins. The balance system has been activated. With the sound of the armor, Kong Lu felt that he was spinning and his head was stirring like paste. Fortunately, his body was also very strong, so he didn't vomit. Then he immediately realized a cruel fact. If the user's physical level was weaker, he might have been completely killed just now. At this time, Li Hongyu said lightly, "Hit the bull from behind the mountain." Victor then said, "This armor is not suitable for dealing with non-gods. You run away first, and I will deal with him." Hearing this, Kong Lu no longer indulged in the powerful illusion and immediately shouted, "Take me away." When his thoughts emerged, the armor instantly took him away. Seeing this, Ma En, who was pushed down like garbage, did not chase him. He did not intend to take action outside the Southern Federation. If he exerted enough power here, he would probably expose his true identity. Although he might have a chance to destroy or take away this armor with self-will, the price was not something he could afford. Seeing Kong Lu running away, Li Hongyu ignored him and continued to stomp hard at Victor. Victor's exposed mechanical structure also began to operate, instantly pushing him back several hundred meters, but as he retreated this distance, Li Hongyu, who had just taken a step, also appeared in front of him. Within a few feet. As she finished speaking, her knife-like palm had already slashed towards Victor's left shoulder. Seeing her flesh palm coming, Victor's left hand, which was completely made of machinery, suddenly raised up and aimed at her palm knife, and the mechanical structure was also changing rapidly during the rise. Then, bright white light surged out, and his entire arm turned into a high-temperature vibrating energy knife. Then he confidently watched Li Hongyu's flesh palm foolishly slashing towards his energy knife. But just when he thought that his opponent would lose his entire arm because of his stupidity, he saw an incredible scene. The energy knife was directly chopped off by Li Hongyu's flesh palm. Then, she continued to slash through several layers of energy protection on Victor's body without any obstruction, and directly cut off Victor's left hand cleanly, as if there was no obstruction. The energy blade fell into the ground, melting the soil and rocks and falling deep into the ground. See splitting. Only then did Li Hongyu say the name of the move. While she was speaking, her left hand had already pierced into Victor's chest, and directly punched him through in his shocked eyes. Then Li Hongyu suddenly pulled her hand out from Victor's side. It directly tore open his chest. Hard piercing. Victor's eyes at this moment were both confused and puzzled. But there was no fear. He was just simply wondering why the other party would grab him and beat him. If this guy was really a killer sent by the Sun God Camp, then she should go after the armor. There is no point in attacking me. He is the immortal Titan King. This also means that the Sun God must be desperate. He did not understand the situation before launching this attack, otherwise he would not attack me. It seems that I really have to help him. But Victor soon put these doubts behind him. Although he will not die, he wants to continue to carry out his plan. It is better to survive. Resurrection also takes time. The Federation will launch the final attack tomorrow, and he must complete his plan before then. With this idea in mind, Victor decided to take it seriously, and his broken body began to repair at a high speed. Countless things, like mini robots, poured out of his chest and left shoulder, reorganizing his broken body at an extremely efficient speed. During this process, Li Hongyu did not rush to attack, but used her left hand to feel the metal that she had just torn off from Victor's chest, and then observed the changes in his body. Cross the mountain. This time she said the name of the move in advance, then stepped back half a step, and raised her fist at Victor, who was constantly pulling away. Then she swung her fist. The fist made of flesh and blood crushed the blazing high-temperature laser, tore apart the toxic green light that burst out, and then shattered the continuously generated energy shield, and finally hit the metal skull. All the micro-regeneration robots stopped instantly. Then, Victor's body was like a mortal body suddenly sucked into a blender, and began to be uncontrollably sucked towards Li Hongyu's fist in a way he couldn't understand. Every piece of metal and flesh on his body was shattered at the same time by a punch. Before his consciousness fell into darkness, he heard it. Overturning the sea.